Chapter 211. The next morning, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to the research institute after breakfast. When they arrived, Lu Chuanwu had not returned all night. Song Yuyan was still sleeping. Only Ma Shiwei, who had just joined a few days ago, was sitting in the living and leisure area and carefully browsing the information of the pure-blooded human. "Good morning, Shiwei." Shen Qinghan smiled and greeted. Ma Shiwei looked up at the two people who came in and politely replied, "Good morning." It was just a simple exchange of words. Both sides began to busy themselves and did not disturb each other. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan found a place with more air circulation and sat down. The former was impacting the acupoints. The latter was tempering the body. As for Ma Shiwei, she continued to browse the information of the pure-blooded human in her hand. In fact, Ma Shiwei had many questions about the pure-blooded human and wanted to ask Lin Zichen or Shen Qinghan. But seeing that the two had already sat down to practice, she did not disturb them. Half an hour later, Song Yuyan woke up. This nearly 30-year-old mixed-race lady, wearing loose pajamas and messy hair, came out of the room and walked slowly to the bathroom. As she walked, the semicircular curve of her upper body swayed, which was very eye-catching. It was obvious that she was not wearing underwear. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan quickly moved her body to block Lin Zichen's sight and prevent him from seeing the turbulent Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan's figure was too hot, and she was afraid that Lin Zichen would explode if he looked at her for a second longer. Another half an hour later, Lu Chuanwu came back. He was old and strong, but at this moment, his whole face was listless, and he looked as if he had been squeezed dry by the unsatisfied woman last night. Yuan Dongji, who was walking beside him, had a ruddy complexion and was full of energy, like a barren field that had been dry for a long time and had regained its vitality. It was obvious that the unsatisfied woman last night was Yuan Dongji. Since the institute had no shortage of funds, Lu Chuanwu rarely went to his old lovers to repair the garden. He was basically with Yuan Dongji. They often went in and out of the institute in pairs. It seemed that they were planning to remarry. Lin Zichen first glanced at Lu Chuanwu, who was so depressed that he was about to die suddenly, and then looked at Yuan Dongji, who was wearing a cheongsam and showing a pair of long legs. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that Principal Yuan is much more powerful than the dean's old lovers, and she is almost sucking the dean dry. It is estimated that the cheongsam can increase the attack speed, which has overdrawn the dean's kidney power. Well, let Han Bao wear a cheongsam after returning to the dormitory after the party to enjoy the eyes. While Lin Zichen was thinking about these things, Yuan Dongji looked at him and asked in a tone that was 3 parts cold and 7 parts gentle, "Zichen, why do I feel that your blood and qi are much stronger?" From the moment she entered the door, she sensed the extremely full blood and qi from Lin Zichen. It was so full that it was about to overflow. It was hard to believe that this was a freshman who had just turned 19. Before Lin Zichen could answer, Shen Qinghan on the side said proudly, "Master, Xiaochen succeeded in tempering his body 5 times yesterday, and the strength of his blood and qi has increased by another level." Successfully tempered his body 5 times? Lu Chuanwu suddenly opened his eyes and said. He was originally listless, but after learning that Lin Zichen had succeeded in tempering his body 5 times, he suddenly became energetic. Lin Zichen nodded. Yes, he has succeeded in tempering his body 5 times. Lu Chuanwu felt it was unreal and couldn't help but sigh. How long have you been practicing the blood quenching technique? In less than a year, you have already completed the 5 quenchings. Your physical talent is too exaggerated. Yuan Dongji also said, you are indeed gifted. While saying this, her attention was on the strength of the blood and qi in Lin Zichen's body. Thinking in her mind, Zichen's body is so strong, it must be both durable and explosive. I don't know how Qinghan's delicate and easily pushed down body can bear it. I'm afraid she has been made to cry many times. Yuan Dongji, who had a fierce battle all night last night, now had a lot of yellow waste in his mind. When he sensed that Lin Zichen's blood and qi were like rainbows, he immediately thought about love between men and women. On the other side, Ma Shiwei listened to the content of the conversation between the few people and felt mixed emotions. When school started more than half a year ago, she still looked down on Lin Zichen as an ant, thinking that he was mentally ill and chose the path of pure-blooded humans. Now, only half a year has passed, and everything has turned around. Lin Zichen has become an existence that is out of her reach. And she herself has also followed the path of pure-blooded humans that she used to look down on. It is really full of drama. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Yuan Dongji's mobile phone rang. She took out her mobile phone and saw that it was a call from the Deputy State Lord. It was not Yi Yongsheng who was in charge of the source last time, but another woman who was in charge of the administration of the Earth. The woman's name is Xiaoyu. Like Yongsheng, she is a legendary strongman who has lived for thousands of years. Yuan Dongji didn't think much and quickly answered the phone in front of everyone. After all, they are not outsiders. As soon as the call was connected, a woman's voice full of anxiety came from the other end of the phone. Donzi! The source suddenly encountered a large-scale attack. You should immediately summon the personnel with advanced biological levels in Shandong University and Nanjiang Provincial Education Headquarters, and organize them to enter the 34th, 35th, and 36th source entrances to resist. All gene fusions must enter the source to fight, and all mechanical transformations must be on guard outside the entrances, ready to be breached by the source creatures. The volume of Yuan Dongji's phone was very high, and everyone present heard what the Deputy State Master Xiao said. Then without exception, all of them changed their faces slightly, feeling very surprised. Especially Yuan Dongji, her brows suddenly became frowned, and her expression was very ugly. As a rare-level strongman, she has entered the source many times in the years she has been alive, and she knows very well what a large-scale attack means. The most recent large-scale attack was 15 years ago. At that time, her biological level was stuck at the advanced 9th level for decades, and she could not evolve. In order to evolve into a rare creature, she gave up the iron bowl of rice arranged by her family, and chose to take the risk to join the team to resist the attack. The attack lasted for 3 whole years. During those 3 years, she fought hard and obtained a large amount of evolutionary resources, and evolved into a rare creature as she wished. Moreover, she evolved directly to the rare 2nd level. Upgraded 2 levels in a row, however, not everyone can be as lucky as her. Most of the people in this battle ended up dead. The former head of the education headquarters of Nanjiang Province. The former president of Shanghai University. Even the former patriarch of the Kyoto Gao family, an epic strongman who lived for hundreds of years. Without exception, all of them died in that large-scale resistance battle. I have something to leave for a while, you guys chat. Yuan Dongji hurriedly left the institute after saying this. Looking at Yuan Dongji's departing back, Lu Chuanwu shouted with concern, Donzi, be sure to pay attention to safety. Okay. Yuan Dongji responded sparingly. Before the voice completely fell, the person had disappeared in front of everyone. Dean, Principal Yuan is so powerful, she will definitely be fine. Seeing that Lu Chuanwu was worried, Song Yuyan comforted him. Lu Chuanwu nodded. Well, she is so strong, she will definitely be fine. Although he said so, he was still very worried in his heart, and he was not optimistic about Yuan Dongji leading the team to the source. He knew something about the massive attack 15 years ago. He knew how dangerous the source was. That is to say, the rare-level strongmen who could dominate the earth would not even be ranked in the source, where there were many giant beasts and demons everywhere. As long as you walk out of the human base in the source, you are at risk of falling at any time. Xiaochen, do you think those terrifying creatures in the source can really rush to the earth? Shen Qinghan grabbed Lin Zichen's hand, her eyes full of worry. Lin Zichen held her little hand in return and said with certainty, they can't rush in. If they could rush in so easily, the earth would have been occupied long ago. That's right. Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zichen, who was standing next to her, was the exact opposite. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very heavy-hearted. When he was a child, he saw the rat disaster in Anghai country on TV, and he still remembers it vividly. Under the attack of countless giant alien rats, a large city with a population of nearly 10 million was instantly destroyed into ruins. Almost all the people inside became food for the giant alien rats, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Lin Zichen was worried that the land he lived on now would also suffer the great disaster that Anghai country suffered back then. The horrible rat disaster back then made him feel desperate just thinking about it now. I hope I am just worrying too much. Lin Zichen thought to himself. That afternoon, the director of the Academic Affairs Office of Shanghai University announced that in the next few days, the inner campus will be suspended indefinitely, and all students will study on their own. After that, all the faculty members, who were at or above the advanced level in biology in the school left the school in military helicopters before dark. They were divided into 3 groups and flew to 3 different directions, corresponding to the entrances of Source 34, 35, and 36. For a time, the inner campus was full of discussions. Almost all the students were guessing what happened. So much so that the school actually announced an indefinite suspension of classes. And a large number of tutors and school leaders left the school in military helicopters and disappeared. In the living room of the dormitory, Lin Zichen glanced at his phone. Every group chat was talking about the school suddenly announcing an indefinite suspension of classes, and then the tutors and school leaders left the school one after another. Open the school forum. Every post is talking about this. Look at the hot searches on Weibo, they are still talking about this. This time, the official did not suppress the heat, but let the public discuss it. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, feeling a little bad. When the official no longer covers up a matter, but chooses to let the public discuss it, it means that this matter is most likely to be made public. And the reason for making it public is often that this matter can no longer be covered up. The source creatures attack human bases on a large scale. If the official feels that they can't cover it up, there is only one situation. The official has no confidence in guarding the source entrance, and it is likely that the creatures in the source will rush into the earth. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Put down the phone quickly. Dedicated to the work of impacting the occupants. If a disaster is really coming, he, a small ordinary creature, can't stop it at all. The only thing he can do is to open the occupants as soon as possible, evolve into a high-level creature, and gain more self-protection capabilities. Lin Zi, what do you want to eat tonight? Shin Qinghan, who had just finished tempering her body, walked over and asked. Lin Zichen didn't even open his eyes, and said while punching the acupoints, I feel that the acupoints can be open tonight, so I won't eat for now. You can eat first if you're hungry. Then I won't eat either. Shin Qinghan said, as she sat down and followed Lin Zichen to punch the acupoints. She had just finished tempering her body, and now she was a little hungry and wanted to eat. But seeing that Lin Zichen didn't eat, she didn't have much appetite to eat either. She thought about punching the acupoints with him and eating together after he opened the acupoints. That's it. The two of them sat cross-legged quietly in the living room, concentrating on the acupoints. From 3 p.m., they kept doing it until 8 p.m. without stopping. After doing it for 5 hours, Lin Zichen felt that his body was almost exhausted, his head was dizzy, and he was almost losing consciousness. But at the same time, the acupoint he was hitting became looser, and it felt like it could be opened at any time. For this reason, Lin Zichen could only persist until the acupoint was opened. The same was true for Shin Qinghan on the side. At this moment, she felt that her heart was about to stop suddenly due to the impact. Several times, her eyes went dark, and she almost fell to the ground. It was obvious that Lin Zichen was still holding on, so she gritted her teeth and held on, not wanting to fall too far behind Lin Zichen. As time passed by, unconsciously, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zichen felt extremely uncomfortable, as if his heart was pierced by a steel bar, and the pain was almost unbearable. The brain was also constantly sending messages. Stop! Stop quickly! There is no need to rush at this moment, it will be the same tomorrow. Lin Zichen ignored these messages and continued to insist on attacking the acupoints, 9 shallow and 1 deep. Keep rushing. When the time came to 9:09 in the evening. Suddenly, Lin Zichen suddenly opened his eyes, and said excitedly, It's open! At the same time, Shin Qinghan beside him also shouted excitedly, Xiaochen, I've opened it. At the same time, the two of them opened the same acupoint near the heart. At this moment, neither of them cared about sharing the joy. Instead, they calmed down tacitly and concentrated on feeling their own bodies. Let's see how the body after the acupoints are opened is different from before. Lin Zichen carefully felt it, and found that the strength of the blood and qi in his body did not change much, nor did the mental strength. However, the biological pressure was dozens or hundreds of times stronger than before the acupoints were opened. Before the acupoints were opened, the biological pressure emitted by the body was only ordinary level 9. Now, the biological pressure emitted by the body is as high as advanced level 4. This is a continuous evolution of 4 levels. Chapter 212. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 19. Creature level, advanced, level 4. Creature attributes, use it or lose it, genius, the strong prey on the weak, the luck of melting water, survival of the fittest, eye of the sky, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, rapid self-healing, invulnerable to all poisons, high spirit, lord of the forest, storage space. Body tempering, skin tempering, 5, flesh tempering, 5, bone tempering, 5. Awakening, heart tempering, 1, brain tempering, 0, body tempering, 0. Lin Zichen called up the character panel and glanced at the data of each attribute on it. The creature's level has evolved to advanced level 4. But the strength of qi and blood and the strength of spirit have not improved at all. So, the so-called acupoint is just unlocking the upper limit of the creature's level? Isn't this too useless? Lin Zichen frowned slightly and felt a little disappointed. Just when he was disappointed, suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be a slight difference in his body. The heart is different now. The blood transfusion power is about 10% stronger than before the orifice was opened. The total qi and blood in the body has not changed, but the blood transfusion power of the heart has been improved. This means that the instantaneous explosive power of qi and blood has been enhanced to a certain extent. There are 366 acupoints in total. Among them, 122 heart orifices, 122 brain orifices, 122 body orifices. Opening one heart orifice increases the explosive power of qi and blood by 10%. Then opening 122 heart orifices, according to 1.1 to the 122th power, the increase in the explosive power of qi and blood directly breaks through the sky. The increase is more than 100,000 times. One punch has 100,000 times the power. Even the gods can't resist it. In addition, there are brain orifices and body orifices. If nothing unexpected happens, opening the brain orifice means that the explosive power of the spirit is increased. And opening the body orifice means that the strength of the physical body is increased. 100,000 times the explosive power of qi and blood, 100,000 times the explosive power of the spirit, and 100,000 times the physical strength. This is terrifying just thinking about it. It is not an exaggeration to say that I will kill gods and Buddhas. Lindsay, my biological level has evolved to the advanced first level, but there is no obvious change in the strength of my spirit and qi and blood. Only the blood transfusion power of my heart has increased a little. Shin Qinghan felt the changes in himself, and slowly opened his crystal-clear peach blossom eyes, and said. After that, she looked at Lin Zichen with a hint of curiosity and asked, "What about you? Have you seen any special changes in your body?" Lin Zichen, like you, my mental strength and blood strength have not changed significantly, but the blood transfusion power of my heart has increased a bit. However, my biological level has directly evolved to the advanced fourth level. How much? Advanced fourth level. 4 levels in a row? Yes. Awesome. For a moment, Shin Qinghan didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. Lin Zichen has evolved 4 levels in a row, which is undoubtedly a happy thing for her. But then she thought about it. I have worked so hard for so long, and my biological level has finally caught up with Lin Zichen, and we are both ordinary 9th level. As a result, now in the blink of an eye, I have been pulled 3 levels apart again, and the gap is huge. I really feel like I am being completely left behind. I can't see the hope of catching up. No. How can I have such an idea? If you are thrown away, you are thrown away. You can't feel bad about it. At this time, you should be happy for Xiaochen with all your heart. I am already very good, I am just not as good as Xiaochen. Besides, Xiaochen is mine. If he is good, I am good. I shouldn't force myself to keep up with him. I just need to be better than most people. Yes, that's it. Shin Qinghan counseled herself psychologically. The originally uncomfortable mood suddenly got better. There was only happiness, no discomfort. Lin Zi, we are really destined to be together. Even the acupoints were opened at the same time. We are destined to be a pair of gods. Shin Qinghan stuck to Lin Zichen's arms and hugged him softly, saying in a particularly intimate manner. Lin Zichen stroked her hair gently, smiled gently, and said, "Well, we are destined to be a pair of gods." After dinner in the evening, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan didn't even rest, and went out to the research institute directly. He wanted to share the good news that he had successfully opened the acupoints and evolved into a high-level creature with a pure-blooded human body with Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan in person. When the two came to the research institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were both in their respective rooms attacking the acupoints. Ma Shiwei was not there. She only came to the research institute during the day and not at night. Lin Zichen called Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan out. He told them that he and Shin Qinghan had just successfully opened the acupoints. The moment the acupoints were successfully opened, he directly broke the shackles of ordinary creatures with a pure-blooded human body and evolved into a high-level creature. A high-level 4th-level creature. A high-level 1st-level creature. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were shocked when they heard this. They both knew that Lin Zichen would definitely evolve into a high-level creature, but they didn't expect that he would evolve directly to the high-level 4th-level creature. Directly from the ordinary 9th-level creature, he even evolved 4 levels to the high-level 4th-level creature. What kind of cheating evolution is this? Too outrageous. Shin Qinghan also shocked the two. Neither of them expected that Shin Qinghan would be able to open up on the same day as Lin Zichen. You know, Shin Qinghan joined the research institute midway. This can allow her to catch up with Lin Zichen's progress, which is really incredible. Brother Zichen, Sister Hanan, you two are too abnormal, aren't you? Sister Yin, I was the second place in the college entrance examination in Kyoto, and was praised as a genius beauty, but compared with you two, I was pressed to the ground like a disabled person. Alas, it's really a deadly comparison. Song Yuyin sighed with envy. Shen Qinghan comforted him. No, Sister Yin is talented, has a good figure, and is beautiful. I don't know how many girls envy you, and how many boys admire you. Haha, Sister Hanan is really sweet. Come, give Sister Yin a taste, and see if it's really sweet. Song Yuyin was about to kiss Shen Qinghan's mouth. Shen Qinghan was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, she quickly took a small step back. She looked at Song Yuyin and forced a smile. Sister Yin, don't joke with me. I'm shy and will be embarrassed. Song Yuyin stopped, bit her beautiful light blue eyes, and smiled. I'm just teasing you. Your mouth can only be kissed by Brother Zichen. Sister Yin understands. She wasn't kidding. If Shen Qinghan hadn't stepped back a little, she would have really kissed him. Shen Qinghan's cherry lips looked pink and tender, and must have tasted very good. She really wanted to taste them. Lu Chuanwu looked at Song Yuyin and said unhappily, You are so old and still making these jokes. If you want to kiss, find a man to fall in love with. When you find one, you can kiss as much as you want and wherever you want. Don't scare Qinghan like a nympho. Song Yuyin didn't take it seriously. It's so boring to have a boyfriend. It's better to be single. You don't need to consider the other person's feelings and do whatever you want. Lu Chuanwu. You are a guy who has high standards for choosing a partner but low skills. You don't like ordinary people. You only fantasize about your own Prince Charming and laugh at the male actors in TV dramas every day. Song Yuyin was dissatisfied. Dean, your words are so hurtful. Lu Chuanwu. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. Song Yuyin waved her hand. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. If I say 2 more words to you, I will lose at least 10 years of my life. Every word Lu Chuanwu said caused critical damage to her accurately. She couldn't stand it anymore, and chose to avoid fighting. Escape is shameful, but it is useful. Lu Chuanwu ignored Song Yuyin, the great spiritual saint. He turned to look at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, stroked his half-white beard and said, Since you two have evolved into advanced creatures, it's not too late now. I take you to see the ancient bronze coffin. It just so happens that the ancient bronze coffin has turned green in the past few days. If you are alive, you can try to communicate with the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion in the coffin to see if you can unseal her and let her out. I contact my acquaintances now and find you a few more escorts, so you don't feel insecure. After saying that, Lu Chuanwu took out his cell phone and started calling the big shots he knew, asking them to escort Lin Zichen to unseal the Tianren Pavilion master. A few months ago, he had already made arrangements with these big shots. Now he just needs to notify these big shots and see who is free to accompany him. No one answered the phone you dialed. The phone you dialed is turned off. The phone you dialed beep beep. Lu Chuanwu made more than 10 calls in a row, but none of them went through. The big shots he knew seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and he couldn't contact them at all. Strange, why can't I get through? 1 or 2 is fine, but more than 10 can't get through. This is too outrageous. As Lu Chuanwu said this, he suddenly remembered the phone call Yuan Dongji received that day, and murmured, Did they all go into the source to resist the invasion? Oh no, it's probably that they all went into the source. Lu Chuanwu frowned, looked at Lin Zichen and said, Zichen, if we can't find a companion tonight, let's go another day. By the end of the year, the bronze ancient coffin will turn green again. I take you there then. It's not even June yet. If we wait until the end of the year, we have to wait another half a year. Lin Zichen thought for a while and said, Dean, why don't we go there tonight? It's too long to wait until the end of the year, and it doesn't matter if there's no companion. He thought that he had danger sense, so if he really encountered danger, he could run away at the first time, so there was nothing to worry about. Lu Chuanwu stroked his beard and nodded after hearing what he said, Then let's go tonight. The turmoil in the source will last at least 1 or 2 years. Even if we wait until the end of the year, we may not be able to wait for someone to come to accompany us. That's it. The two hit it off, and soon set off for the Li family mansion, where the bronze ancient coffin was located. Shen Qinghan and Song Yuyin also went with them. As for Ma Shiwei, first, she is not here. Second, she is too new. She has just joined the Tianren Pavilion, and embarked on the path of pure-blooded humans not long ago. The four of them have not yet completely accepted her. Therefore, the four of them did not think of calling her along. Source number 36. City stronghold. Outskirts. Yellow sand all over the ground, dust all over the sky. The lord of number 36 city, a powerful person with an epic biological level, is now leading a large number of powerful people to fight against the incoming army of alien beasts. A large group of black magic rock elephants. Each of these giant elephants is as huge as a small mountain, with an average body size of more than 30 meters. The Elephant King, who is the leader, is an exaggerated 100 meters tall. Every step he takes will bring a terrifying earthquake. Boom! A terrifying sound of breaking through the air exploded. The Elephant King swung his trunk, which was dozens of meters long, and swung it towards the crowd below, trying to crush the earthlings who blocked the elephant's attack into a pool of meat paste. Just when the trunk was about to fall on those people, the lord of city number 36 took action in time. He controlled a giant hand made of sand and stone, and slapped the Elephant King with a palm with the force of covering the sky and the sun. Soon, there was a loud boom. The giant hand of sand and stone slapped the Elephant King's trunk, directly breaking the trunk, which was as strong as S-level alloy, into two pieces. The powerful impact also knocked the Elephant King, which was as tall as 100 meters, flying away. It flew several miles away. The Elephant King fell heavily to the ground, shaking out a large area of shocking spider web cracks. There is a large group of ghost-eyed demon eagles flying towards the city at high speed in the west. Those who are good at flying in the air should go to stop them. The lord of number 36 city said this, and then immediately rushed to the Elephant King to make up for it. Several strong men on the battlefield immediately turned into streams of light, and soared into the sky, flying to the west at high speed to stop the large group of ghost-eyed demon eagles that were attacking. Yuan Dongji, who had just entered the source yesterday, was also among these strong men. To capture the thief, capture the king first. Everyone, follow me to kill the Eagle King first. A general of number 36 city, a man with a stubble on his face, shouted loudly. After hearing this, several people followed him to kill the Eagle King, which was more than 20 meters long. Yuan Dongji immediately had an idea and pumped out the underground water source below, condensing a water dragon of dozens of meters long, and followed the people in front to kill the Eagle King. A few hours later, the Elephant King, whose biological level was as high as the epic level, was seriously injured by the lord of city number 36 of the same level, and had to flee with the elephants, and temporarily gave up attacking city number 36. The Eagle King, whose biological level was as high as the rare level, was killed by Yuan Dongji and others, and the sky was stained with blood. Everyone, charge with me and kill these damn beasts. The bloody deputy city lord shouted loudly. When the lord of city number 36 heard the shout, he shouted immediately, "Everyone, don't chase. Quickly clean up the battlefield and return to the city." He had only one mission at the number 36 source base, which was to guard the biological passage below the city, and prevent the source creatures from regaining control. Apart from that, he didn't need to worry about anything else. After hearing the number 36 city lord shout, everyone stopped chasing, started to clean up the battlefield and collect spoils. During the battlefield cleaning, Yuan Dongji flew to the number 36 city lord and asked in a slightly lowered posture, "City lord He, have you been to the main city recently?" He Muji looked up at her and said, "Yuan Xiao, do you have anything to ask?" "Yuan Dongji, I want to ask, how is my eldest apprentice Luo Qianxuan now?" He Muji said lightly, "Still the same, unsociable, unwelcome." "So?" Yuan Dongji nodded and stopped asking. At this time, He Muji added, "The team of geniuses she was in followed Deputy City Lord Ning of the main city to raid the Twisted Valley 2 days ago. If you want to visit her in the main city, forget it, you won't be able to see her. During this period, you should stay in city number 36 to resist the monsters, and don't think about anything else." The city lord misunderstood. "I just asked about her recent situation, and didn't plan to go to the main city." Yuan Dongji explained in a very humble manner. He Muji, "That's good." After speaking, he looked around and shouted to everyone present, "Return to the city." The moment the voice fell, everyone returned to the city with the spoils they had packed to replenish supplies, ready to fight against the next wave of monsters. Yuan Dongji flew back to the city, with several huge corpses of ghost-eyed demon eagles in the air. On the way back, there was always a trace of sadness between her eyebrows. The eldest disciple has been in the main city for 11 years, but still hasn't been able to integrate into the team of extraordinary geniuses. This autistic personality is really worrying. It's not as good as the timid little disciple. Although the little disciple is introverted and timid, At least he is willing to communicate with others, has a boyfriend, a little sister, and all the necessary social interactions, and his mentality is much healthier. Chapter 213. Twisted Valley. At a glance, there are twisted plants of strange shapes everywhere. Strange trees with wriggling blood vessels all over the trunk. Vines winding like snakes. Strange flowers with a lot of insect corpses attached. The whole valley is full of weirdness. You just guard the periphery and kill the pagans who escape from inside, understand? On the periphery of the valley, a man with 6 wings on his back and feathers on his body said to the young men and women in front of him in a loud voice. The moment the voice fell, the young men and women immediately responded, "Understood. Understood. Understood." The voices came one after another, and everyone responded with military standard discipline. Except for a girl with snow-white hair. She was wearing a white martial arts uniform, holding a red tasseled spear taller than her, standing alone under a tree quietly, without saying a word. From a distance, it looked like an exquisite wood carving. The 6-winged man glanced at her, and seeing that there was no reaction on her face, he couldn't help but shook his head. They have lived in the human settlement for 11 years. Still silent, like a mute. Not being able to integrate for so long probably means that they are not recognized, which means that they may rebel one day. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Forget it, this is not something I should consider. The people above have their own ideas. I am just a small deputy city lord, why should I consider so much? After thinking about it, the 6-winged man shouted to the people on the other side, "Everyone follow me into the valley, and kill those beasts of the God Plant Church." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his 6 wings that were several meters long and instantly soared to a height of 100 meters. Advancing on both land and air fronts. With a group of rare-level strongmen under his command, he rushed into the valley with great momentum. As the #1 deputy city lord, the mission of this trip is to destroy a branch of the divine plant cult stationed in the Twisted Valley. By the way, train the 28 people on the list of extraordinary geniuses to accelerate their growth. After the #1 deputy city lord led people into the valley, the remaining 28 extraordinary geniuses, all armed with weapons, were on standby, guarding the entrance and exit of the valley. As time went on, everyone felt that it was too boring to just guard, so they started chatting to kill time. I heard that all the strongholds are now under attack by the army of alien beasts, and all the strong men on Earth have entered the source to help resist. It is most likely the work of the divine plant cult again. This divine plant cult is really difficult to deal with, and we can never kill them all. It must be difficult. God knows how many high-ranking human beings are heretics of the divine plant cult. I won't be surprised if it is revealed that the state lord is a traitor one day. Akong, please think before you speak. Don't just speak without thinking. Luo Qianxua leaned against a tree and stared at the entrance and exit of the valley silently. She didn't chat with others, but she was listening to others chatting. When she heard that all the strong men on Earth had entered the source, her expressionless and cold face could not help but show a fleeting emotion. She missed Yuan Dongji very much and wanted to meet the master who rescued her from the snowy mountains. There's movement. Everyone get ready to fight. Suddenly, a young man with ears several times larger than those of an average person clenched his weapon and shouted. He had extraordinary hearing, and from a distance of more than 1,000 meters, he could sense that there were several high-energy bodies rushing towards the entrance of the valley at a high speed. Upon hearing this, the others immediately stopped chatting and entered the battle state in an instant. The blood in their bodies became extremely full, ready to go. They could burst out the most powerful blow at any time, severely injuring or even killing the enemy. Watch your feet. The bigger young man reminded everyone loudly. The next second, countless thick vines soared into the sky and attacked the geniuses present. At the same time, several figures flashed out of the valley, and while the geniuses were busy dealing with the vines, they fled as fast as possible. Some traitors from the God Plant Church have escaped. Don't let them run away. Someone saw the pagans escaping from the valley and shouted a reminder immediately. However, the reminder was useless. At this moment, everyone was entangled by vines, and they could not stop them in a short time. They could only watch those pagans escape. Just when everyone thought that those pagans were going to escape, suddenly, a large piece of ice flowers spread under Luo Qianxua's feet. Once these ice flowers appeared, they rushed towards the pagans at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, they were frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move. Seeing this scene, everyone present had a look of surprise on their faces, and a deep sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Too strong, obviously only 19 years old. Obviously, the biological level is only advanced level 5. Moreover, he has not yet fused with the genes of alien beasts. But the strength he showed was far beyond his age, far beyond his biological level, and far beyond any gene fusion of the same level. Luo Qianxue, this strange person, is really a monster in human skin. If she grows up in time, she may be able to freeze thousands of miles in a thought, and her upper limit is higher than the sky. Li's mansion. Garage entrance. A luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan is coming from a distance at a high speed. When it is about to approach the garage entrance, it drifts into the garage with the railings raised remotely in advance. Soon, 4 people get out of the car. It is Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan. Song Yuyan retched as soon as she got out of the car. She looked very uncomfortable and said, "President, you are driving so fast, you are almost making me vomit." Lu Chuanwu said, "If you want to vomit, just treat it as early experience of morning sickness. Anyway, you are also at the age of being a mother." Song Yuyan was convinced and complained, "President, can you not ask me to find a boyfriend or be a mother 9 out of 10 times when you talk to me? I am not your daughter, you are too nosy. Do you know that this is annoying?" Song Yuyan became more and more dissatisfied as she spoke, and she felt like punching Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu didn't care about her feelings at all, and just said, "A yellow-haired girl in her 20s is not my daughter. At most she can be my granddaughter. No, it should be a great-granddaughter. After all, I am almost 100 years old." Lu Chuanwu stroked his white beard to show his age. He is almost 100 years old and can still have sex 7 times a night. He can still have sex from night to the next morning. "I just want to ask you if you are awesome." Song Yuyan doesn't think he is awesome. She just thinks he is disrespectful to the elderly, and said with a chuckle, "You are still a grandfather, you are better off being an old man." While the two of them were bickering back and forth, Lin Zichen spread his spiritual power, spreading to the entirely family mansion, scanning every corner like a cursory visit. This dilapidated old house, which looked to be 100 years old, had a construction area of tens of thousands of square meters. There were gardens, swimming pools, private cinemas, standalone training rooms, etc. But most of them were abandoned. Dust was everywhere. The walls were covered with various vines. After sensing these places on the surface, Lin Zichen's spiritual power spread further and penetrated into the basement under the mansion. In the basement, he sensed a large number of ancient books and antiques. The number was far more than those piled in the corner of the research institute. As the perception continued to deepen, soon, Lin Zichen saw a coffin at the very end of the basement. The top was oval, the bottom was flat, and the whole body was green. The surface was engraved with mysterious and unknown runes. It looked like a jade archway with carved patterns in the courtyard of an ancient royal family. And this was the bronze coffin that Lu Chuanwu had been talking about. Lin Zichen had seen this bronze coffin in a photo and recognized it at a glance. He was very curious about the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion lying in the coffin, and without thinking too much, he sent his mental power into the coffin. He wanted to see what the legendary pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion looked like. Unfortunately, he tried several times in a row, and it didn't work. The mental power he sent out couldn't spread in at all. Every time he touched the bronze coffin, his mental power would be bounced away. It couldn't even touch it, let alone spread in. Your bone age is less than 20, but your biological level has reached the advanced 4th level, and your mental strength and blood strength are synchronized. You can do this in this world with scarce resources. I have to say that you are indeed a rare genius. Suddenly, a gentle female voice sounded in Lin Zichen's mind. She spoke in modern Jiuzhou language. The voice sounded a little weak. Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment when he heard this sudden voice. Then, he quickly realized that it was the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion in the ancient bronze coffin who was speaking. To be more precise, it was telepathy. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen looked at Lu Chuanwu and said, "Dean, the pavilion master in the ancient bronze coffin just telepathically transmitted to me." Telepathy? Lu Chuanwu looked surprised, and then asked, "What did the pavilion master say to you?" Lin Zichen simply summarized, "She said that I can still be so strong on Earth with scarce resources, and I am a rare genius." Lu Chuanwu was even more surprised after hearing this. "She told you so much?" Lin Zichen, "Yes." Lu Chuanwu looked incredible. "I remember that the pavilion master's condition was very bad. When talking to me, she basically just said and then she had to sleep and rest." Song Yuyan interrupted, "It must be that the pavilion master sensed the strength of the blood and qi in Zichen's body, and the whole person became energetic. As for the fact that she always said and then fell asleep when talking to you, It is probably because the pavilion master felt that talking to you was too tiring and didn't want to talk to you. Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly when listening. Yu Yan is such a mean person. Didn't I just tell her to find a man to marry quickly? Why is she being so mean? Can't you learn to be more generous from me? After complaining about this in his heart, Lu Chuanwu said to Lin Zichen, "Let's go, Zichen, let's go see the pavilion master quickly, otherwise the pavilion master will fall into a deep sleep due to excessive consumption later." After saying that, he walked quickly towards the basement. Lin Zichen saw this and quickly followed. Shen Qinghan and Song Yuyan followed closely behind. In just a moment, everyone came to the basement where the bronze ancient coffin was. The basement at this time was dim and silent, but it was filled with magnificent vitality. It gave people a wonderful feeling of the revival of all things. Lu Chuanwu stepped forward and said to the bronze ancient coffin in a very respectful voice, "Master, can you hear my voice?" "Yes." A weak female voice came from the bronze ancient coffin. With a bit of fairy spirit, it sounded very pleasant. Lin Zichen listened to this voice and compared it with a voice that just sounded in his heart, and found that it was exactly the same, without any difference. This proved that it was indeed the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion, who was transmitting to him in his mind just now. Telepathic transmission. What kind of method is this? Is it a spiritual method? When the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion is fully revived, I should be able to ask her for advice. Lin Zichen thought to himself. At this time, Lu Chuanwu in front of him spoke again respectfully. "Pavilion master, these three are the three young geniuses I mentioned to you before. This is Song Yuyan, 29 years old, second time body tempering, and ordinary 9th level biological level. This is Shen Qinghan, 19 years old, third time body tempering, and advanced first level biological level. This is Lin Zichen, 19 years old, fifth time body tempering, and advanced fourth level biological level." There was silence in the bronze coffin. There was no response. Lu Chuanwu waited for a while, and saw that the bronze coffin was still dead silent, and his face changed slightly. "It's broken. Could the pavilion master have fallen into hibernation?" Just then, the voice of the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion sounded again in the bronze coffin. "Lin Zichen, my body is extremely weak now, and I need you to transfer some blood and energy to help me recover. In return, I will do my best to meet any needs you put forward. Are you willing to transfer blood and energy to me?" This was said very politely, without any intention of forcing. It doesn't seem like the style of a pavilion master. When listening to the words of the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion, Lin Zichen's attention was almost entirely on danger perception, always paying attention to the state of this biological attribute. This biological attribute that can predict danger has no reaction from beginning to end. This means that the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion has no ill will towards him. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen retracted all his thoughts and said without hesitation, "As a member of Tianren Pavilion, I am willing to provide chi and blood power to the pavilion master unconditionally. Unconditionally, it's just a rhetoric to win favor. Free is the most expensive. Very good, after I recover, I will keep my promise to meet any of your needs." The voice continued to sound in the bronze coffin. "Now you come to the front of the coffin, I will teach you how to transport chi and blood for me to help me recover." "Okay," Lin Zichen responded. Then, he walked slowly towards the bronze coffin. While walking, his attention was always on danger perception. If the situation is not right, he will leave immediately. Pavilion Master, Shen Qinghan is also a high-level creature. She can also transport chi and blood for you. Lu Chuanwu reminded. A voice came from the bronze coffin. "Her is not necessary." Hearing this, Shen Qinghan's slender eyelashes could not help but move slightly. "I seem to be disliked. Uncomfortable." When Shen Qinghan was feeling uncomfortable, Lin Zichen had already walked to the bronze ancient coffin and stopped. During this time, danger sense still had no reaction. Very reassuring. "Put your hand on the center of the cover, and then release your blood and chi," the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion in the ancient coffin said slowly. "It's that simple?" Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. But he didn't hesitate too much, and soon reached out and pressed the center of the coffin cover. Then, he began to release his blood and chi according to what the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion said. Chapter 214. Instantly, a strong blood and chi power surged out from Lin Zichen's palm, in the form of strands, flowing to the coffin cover under his palm. The moment the blood and chi power came into contact, the runes on the surface of the ancient coffin immediately glowed with a faint red light. As the blood and chi came into contact with more, the red light on the runes became more dazzling. Lin Zichen looked at the runes on the ancient coffin, and couldn't help but think of the runes that he saw in the coastal forest that day, which were transformed from water droplets and lingering around Shinqinghan. The owner of Tianren Pavilion lived a long time ago. Maybe she knew those runes of Hanin. Well, I have to find a chance to ask later. Just thinking. Suddenly, Lin Zichen found that the blood and qi power in his body was rapidly draining away. It was a passive loss, not an active release. After absorbing the blood and qi released by Lin Zichen, the bronze coffin under the palm began to actively absorb the blood and qi in Lin Zichen's body. The absorption speed was extremely fast. Like a black hole, it instantly absorbed most of the blood and qi in Lin Zichen's body. Lost too much blood in a short period of time, Lin Zichen felt a little uncomfortable, a weak feeling of just tempering his body. The bronze coffin in front of him, or more accurately, the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion in the coffin, was really good at absorbing. It sucked fast and hard. It looked like a wife who had been starved by her husband for several years, with an unsatisfied look. In response, Lin Zichen frowned slightly. But he did not stop delivering blood and qi. He just silently took out a high-level blood recovery pill from the storage space, and then quietly opened his mouth and ate it to replenish blood and qi. With the blessing of the blood recovery pill, Lin Zichen felt much better. Let the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion suck whatever he wants. Just don't drain the person all at once. That's it. Lin Zichen ate the blood recovery pill, while letting the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion in the bronze coffin suck. Shinqinghan saw that several minutes had passed, and couldn't help but look worried and said, "Dean, it's been so long, why hasn't the transmission been completed yet? If this continues, Xiaochen will be injured because of too much loss of blood and qi." "It's okay, Pavilion Master and Zichen must have known it. The two are still continuing now, which means that the problem is not big." Lu Chuanwu comforted. Shinqinghan was still worried, but didn't say anything else. He just looked at Lin Zichen quietly, paying attention to his physical condition. Once he found that his physical condition was not right, he would go to rescue him as soon as possible. In front of the bronze coffin, Lin Zichen took out 3 high-level blood recovery pills, and threw them into his mouth to replenish the blood and qi that were losing faster and faster in his body. He complained in his heart that the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion was too good at sucking. 10 minutes have passed since the transmission, and it still can't be satisfied, and is still sucking hard. Before sucking, it would ask politely if I am willing to be sucked. Why does it become so impolite after sucking? It feels like I can't get in. It's confirmed that the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion is a scumbag who is good at sweet talk. I'm thinking about these things. In a blink of an eye. 20 minutes passed. At this time, the runes on the bronze coffin gradually dimmed. Stop absorbing the blood and qi in Lin Zichen's body. Then, there was a heavy and rough friction sound. The cover of the bronze coffin moved. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately took his hand off the cover and took 2 steps back. During this time, his eyes were fixed on the bronze coffin, full of curiosity and anticipation for the next scene. The 3 people behind him were the same, staring at the bronze coffin intently. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the bronze coffin. It was not as expected that the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion would quickly open the coffin and get up. If nothing unexpected happens, it should take some time for resuscitation. Seeing that the bronze coffin had not moved for a long time, Shinqinghan walked lightly to Lin Zichen's side. She tiptoed slightly, and put her cherry mouth close to Lin Zichen's ear, fearing that she would disturb the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion in the coffin. She asked in a very gentle voice, "How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable?" Lin Zichen was sucked by the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion for almost half an hour, and she was worried that Lin Zichen's body was seriously damaged. "It's okay, just rest for a while." While saying this, Lin Zichen's eyes did not leave the bronze coffin for a second. About half a minute later, the bronze coffin moved. The bronze coffin, which was originally lying flat, suddenly stood up on the spot. Like a vertical refrigerator, the side with the cover was facing the 4 people in front. Then, the heavy cover was slowly moved away. Accompanied by a burst of ancient fragrance, an ancient woman in a Taoist robe slowly walked out of the bronze coffin. She had long hair and a graceful oval face, deep eyes, a straight and delicate nose, and sexy and tender lips, like a peach covered with morning dew, very tempting. Looking down, the loose Taoist robe she was wearing had already shown signs of decay. It felt like as long as she stretched out her hand and gently pulled it, she could tear it into pieces of cloth all over the ground, revealing a snow-white body. But even if her robe was decayed, she still gave people a kind of immortal temperament, like an immortal god in a mythological novel. Lin Zichen did not appreciate the beauty of the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion, but focused on the decayed loose robe. He thought that as the founder of the blood tempering technique, the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion must have a very high status. And a high status means that the clothes he wears must be of very good quality. It may even be a priceless magic weapon. It is a magic weapon in itself, and it is preserved in an ancient bronze coffin. Under normal circumstances, it should be preserved intact even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, the Taoist robe worn by the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion in front of him was so decayed that it looked like it would rot if it was torn. It is conceivable how long she has been lying in the ancient bronze coffin. It is estimated that the unit should be epochs. Lin Zichen didn't think much about this, and quickly used danger sense to spy on the biological information of the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion to determine what level of existence the other party was. Then, as expected, nothing could be sensed. It is obvious that the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion must be at a very high level, and danger sense cannot spy on her biological information. On the other side, Qi Qingma, who was in front of the bronze ancient coffin, sensed that someone was spying on her biological information. Immediately, she looked up at Lin Zichen in front of her in the direction of the perception. Then she opened her red lips and said, "You dare to spy on other people's biological information at the advanced stage. You are brave." It was actually detected. Lin Zichen opened his eyes wide and was very surprised. Then he immediately deactivated danger sense. In order to avoid displeasing the unfathomable Tianren Pavilion master, Qi Qingma was not displeased. She just reminded him out of kindness, for Lin Zichen's sake, rather than being displeased and warning him. "Dean Lu, how many members do we have in Tianren Pavilion now?" Qi Qingma looked at Lu Chuanwu and asked. Her speaking style was very modern, not as literary as she had imagined. This was her adapting to the local customs after having had many exchanges with Lu Chuanwu in the past years. Lu Chuanwu replied respectfully, "Master, including you, there are a total of 6 people." "Only 6 people? A little too few," Qi Qingma murmured, and continued to ask, "Didn't the remaining person come?" Lu Chuanwu replied, "No, the remaining person has just joined Tianren Pavilion for a few days, and has not fully integrated into it, so I didn't bring her." Qi Qingma nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She just said to the 4 people, "I think you should have mastered the early stage of the blood quenching technique. Now, I will teach you the method of opening your mind." After saying that, she raised her delicate jade hand, and under the confused eyes of the 4 people, she flicked her fingers at the eyebrows of the 4 people, and shot a ray of light into them. The moment the light shot into the eyebrows, Lin Zichen clearly felt that something suddenly inserted into it, and kept twitching back and forth at the position of the eyebrows, which made people very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this discomfort did not last too long. With an inexplicable shaking of the brain, everything soon became boring. Instead, a strange memory appeared in the depths of the mind. Lin Zichen concentrated his mind, and read this strange memory. It was indeed as Qi Qingma said, it was the method of opening the orifices in the second part of the blood quenching technique. After reading for a while, Lin Zichen found that the method of opening the orifices given by Qi Qingma was similar to the method of opening the orifices that Shen Qinghan had randomly studied. Shen Qinghan's method of opening the orifices was 9 shallow and 1 deep. 9 light mental shocks. 1 extremely strong blood shock. The orifices located near the heart were hit. And there were 3 methods of opening the orifices that Qi Qingma had just given, corresponding to the heart orifices, brain orifices, and body shell. 1. The way to open the heart orifice: condense the blood into a needle shape, and use 10 times as a cycle, and impact the orifices from light to heavy. 2. The way to open the brain orifice: condense the spirit into a needle shape, and use 3 times as a cycle, and impact the orifices from light to heavy. 3. The way to open the body orifice: condense the blood and spirit into needles respectively, and make a cycle of 4 times. The first 2 times are a light and heavy blood shock, and the last 2 times are a light and heavy spiritual shock. To put it bluntly, the method of opening the orifice is actually a question of the rhythm of the shock. You can learn it at a glance, without any difficulty. If you insist on saying that it is difficult, there is only a cultivation threshold. You must be a pure-blooded human to practice. Moreover, the physical talent of this pure-blooded human must be strong enough, otherwise even the blood and spirit cannot be condensed into needles, let alone opening the orifice. It may be difficult to even the early stage of body refining. And now the 5 people in the Pure Human Research Institute, no matter which one, have extremely strong physical talents, far stronger than ordinary people. Lu Chuanwu was born in a martial arts family. Song Yuyan was the runner-up in the Kyoto College entrance examination. Ma Shiwei was the fourth in the Kyoto College entrance examination. Needless to say, Lin Zichen's physical talent is the best in the world. And Shen Qinghan, although his physical strength is not too outstanding, has a special physique, and is naturally easier to control blood and qi than others. In addition, his mental strength is also high, which is just suitable for practicing blood quenching by accident. As compensation for the blood and qi just transferred, this twin light and dark fruit belongs to you. After eating it, it will greatly improve your blood and spirit. Qi Qingmo conjured a black and white fruit from his sleeve out of thin air, and his figure flashed in front of Lin Zichen, handed the fruit over and said. Lin Zichen was shocked. He didn't notice how Qi Qingmo flashed over just now. He couldn't see any trace of flashing over. He didn't know whether Qi Qingmo's flashing speed was too fast, and he couldn't catch it with his current naked eye strength. Or maybe Qi Qingmo's flash just now was not what he imagined, but a direct space teleportation. Take it. Seeing that Lin Zichen was inexplicably stunned, and did not take the fruit, Qi Qingmo could not help but urge him. Lin Zichen came back to his senses after hearing this, and quickly reached out to take the fruit and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master. Don't thank me, this is compensation for you, not a reward." After saying that, Qi Qingmo flashed again, and returned to the bronze ancient coffin in an instant. This time, Lin Zichen still failed to capture the trace of the flash of the Pavilion Master of Tian'an Pavilion. Qi Qingmo reached out, and touched the bronze ancient coffin. The next second, the bronze ancient coffin disappeared directly on the spot, leaving only a clean square ground without a trace of dust. "I have something else to deal with, so I leave first. I come find you later." After saying this, Qi Qingmo flashed in front of the few people and disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Where is he?" The four of them were stunned, not understanding how Qi Qingmo disappeared out of thin air. Lin Zichen reacted quickly, and immediately released his mental power to cover the area within a kilometer radius into his perception range. Then, he carefully searched for Qi Qingmo's figure. After searching for nearly 10 seconds, he didn't even let go of the place nearly 100 meters underground, but he couldn't find Qi Qingmo's figure. This person disappeared completely, as if he had never existed. "Dean, do you know what level of strongman the Pavilion Master is? I feel that she is so outrageous." Song Yuyan looked at Lu Chuanwu and asked. Lu Chuanwu shook his head. "Your question stumped me a bit. I don't know exactly how high the Pavilion Master's biological level is." After that, he added, "Based on the strength that the Pavilion Master just showed, I guess she is at least an epic level powerhouse, or it is not impossible that she is a legendary level powerhouse." Legendary level powerhouse? Song Yuyan felt that it was unlikely and said, "This is the same level as the State Master, it's too exaggerated." Lu Chuanwu disagreed. "What's so exaggerated about this? I even think that the Pavilion Master is an omnipotent mythical level powerhouse." Song Yuyan was speechless. "Dean, this is getting more and more outrageous. Pure respect for the past and contempt for the present." Lu Chuanwu stroked his beard and said, "It's not that I respect the past and contempt for the present, but the entire human history has been respecting the past and contempt for the present. Looking at the records in the ruins, in that long ago era, the proportion of humans among immortals was the highest, and the strongest immortals were also humans. What dragons, phoenixes, and kunpangs are all mounts kept by human immortals." Speaking of this, Lu Chuanwu looked at Song Yuyan, who had big breasts and no brains, and asked, "So, do you still think that this is me, an old man, respecting the past and contempt for the present?" Song Yuyan did not answer and fell into deep thought. Lin Zichen also fell into deep thought. After listening to Lu Chuanwu's words, he couldn't help but think about what kind of era Qi Qingmo was active in. Are there really immortals everywhere? Are they the immortals in myths, who can hold the sun and the moon and pick the stars? If such an era really exists, where have all the powerful immortals gone now? Have they sealed themselves up like Qi Qingmo and survived? Then the question is, why would such powerful immortals seal themselves up and survive? What happened in the meantime? Lin Zichen's thoughts became more and more divergent, and his thoughts became more and more fantastic. He had already assumed that the immortals recorded in the ruins were real high-level creatures. Chapter 215. In an undiscovered ancient ruin. Qi Qingmo looked at the empty surroundings, and her slender eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The ruins she was in were the treasure house of the Tian'an Pavilion. It was a secret room for storing evolutionary resources. However, now it was empty, and there were no resources. There was only a trace of disrepair. She knew that most of the disciples of the Tian'an Pavilion took advantage of her self-sealing and embezzled all the resources in the treasure house. This is inevitable human nature. It is foreseeable. It seems that before finding a way out, I will have to rely on that junior to transfuse blood to survive. Qinghan murmured. After that, she continued to mock herself. Too miserable. The spiritual energy of the world is too depleted, which leads to a shortage of evolutionary resources. In a short period of time, it is difficult for her to find enough resources to maintain basic survival. Before she could find a way out, she could only rely on Lin Zichen's blood transfusions to survive. Moreover, she had to have frequent blood transfusions. Her body was too strong, and the blood and qi of a high-level pure-blooded human could only sustain her body activities for a very short period of time. This was still the premise that she did not attack casually. If she had to attack with all her strength when she encountered an enemy, she would probably fall into a deep sleep due to excessive consumption just halfway through the move. The restrictions were great. In the dormitory, Lin Zichen sat on the sofa and carefully observed the twin light and dark fruit in his hand. It was as big as a dragon fruit. The peel was black and white like a zebra. It smelled a little fragrant. If you touch it with your hand, you will feel two completely opposite touches of cold and hot. Touching the black peel, you will feel a little cold. Touching the white peel, you will feel a little hot. Ice and fire, a very magical feeling. Then feel the flesh inside. You can clearly feel that there is an extremely strong vitality inside. This vitality is restlessly jumping around under the peel, and it feels like it will burst out at any time. It took a little time to observe. Soon, Lin Zichen got up from the sofa, walked to the kitchen slowly, washed the twin light and dark fruit in his hand, then cut it in half, and he and Qinghan would share half each. Before giving it to Qinghan, Lin Zichen took a look at the flesh of the twin light and dark fruit. It was also black and white. The pattern was exactly the same as on the peel. I can only say that the name of the twin light and dark fruit is indeed correct. Back to the living room. Lin Zichen walked up to Qinghan, handed her half of the twin light and dark fruit and said, "Here, this half is for you." Qinghan shook her head. "I don't want it, you eat it." "Why not? This is the compensation you spent a lot of blood and energy to get, you should eat it yourself. Look at what you said, with the relationship between us now, yours is mine, and mine is yours. You are acting so distant, which is somewhat inappropriate. Relationship is relationship, but this twin light and dark fruit is a resource you paid a price for. I can't just get half for free without paying anything," Qinghan said seriously. She was not reserved, but she really thought so in her heart. She couldn't take half of his resources for granted just because she was Lin Zichen's fiancée. "I can share a little bit, but sharing half of it when we meet is really too much. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's like cutting the aorta with a knife. Don't think too much. Just eat it if I give it to you. If you really feel bad, you can compensate me from other places in the future," Lin Zichen said, and stuffed half of the twin light and dark fruit into Qinghan's hand. Qinghan looked at the twin light and dark fruit in her hand, pursed her lips, and said to Lin Zichen, "You have given me too much. I feel that I can't repay you in this life. We are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. We are prospective husband and wife living under the same roof, not partners in a business together. There is no need to divide it so clearly." Lin Zichen put his arm around her waist, and said in a gentle voice. Listening to these intimate words, Qinghan felt sweet in her heart and nodded. Well, it's not so clear. When she said this, she was thinking that she must serve Lin Zichen well in the future, and serve him like a personal maid, and never say no to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't have so many ideas as her. Seeing that she finally figured out that there was no need to distinguish so clearly between each other, he didn't say anything more. He took the twin light and dark fruit in his hand, and put it into his mouth with some expectation. One bite. The black and white flesh immediately burst out with extreme sweetness in the mouth. A large amount of cold and hot juice hit the taste buds back and forth, brought an unprecedented taste. It was so delicious that it exploded. And when the flesh was swallowed into the stomach, the blood in the body immediately surged like a storm, and the intensity continued to soar. At the same time, the sea of consciousness in the brain was expanding rapidly, bringing a somewhat comfortable swelling feeling. It was like Qinghan put her soft little hand on her head and gently stroked it. It was so comfortable that she was floating in the air. Lin Zichen enjoyed this inexplicable pleasure. He immediately ate all the twin light and dark fruits in his hand in 3 or 2 bites. He even swallowed the core. Seeing this, Qinghan also began to eat the half of the twin light and dark fruit in her hand in small bites. When she tasted the first bite, she suddenly opened her eyes, and her pretty face was full of surprise. Sour and sweet. Full of juice. One bite, ice and fire. This is too delicious. Then she ate it in big mouthfuls, without the usual ladle-like look. When she finished eating all the twin light and dark fruits, and swallowed them into her stomach, her body suddenly trembled slightly. Then, a familiar feeling of wetness and heat instantly surged out from under her skirt. She peed. Under the strong stimulation of the twin light and dark fruits, she was born with a sensitive body, and her valve opened uncontrollably, soaking her skirt and sofa. Ah, it's all wet. Shin Chi-han looked at her wet lower body, her pretty face full of distress. Since she merged with the genes of the blue jellyfish king, she had never peed once, except for the almost negative distance intimacy with Lin Zichen. She suddenly peed, which really caught her off guard. After a moment of reaction, she immediately took out a tissue to wipe the urine on the sofa and the floor. Lin Zichen saw this and said, "Let me do it, you can go change your skirt. Then I trouble you." Shin Chi-han said, and turned to the bathroom. However, just as she turned around, Lin Zichen grabbed her hand and said, "Take off your skirt. I use it to wipe it. It's more convenient this way." "Oh!" Shin Chi-han responded, took off her skirt in a few seconds, and threw it on the ground casually. Then she walked quickly to the bathroom with a pair of slender white legs. Lin Zichen picked up the skirt on the ground, wiped the urine on the sofa a few times, and then took the skirt to the washing machine and threw it. The little dirty girl has a special physique, and the liquid she discharges is colorless and odorless, and it can even be said to have a faint fragrance. It's almost enough to clean it up casually. No need to deal with it specially. Go back to the living room and sit down. Lin Zichen calmed his mind and began to carefully feel the strength of his own blood and spirit. When he just ate the twin light and dark fruit, the blood in his body was surging. The size of the sea of consciousness was rapidly expanding. With such a big movement in the body, the strength of chi and blood and the strength of spirit must have increased a lot. Let's see how much it has increased. Fuck! Suddenly Lin Zichen exclaimed. This was the first time he shouted hack in his 19 years of life. At this moment, he was shocked. Because he was shocked to find that his current chi and blood strength and spirit strength were both as high as advanced level 5. He just ate a fruit. The biological level actually evolved directly from advanced level 4 to advanced level 5. It was unbelievable. Before he could recover from the shock, Shin Chi-han's exclamation came from the bathroom. "Oh my god. Lindsay, my blood and spirit strength have soared to the advanced 3rd level. Check if it's my illusion." Accompanied by this shout full of disbelief, Shin Chi-han didn't even wrap herself in a bath towel, and ran over naked. Soared to the advanced 3rd level? Hearing Shin Chi-han's shout, Lin Zichen slightly widened his eyes, thinking that he had heard it wrong. After a moment of reaction, he quickly thought, and used danger sense to check Shin Chi-han's biological information. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but he was shocked when he saw it. It's really advanced 3rd level. The biological level of the little dirty girl has soared directly from advanced 1st level to advanced 3rd level. Evolved 2 levels in a row. Lindsay, help me check if I have really evolved to advanced 3rd level? Shin Chi-han ran to Lin Zichen and stopped, asking him patiently. Lin Zichen calmed down and said, "It is advanced level 3. It is advanced level 3. Shin Chi-han jumped up excitedly, and clapped her hands excitedly. When she landed, her curvy body trembled. She was grinning from ear to ear. "Lindsay, how many levels have you evolved?" Shin Chi-han put away the smile on her pretty face, and asked curiously. She knew very well that the reason why she could evolve 2 levels in a row was probably because she had just eaten half of the twin light and dark fruit. And Lin Zichen, who also ate half of the twin light and dark fruit, must have evolved in biological level. Lin Zichen raised his hand towards the direction of the bathroom, sucked the bath towel in the air, and gently wrapped it around Shin Chi-han, saying calmly, "It's worse than you, only evolved 1 level." "Ah? How could this happen?" Shin Chi-han was a little stunned, and felt unbelievable. In her heart, Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent was far better than hers. They both ate half of the twin light and dark fruit, so Lin Zichen's evolutionary benefits must be more than hers. However, this time, she evolved 2 levels, while Lin Zichen only evolved 1 level. This is very unreasonable. But soon, she figured out the reason. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be that the resources required to evolve from advanced level 4 to advanced level 5 are greater than the resources required to evolve from advanced level 1 to advanced level 3. Thinking of this, she comforted him. "Lin Z, I know why you only evolved 1 level. This is because the difficulty of evolving from advanced level 4 to advanced level 5 is much greater than the difficulty of evolving from advanced level 1 to advanced level 3. It's not that you are worse than me." After listening to Shin Chi-han's words, Lin Zichen felt weird. I have been strong since I was a child, but one day I will be comforted by the cowardly Shen Qinghan. This is really unexpected. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen stretched out his hand to pinch Shen Qinghan's pink and moist lips, and smiled and joked. Verbal comfort alone is not enough, you need some practical comfort. Seeing that Lin Zichen still had the heart to smile and joke, Shen Qinghan knew that she had just thought too much. This childhood sweetheart of hers was not uncomfortable at all just now. However, the comfort that should be given still needs to be given. The thought ended here. Shen Qinghan asked Lin Zichen to sit on the sofa behind him, lifted the slightly wet hair on his forehead to the roots behind his ears, and said softly, "Okay, then I will give you some practical verbal comfort, soothe your heart that has been hurt by a small setback, and let you relax." Looking at Shen Qinghan, who was so sensible, Lin Zichen felt relieved. The little dirty girl is really getting better and better. I am afraid that I must have saved the Milky Way in my previous life to have such a childhood sweetheart in this life. I am really lucky. Thinking about this for a while. While enjoying Shen Qinghan's gentle comfort, Lin Zichen turned his thoughts to the twin light and dark fruits that he and Shen Qinghan had just eaten. Before today, he really couldn't imagine that there was such a fruit in the world that could make advanced creatures evolve just by eating half of it. This is probably much more advanced than the exotic fruit. It has to be described as a fairy fruit. From this, it can be seen that the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion, who can own this fairy fruit and give it away at will, is a very powerful existence. Is it legendary, or mythical, or some unknown level? Speaking of which, such a powerful being, why does it need to suck my blood to revive? There are too many doubts in this. I must ask the pavilion master if I have a chance. Lin Zichen thought to himself. The night gradually deepened. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had been pounding the acupoints in the room for several hours with high intensity. When they were exhausted, they left the room together. They took a comfortable bath in the bathroom. Then they went back to the room and went to bed. Lin Zi, it feels so unreal. I have evolved into a high-level creature before the end of my freshman year. Indeed, after the creature's level has evolved to a high level, it meets the standard for entering the source. I don't know if the source is a bizarre world as it was popularized in the military special training. Shen Qinghan leaned against Lin Zichen's chest, curled up in his arms, and said curiously. Lin Zichen massaged her body skillfully and said, "In a few months, when we are in the second year of college, the school will start recruiting students for the new year. After Tianren Pavilion recruits 100 new members, we will probably have to enter the source. We will know when we see it in person. My cheap senior sister is also on the list of extraordinary geniuses. I always think she is Bai Shui, who we got along with for a while in elementary school. After we enter the source, we can go to confirm it," Shen Qinghan said with some expectation. She has always been concerned about this matter, and wanted to meet the cheap senior sister named Luo Qianxue to see if she is the white-haired girl transfer student who had happily been with her for a while in the second grade of elementary school. She didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence in the world. They look very similar, and the time points are also right, and then they say they are two people. She always felt that the white-haired cheap senior sister in the source was the Bai Shui of the past. "What is the source you just mentioned?" Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded faintly from the window. Shen Qinghan was startled by the sudden voice, and shrank into the quilt with an awe. Her adrenaline was surging, and her heart was pounding. Lin Zichen was also frightened. But he quickly calmed down, got up and turned on the light in the room, looked at Qi Qingma, who was sitting on the windowsill and blowing the wind, and asked in confusion, "Master, how come you suddenly appear here in the middle of the night?" Although he looked confused, he was actually cursing in his heart. Is the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion sick? In the dead of night, he sat on the windowsill of someone else's room, like a ghost, and eavesdropped. This is something a good person with the title of Great Love Immortal Master can do? Are you sure he is not a pervert? Lin Zichen seriously doubted Qi Qingma's character. At this time, Shen Qinghan, who knew that the visitor was the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion, weakly poked her head out of the quilt, and looked at Qi Qingma sitting on the windowsill with puzzled eyes. She really couldn't understand why Qi Qingma, such a powerful figure with unfathomable strength, would do such an inexplicable behavior of breaking into the room of a junior at night. It's hard to understand. Qi Qingma knew that the two would be puzzled by her sudden visit late at night. However, she didn't care about this detail. Instead, she asked again, "Can you briefly introduce the source to me?" Lin Zichen felt a little unhappy when she didn't answer why she appeared here. But due to the other party's strong strength, he didn't show it. Soon, he briefly introduced the origin to the other party. He said that it was an enhanced version of the Earth. It was rich in evolutionary resources. There were various higher-level creatures living there. Then he talked about the current relationship between the Earth and the Origin, indicating that the current situation of mankind was very passive and had been suppressed by the creatures on the Origin side. The situation was not optimistic. After listening to Lin Zichen's introduction to the Origin, Qi Qingma's expression moved slightly, and she felt very surprised and pleasantly surprised. The surprise was that she had lived for so many years, and had never heard of the existence of a place like the Origin. The surprise was that the Origin was rich in evolutionary resources, and if she went there, she might find a way to return to the peak. He calmed down a little. Qi Qingma opened his red lips and asked, "What should I do to enter the source?" Lin Zichen answered truthfully, "All military headquarters above the provincial level in Jiuzhou have suppressed a biological channel leading to the source. You can reach the source through these biological channels." At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Shanghai City, a group of masked people gathered together and secretly discussed the attack on Lin Zichen. Eighth Elder, didn't the Great Elder say that we should wait for him to launch a general attack on the ground before we attack Lin Zichen? A woman wearing a two-leaf clover mask hesitated and said worriedly. Opposite her, a man wearing a clover mask, the Eighth Elder of the Divine Plant Religion, said calmly, "It will be too late when the Great Elder takes action. Now most of the strong men in Nanjiang Province have entered the source to help resist the beasts. We must take advantage of the most empty time inside Shanghai University to attack Lin Zichen and take him away. If we wait for the Great Elder to launch an attack, a large number of mechanical transformation strong men will surely come to support Shanghai City soon. By then, there will be no such good opportunity to attack Lin Zichen as now. So, I decided to attack Lin Zichen tomorrow night. Do you support or oppose?" When saying this last sentence, the Eighth Elder stood up from his seat, looked around condescendingly, and was extremely domineering. All the masked people present did not dare to raise any objections, and could only speak out in support. Chapter 216. Biological Channel? After listening to Lin Zichen's introduction to the source, Qi Qingma couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She tried to search for any information related to the source from her memory, but nothing was found. It seems that this so-called source is indeed an unknown place that I have never set foot in. I have to find a chance to enter and find out. Qi Qingma thought silently in her heart. The other side of the bed. Lin Zichen saw that Qi Qingma was silent for a long time, and after hesitating for a while, he asked the previous question again. "Master, you came to us so late. Is there something important?" "No, I just want to suck your blood," Qi Qingma said honestly without any scruples. When Lin Zichen heard this, his face changed slightly, and he felt a little bad. He just sucked it during the day, and now he wants to suck it again? This Tianren Pavilion Master is really a good person? Are you sure he is not a bad person? Lin Zichen thought so in his heart, and couldn't help but panic a little. He was worried that Qi Qingma would get addicted and suck him dry like an uncontrolled drug addict. He would die on the bed. Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, had the same concern. He held Lin Zichen's hand tightly. His heart was pounding. He was very nervous. Seeing the strange look on their faces, Qi Qingma guessed that they must have misunderstood something. So he explained, "I came to visit you tonight because I traveled a long distance during the day, and my blood and qi were almost exhausted. I need you to transport blood and qi to maintain my basic vitality, so I came to find you. I wanted to knock on the window, but when I heard you talking about the place of origin, I sat down and listened for a while. I'm sorry if I scared you too just now. Well, it's quite polite. But not much. If I were really polite, I wouldn't break into someone else's room at night." Lin Zichen complained in his heart and asked, "Master, can't you make your own blood?" He couldn't understand why Qi Qingma, such a powerful being with unfathomable strength, had to rely on sucking other people's blood to maintain basic survival. Is there something wrong with her body? Or is she unable to adapt to the living environment of this era and was eliminated by this era? Just like the extinction of dinosaurs in the past. "No," Qi Qingma said calmly. "My evolutionary path is to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this world is almost exhausted. Without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, most of my body functions have stopped working. Cannot generate blood. Cannot generate spiritual consciousness. Use a little less, until the vitality in the body is exhausted and the body dies. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows slightly. This is the second special energy body he heard about. The first is the source of power. It is the source of power in the bodies of aliens and beasts. Qi Qingma continued, "Before my body can generate blood and qi on its own, I need you to give me a blood transfusion. Of course, I won't let you transfuse blood for nothing. I will give you corresponding compensation afterwards. Compensation afterwards? Lin Zichen felt like a gigolo, being prostituted by Qi Qingma every day. And the so-called compensation is the money for prostitution. Aside, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, Pavilion Master, I am also a high-level pure-blooded human. Why don't you suck mine? Lin Zichen had just been sucked by Qi Qingma for nearly half an hour during the day. She was worried that if Lin Zichen was sucked again by Qi Qingma, his body would not be able to bear it. So she mustered up the courage to volunteer to be sucked in place of Lin Zichen. However, in the face of her volunteering, Qi Qingma did not even look at her, but just said lightly, Your blood quality is too low, it cannot be sucked. Shen Qinghan was silent, lowered her head, and pursed her lips, feeling very uncomfortable. She was despised again. Obviously, the biological level has evolved to the advanced third level, but the Pavilion Master still despised it as trash. It was really uncomfortable. Qi Qingma didn't care whether she was uncomfortable or not, and said to Lin Zichen, Open your mouth. Open your mouth? Lin Zichen was confused. But without thinking too much, he quickly did as Qi Qingma said, and opened his mouth honestly. Seeing that Lin Zichen had already opened his mouth, Qi Qingma raised her fair jade hand and flicked her fingers, accurately shooting a red pill into his mouth. This red pill melted in his mouth, instantly turning into strands of warm currents, quickly flowing to every muscle, bone, blood and flesh in Lin Zichen's body, speeding up the speed of his body's generation of blood and qi. The effect of the red pill is the same as that of the blood replenishing pill, both of which are used to promote the body's generation of blood and qi. The only difference is that its efficacy is hundreds or thousands of times that of the advanced blood replenishing pill. Come and deliver blood and qi to me, otherwise you will soon be burst by the endless flow of blood and qi. Qi Qingma teleported to the bed and lay flat on her back without knowing when, with her hands folded on her lower abdomen, closing her beautiful eyes that seemed to be surrounded by stars, and said. Lin Zichen calmed down and asked, How do you deliver it specifically? Before, in the basement, he put his hand on the bronze coffin to transfer. Now there is no bronze coffin, only Qi Qingma lying quietly beside him. He doesn't know how to operate. Qi Qingma said lightly, Put your palm on the position of my heart, and then release the blood and qi. The position of the heart. Isn't that the position of the chest? Lin Zichen looked at Qi Qingma's round and full breasts, and for a moment, he didn't know whether he should put his hand on them to release the blood and qi. But after hesitating for a moment, he quickly put his hand on them, and started to release the blood and qi. The blood and qi in his body became more and more full. If he didn't release the blood and qi quickly, he was worried that his body would burst. When transferring blood and qi, because his hand was always on Qi Qingma's chest, he could clearly feel the softness coming from there, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little confused. In order to prevent himself from getting so upset that he would have an unexpected physiological reaction, he had to speak to divert his attention and asked Qi Qingma, who was lying beside him, Pavilion Master, you just said that your evolutionary path is to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but you also created the blood-quenching technique. Does this mean that you are practicing two evolutionary paths at the same time? Yes, practicing both immortality and martial arts. Qi Qingma said calmly. She was different from Lin Zichen. She did not feel uncomfortable because a man touched her chest with his hand. She had lived for countless years, and had long seen through the world. She would not be bound by the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the world. She was just a skin. Even if she was naked and seen by others, she would not feel any fluctuation in her heart. The only thing that could make her emotional now was that she made a further step in her evolution. Dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts? This was the first time that Lin Zichen heard these 4 words in reality. He had only seen them in novels before. Qi Qingma simply explained, Yes, dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts. Immortal refers to the way of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Martial arts refers to the way of refining the body. The blood-quenching technique I created is a method of refining the body. After listening to Qi Qingma's explanation, Lin Zichen couldn't help but frown slightly, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Immortal and martial arts, immortal comes first, martial arts comes second. This one can tell that immortal is higher than martial arts. When Lin Zichen thought that the blood-quenching technique he had worked hard to practice was a martial arts lower than immortal, he suddenly didn't want to follow the path of pure-blooded humans, and he lost all motivation. Seeing him frown, Qi Qingma guessed what he was thinking, and said calmly, There is no difference between the 2 evolutionary paths of Xian and Wu, only the direction. Xian focuses on the law. Wu focuses on the body. Although the directions are different, The final evolutionary destination of these two evolutionary paths is the same. The only difference is that each has its own strengths and weaknesses in the process of evolution. Which evolutionary path to take depends on which one is suitable for you. But for most creatures, it is much easier to take the evolutionary path of refining spiritual energy than the evolutionary path of refining the body. Therefore, in the era I lived in, most of the strong took the evolutionary path of refining spiritual energy. After hearing what Chi-Ching-Ma said, Lin Zichen couldn't help but have a question in his heart. Master, since the final evolutionary destination is the same, shouldn't we focus on taking one of the evolutionary paths? Why do we need to practice dual cultivation to disperse our energy? Chi-Ching-Ma, you are right. Practicing dual cultivation will indeed distract one's energy, and the gains will not outweigh the losses. Lin Zichen, why then? Chi-Ching-Ma, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was becoming increasingly thinner at that time. The evolvers who took the evolutionary path of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had to change to the evolutionary path of cultivating the body, and were forced to practice both immortality and martial arts. Otherwise, they would die in the coming Dharma-ending age. After saying that, Chi-Ching-Ma sighed, and I am one of the evolvers who was forced to practice both immortality and martial arts. There is actually this secret. Lin Zichen felt that he had heard an incredible secret. At the same time, he also wanted to understand many problems in his heart. First, Chi-Ching-Ma created the blood-quenching technique, probably not to care about the mortals who were oppressed by the strong, but to find a way out for himself. The records in the ruins are wrong. Second, the age of gods mentioned by Lu Chuanwu before was probably real. This age of gods should refer to the era in which Chi-Ching-Ma lived. The reason why the immortals and gods of that era have disappeared and drowned in the long river of time is probably because the earth has entered the Dharma-ending age. The spiritual energy is exhausted, and they can't survive. Then they either seal themselves like Chi-Ching-Ma and survive, or die directly. No! The exhaustion of spiritual energy affects the strong who take the evolutionary path of refining spiritual energy. Where did those strong who take the evolutionary path of body refining go? Why did the earth be attacked so many times by the creatures from the source, but these strong body refining strong people did not come out to resist? Lin Zichen was puzzled and could only ask Chi-Ching-Ma, Master, if it is true as you said, there should be many strong body refining strong people on the earth, but in reality, there is not a single one. What's going on? Chi-Ching-Ma explained, because the spiritual energy is exhausted, it affects not only the creatures who take the path of refining spiritual energy, but also all the creatures living in the spiritual energy era. That's why, after I revived from the bronze coffin, I still had to rely on you to transport blood and chi to survive. Creatures living in the spiritual energy era, even if they take the evolutionary path of body refining, cannot survive in the end of the law era without spiritual energy. After listening, Lin Zichen pondered for a moment and finally came to this conclusion. In other words, when the end of the law era comes, all the creatures in your era will die? Chi-Ching-Ma, if you can't live like me by sealing yourself, that is definitely a sure death. Lin Zichen, that is to say, there may be many powerful people in the spiritual era who are self-sealing in the ruins of the earth now. Chi-Ching-Ma denied, no, there are still very few powerful people who can seal themselves for many years like me without decaying. She then continued, I am not bragging. Even in the spiritual era where immortals and gods are everywhere, I am one of the top powerful people. There are probably less than 2 hands of powerful people in the spiritual era who can seal themselves like me and survive until new life appears on the earth. Lin Zichen believed what Chi-Ching-Ma said. If there are many powerful people in the spiritual era like Chi-Ching-Ma, there will not be only one Chi-Ching-Ma who is revived now. In the following time, Lin Zichen gave Chi-Ching-Ma a blood transfusion while asking her questions about the spiritual era. No matter what questions were asked, Chi-Ching-Ma patiently answered them one by one for Lin Zichen. After all, he was sucking Lin Zichen's blood now, so he must not show impatience. While the two were asking and answering, Shen Qinghan, who was sitting on the bed, did not say a word the whole time, just listened, and looked particularly well behaved. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. The sky outside the window gradually changed from pitch black to a little bright. And none of the 3 people in the room slept yet. It was the same as it was 6 hours ago, and it is still the same now. Lin Zichen was still giving Chi-Ching-Ma a blood transfusion, while constantly asking her questions. Chi-Ching-Ma was still sucking blood while patiently answering Lin Zichen. Only Shen Qinghan, who was originally sitting aside, became less restrained and lay lazily on the bed. Okay, stop. Your blood and chi have been almost used up. Stop and rest for a day, and continue at night. Chi Qingma took Lin Zichen's hand away, sat up from the bed and said. She had agreed with Lin Zichen that she would stay here for the next few days. She had to suck blood twice a day, each time for 6 hours. She had to accumulate blood and qi in her body as much as possible to prepare for entering the source. This is your compensation for giving me blood transfusions every day in the next few days. Take it. Chi Qingma conjured up a glass bottle with more than a dozen pills and threw it to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen caught the glass bottle and took a look at the pills inside. He found that they were the red pills he had taken last night. Chi Qingma, this is the bloodbath pill. After taking it, it can quickly restore blood and qi. It can be used when attacking the heart and body, or when fighting a desperate battle with the enemy. Thank you for the reward, Pavilion Master. You're welcome. This is not a gift. This is compensation for your blood transfusion to me. After saying that, Chi Qingma suddenly conjured up the bronze coffin and placed it beside the bed, ready to lie in and sleep. In the following days, except for the 2 time periods in the morning and evening when she had to suck Lin Zichen's blood, she would lie in the bronze coffin and sleep for the rest of the time, minimizing the loss of blood and qi in her body, and making full preparations for entering the source. By the way, Pavilion Master, I have another question to ask you. When Chi Qingma removed the coffin cover, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered that he had another very important question to ask, and immediately spoke out. Chi Qingma stopped, looked back at Lin Zichen on the bed, and said lightly, "What's the problem?" Lin Zichen took out the mysterious runes that he had recorded before, which were the water drop runes that lingered around Shenqinghan in the coastal forest, and showed them to Chi Qingma, and asked, "Master, do you recognize these runes?" Chi Qingma took a look and shook his head. "No." No? Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He thought that Chi Qingma had lived for so long and must be knowledgeable and know these runes. It turned out that he didn't recognize them. What was the origin of those mysterious water drop runes that lingered around Shenqinghan that day? Chi Qingma asked. "Where did you see these runes?" "I saw them in a ruin somewhere." Lin Zichen made up a reason and said. Chi Qingma fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a moment, she said, "I really don't recognize these runes, but I have seen some characters similar to these runes in some ancient ruins in the spiritual era where I live." Ancient ruins in the spiritual era? Hearing these words, Lin Zichen was very surprised. The spiritual era where Chi Qingma lived was long enough from now. How old are the ancient ruins in this spiritual era? This is a nesting doll. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen asked, "Master, what is the specific situation of the characters in the ancient ruins you mentioned?" Chi Qingma thought about it and said, "I don't know the specific situation. I saw those characters on a mural in an underwater ruin. I don't understand the meaning of those characters." Undersea ruins? Murals? Hearing these 2 information points in Chi Qingma's words, Lin Zichen couldn't help but think of the underwater ruins video that Lu Chuanwu had shown him before, and the pearl shell bracelet that he had taken back from the underwater ruins. "Master, don't sleep yet. I go to the Research Institute and get something to show you. It's a video about the underwater ruins." After saying this, Lin Zichen immediately got out of bed, put on his shoes, walked to the window, and jumped out of the window to the direction of the Research Institute. Seeing this, Shenqinghan hurriedly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and jumped out of the window and chased after him, shouting, "Lin Zi, wait a minute, wait for me, I go with you." Chi Qingma teleported to the window and stopped, watching the 2 people's backs gradually moving away, and he was also curious. Underwater ruins video? Is it a ruin similar to the one he entered at the beginning? Chapter 217. Lin Zi, wait for me. Shenqinghan shouted to Lin Zichen in front of him as soon as he landed. When Lin Zichen heard the shout, he immediately turned around and ran back, picked up Shenqinghan, and rushed to the institute. Because of the high speed, a rush of air was raised wherever he passed. The skirts of passers-by were blown up, and their hair was thrown on their faces. In just over 10 seconds, Lin Zichen rushed to the door of the institute with Shenqinghan in his arms. After putting Shenqinghan down, he conjured a card out of thin air and opened the door of the institute with a click. At this time, the sky was not completely bright. At this point, Lu Chuanwu usually still didn't come at home. Song Yuyan usually still slept in the exclusive room in the institute. Therefore, the institute was gray and dim at this time. Lin Zichen didn't even turn on the lights when he came in, and took Shenqinghan directly to Lu Chuanwu's office. Just halfway there, suddenly, a naked Song Yuyan walked out of the dim bathroom in front. She was naked, wearing nothing but a pair of white cotton slippers on her feet. Lin Zichen was stunned. Shin Qinghan was also stunned. Song Yuyan was confused. She slept naked last night, and just woke up because she had to pee. Thinking that she was the only one in the institute at this time, she simply went to pee naked. But she never dreamed that she would run into Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan when she came out of the bathroom after peeing. After a moment of reaction, Song Yuyan immediately covered her lower body with one hand and her upper body with the other, took a step back and retreated to the bathroom, and then closed the door with a bang. It was still dark in the morning. What were these two people doing in the institute? I have never held a man's hand since I was a child, but now my body is exposed. My chastity that I have treasured for nearly 30 years is gone. How should I face those two people in the future? Song Yuyan's mentality exploded. She covered her pretty face, which was red and almost dripping with water, with both hands. She felt embarrassed and uncomfortable in her heart, and wanted to live on another planet. Outside the door, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan felt embarrassed for Song Yuyan inside. Just thinking about it made them feel socially dead. When the two of them came in just now, they walked too fast, and the bathroom was dark without turning on the lights, so they didn't notice Song Yuyan inside at all. This back and forth created such an embarrassing situation. Although it was very embarrassing, Lin Zichen was in a hurry to get the video of the underwater ruins, so he didn't think too much, and quickly took Shin Qinghan to Lu Chuanwu's office. When the two of them copied the video and walked out of the office together, Song Yuyan, who had just been naked and hiding in the bathroom in frustration, was now wearing a loose martial arts uniform and sitting on the sofa in the living and leisure area to look at her phone. Seeing the two people coming out, Song Yuyan wanted to pretend that nothing had happened just now, but her tone was very stiff. Why did you two come to the institute so early? Lin Zichen replied, I came to copy the underwater ruins video saved by the dean on the computer, and show the pavilion master if he recognizes the murals on it. The pavilion master went to find you? Yes, he said that he would stay in my and Henan's dormitory for a while, absorb more blood, and accumulate energy to prepare for entering the source. Is that so? Sister Yin, let's not talk about it first. I have to go back to the dormitory before the pavilion master lies in the coffin and sleeps. After saying this, Lin Zichen left the institute with Shin Qinghan without looking back. On the way back to the dormitory, Shin Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help asking, Lin Zi, did you see Sister Yan's body just now? I saw it. Lin Zichen answered honestly. The scene just now was so obvious. Saying that you didn't see it would be fooling a child. Shin Qinghan, Sister Yan is so clean, her whole body is white and tender, so enviable. A fatal question, right? Lin Zichen didn't fall for it, and solve the problem at the speed of light. Anyone can envy Sister Yan, but you can't, you are so many times whiter and tenderer than her. Shin Qinghan felt happy when she heard this. Lin Zichen didn't say much to her, and quickened his pace to return to the dormitory. In just a moment, the two returned to the dormitory with the copied video. Lin Zichen didn't waste a second, and quickly went into the room to get the tablet computer and uploaded the copied video to it. Then, clicked to play the video, and put it in front of Qi Qingma for her to watch. Qi Qingma was a little curious about the tablet computer, but she didn't study it. Instead, she watched the underwater ruins in the video carefully. When she saw the mural of a large group of water creatures kneeling to worship a woman, her slender and delicate eyebrows could not help but slightly raise. Exactly the same. The underwater ruins in the video are exactly the same as the underwater ruins she entered that year. The content is a large group of water creatures with extremely high status, kneeling in awe to a mysterious woman lying on her side in a shell. And they are the same woman. Where is this underwater ruin? Qi Qingma was successfully interested, and wanted to go to the underwater ruins in the video to find out. Lin Zichen said, it disappeared. Disappeared? Qi Qingma was a little confused. Lin Zichen explained, the video of this underwater ruins was filmed and preserved by Dean Lu many years ago. Dean Lu said that after he came out of this underwater ruins, he wanted to go in again, but found that the entrance to the ruins had disappeared. I asked the local fishermen, and they all said that there could be no ruins there, saying that Dean Lu must have remembered it wrong. Qi Qingma looked thoughtful after hearing this, thinking that there must be a magic circle. After thinking about it, she looked at Lin Zichen and asked, which sea area is the mysterious underwater ruins in the video? Xuanri Bay not far from here. Xuanri Bay? Qi Qingma remembered the place name in her heart, and then said to Lin Zichen, after I go into the source and come out, I will go to Xuanri Bay to help you check it out. She was very curious about the underwater ruins in the video, but it was just curiosity. The most important thing for her at the moment was to go into the source to find a way out. All other things had to give way to this matter. By the way, Pavilion Master, Dean Lu brought out a pearl and shell bracelet from that mysterious underwater ruins. I show it to you. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Han Nin, take out the pearl and shell bracelet that the dean gave you and show it to you. Okay, I get it now, Shen Qinghan said as he walked quickly into the room. Then, in the blink of an eye, she returned with a pearl shell bracelet. Qi Qingmo's eyes lit up when he saw the bracelet. Without waiting for Shen Qinghan to come over, Qi Qingmo sucked the bracelet in through the air and took it in his hand to observe and feel it carefully. This bracelet actually contains such a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After observing and feeling it, Qi Qingmo's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, and his face was full of disbelief. The pearl shell bracelet contains a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that she needs. This amount is enough for her to continue to use all her strength for 3 days. Master, this bracelet contains spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Lin Zichen said in surprise. He had studied this bracelet many times, and he felt it was mediocre. Unexpectedly, it actually contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the era when Qi Qingmo lived. This is somewhat incredible. Can you give me this bracelet? Qi Qingmo looked at Shen Qinghan and said, I really need this bracelet now. Shen Qinghan could give it to her, but she didn't say so right away. Instead, she looked at Lin Zichen beside her without any opinion. No matter what decision she made, she needed to ask Lin Zichen's opinion first. It wasn't Lin Zichen who asked her to do this, she just wanted to do it herself. From childhood to adulthood, she was used to being a little girl with no opinion, and used to Lin Zichen making decisions for her. Likewise, Lin Zichen was also used to her eyes. The moment she looked over, he decided for her, since you really need this pearl and shell bracelet, of course I give it to you. After all, this bracelet can't play its value at all in our hands, and it will eventually become a useless jewelry. Only in your hands can it play its greatest value. Lin Zichen was licking Qi Qingmo, wishing to lick her to the sky. Such a powerful boss, if he licked her to his heart's content, his safety would be guaranteed. You can worship her as your godfather. No, it should be worshipped as your godmother. Maybe you can walk sideways on the earth from now on. You two are really good kids. Qi Qingmo looked at the two people in front of him, with a relieved smile on his face, and then said, I will go into the source to find a way out in a while, and I will try my best to collect evolutionary resources for you on the way. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan thanked him one after another. Qi Qingmo smiled and said, I should thank you too. Not only did you give me blood and qi, but you also gave me a bracelet that contains spiritual energy. It's really a timely help. With this pearl and shell bracelet, she will have the confidence to enter the unknown land of the source, without fear of any opponent. She believes that no matter how unknown the source is, the creatures in it who mainly cultivate the source power will not be stronger than the creatures in the spiritual era where she lives. As long as she can use her spiritual power to exert her peak strength, she will definitely be able to sweep the source. At worst, she can retreat without injury, without worrying about dying in there. Master, with this bracelet, do you not have to suck Lin Zi's blood? Shen Qinghan asked after hesitating for a while. Qi Qingmo, no, I still have to suck it. Use less spiritual energy. I won't use it until the last moment. If you can rely on blood and qi to maintain your vitality, then it's best to consume blood and qi to maintain your vitality. There's no need to waste the hard-earned spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Oh, I see. Shen Qinghan nodded. Then she quickly asked, Pavilion Master, can I ask what your strength is? She was very curious about Qi Qingmo's biological level. She wanted to know whether this Pavilion Master of Tian'an Pavilion was an epic creature, a legendary creature, or a mythical creature of the highest level. Facing Shen Qinghan's question, Qi Qingmo educated her seriously. Don't ask others about their strength realm casually. This is an offense, understand? Shen Qinghan was stunned for a moment. After a moment of reaction, he immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake at the speed of light. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master, I won't do it again in the future. Qi Qingmo didn't dwell on this topic for too long. With a thought, she took back the bronze ancient coffin she had taken out before. After that, she said to the two of them, I won't rest now. I have to go to Shuangruan to look for the underwater ruins. As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed and disappeared in front of the two of them in an instant. The underwater ruins in Shuangruan can actually unearth objects containing a lot of spiritual energy. We must go and find out now. Lin Zi, do you think the Pavilion Master can find the underwater ruins? Shen Qinghan asked curiously. Lin Zichen shook his head. I don't know. I have to wait for the Pavilion Master to come back to know. Lin Zi, I didn't sleep all night last night. I'm so sleepy. Shen Qinghan yawned and said a little listlessly, Are you sleepy? Do you want to catch up with me for some sleep? Lin Zichen, I am a little sleepy too. Let's go catch up on some sleep, and go to the research institute when we wake up. After they finished talking, they went to the bathroom to wash their faces. Then they went back to the room and lay down on the bed to sleep. Because they hadn't slept all night, they fell asleep almost as soon as they lay down. At 1 p.m., the sun was shining brightly. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan woke up from the bed, simply fried a piece of exotic beast meat, cut some exotic fruits, ate them in a few bites, and went out to the research institute. When the two arrived at the research institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan both sat cross-legged on the yoga mat to impact the acupoints, and they were very focused on the impact, wanting to evolve into advanced creatures as soon as possible with a pure-blooded human body. As for Ma Shiwei, she sat cross-legged on the other side, and silently learned how to control qi and blood. Thinking of the embarrassing thing that happened this morning, Lin Zichen couldn't help but look at Song Yuyan, and his eyes unconsciously fell on a round and full semicircular curve. Song Yuyan, this mixed blood queen, has a really hot body. If Shen Qinghan's body is pure, then Song Yuyan's body is obscene, and she can catch any man's eyes at a glance. Can I really make my body so curvy by doing yoga every morning? Lin Zichen looked at Song Yuyan's body, and thought so in his heart. At this moment, he wanted Shen Qinghan to do yoga with Song Yuyan every morning in the future to shape her body more gracefully. Just when he was thinking about these things, Song Yuyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the yoga mat and intensively impacting the acupoints, suddenly opened her pair of light blue Western-style beautiful eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, Song Yuyan saw her brother Zichen, who was looking at her upper body without any scruples. Instantly, her pretty face turned red, and she felt very uncomfortable. Just now, her mind was full of thoughts about impacting the acupoints. And now, her mind was full of thoughts about being impacted by Lin Zichen. Her heart was completely confused. Seeing her face turn red like a peach, Lin Zichen realized that his behavior of looking at her was a little inappropriate, and quickly moved his eyes away from her, and stopped looking at her. Repairing weeds in the small garden. Diligently driving piles in the small garden. Collecting morning dew in the small garden. Suddenly, a cell phone ring sounded that didn't sound very serious. It was Lu Chuanwu's cell phone that rang. Hearing the ringing, Lu Chuanwu, who was sitting cross-legged on the yoga mat, picked up the phone and answered the call immediately. Who is it? A courier? I didn't buy a courier. After chatting with the other party for a few words, Lu Chuanwu hung up the phone and murmured, Strange, how could a courier suddenly be sent to me? Could it be that some old man wanted to give me a surprise? After that, he looked at Ma Shiwei beside him, and said to her with a smile, Wei Wei, can you help me pick up the courier at the door? Now that there are more members in the institute, he, the director of the institute, doesn't want to do everything himself, and wants to have the status of a head of an institute. Well, I get it now. After Ma Shiwei said that, she stood up and walked to the door. Chapter 218. In less than 2 minutes, Ma Shiwei, who went to the door to pick up the express, came back holding a large cardboard box. Lin Zichen glanced at the cardboard box, and his eyes fell on the list on it. The sender was anonymous. It was impossible to tell what was sent. Lu Chuanwu walked up and took the cardboard box from Ma Shiwei, wondering, who is so secretive? With this doubt, Lu Chuanwu carried the cardboard box to the table and tore off the seal on it to open it. Just as he tore off the seal, Lin Zichen, who was standing by, suddenly changed his face and hurriedly stopped him. Dean, don't open the box, it's dangerous. Danger sense was beating violently. Opening the cardboard box would cause great danger. Lu Chuanwu stopped when he heard the voice and immediately stepped back to distance himself from the cardboard box. Others also stepped back when they saw this. Zichen, what's wrong with this cardboard box? Song Yuyan looked at Lin Zichen and asked anxiously. Lin Zichen looked serious. I don't know, but I just sensed the danger. As he said that, he had an idea and lifted the cardboard box in the air, wanting to throw this cardboard box with unknown dangers out of the research institute and then deal with it. But at the moment when the cardboard box rose, an accident happened. The surface of the cardboard box suddenly grew bright blood-red flower buds at a speed visible to the naked eye. As soon as these flower buds appeared, they matured and bloomed in an instant, releasing a large amount of red pollen. You are suffering from the flower poison of the advanced alien plant blood-swallowing flower. Poison resistance +1+1+1+11. As this prompt message appeared, Lin Zichen felt a little unconscious. This is poisoning. But with the blessing of invulnerability to poisons, the five senses recovered completely in the next second. Hold your breath, don't inhale these pollens. Realizing that the pollen is poisonous, Lin Zichen immediately reminded the people around him. At the same time, using the biological attribute of storage space, he put the cardboard box in and solved this safety hazard first. On the other side, Shen Qinghan and others had already held their breath and did not inhale any pollen. However, these red pollens do not need to be inhaled at all. As long as they touch the skin, they can immediately poison the prey. It only took 2 seconds. Except for Lin Zichen, the other 4 people were poisoned by the pollen and fell to the ground one after another, and could no longer stand up. Only their limbs were weak, but their consciousness was still clear. What's going on? Who is attacking us? Song Yuyan asked anxiously. Lu Chuanwu was still calm. Looking at this method, it's almost certain that it was done by the Divine Plant Cult. Lin Zi, the Divine Plant Cult is targeting you. Run quickly, don't worry about us. Shen Qinghan said anxiously. Ma Shiwei, who fell beside her, also wanted to say something, but her vocal cords were paralyzed, and she couldn't speak at all. Lin Zichen stood there motionless, not leaving a few people alone. He knew that he couldn't run away at all. His parents were here, and Shen Qinghan was here too. If he was a member of the Divine Plant Cult, if he didn't catch the target, he would definitely attack the target's relatives. Calm down. Concentrate. The spiritual field is instantly expanded. With the effect of higher spirit, Lin Zichen spread his spiritual power to cover the entire Shanghai University, scanning every corner. The first thing to scan was the parents at home and Shen Qinghan's parents. Fortunately, both parents were safe and sound. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqi were watching TV in the living room. Shen Jianya and Su Ming were taking a nap in the room. It was a good thing that the parents were fine. But at this moment, Lin Zichen frowned and did not relax at all. He scanned the entire Shanghai University. The result was that there was nothing abnormal. No alien plants were sensed. Isn't it the divine plant religion? Lin Zichen was a little suspicious for a while. However, he did not relax. He kept radiating his mental power, and repeatedly sensed every corner of the field. After a few seconds, in the direction of the administrative building, he sensed 7 extremely strong energy bodies, which were approaching the research institute at a very fast speed. He looked closely, and found that the 7 people were all faculty and staff of the school. The leader was the director of the school's academic affairs office, and the remaining 6 were all tutors in the Evolution Academy. As soon as something happened in the laboratory, or as soon as the cardboard box was dealt with, the 7 people in the academic affairs office rushed to the research institute immediately. You don't need to look to know that these 7 people are not right. 9 out of 10 are traitors. With this thought, Lin Zichen did not stay in the research institute and wait for death. He rushed out of the research institute as soon as possible and rushed to the crowded teaching building. He has the special biological attribute of social animal. The more earthlings there are in a certain range, the stronger his strength will be. Unfortunately, just after rushing out of the research institute, he was blocked by the director of the academic affairs office, who suddenly accelerated and rushed over. Student Lin, why are you running so fast in school? Did you encounter something important? Zhou Xiaohui, the director of the academic affairs office, asked in a tone of a school leader. Lin Zichen did not answer, but took a step forward and punched the opponent's forehead. Zhou Xiaohui did not expect him to attack suddenly, but he was not panicked at all. He just turned his body slightly and dodged his sudden punch with ease. So strong, he is a rare level expert. Lin Zichen was shocked, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. He couldn't figure it out. This person is just a small director of the academic affairs office in the school. How can the biological level be as high as rare level? Buzz! 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 Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. A large number of vines suddenly emerged from the surrounding green plants and shot towards Lin Zichen like arrows. Lin Zichen wanted to hide, but there was no time to hide. He just moved his body, and the next second dozens of vines entangled him tightly, and the whole person could not move. You have a strong sense of crisis. You attacked me as soon as you saw me, without any hesitation. Zhou Xiaohui looked at Lin Zichen, who was tightly bound by vines, and couldn't help but smile and appreciate this sentence. Lin Zichen said calmly, I didn't expect teacher Zhou to be a traitor of the Shinji sect. Zhou Xiaohui smiled. I don't call it traitor, I call it opening your eyes to see the world. And you are all idiots with futile ideas and no flexibility. You don't know what survival is. After saying that, he instructed the 6 people who came behind him. You 6, go to the research institute and take away all the members of the Tian'an Pavilion inside. Especially Teacher Song, remember to send her to my bed, I have long wanted to taste her. Yes. The 6 people responded in unison. After that, they quickly rushed to the research institute without wasting a second. Looking at the background of the 6 people leaving, Zhou Xiaoyi's eyes were full of excitement. As the director of the academic affairs office, he would basically take action against any beautiful female tutors he saw in recent years. Relying on the simplest means of coercion and inducement, almost all the beautiful female tutors with no power and influence in Shandong University became his playthings in bed. Except Song Yuyan. Only this female tutor who joined Tian'an Pavilion was not taken advantage of by him. Song Yuyan was too Buddhist, never thought about getting a promotion or a raise, and devoted herself to the Pure Human Research Institute, which made him unable to take action over the years. Today, he chose to use force. Directly bring all the people from Tian'an Pavilion back to the headquarters in the source. Then he can play with Song Yuyan however he wants. Not only Song Yuyan, but also Yuan Dongji. Sooner or later, he will get this beautiful woman, who often sways in front of him in Cheongsam. After bringing Lin Zichen back to the source, completing a great deed, obtaining rich evolutionary resources, and greatly improving his own strength. Then he will go and capture Yuan Dongji, satisfy his lust, and play with this Cheongsam beauty. At the same time, seeing Zhou Xiaoyi distracted by his thoughts, Lin Zichen immediately had an idea, and used Lord of the Forest to control the vines on his body, and loosen them from his body. Then he flashed and killed the 6 people who were rushing to the research institute. He had to kill these 6 people first to prevent Shen Qihan and others in the research institute from being taken away. Then, he would deal with Zhou Xiaoyi properly. Find a way to defeat this heretic of the Shinji religion, who has been hiding in Shanghai University for many years. Buzz! A sound of breaking through the air sounded behind him. Zhou Xiaoyi moved. His body turned into a residual image and flashed in front of Lin Zichen in an instant. Then, he suddenly whipped a thorny vine in his hand towards Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen reacted very quickly and jumped directly to avoid the whip. Then he raised his hand and aimed at the 6 people in front of him, and the blood and chi were released with a flick of his finger, shooting the released blood and chi at the 6 people like bullets. Puff! 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 Only a series of dull sounds were heard. The released blood and chi accurately hit the hearts of the 6 people, and quickly destroyed the life structures in the 6 people, completely wiping out their vitality. Seeing that the 6 men were killed instantly, Zhou Xiaoyi was shocked and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. But he didn't stay shocked for too long, and soon came back to his senses and attacked Lin Zichen. He used all his strength as soon as he attacked, and directly released a biological pressure of the highest rare level. With a bang, he pressed Lin Zichen in front of him to the ground and made him unable to move. You can resist the poison of the blood-drinking flower and control the vines. There are too many incredible abilities in your body. No wonder the headquarters must design you. Zhou Xiaoyi walked in front of Lin Zichen, looked down at him, and smiled with a look of realization. Lin Zichen wanted to break free from the suppression of Zhou Xiaoyi's biological pressure, but no matter how hard he tried, his body could not move at all. The biological pressure of the highest rare level was too strong. It pressed on him as a high-level creature, just like the 5-finger mountain pressed by the Buddha on the Monkey King, which was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. No! Can't just sit there and wait for death. If you don't have the strength, you can still use your brain. There must be a way to escape. Lin Zichen's mind was spinning at high speed. Soon, he thought of a way to escape. The suppression is from top to bottom. You will be suppressed and unable to move. Since you can't break free from the top, you can consider breaking free from the bottom. Yes, break free from the bottom. I have the Lord of the Forest, which can control the roots of plants underground to help me escape. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen immediately controlled the roots of plants underground without making a sound. You have to use these plant roots to hollow out the soil under you and create a chance for yourself to escape, in order to hide and delay time. While controlling the plant roots, Lin Zichen opened his mouth with great effort and made a sound. You are so strong. What exactly are you? The 8th elder of the divine plant religion. Zhou Xiaoyi said with a smile. He didn't care about his identity being exposed, because after doing what he did today, he would enter the source and return to the headquarters of the divine planting sect. Everything on earth would have nothing to do with him anymore. It turned out to be the 8th elder of the divine planting sect. Lin Zichen was extremely surprised. The 9th elder of the divine planting sect, who appeared in the coastal forest before, could suppress the rare 3rd level Yuan Dongji, And the dean of the academic affairs office in front of him was actually the 8th elder of the divine planting sect. He was even stronger than the 9th elder of the divine planting sect. This was too shocking. Lin Zichen calmed down and spoke again, with difficulty under the pressure of the creature. Are you strong by nature and then lurking in Shandong University? Or are you originally in Shandong University and later lurked by the divine planting sect and became so strong with the blessing of the divine planting sect's resources? Zhou Xiaohui smiled and said, of course, I became so strong after joining the divine plant sect. After that, he continued, the divine plant sect can bring you evolutionary resources that you can't imagine. When you join, you will realize how stupid it is to resist joining the divine plant sect. Lin Zichen manipulated the plant roots to hollow out the soil below, and asked, what specific evolutionary resources are there? This time, Zhou Xiaohui did not answer. Instead, he raised his lips and said jokingly, like a cat playing with a mouse, Student Lin, I know you are stalling for time. Give up, it's useless. All the strong men of senior and above in the province have entered the source to resist the beasts. No matter how hard you try to delay time, no one will come to save you. I will save myself, Lin Zichen said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the soil under his body suddenly collapsed with a bang. A deep pit collapsed. He, who was on top of the soil, fell down instantly. He successfully escaped from Zhou Xiaohui's extremely powerful biological pressure. He disappeared from Zhou Xiaohui's sight. Huh, you want to escape? Zhou Xiaohui jumped into the deep pit and chased Lin Zichen, who wanted to escape. About half a minute later, at a location hundreds of meters away from the deep pit, suddenly, with a boom sound, a figure suddenly broke out of the ground. It was Zhou Xiaohui. Did he fuse the genes of a giant alien rat? So good at digging? Zhou Xiaohui cursed in anger. The land under his feet was full of deep pits, and he couldn't tell which direction Lin Zichen ran to. After calming down a bit, Zhou Xiaohui looked at the big pit in front of him and shouted calmly, Student Lin, I advise you to come out and surrender immediately. You don't want your parents who live in the family area to get into trouble, right? Underground. Lin Zichen listened to Zhou Xiaohui shouting, and his face changed. The worrying thing finally happened. The family became hostages. And the words of the Deputy State Lord Yi Yongsheng before were not reliable at all. What about the territory of Jiuzhou that he said he could protect? He can protect a fart. I shouldn't trust others easily, thinking of this. Lin Zichen broke out of the ground and landed on the ground dozens of meters in front of Zhou Xiaohui. Seeing Lin Zichen come out obediently, Zhou Xiaohui raised his lips slightly and smiled. Not bad, very sensible, your parents will be safe. Lin Zichen asked, Can I go and say goodbye to my fiancée? Of course not. After saying that, Zhou Xiaohui threw the thorny vine in his hand towards Lin Zichen, wrapping him tightly. In order to prevent Lin Zichen from escaping, Zhou Xiaohui let the thorns on the vine pierce into his body, locking the blood in his body, making him really unable to move. At this time, an ethereal female voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Not bad, you can escape from the pursuit of rare creatures. The two who heard the voice almost looked up at the same time in the direction of the voice. Soon, what came into their eyes was a woman wearing a loose Taoist robe and with a fairy-like temperament. Pavilion Master? Lin Zichen was very surprised. Didn't the Pavilion Master go to Shuangri Bay to look for the underwater ruins in the video? How did he appear here? Did he just come back? Or did he sense what happened here from dozens of miles away when he was far away in Shuangri Bay? The Pavilion Master is unfathomable, so this situation is possible. No matter what, since the Pavilion Master has appeared now, it means that I am saved. Deputy State Master Yi Yongsheng? Go to hell with Deputy State Master Yi Yongsheng. Pavilion Master Qi Qingmo is my backer. On the other side, Zhou Xiaohui looked at Qi Qingmo in the sky. Seeing that the other party could actually fly in the air, and hover in the air for so long, he didn't even notice it. He couldn't help but panic and asked, Who are you? He knew every rare-level strongman in Nanjiang province, and remembered their faces. But he had never seen Qi Qingmo in the sky. My name is not something that any ant deserves to know. Qi Qingmo said this with indifferent eyes. Then, she stretched out her jade hand to Zhou Xiaohui below, and gently shook it in the air. The next moment, Zhou Xiaohui exploded into a ball of blood mist on the spot, condensed and hovered in the sky, until it turned into a bright red pill, and fell into Qi Qingmo's hand. Lin Zichen looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was immediately terrified. He recognized the bright red pill. It was the bloodbath pill he had eaten before. Pinching a person into a ball of blood mist, and then condensing it into a pill. The bloodbath pill that can continuously generate blood and qi in the human body is actually made in this way. Is this the great love immortal master? Why does he look like an evil cultivator who relies on killing people to refine blood? Chapter 219. Qi Qingmao put the blood-soaked pill into his sleeve. Then he raised his delicate hand again, pointed it at the 6 corpses on the ground below, and gently squeezed it through the air. The next second, the 6 corpses exploded. They turned into a blood mist that filled the air. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they quickly condensed into bright red pills. Lin Zichen looked at this bloody scene, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. Killing people to make pills. Is this really the great love immortal master? Those records in the ruins are probably all beautified. The bloody behavior of the pavilion master now has nothing to do with the word great love. In the sky, Qi Qingmao sucked the 6 blood-soaked pills hovering below into his sleeves. After that, she slowly floated down to Lin Zichen and said calmly, "These 7 blood-soaked pills have just been refined. They need to be processed before they can be used. I will give them to you in a few days." "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Lin Zichen calmed down and thanked him politely. To be honest, after knowing how the blood-soaked pills were refined, he didn't want them anymore. It would be fine if they were made from the flesh and blood of strange beasts. He felt a little uncomfortable to use human corpses to refine them. Qi Qingmao looked up at the administrative building in front of him and said calmly, "There are still many people with the same aura as the 7 people just now. I will help you get rid of them all now." As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed and disappeared into the void in an instant. Lin Zichen looked at the place where she disappeared and almost knelt down. Lin has been wandering for half his life, and he only regrets that he has not met a wise master. If my mother does not abandon me, Lin is willing to worship her as his adoptive mother. "Mother, please accept my respect." At this moment, Lin Zichen has already decided that Qi Qingmao is his backer. No matter whether she is a great love immortal master or a great love evil cultivator. In the future, I must lick her to the sky and hug this thigh tightly. He calmed down a little. Lin Zichen did not stay there for long, and soon turned around and rushed to the research institute. Go to see how Shen Qinghan and others are doing. After arriving at the research institute, after a look, they were all fine. Just that their bodies were still a little weak. "I couldn't stand up for a while." "Lin Zi, why are you covered in mud?" Seeing Lin Zichen's face covered in dirt, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but worry and speak out. Before Lin Zichen could answer, Lu Chuanwu next to him asked, "Zichen, was it the traitors of the Shinji sect who attacked us?" "Yes, it was the traitors of the Shinji sect." Lin Zichen continued, "Director Zhou of the Academic Affairs Office is actually the 8th elder of the Shinji sect, and he planned this attack. That lecherous dead bald guy turned out to be a traitor of the Shinji sect?" Lu Chuanwu was shocked. Song Yuyan next door said, "That dead bald guy is not a good person. He coerces and bribes female tutors in the school to have sex with him every day. I am not surprised at all that this kind of person is a traitor. She has a great prejudice against Zhou Xiaoyi, because this middle-aged greasy bald guy has sexually harassed her many times. It made her so annoyed that she wanted to resign at one point." "Zichen, what is the specific situation?" Lu Chuanwu asked. He really couldn't imagine how Lin Zichen escaped from the 8th elder of the Shinji sect. This is what happened. Lin Zichen told everyone what had just happened. How did he escape from the hands of the 8th elder of the Divine Plant sect? Then how did he surrender under the threat of the other party? Finally, Pavilion Master Qi Qingmao came to the rescue, and attacked with a dimensionality reduction, killing all around. Pavilion Master is so powerful, Shen Qinghan said with a face full of longing. Before this, her longing object was her master Yuan Dongji. But from this moment on, this longing object became Qi Qingmao. It's not that she changes her mind too easily, but Qi Qingmao is really too exaggerated. Yuan Dongji fought with the 9th elder of the Divine Plant sect, and was suppressed by the 9th elder throughout the whole process. And Qi Qingmao fought with the stronger 8th elder, and easily crushed him. The difference in strength is too obvious. After briefly explaining the situation, Lin Zichen didn't stay in the institute for long. He quickly took Shen Qinghan out of the institute, and took her back to the dormitory to rest. When the two returned to the dormitory, Qi Qingmao was sitting on the bronze coffin, quietly studying the pearl and shell bracelet on her hand. Seeing Lin Zichen coming back, she said casually, "I have helped you get rid of all the enemies here. If I meet someone with the same aura in other places in the future, I will kill him for you." Hearing this, Lin Zichen really wanted to kneel down. What is a backer? This is a backer? Yi Yongsheng? Trash. Lin Zichen criticized Deputy State Lord Yi in his heart again, and hated this big man who had no credibility. Qi Qingmao didn't know what he was thinking about, but just said lightly, "You go and rest for a while, and then you can supply me with blood and qi later." Okay. Lin Zichen nodded without thinking. He has nothing to give Qingmo now. The only thing he can give is to transport blood and qi. If he can transport more later, he will transport as much as possible, and he must serve this big man well. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen quickly went into the bathroom with Shen Qinghan and took a simple hot shower. Then, they went to the room to take a nap and have a good rest. Lin Zi, I want to try sleeping naked to see if it is more comfortable than wearing pajamas. Shen Qinghan was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes, and turned sideways to say. She remembered the scene of running into Song Yuyan coming out of the bathroom naked this morning, and then thought of Song Yuyan often saying that sleeping naked is very comfortable, and suddenly wanted to try it during this nap. Try it if you want. Lin Zichen responded with a lack of interest. At this time, he was studying the cardboard box in the storage space, curiously looking at the strange seeds in the cardboard box. Earlier in the research institute, the reason why Shen Qinghan and others were poisoned was that the blood-red flowers that sprouted from these seeds were poisoning. I will definitely try it, but I want you to try it with me. Shen Qinghan stood up from the bed, taking off her nightgown, and said softly. After taking off the nightgown in a few seconds, she sat naked beside Lin Zichen, and said in a coquettish voice, Lin Zi, can you sleep naked too? Okay. Lin Zichen took his thoughts back from the storage space, met Shen Qinghan's small request, took off his pajamas, and slept naked with her. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan immediately smiled and hugged her and said, I used to sleep in my pajamas, but now I will try to sleep in a frank hug and see if it feels different. Lin Zichen, what difference can there be? Most likely, your bodies are too close to each other, and the stimulation is too great. After a long time, you can't control yourself, and then you pee all over the bed. No way. Where are you grabbing your hands, little filthy girl? Are you sleeping? It's not like I haven't grabbed you before. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you don't let go, don't blame me for giving you a taste of your own medicine. Come on, I'm not afraid of anything. Okay, don't keep shouting and begging for mercy, Daddy, I was wrong. Ah, Daddy, I was wrong, don't grab me. Shen Qinghan was only handsome for 3 seconds, and was soon subdued by Lin Zichen's hands, clamping her legs together and begging for mercy. In a blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. Shen Qinghan was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and Lin Zichen had already gotten out of bed, and put on his clothes in high spirits, and left the room quietly. Have you rested well? Qingmo, who was still sitting on the bronze coffin studying the bracelet, looked up at Lin Zichen and asked. Lin Zichen nodded. Yes, I have rested well. Then come and give me a blood transfusion. Qingmo said, and gently laid down on the cover of the bronze coffin, waiting for Lin Zichen to press his hand on it for blood transfusion. Lin Zichen did not waste time, walked quickly to the side of the bronze coffin and stopped, stretched out his hand and pressed on Qingmo's chest, and began to transfer blood to her. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours. The process of transferring blood lasted for a full 6 hours before it ended. It was completely dark. Most of the blood in Lin Zichen's body was sucked away, which directly made him go from being full of energy at the beginning to being depressed now, looking like he was squeezed dry by a woman. On the contrary, Qingmo's whole person became radiant and full of vitality. I will sleep first and continue tomorrow morning. Qingmo lay down in the bronze ancient coffin after saying that. He closed the lid tightly and entered a dormant state to conserve his energy. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but silently took out a high-level blood recovery pill and swallowed it into his stomach to speed up the recovery of blood and qi. As for the more effective blood-bathing pill, since he saw Qingmo killing people and refining pills during the day, he couldn't take it in a short time. At the same time, Shanghai City, 20,000 meters underground. In the underground palace, a 3-leaf clover masked man was reporting the situation to a 4-leaf clover masked man. Grand Elder, all the people on the 8th Elder's side have lost contact. All lost contact? The 4-leaf clover masked man, the Grand Elder of the Divine Plant Sect, was full of astonishment on his face. Clover masked man, yes, they all lost contact at almost the same time. The Gu tree could not sense their presence and did not know what happened. The Great Elder of the Divine Plant Sect frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Clover masked man, should we send someone to investigate? The Great Elder of the Divine Plant Sect did not answer immediately. After about 10 seconds, he made a decision. This matter is too strange and may be a fraud. We should choose to wait and see. Remember not to investigate. In half a month, we will launch an attack on Shanghai City. During this period, no extra things should be done. In the next half month, Everything will focus on the plan to capture Shanghai City. Clover Masked Man, I understand. The great elder of the divine plant sect did not speak again, but thought about the matter about the eighth elder again in his heart. As the great elder, he knew that the eighth elder was eager for quick success, and had always wanted to capture Lin Zichen to the headquarters of the divine plant sect. He thought that the eighth elder was most likely in danger. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be that the eighth elder attacked Lin Zichen without authorization, and then was killed by the strong men around Lin Zichen arranged by Yi Yongsheng. Thinking of this, the great elder couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "It's better for such an idiot to die, so as not to be ruined by him in the next plan to capture Shanghai City." The next day, early in the morning, Lin Zichen got up early and skillfully put his hand on Qi Qingmo's chest to supply her with blood and energy. While Qi Qingmo absorbed his blood, he asked calmly, "Which source entrance is closest to here?" "It is closest to the source entrance, number 36 of the Nanjiang Provincial Military District Headquarters," Lin Zichen replied. Qi Qingmo nodded. "Then I will enter the source from there in 10 days. Lin Zichen remembered the underwater ruins in the video and asked, "By the way, Pavilion Master, did you find the underwater ruins when you went to Shuari Bay yesterday?" "No." Qi Qingmo continued, "However, I found traces of a teleportation array there, which proves that the underwater ruins do exist. Unfortunately, the teleportation array only left a trace of teleportation that was almost non-existent, and it was impossible to trace the direction of the teleportation. If there were more traces left, I could find the underwater ruins along the direction of the teleportation." "What a pity," Lin Zichen said with regret. Xin Qinghan, who was listening beside him, also felt it was a pity. She wanted to know about the underwater ruins very much, and always felt that the underwater ruins had something to do with her. At this time, Qi Qingmo said, "Transmitting qi and blood through the Taoist robe will cause unnecessary loss. Just put your hand in and stick it." Lin Zichen opened his eyes wide when he heard it, thinking that he had heard it wrong. "Put your hand directly into the Taoist robe? What's wrong with this woman? Is she so open? Logically speaking, shouldn't the older the people are, the more conservative they are? Why is she so contrary to common sense?" Lin Zichen was puzzled by this. Seeing that he didn't put his hand in, Qi Qingmo couldn't help but frown and urged, "Why are you still standing there? Pavilion Master, men and women should not touch each other. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to do this?" Lin Zichen expressed his concerns. Qi Qingmo disagreed. "The body is just a shell, the spirit is eternal. Just touching an insignificant shell. What's wrong with that?" "This. Put it in quickly. Don't be shy like a little girl." "Okay then." Seeing that Qi Qingmo had said this, Lin Zichen no longer cared about anything. After saying that, he put his hand into her Taoist robe. He pressed it with his emotions fluctuating. At the moment when he felt the touch on his hand, Lin Zichen's heart trembled slightly. I could actually touch it at zero distance, and put my hand close to the proud capital of such an ancient great man. It was unbelievable. Calm down, don't think about these things. Lin Zichen took a deep breath, and then began to skillfully transport blood and qi. Xin Qinghan, who was standing by, wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a while, she couldn't say it. She could only watch Lin Zichen touching another woman. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 days later. This morning, Qi Qingmo finished absorbing the last breath of blood, put on the pearl shell bracelet that contained a lot of spiritual energy, and flew in the direction of the Nanjiang Provincial Military District headquarters. If she wanted, she could teleport to her destination in a moment. But this would consume spiritual energy, and she couldn't bear it. More than 10 seconds later, Qi Qingmo appeared above the Nanjiang Provincial Military District headquarters, looking down at everything below. "Who is it?" A soldier below discovered her presence. Soon, a large number of mechanical modified people flew out of the base, and surrounded Qi Qingmo, who was hovering in the air. Qi Qingmo ignored these mechanical modified people. She sensed the location of the source entrance, and the next second, she disappeared in front of everyone, teleporting to the biological channel below the base. Where is the person? Why did he suddenly disappear? Quickly adjust the surveillance. The military district was in chaos. Inside the biological channel, Qi Qingmo went deeper, carefully looking at the walls of the channel around him, and said in disbelief, "It's actually a living thing? This channel is interesting." Qi Qingmo has lived for so long, but this is the first time she has seen such a special transmission channel, which really opened her eyes. Soon, Qi Qingmo passed through the biological channel, and successfully entered the source that she learned from Lin Zichen. The moment she entered, she immediately keenly sensed that there was an extremely special energy body in the air. It's not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it's not weaker than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What kind of energy body is this? Qi Qingma, who sensed the source power, was very shocked. Chapter 220. After the shock, excitement followed. The energy here is not weaker than the aura, which means that there is a possibility of replacing the aura. If I can introduce the energy here into my body for my own use, then I can return to the peak. Qi Qingma became more and more excited as she thought about it, and her expression gradually became excited. But soon, she became cautious. The energy in this world is not weaker than the aura. This means that the creatures in this world are probably not weaker than the creatures in the aura era. It also means that she is not invincible here. Well, be careful. Qi Qingma thought silently in her heart. If it was the heyday, it would be fine. But now her strength is greatly reduced. She can only rely on the aura in the pearl shell bracelet to continue the peak burst for 3 days. Once she encounters a difficult enemy and cannot end the battle in a short time, she will be in danger. Who is it? How did you get in? Stand still. Several gatekeepers at the source entrance noticed Qi Qingma's presence and immediately clenched their weapons and shouted loudly. Qi Qingma ignored them. At the moment their voices rang out, she rose to the sky with a thought and disappeared in front of them in an instant. She disappeared out of thin air? Quick, report to the city lord. The whole city is on alert. Just now, an unidentified woman broke into the city. She can fly in the air, and her biological level is at least rare. While they were shouting these words, Qi Qingma had already flown thousands of miles away, completely away from city number 36. Finally, she stopped over an endless forest, curiously looking at everything below. Trunks covered with blood vessels, twisted stems and leaves, gorgeous flowers and fruits, strange reptiles. Interesting, the flora and fauna in this world are really strange. Qi Qingma looked at the forest below and exclaimed in amazement. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows and looked down at the position below her. The next second, buzz, buzz, buzz. Several thorny vines rose from Qi Qingma's feet and shot towards her. Facing this sudden attack, Qi Qingma's heart was not shaken at all. With just a slight thought, he smashed all the attacking vines into nothingness. Boom! At the moment, the vines were smashed. A huge sound of breaking through the air came from the forest below. The forest moved. Countless towering trees uprooted and gathered together to form a 1,000-meter tree dragon. Once the tree dragon was formed, it immediately soared into the sky and hovered high above Qi Qingma's head. With the momentum of covering the sky and blocking the sun, it completely enveloped her in a shadow and fell into endless darkness. Above the tree dragon's head, a man wearing a 4-leaf clover mask said, in an extremely strong voice, "Who is coming? How dare you break into the territory of my Shinji sect alone? Don't you know how to write the word death?" While the 4-leaf clover masked man said these words, in the forest below, masked men soared into the sky one after another, all hovering around the tree dragon, facing Qi Qingma, forming a situation of many people fighting against few. Facing more than a dozen powerful men who could fly in the air, Qi Qingma's heart was not shaken. He quickly raised his jade hand expressionlessly, and pointed it at all the masked men in front of him. The 4-leaf clover masked man in the lead suddenly changed his face at this moment, and keenly sensed the unprecedented danger. Run! He reacted very quickly, and shouted to remind others. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately burst into blood and fled behind him. Unfortunately, just as he was about to flee, Qi Qingma behind him had already retracted his 5 fingers, and suddenly clenched his jade hand. In an instant, the 4-leaf clover masked man exploded into a ball of blood mist. And the 1,000-meter tree dragon he had summoned earlier also collapsed, and fell into the lush forest below. Until the moment before his death, he couldn't understand why he, as an epic-level strongman, would be killed by someone like an ant. The third elder is dead? Seeing the 4-leaf clover masked man suddenly die, the other masked men around were stunned, unable to believe the fact before their eyes. Soon, these masked men showed fear on their faces and fled in panic. However, before they escaped 10 meters, they were crushed into a blood mist by an invisible terrifying force, condensing into bright red blood-soaked pills. Qi Qingma waved her jade hand, and put all the blood-soaked pills into her sleeves. Then, she thought about it, and radiated a huge amount of mental power, covering the entire forest, accurately locating every masked man inside, and controlling them all from a distance. Don't kill me! I was forced to join the divine plant religion. I am useful. I can provide many secrets about the divine plant religion. There were masked people shouting for mercy, not wanting to die. Qi Qingma ignored these voices, and directly clenched his jade hands lightly. The next moment, all the masked people exploded into a ball of blood mist and condensed into pills. Why don't these masked people have special energy bodies in their bodies? Are they not the origin creatures? Are they all coming in from the biological channel on the earth like me? Well, that should be right. After thinking about it, Chi-Ching-Mo's figure flashed and disappeared in the sky above the forest in an instant. Then the next moment, he appeared in the sky above a group of beasts thousands of miles away. It was a group of strange beasts, whose names could not be called. 3 heads and 6 legs, with flesh wings on their backs, a body height of tens of meters, and a very strange appearance. They were heading towards the nearest human stronghold. They were going to attack the human stronghold. There are earthlings in the sky. Kill her. Tear her into pieces of meat. In the beast group below, a 3-eyed giant in charge of command shouted. At the moment the voice fell, several 3-headed and 6-armed beasts immediately waved their flesh wings, soared into the sky from the herd, and killed Chi-Ching-Mo above. Chi-Ching-Mo did not dodge or avoid, but silently raised his jade hand and aimed at the entire herd below. The next second, the huge herd exploded, turning into a large blood mist that filled the surroundings and dyed the entire sky red. Chi-Ching-Mo, bathing in the blood mist, had a happy expression on his beautiful face. This is the feeling. Bathing in blood, it's like being reborn. Soon, the blood mist in the sky began to shrink rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, it condensed into bright red blood pills. It's a pity that it's not pure-blooded human blood, otherwise I could absorb it all into my body for my own use, Chi-Ching-Mo said with regret. After saying that, he waved his jade hand, and put the bloodbath pill floating below into his sleeve. After putting away the bloodbath pill, Chi-Ching-Mo slowly descended a little, and looked at the blue crystals on the ground. These blue crystals on the ground fell from the strange beasts that just exploded and died. It is suspected to be something like a beast core. Chi-Ching-Mo picked a few blue crystals of the same size, but different shades of color, sucked them into his hand through the air, and looked at them carefully. These blue crystals all contain rich special energy bodies. The darker the color, the more it contains. It's a bit like a spirit stone. No. It should be like a spirit crystal with a higher purity. I don't know if it can be absorbed into the body through refining like a spirit crystal. Thinking of this, Chi-Ching-Mo immediately released his chi and blood, and used the same method as refining spirit crystals to refine the blue crystals in his hand. Under the high-intensity refining of chi and blood, these blue crystals that looked extremely hard were instantly refined into wisps of blue mist, and then all of them were absorbed into Chi-Ching-Mo's body. As soon as the blue mist entered the body, Chi-Ching-Mo immediately entered the last step of refining, to completely integrate the blue mist that was absorbed into every spiritual orifice in the body. After a few seconds, Chi-Ching-Mo frowned slightly, and sighed with some disappointment. Alas, it's not that easy. She failed to merge. Those blue mists, whose energy value was not weaker than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, could not be integrated into her spiritual orifices at all. Not even a trace of them could be integrated. There must be a way, but it will take some time to find it. What we need to do now is to collect as many blue crystals as possible for later experiments. With more experiments, we will definitely find a way to integrate them. Chi-Ching-Mo muttered a few words. Then, she thought about it, and put all the blue crystals on the ground into her sleeves. Then her figure flashed and disappeared again, going to refine more beasts. Twisted Valley. Center. The Deputy City Lord of City No. 1, a gene fusionist with 6 wings on his back, suddenly soared into the sky from a dense forest, turned into a big bird that covered the sky and the sun, and fled madly with an embarrassed look. Behind him, several terrifying tree dragons with a body length of thousands of meters were chasing him at a high speed. He was ambushed. As the Deputy City Lord No. 1, he originally wanted to lead a team to wipe out a stronghold of the Divine Plant sect in the valley, and by the way, train the 28 alien geniuses. Unexpectedly, there was a traitor from the Divine Plant sect in the team, who stabbed him in the back at the critical moment. The whole team was wiped out, and he was the only one who escaped with difficulty with serious injuries. Then he fell into the embarrassing situation of being chased madly. City Lord Qin, you can't run away. Today, not only you will die, but also the 28 alien geniuses you brought will die. Unless you are willing to surrender to the Divine Plant sect and swallow the goo seeds, then we can spare your life. The people of the Divine Plant sect, who were chasing behind, shouted loudly to the No. 1 Deputy City Lord, who was fleeing in front. As the No. 1 Deputy City Lord, Qin Baiyuan ignored the noise behind him. From the beginning to the end, he was only concerned with the bursts of blood and qi, and kept fleeing to the outskirts of the valley, in order to take the 28 alien-level geniuses over their away safely. More than 10 seconds later, Qin Baiyuan, who turned into a big bird, rushed out of the valley and came to the outskirts of the valley. Seeing that the 28 alien-level geniuses were all there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then waved his wings, swept the 28 celestial beings away, and took them away from here at a very fast speed. These 28 alien-level geniuses are the backbone of the future of mankind. They must not fall into the hands of the divine plant cult. They must all be taken away safely. Even if they sacrifice themselves, they will not hesitate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was only a burst of air-breaking sound. The 1,000-meter tree dragons that were chasing behind him suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye they rushed to the front of Qin Baiyuan and surrounded him on all sides. Lord Qin, either die or swallow the goo seeds and join the divine plant sect you choose. A masked man with a 4-leaf clover said to Qin Baiyuan indifferently. Faced with this choice question, Qin Baiyuan did not hesitate at all. He immediately waved his wings and scattered the 28 geniuses inside, and shouted to them, "Run! It would be best if you can run away. If you can't run away, immediately self-destruct your blood and chi, and you can't be controlled by the divine plant sect and become the enemy of mankind." After shouting these 3 sentences in a very short time, Qin Baiyuan sacrificed his blood essence to make his alienation deeper and gain more powerful strength, and then he rushed to the tree dragons around him to buy time for the 28 alien geniuses to escape. Below, the 28 alien geniuses scattered as soon as they landed and fled in different directions. But before he could run a few steps, he was entangled by a large number of vines that shot out and could not move. None of the 28 alien-level geniuses were spared, and were all entangled. Qin Baiyuan, who was fighting with several tree dragons above, and was beaten to vomit blood, saw that the alien-level geniuses below were all caught, and immediately shouted to them, "Self-destruct your blood and chi, don't hesitate, don't live in vain." If the geniuses self-destruct, it would only be a loss of geniuses for humans. But if the geniuses were controlled by the God Plant cult, it would be a disaster for humans. Hearing this, almost all the alien-level geniuses looked desperate. They were not even 30 years old, had not experienced the joy of life, and did not want to die young. However, in order not to be controlled by the God Plant cult, they all had no choice but to obey Qin Baiyuan's order to self-destruct. However, just as they were about to mobilize their blood and chi to self-destruct, they found that their blood and chi were all locked by the thorns on the vines, and could not be mobilized. If they could not mobilize their blood and chi, they could not self-destruct. Now they could not die even if they wanted to. Qin Baiyuan saw that they could not self-destruct. He immediately became ruthless, and burst out with all his strength to break through the entanglement of several tree dragons around him, and suddenly killed the 28 geniuses trapped by the vines below. He knew that he could not escape today. Rather than letting these geniuses fall into the hands of the divine plant sect, it would be better to kill them by himself and eliminate this hidden danger in advance to prevent the divine plant sect from further expanding. However, just as they made a move, they were caught up by several tree dragons behind them and entangled again. The geniuses below were also quickly pulled away by the vines and away from the battlefield. During the period of being pulled away, Luo Qianxue, who had been holding back, saw that the time was ripe and immediately burst out with mental power, instantly breaking the vines wrapped around her body, and then fled at a high speed. Unfortunately, before she could escape 100 meters, she was entangled by several vines that broke through the air and completely lost the chance to escape. "I can't escape." Luo Qianxue's eyes dimmed. She didn't want to self-destruct, nor did she want to be taken away by the pagans of the divine plant religion. She just wanted to escape. Unfortunately, her strength was limited after all. "Who is it?" Suddenly, the strong men of the divine plant religion in the sky shouted loudly. Luo Qianxue looked up and found that above the heads of those strong men of the divine plant religion, a beautiful woman in a Taoist robe appeared at some point. Chapter 221. Who is she? When they saw Qi Qingmao, everyone at the scene had such a doubt in their hearts. Especially Qin Baiyuan, who was the #1 deputy city lord. At this moment, he was more confused than anyone else at the scene. He knew all the human masters in the source by heart, and could remember every face of him. However, he felt very unfamiliar with Qi Qingmao, who suddenly appeared. "Let's do it together." Only a strong man from the God Plant sect shouted. The next moment, several strong men from the God Plant sect with epic strength attacked Qi Qingmao in the sky from different directions at the same time. They could vaguely feel the power of Qi Qingmao. Therefore, when they attacked, they did not dare to be arrogant. They started with full firepower. They had to get rid of Qi Qingmo with the strongest offensive, in order to avoid unnecessary accidents. Facing several epic-level God Plant Sect Masters attacking at the same time, Qi Qingmo's expression did not fluctuate at all, and remained calm. She just raised her jade hand as usual and gently clenched it at the several attacking God Plant Sect Masters. Instantly. Bang! 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 For God Plant Sect Masters with epic biological levels instantly exploded, turned into a ball of blood mist and spread out, and completely fell. Qi Qingmo thought about it, condensed the blood in the air into a bloodbath pill, and then waved her jade hand to put it all into her sleeves. Then, her figure flashed and fled to the center of the Twisted Valley. She keenly sensed that there were still masked people from the God Plant Sect there. She wanted to kill them all. Cut the grass and root it out. The number 1 Deputy City Lord Qin Baiyuan, and the 28 alien-level geniuses, who stayed behind were still a little confused until now, and they didn't react to what had just happened. They just felt so confused. And a little bit of relief after surviving the disaster. Everyone thought they were dead, but suddenly a mysterious woman came out and raped the 4 epic-level divine plants and killed them instantly. It was unbelievable. Lord Qin, who was that mysterious female warrior just now? An alien-level genius came back to his senses and asked. Qin Baiyuan shook his head. I don't know either. The alien-level genius was very surprised. Lord Qin didn't know. Do you think that the powerful mysterious female warrior just now is the unknown Deputy State Lord? An alien-level genius with a capable short-hair guessed. There are 3 Deputy State Lords in Jiuzhou. The person in charge of Earth administration is a woman named Xiao Yu. The person in charge of the affairs of the Source Land is a man named He Sheng. The remaining Deputy Governor is very mysterious. We only know that his name is Nangong Songhai, and there is no other information. We don't know whether he is male or female. We don't know what he looks like. We don't know what job he is in charge of. We only know his name, and nothing else. Based on the above, the extraordinary genius sister guessed that Qi Qingmo, who suddenly appeared just now, was the mysterious deputy governor. When everyone heard what she said, they all said with a look of realization, "Don't say, it's really possible. I think it must be her, otherwise I can't think of who else the strong woman could be." What's the name of the unknown deputy governor? Nangong Songhai. This name sounds quite neutral. It can be used by both men and women. So, the strong woman just now is most likely this deputy governor. Everyone said something, and they all thought that the extraordinary genius Yujie guessed it right. Including Qin Baiyuan, they also thought that the guess was right. Just when everyone thought that Qi Qingmo was the mysterious deputy governor. Qi Qingmo, who had just left not long ago, suddenly appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. She hovered high in the sky, with a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, quietly staring at Luo Qianxue below. After confirming that Luo Qianxue was a special existence, Qi Qingmo thought about it, and sucked Luo Qianxue up, and in front of him. It's obviously only a high-level creature, but the special energy contained in its body is not weaker than those epic-level origin creatures I killed before. Moreover, it is a pure-blooded human, without a trace of alien blood in its body. Your blood may be useful to me, I will remember you. As he said, Qi Qingmo stretched out his hand, and pressed it on Luo Qianxue's Tianmen, and made a mark inside. Then he said lightly, I will come to you when I need you. At this time, Qin Baiyuan below suddenly flew up and asked in a very respectful voice, Excuse me, are you the Lord of Nangongzu? No. Qi Qingmo said expressionlessly without even looking at him. As soon as the voice fell, she thought about it, and set Luo Qianxue in front of her back to the ground. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, like a ghost. Only Qin Baiyuan was left with a confused face. Not Nangong Zhaozu? Then who is she? What is going on? On the ground. Luo Qianxue was also confused, but more confused. She just clearly felt that Qi Qingmo had shot something into her Tianmen, but now she couldn't feel it at all. Also, what does it mean that blood might be useful to the Taoist woman? What exactly does the Taoist woman want to do? These unknowns made her feel a little uneasy. She didn't want to be a special existence. From childhood to adulthood, her specialness never made her dazzling. It would only make her be viewed with tinted glasses by people around her, and be ostracized by her peers. She was fed up with this special treatment. City number 36. The city lord, deputy city lord, and a group of strong men all looked into the distance with solemn expressions. In the sky several miles away from the city, there was a group of birds with arcs flashing on their bodies, flying towards the city at a high speed with a large cloud of black clouds. It was a thunderbird, A strange beast that feeds on lightning. It was huge, with a length of tens of meters and a short length of 10 meters. It likes to live in groups, and is violent by nature. It will kill all the creatures it sees along the way. Wherever it passes, there are lightning and thunder, and the ground is charred. Everyone follow me. Don't let this group of thunderbirds enter the city. Kill them all, and let other beasts know the price of attacking our human city. City Lord number 36 shouted loudly, and then immediately soared into the sky, and killed the group of thunderbirds. The Deputy City Lord, the captains of each team, and the administrative staff, who came to support from the earth followed behind him. Among them, Yuan Dongji took the lead, followed closely behind the City Lord, controlled the water knife in the sky, and rushed to the group of thunderbirds without hesitation. Her son and her daughter were all buried in the beasts of the source. She hated these strange beasts in the source. She wanted to kill them. She wanted to grind their bones and scatter their ashes, to sacrifice the spirits of her children in heaven. Zizi! 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 As she continued to get closer to the group of thunderbirds, Yuan Dongji could clearly hear the sound of electricity coming from inside. At the same time, she could clearly see that the electric arcs on the surface of each thunderbird flying at high speed became more and more, and brighter. Soon, there was a loud bang. A blinding white light suddenly burst out from the group of thunderbirds, and a terrifying lightning column instantly formed, shooting towards the group of people flying at high speed. The lightning column shot at a very fast speed, and most people had no time to dodge, and were directly submerged in the lightning, turning into charred figures falling from the sky. Yuan Dongji luckily avoided it, and followed the City Lord and others into the group of thunderbirds, slaughtering the thunderbird beasts with high attack and low defense like crazy. The thunderbird beasts were weak in body, and once they were approached, they were lambs to be slaughtered, and they were killed in an instant. Just when Yuan Dongji thought that the battle would end soon and return with a great victory, suddenly, a long dragon roar came from the dark cloud above the thunderbird group. The next moment, a 1,000-meter-long dragon surrounded by lightning and thunder broke through the clouds with the momentum of covering the sky and the sun, and hovered high above the crowd. It's the Thunder Dragon Beast. Disperse. Everyone, disperse quickly. The Thunder Dragon Beast has a very strong attack, but it needs to accumulate power when attacking, and it moves slowly in the direction of attack. Don't gather together to occupy each other's hiding space, which will lead to being caught in one fell swoop. Adopt a strategy of maneuvering. As soon as the City Lord saw the 1,000-meter Thunder Dragon in the sky, he shouted to everyone and commanded them skillfully. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately scattered and surrounded the Thunder Dragon in the sky. Then, they burst out their blood and launched the most lethal attack on the Thunder Dragon from different directions. In an instant, there were bursts of huge noises in the sky. The full-strength attacks of several epic-level masters and dozens of rare-level masters fell on the terrifying 1,000-meter Thunder Dragon at the same time. At the moment of collision, large sparks were rubbed out. It illuminated the entire sky like fireworks. However, the momentum looked huge, but the actual effect was terrible. The Thunder Dragon, which had just been attacked by a large number of people, was now almost intact. Only some of its surface scales were broken, but the foundation was not damaged. Zizi! 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 Accompanied by a flash of electric arcs. The next moment, the Thunder Dragon's body was shining, and a terrifying electric current burst out. These bursting electric currents spread out in all directions at a very fast speed, like a spider web. With the momentum of destroying the world, it instantly swept all the people around. A few seconds later, there were dozens of charred figures falling at a high speed in the sky, and they were forced to leave the battlefield. Except for a few epic masters such as the City Lord. All other human masters were knocked down by the electric current burst out by the Thunder Dragon, and completely lost their combat capabilities. Yuan Dongji was also included. Her biological level was only rare level 3, and her strength was in the middle and lower reaches of this group of people. Under the attack of the Thunder Dragon just now, she was directly electrocuted and lost consciousness, and was falling to the ground at a very fast speed. Attack at 7 inches. This Thunder Dragon evolved from the Thunder Snake, and attacking at 7 inches can cause greater damage. Chu Sheng, Wu Lao, you two are responsible for restraining this Thunder Dragon. Akuan, He Shitsi, you two follow me to attack at 7 inches. The City Lord finished these words very quickly. Immediately, without delaying for a second, he immediately took 2 stronger Deputy City Lords and rushed to the Thunder Dragon 7 inches at a very fast speed. The remaining Deputy City Lord, who was slightly weaker, and an old man, who was hundreds of years old, rushed to the head of the Thunder Dragon together, creating an opportunity for the three people on the other side to attack the Thunder Dragon 7 inches. Boom! 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 The attack with epic power kept hitting the Thunder Dragon 7 inches. It was just a moment. The scales on the 7-inch body of the Thunder Dragon began to break and fall off, exposing the bright red and fragile flesh. The Thunder Dragon roared in pain. Zizi! 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 Boom! Under the severe pain, the Thunder Dragon once again burst out a terrifying electric current. The light suddenly became brighter, illuminating the entire sky. Facing this terrifying electric current spreading over, the four people did not panic at all. Too slow. The attack of this Thunder Dragon is powerful and has a large range, but the attack speed is too slow. As epic level masters, the four people have full confidence that they can easily dodge it. But just when the electric current spread to their eyes, the four people had to dodge it. Among them, the deputy city lord named Akun suddenly summoned a large number of blood-red vines, tightly entangling the three people who wanted to avoid the electric current attack. The three people looked at the traitor at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. They never dreamed that this colleague was actually a traitor of the divine plant cult. Akun, you! Boom! Before the city lord finished speaking, he and the other two were completely submerged by the spreading electric current, their bodies quickly charred and carbonized, and their vitality continued to drain. A few seconds later, the three people fell down with serious injuries, and completely lost the ability to fight back. The deputy city lord named Akun did not dare to waste a second, and immediately flashed to the side of the three people to finish off the knife. It's over. I'm going to die. City number 36 is going to fall. Seeing the traitor flash to their side to finish off the knife, the three people all looked ashen and unwilling. Just when the three people thought they were going to die here today, suddenly, the traitor in front of the three people exploded into a ball of blood mist with a bang. The three people were stunned, their eyes widened, not understanding what happened. Bang! 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 Soon, the same explosion sounded again. The Thunder Dragon in the sky. Only dozens of scattered Thunderbirds were left. More than a dozen compatriots in the city, who inexplicably flew into the sky, all at the same time, suddenly exploded into balls of scarlet blood mist. Then it quickly dispersed, and quickly condensed into bright red pills, and then all flew in one direction. The three people looked in the direction where the red pill flew. What came into view was a beautiful woman in Taoist robes. On the other side, in a huge forest castle. Master, it's bad. A huge three-eyed giant rushed to a five-leaf clover masked man and stopped, then said anxiously, a mysterious Taoist woman with great strength suddenly appeared in the source. The high priest, the left protector, the right protector, the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, they were all killed by this Taoist woman. The strongholds they were responsible for were also wiped out. What did you say? The five-leaf clover masked man, the master of the Shinji religion, suddenly widened his eyes, and his face was full of astonishment after listening to the report of the three-eyed giant. The high priest died, the left and right guardians also died, 3 elders died directly, including the 8 and 9 elders who died on Earth before. Almost 1/3 of the high-level members of the sect have died. What is going on? There is a traitor. There is definitely a traitor in the sect. There is a traitor who is leaking information and persecuting the high-level members of the sect. We can't wait any longer. We must notify the Great Elder now, and ask him to launch an attack on Shanghai City immediately. Think about it. The leader of the Shinji sect immediately took out a special communication magic weapon, contacted the Great Elder of the Shinji sect on Earth, and said firmly, Q, immediately capture Shanghai City. Chapter 222. Shanghai City. 20,000 meters underground. In the underground palace. A four-leaf clover masked man, with a cane, holding a conch engraved with runes. The conch made a sound. Q, immediately capture Shanghai City. The voice was full of anxiety. The four-leaf clover masked man, the great elder of the Shinji sect, frowned after hearing the words in the conch. Soon he asked, Master, did something happen in the source? As soon as the voice fell, a voice came from the conch. A powerful and mysterious female warrior suddenly appeared in the source. The high priest, the left and right protectors, the second elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder were all killed. What? The great elder was shocked. Just as he was about to ask in detail, the voice of the leader of the divine plant sect came from the conch. I suspect there is a traitor in the sect, who is tipping off the mysterious female warrior and exposing our base in the source. You should attack Shanghai City now. lest there be any changes if you delay. I will organize a large number of beasts to attack other human bases, lead away the strong men in the 3 human bases below Shanghai City, and help you capture Shanghai City and establish a base in the source. The elder calmed down and said, I understand, leader. Leader, okay, without further ado, you should quickly organize the beasts to attack Shanghai City, and I will organize the beasts to attack other human bases. After saying the last sentence, the 2 of them ended the call without any more nonsense. The elder put away the conch, leaving the central underground palace. Come to a small underground palace closest to the ground. Then he took out a scarlet seed, walked to an altar in the center of the underground palace, and buried the seed in the black soil of the altar. Then, the blood and chi were released, condensing into a drop of rich blood essence, which dripped onto the seed. As soon as the seed came into contact with the blood essence, the surface instantly cracked and took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large number of roots spread out and penetrated deep into the altar. Fresh buds grew and grew rapidly. It took less than half a minute. The altar, which was originally empty, had a scarlet giant tree tens of meters high. Blood, I need blood. This clone body is too weak. I need to absorb a lot of blood to develop, so that this clone body can evolve into a 1,000-meter giant tree. Take root in this land completely. Control the territory within a radius of 10 miles. A hideous human face appeared on the trunk of the scarlet giant tree, and said in a hoarse voice. The elder looked at the face and said calmly, Wait a moment. After he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with his cane, making a dong 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 sound. The moment the sound was heard, the ground in front of him loosened slightly. Then, a blind giant alien rat more than 10 meters long quickly broke out of the ground. Elder, what do you want? The Rat King lay on the ground and asked respectfully. Its aura was stronger. In the past few years, it has obtained a lot of evolutionary resources from the elder. The biological level has evolved to the advanced 4th level. The elder said lightly, I need 1,000 giant alien rats above the ordinary 5th level. The Rat King glanced at the scarlet giant tree on the altar in front of him, and knew what would happen to the 1,000 compatriots. However, it did not hesitate at all and immediately turned its head towards the row of holes on the side, and made a sharp and long cry, squeak. The moment the sound rang out, the row of holes on the side suddenly made a shaking sound. A moment later, a large number of giant rats poured out of the holes, instantly filled the entire underground palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Only a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. In an instant, a large number of thorny vines burst out from the scarlet giant tree, aiming directly at every giant rat except the Rat King. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by the dull sound of flesh and blood being inserted by hard objects, the giant rats in the underground palace were all pierced by a vine, and the vines greedily sucked their flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, all these giant rats were sucked dry by the vines. They turned into rat skins as thin as cicada wings. They were piled up on the ground in a mess. On the contrary, the scarlet giant tree that sucked their flesh and blood was growing taller and stronger at a very fast speed. Tens of meters, hundreds of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. In less than half a minute, the height of the scarlet giant tree exceeded 1,000 meters, breaking out of the ground in the center of Shanghai City, turning into a huge parasol, covering the city center in a scarlet shadow. In the dormitory, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the bed, concentrating on attacking the second acupoint. The acupoint he attacked was the brain acupoint. The first acupoint he opened was the heart acupoint, which strengthened the ability of chi and blood. For the sake of balance, the second acupoint to be opened must be a different type of acupoint. And the brain acupoint that can strengthen mental abilities is a good choice. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. After nearly half a month of hard work, he finally succeeded in opening a brain acupoint. Mental explosive power has been improved by 10%. Next, it is time to open the body acupoint. The 3 acupoints should be developed in unison, and refuse to become a one-sided war god. You are so happy. Did you successfully open the brain acupoint? Shin Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, looked at Lin Zichen with a smile on her face with one hand on her cheek. Seeing her smiling face, Lin Zichen guessed something in his heart and asked, You also successfully opened the brain acupoint? Guessed right. Shin Qinghan snapped his fingers. Then her delicate body fell down, her head resting on Lin Zichen's legs, and she said proudly, Lin Zi, I successfully opened my brain more than 10 minutes earlier than you. Am I amazing? That's amazing. Lin Zichen stroked Shen Qinghan's pretty face, looked down at her with a smile and praised her. Shen Qinghan, who was praised, smiled as brightly as a flower. From childhood to adulthood, she was almost inferior to Lin Zichen in everything. It was rare that her brain was open earlier than Lin Zichen, which immediately made her feel full of accomplishment, just like she felt a sense of accomplishment when she defeated the ultimate boss in a game. By the way, I have a question for you. Shen Qinghan put away the smile on her face, and suddenly changed the subject. Lin Zichen played with her soft hair and asked softly, "What's the question?" "That's it. When you were delivering qi and blood to the pavilion master, how did it feel?" Shen Qinghan looked into Lin Zichen's eyes, and asked curiously. Lin Zichen said without hesitation, "I really didn't pay attention to this. When I was delivering qi and blood to the pavilion master, I didn't think so much." How could he not think so much when his hands were so close? He touched her for so many days in a row. Twice a day. For 6 hours at a time. The size was memorized by heart. It's no exaggeration to say that if you bring a ball of yarn now, Lin Zichen can directly sew a perfect size underwear for Qi Qingma. This is the fact, but considering Shen Qinghan's feelings, Lin Zichen can only tell a white lie and say that he doesn't know the feeling. Unfortunately, Shen Qinghan is just silly and cute, not really stupid. After hearing Lin Zichen's answer, she pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and said angrily, "You are lying. You have been touching it for so many days. I guess you can feel the size. You still say you don't know the feel." Lin Zichen argued with reason. When the blood and qi are released, your hands are hot. It feels like a stove when you touch it. How can you feel it? Really? Really? Then let me feel it. Shen Qinghan said, put her hand into Lin Zichen's clothes, put her hand close to his chest, and then thought about releasing blood and qi. The next second, Shen Qinghan found that her hands were really hot. Her mind was full of hot feelings, and there was no feel at all. After confirming that Lin Zichen was not lying, Shen Qinghan's beautiful eyes were slightly bent, and her voice was soft and coquettish. "It really feels hot. I blamed you wrongly." "You wrongly blamed me. So why don't you give me some compensation?" "What kind of compensation do you want?" "It's up to you." Lin Zichen played with Shen Qinghan's white, tender and soft feet, and gave her the right to choose the compensation method. Shen Qinghan thought about it, and smiled with more and more charming eyes. "Then let me be your licking dog, so that you can experience the feeling of being a master. How about it?" "Deal. Master, Honor will warm your bed for you." Shen Qinghan smiled dirty. After that, she got up from Lin Zichen's legs, gently pushed Lin Zichen to lie flat on the bed, and began to serve this fiancé who grew up with her skillfully. Lin Zichen closed his eyes, and quietly enjoyed the compensation of the little dirty girl. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled with a noticeable vibration, accompanied by a boom 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 sound. Many small objects placed on the table were knocked down, and fell to the ground one after another, making a series of crisp sounds. Earthquake? Shen Qinghan sat up straight with a panicked look on her pretty face. Lin Zichen was much calmer than her. He quickly sat up from the bed, and instinctively took her hand, and rushed to the window, to take her out of the window, to escape from the dormitory. But when the two rushed to the window, they did not jump out, but stood there in a daze. Because the two were shocked to find that the earthquake under their feet at this moment was not the crustal movement as they knew. It was a mysterious towering tree with a blood-red body that was breaking out of the ground in the city center and soaring into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. What's going on? Why did such a terrifying towering tree suddenly appear in the city center? Lin Zi, am I dreaming? Shen Qinghan stared blankly at the mysterious towering tree that had already reached a height invisible to the naked eye, almost casting a shadow over the entire city center, with a face full of astonishment and disbelief. Lin Zichen did not answer her question, his brows knitted tightly, feeling very uneasy. The moment he saw the mysterious towering tree, the three words Shinji cult immediately emerged in his mind. Shinji cult is going to attack Shanghai City? What is the purpose? Simply sabotage? Or, is the target me? When he thought of this, Lin Zichen suddenly felt unwell, and his face changed slightly. But soon, his face eased. Shinji cult made such a big fuss. It must not be to catch me. There must be other purposes. Don't panic too much. Just as he comforted himself in his heart and tried to calm down, Shen Qinghan, who was beside him, realized belatedly that it might be the Shinji cult that was causing trouble, and the expression on her pretty face suddenly became flustered. She turned her head to look at Lin Zichen, holding his hand tightly, and said nervously, "It's over, Lin Zi. The huge tree outside must be the work of the Shinji cult. Those pagans of the Shinji cult have attacked you again, and and they value you very much. They will definitely not let you go this time. The pavilion master has entered the source, the master has entered the source, and many big figures have entered the source. Once the pagans of the Shinji cult attack you, no one can save you. What should I do? She was very afraid that Lin Zichen would be taken away by the pagans of the Shinji cult, and she couldn't imagine the days without Lin Zichen by her side. Without Lin Zichen's company, she felt that she would definitely not survive. After hearing her words, Lin Zichen rarely spoke to comfort her. Instead, his expression became extremely solemn, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this point in time, almost all the strong men on Earth entered the source to resist the beasts. The entire Earth became extremely weak, and the God Plant cult chose to attack the Earth at this time, which made it difficult not to suspect that this was a long-planned attack. Even more terrifying, the sudden outbreak of beasts in the source may be the work of the God Plant cult. The purpose is to lead all the strong men on Earth away, so that they can attack the Earth. At this time, a mobile phone rang. It was Lin Zichen's phone that rang. He took out his phone, and found that it was a call from Zhang Wanqin. Without thinking too much, he answered it immediately. Then, Zhang Wanqin's worried voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaochun, there was an earthquake just now. Are you and Hanan okay? Mom, Hanan and I are fine. Are you and Dad okay at home? Your dad and I are fine. Your Uncle Shen and Aunt Ming are here too. Everyone is fine. That's good. Lin Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he added, Mom, Hanan and I will go back now, and will be there soon. Be careful on the way. Yes, I will. Mom, I'm hanging up first. After ending the call with Zhang Wanqin, Lin Zichen didn't stay in the dormitory for long. He quickly jumped out of the window with Shen Qinghan and rushed to the family area as fast as possible. When the disaster came, he just wanted to stay with his family and protect them. Downtown. On the towering scarlet tree, the fox-haired girl in a purple dress stood on the top of the tree in a charming posture. In the breeze, the skirt fluttered slightly, revealing a pair of bare jade feet and white calves, which were so beautiful. She looked at the direction of Shanghai University with her soul-stirring eyes, and murmured with a charming smile, Little bed slave, it's been half a year since we last met. Can you still resist my illusion this time? Compared with the appearance in the coastal forest half a year ago, her aura was even stronger at this time. Far beyond the ordinary stage. She came to the advanced stage that was 1 in a million. Moreover, it was the highest level in the advanced stage, the advanced 9th level of great perfection. Qi, blood and spirit, both advanced 9th level of great perfection. This time, she had enough confidence to bring Lin Zichen back to the source. Before taking her away, they had to play cat and mouse for a while, so that Lin Zichen could experience what it meant to be powerless to fight back. Mom, woo woo woo. Under the towering scarlet tree, a little girl covered in blood stood in front of a ruin, crying and calling for her mother. Her mother was buried under the ruins in the earthquake just now, and was no longer moving. The fox-haired girl, who was at the top of the scarlet tree, heard the little girl crying from below from a distance of thousands of meters. She looked down in the direction of the sound. What she saw was a ruined ruin. There were cries and wails everywhere. The sudden appearance of the scarlet tree almost destroyed the city center of Shanghai City, causing great casualties. It's so pitiful. The fox-haired girl shook her head with pity. Then, with a thought, a purple magic circle was generated under her seductive naked feet, instantly teleporting herself to the bottom of the scarlet tree, and appearing in front of the little girl out of thin air. The cry of mom from the little girl deeply touched her heart. She loved her mother very much and enjoyed every moment with her. She grew up bathed in maternal love and couldn't bear to see others without a mother. Chapter 223. Mom, woo. The little girl was still crying, and she didn't notice the fox-haired girl at all. The fox-haired girl looked at her. Her body was covered with blood, and there were wounds everywhere. The wounds were not serious. They were all superficial injuries, but they looked scary. After healing, there will probably be scars. Don't cry, open your mouth. The fox-haired girl looked at the little girl and said softly. The little girl ignored her and continued to cry loudly, calling for her mother. The fox-haired girl had no patience, and her eyes were directly filled with a charming purple light, instantly controlling the little girl's spirit. Then she ordered in a tough manner, Don't cry, open your mouth. As soon as the voice fell, the crying stopped. The little girl obeyed the order and opened her mouth in a trance. The fox-haired girl raised her jade hand, flicked her fingers, and shot a pill into the little girl's mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, instantly healing the little girl's wounds and making her damaged skin intact. Afterwards, The fox-haired girl spread her spiritual power into the ruins in front of her, looking for the little girl's mother. But in a moment, she found a figure in the ruins. It was a young woman. A steel bar pierced through the woman's chest, and she fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. It won't be long before she will be exhausted. Completely dead. The fox-haired girl thought and generated a teleportation array under the woman, teleporting the woman out of the ruins. Then she flicked her finger again, and shot a pill into the woman's mouth. Once the pill entered her mouth, the woman's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pale face gradually turned rosy. She escaped from life-threatening danger. Seeing that the woman was fine, the fox-haired girl cast her eyes on the other people around her. At a glance, she saw a tragic scene. Wherever she looked, there were ruins. Earthlings died or were injured. Crying, groaning, screaming, and other sounds were heard. The fox-haired girl stood quietly for a while, and a trace of pity emerged in her heart. Then her mental strength surged, and a huge teleportation array was generated on the land within a radius of hundreds of meters. Then she thought about it, and teleported all the earth creatures on the array to a safe area. After doing all this, the fox-haired girl felt dizzy, and staggered a few steps weakly. The consumption was too great, and her body couldn't bear it at all. Fortunately, there were pills to relieve it. The fox-haired girl slowed down, conjured up a blue pill out of thin air, and ate it without thinking. As soon as the blue pill entered her mouth, it turned into strands of blue warm currents, flowing smoothly into the depths of her brain, greatly increasing the speed of her spirit generation. After only a few seconds, the fox-haired girl, who was dizzy and unable to stand, suddenly became energetic and her decadence was gone. Why do you want to save the earthlings? A hideous human face slowly emerged from the scarlet giant tree behind her, and asked the fox-haired girl with puzzled eyes. The fox-haired girl did not answer this question, but asked back, "Why don't I save the earthlings? Since we are invading the earth, we naturally have to kill the earthlings, not save them. Don't get me wrong, I'm different from you, Sun and Moon Holy Land. I never thought of invading the earth. I just took advantage of your ride to come to the earth to find my bed slave, that's all. Whether it is our Sun Moon Holy Land, or your Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, they both represent the source. We Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is just a small neutral force with no ambitions. Don't change our position." Shanghai University. Family Area. As soon as Lin Zichen returned home, his parents in the living room hurriedly got up to greet him, and asked him how he and Shen Qinghan were doing, and whether they were injured in the earthquake just now. "Dad, Mom, Henin and I have evolved to the advanced stage of biological level. Our bodies are invulnerable to swords and guns. Even if the house collapses, it will be fine." Lin Zichen smiled. Zhang Wanqi rolled her eyes at him unhappily. "You kid, what do you mean by the house collapses and it will be fine? Why do you say such unlucky words?" "My son is telling the truth," Lin Yansheng said on the side. Zhang Wanqi glared at him and said dissatisfiedly, "I am concerned about my son, why are you arguing?" When Zhang Wanqi glared at Lin Yansheng, Lin Zichen glanced at Zhang Wanqin's belly. Nearly half a year had passed, and Zhang Wanqin, who was pregnant at this time, had a bulging belly. She was about to give birth in about 4 months. A simple family of 3 would soon welcome a new member. "I don't know if it's a brother or a sister. I hope it's a sister," Lin Zichen thought to himself. In the following time, the two families sat together in the living room, discussing the scarlet giant tree that suddenly appeared in the city center with worried faces. Lin Zichen didn't discuss it for too long, just said something to reassure his parents, and soon left the house, and walked to the rooftop of the family building. He thought of standing on a high point, and using Eye of the Sky to look at the scarlet giant tree in the city center to see what was going on now. Seeing that he was going to the rooftop, Shen Qinghan followed him without thinking. After arriving at the rooftop, Lin Zichen jumped and landed on the water tower at the highest point of the family building, quietly looking at the city center 10 miles away. With the effect of Eye of the Sky, he could see every detail over there clearly. The scarlet giant tree towered into the sky. There were large ruins under the tree. There were mechanical modified people coming to rescue everywhere around. All the scenes at the moment looked normal. But soon, Lin Zichen found something wrong. Such a big accident happened in the city center. Why didn't we see many casualties? What's going on? Lin Zichen was puzzled by this. And in the city center, the mechanical modified people who were responsible for the rescue were also very puzzled. The location under the scarlet giant tree was obviously the most severely damaged area, but why didn't we see many casualties inside? This is really a bit weird. But despite the weirdness, the mechanical cyborgs didn't dwell on this issue too much. Instead, They were busy evacuating the citizens in the city center to prevent the scarlet towering tree from making any more noises and causing more casualties. How long will it take for Professor Huang, the xenobotanist, to arrive? A male mechanical cyborg, who led the rescue team, asked the female mechanical cyborg next to him. The female mechanical cyborg replied, "It will arrive in about 10 minutes. Where is the support from the military district? It will arrive in 5 minutes at the latest. How many mechas can the military district deploy? Xianjun, Changzhou, Nanguan, Daoshan, Haiyuan, Zhanhai, a total of 6 mechas, all of which can be deployed and are rushing to the city center from the provincial military district headquarters." The female cyborg answered accurately. The male cyborg nodded, and then led a group of cyborgs to immediately carry out rescue work. All the scenes and sounds played in the city center were seen and heard by Lin Zichen, who was far away in the family building of Shanghai University. But he didn't pay attention at all. At this moment, his attention was all on the towering scarlet giant tree. The scarlet giant tree was extremely high, more than 1,000 meters tall by visual estimation. It was twice the height of the Little Waste Tower in Changzhou City. The diameter of the trunk was nearly 100 meters, and the area covered was almost equivalent to a standard 400-meter runway, which was very shocking. The area blocked by the branches and leaves above was 1,000 times the area covered by the trunk, as high as 10 million square meters, covering the entire city center in a strange scarlet shadow, covering the sky and the sun. Strange and dark. It made people feel extremely uneasy. Lin Zichen looked at the towering scarlet tree far in the city center. His expression was very solemn. It was just a tree, but it could block the entire city center. He had been a human for 19 years, but he had never seen such an exaggerated monster. I'm afraid that the Kuimping in the mythology, which was so big that it could cover the sky and the sun, could only be this big at most. Lin Zi, the tree in the city center is too big. How high is the level of this creature? Shen Qinghan frowned slightly, feeling very uneasy. After saying that, she hesitated for a moment, and then irresponsibly suggested, "I feel that we can't stay in Shanghai City anymore. Why don't we take our parents away?" Lin Zichen shook his head and said, "You can run away for a while, but you can't run away forever. If Shanghai City is really breached, other places will soon be breached as well. Instead of surviving for a little longer, it is better to stay and protect Shanghai City to deal with the disaster that may break out next time." He has no intention of leaving Shanghai City, and wants to stay and advance and retreat together with Shanghai City. Or to be more precise, he wants to obtain evolutionary resources in the disaster that may break out next time and accelerate his own evolution. Shen Qinghan pursed his lips and said, "But I think it is better to survive a little longer than to go to the battlefield now and risk death." Lin Zichen disagreed. Disaster is a risk, but also an opportunity. The evolutionary resources on the Earth are too scarce to meet the evolutionary needs of both of us. If we want to increase the speed of evolution, we need to accept challenges, embrace risks, and kill alien beasts and plants to obtain evolutionary resources. The appearance of the scarlet giant tree reminded him of the sudden appearance of a large number of alien plants and beasts in Shanghai City before, which made him suspect that these three things were all the work of the divine plant cult. He had a hunch that a large number of exotic animals and plants would emerge from the city center and invade Shanghai City. And these exotic animals and plants would become the nutrients for his evolution. But I think it's good to take steady steps. There's no need to pursue the speed of evolution blindly. After listening to Lin Zichen's words, Shen Qinghan thought about it and still felt that she didn't agree, so she could only say weakly. She didn't want to take risks. She just wanted to stay with the important people and live well, that's all. Lin Zichen patiently explained to her, "You have to know that time waits for no one. The current situation on Earth is visibly bad. If we don't evolve into higher-level creatures as quickly as possible within a limited time, then when the Earth suddenly falls one day, we will have no power to protect ourselves and can only wait for death. In order to have enough power to protect ourselves when this day comes, we have to race against time to accelerate evolution and take risks a little more radically." Just after saying this, the next second the phone in his pocket twitched violently. Lin Zichen took out his phone from his pocket and saw that it was a notification from the school app. Emergency notice. Students with a biological level of ordinary level 5 or above, please gather at the gymnasium immediately and wait for arrangements to go to the city center for rescue. No absence without reason, otherwise you will be held accountable later. Minimal punishment, severe expulsion, and even more severe imprisonment. After reading these for information notifications, Lin Zichen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that going to the city center for support was actually mandatory. This is almost the same as conscripting men to go to the battlefield during war. It seems that the sudden appearance of the scarlet giant tree has brought about a much more serious impact than imagined. The human high level must know something, Lin Zichen thought in his heart. Shin Qinghan, who was standing next to him, also saw the notification sent on the school app and said uncomfortably, Lin Zi, this matter seems to be more serious than we thought. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, just said, let's go to the gymnasium to gather. Yes. Shin Qinghan nodded. Soon, the two left the rooftop and prepared to set off for the gymnasium. Before leaving, the two went home to say goodbye to their parents and told their parents what they were going to do next to let their parents know. When the parents of the two families heard that their children were about to go to the city center for rescue, they were all very worried and asked if they could not go. Without a doubt, the final answer was that they had to go and could not escape. Su Ming walked to Lin Zichen with a sad face and stopped, and begged in an almost pleading tone, Xiaochen, Aunt Ming and your Uncle Shen only have Han-In as a daughter. You must protect her for Aunt Ming and Uncle Shen, and don't let her get into trouble. Don't worry, Aunt Ming, I will definitely protect Han-In. Lin Zichen said affirmatively. After saying this, he and Shin Qinghan did not waste any more time and left home together to meet at the gymnasium. On the way, Shin Qinghan said seriously, Lin Zi, if you are raped and captured by the people of the Shinji cult, I will go with you, and I will ask them to capture me as well. Okay. Lin Zichen did not comfort her, but only responded with this one word. He thought that if he was really captured by the divine plant religion, it would be good to let Shin Qinghan be captured by the divine plant religion as well. To be honest, he was worried about Shin Qinghan living alone. Instead of letting Shin Qinghan live alone, it would be better for the two of them to live together in the divine plant religion. Even in the divine plant religion, as long as he was there, he could ensure that Shin Qinghan would not be harmed. Not long after, the two arrived at the gymnasium. As soon as they entered, it was empty, and there were not many people. Only the Students' Union came in a relatively complete group. Obviously, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan came earlier. Let's go over there and wait. Lin Zichen looked around the gymnasium, and said to a place by the window. Just as he was about to take Shin Qinghan to the window. Suddenly, there was a strong vibration from the ground under his feet. The ground trembled slightly. The ceiling creaked. Everyone present was shocked. Chapter 224. The sudden earthquake caught everyone in the gym off guard. Fortunately, the earthquake did not last too long and ended in just a few seconds. Instead, the screen above the Central Martial Arts Arena suddenly lit up, showing the scene in the city center. It was the shooting angle of the drone. Lin Zichen looked at the screen and saw that under the scarlet giant tree in the picture, dozens of bottomless caves had collapsed. The cave entrance was dark and bottomless, like a black hole in the universe that could swallow everything. None of the well-equipped mechanical modified people dared to rush over to explore. They only dared to release the detection robot from a distance and control the robot to enter the cave to find out. The detection robot just approached the edge of the cave. The next second, those dark caves all rushed out with a huge black shadow several meters long, buzzing and rushing towards the detection robot that wanted to enter the cave. It was just a blink of an eye. All the released detection robots were torn into pieces by the huge black shadows that suddenly appeared. The next second, there was a deafening sound of ammunition pouring out. The mechanical modified people and the black shadows started fighting. However, in less than 10 seconds, the mechanical modified people on the screen were drowned by the constantly pouring black shadows and completely disappeared from the screen. Lin Zichen looked at the familiar huge black shadows on the screen, and his expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Giant alien rats. Those black shadows on the screen are giant alien rats that have disappeared for several years. These giant alien rats are actually related to the Shinji cult. While Lin Zichen was looking serious, everyone else around him was in a state of panic. Why are there so many giant rats? It's over. Shanghai City is going to be finished. I don't want to die yet. Everyone present had seen the rat disaster in a high country more than 10 years ago in the video, and had studied it in the subsequent textbooks. They knew how tragic the scene was. They knew how heavy the casualties were. They knew how terrifying the giant rats were. It is no exaggeration to say that almost half of a high country was paralyzed because of it. And at this moment, a large number of giant rats appeared in the land where he lived, which made everyone present feel a little desperate. With so many giant rats, it feels like Shanghai City will be destroyed into ruins by the rats on the screen, like the capital of a high country back then. Shin Qinghan pursed her lips and said pessimistically. Lin Zichen comforted her, It will be fine. Then he stopped talking, staring at the big screen above, always paying attention to the situation in the city center. During this time, people kept coming into the gymnasium, all looking up at the big screen above. A few minutes passed. The gymnasium, which was originally a little empty, suddenly became crowded. Almost all the students in the school with a biology level of ordinary level 5 or above gathered in the gymnasium at this moment. They were all waiting for arrangements with some anxiety, and then set off to the city center for rescue. President, do you want to organize it? A female mechanical modified person walked to Lin Zichen and stopped, and asked respectfully. She was the personal female secretary of Zhou Xiaohong, the former president of the student union. Since Lin Zichen defeated Zhou Xiaohong, she has become Lin Zichen's personal secretary. She has to provide services to Lin Zichen and assist him in handling affairs. Lin Zichen didn't even look at the personal secretary, and said lightly, ask the vice president to organize it. He became the president just to get credits, and didn't want to be in charge. Okay, I know. The secretary walked towards the vice president after she finished speaking. She never wanted Lin Zichen to organize it. This time she just asked him for the sake of procedure, so that he wouldn't have any opinions later. After the secretary left, Lin Zichen sensed everyone present. Almost all of them were ordinary creatures, and there were less than 20 advanced creatures. Most of the advanced creatures in the school went into the source to resist the beast tide some time ago. Those who could stay were basically faculty and staff in charge of administration. In addition to the faculty and staff, there were also the 3 senior strongmen of the student union, former president Zhou Xiaohong, vice president Tan Wani, and director of the discipline inspection department Han Weifeng. Students, be quiet. The deputy director of the academic affairs office, a man with more than 2/3 of his body covered in metal, stood upright on the central martial arts stage and shouted loudly to the students below. Upon hearing this, the students immediately calmed down and let the deputy director of the academic affairs office speak. The deputy director of the academic affairs office said briefly, I believe that everyone knows what is going on after watching the pictures played on the big screen now. The city center of our Shanghai city has been attacked by the Shinji cult, and a rat plague has broken out. At this critical moment, as a member of the inner campus of Shanghai University, we have the obligation to go to the city center for rescue. Now, please stand in your position according to your biological level. Advanced 1 stand here. Ordinary level 9 stand here. Ordinary level 8 stand here. Ordinary level 5 stand here. Under the loud shout of the deputy director of the academic affairs office, the students set out to their respective positions and lined up in an orderly manner. Seeing that everyone had lined up, the deputy director of the academic affairs office shouted again, this trip will be very dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. The giant rat is terrible, very terrible, but for us, it is a rare evolutionary resource. Under normal circumstances, we have to evolve to a high level of biological level, and have the qualifications to enter the source before we can encounter so many beasts in the source. And now, we can encounter so many beasts on Earth, and almost all of them are ordinary beasts. The cost-effectiveness of this is far greater than the cost-effectiveness of us risking our lives to enter the source to obtain evolutionary resources. Everyone should cherish this opportunity to win a large amount of evolutionary resources with minimal risk. Take this opportunity to soar into the sky and change your life. The deputy director of the academic affairs office shouted loudly, giving every student present a crazy boost. The students were still a little panicked, but after hearing what the deputy director of the academic affairs office said, they all became excited and their eyes were full of excitement. Seeing this, Lin Zichen sincerely admired the deputy director of the academic affairs office on the martial arts stage. Just a simple word made the students, who were originally afraid, become enthusiastic. Soon, under the arrangement of the deputy director of the academic affairs office, a team of nearly 2,000 people, transported by 40 buses, drove out of Shanghai University at a very fast speed and headed straight for the city center. Nearly half an hour later, the bus that Lin Zichen was on arrived at the outskirts of the city center first. The moment the bus stopped, the high-level masters in the car immediately got off the bus and formed a team to rush to the Scarlet Giant Tree, to rescue any compatriots they met along the way, and to kill every giant alien rat they met along the way. Seeing everyone walking in groups, the deputy director of the academic affairs office, who was the leader of the team, shouted seriously, "You are one of the few high-level strong people who can sit in one place. It is a waste to act together. We will act separately and fight individually to expand the rescue range as much as possible and improve the rescue efficiency. But we must act within our capabilities, and not be entangled by too many giant alien rats at the same time. Although the individual strength of giant alien rats is not strong, they have a large number. If they are entangled by multiple giant alien rats at the same time, there is a certain danger. After saying this, the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office waved his hand and said, "Action begins." The moment the words fell, everyone immediately dispersed. No nonsense from beginning to end. Strong action. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also chose to act separately. But they were not far away, only a few hundred meters away. With such a close distance, if there was any problem with Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen could rush to rescue in time. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow broke out of the ground and rushed toward Shen Qinghan at high speed. It was a giant strange rat with 8 eyes. The creature was not high level, only ordinary level 8, far from being Shen Qinghan's opponent. However, it was the first time that Shen Qinghan faced a strange beast alone, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, she was nervous, but she was not afraid of the giant strange rat rushing towards her. When the giant strange rat rushed to her and opened its bloody mouth to bite her, her eyes condensed, and the blood in her body burst out, and she punched the rat's head fiercely. Bang! There was only a dull sound of impact. The giant strange rat, which was nearly 7 meters in size, was directly blown up by a pink fist, and red and white were instantly scattered all over the ground. So disgusting. Shen Qinghan looked at the blood splashed on her body, and felt a little uncomfortable. Then she immediately had an idea, and used the water control ability of Dark Blue Jellyfish King to bounce off all the blood of the giant strange rat on her body. After doing this, Shen Qinghan thought again, and extracted all the blood from the giant alien rat, condensing it into a drop of blood essence floating on her body. Then she took out a plastic bottle as big as her little finger from her pocket, unscrewed the bottle cap, and collected the floating drop of blood essence. As for the giant alien rat corpse on the ground, which had been drained of blood essence and only a stinking skin was left, she didn't even look at it, and walked around it. This is a trick Yuan Dongji taught her how to collect spoils. In most cases, the corpses of alien beasts are huge. It is very troublesome to take the corpses of alien beasts away. Even if you don't mind the trouble, you can't take much away. When it is impossible to take the corpse of an alien beast away, you can use this method of extracting blood essence to take away all the most valuable blood in the body of the alien beast. If it is a high-level or higher alien beast, you can take an extra beast core with you. Taking away both the essence and the beast core basically means squeezing out all the value of an alien beast's corpse. On the other side, Lin Zichen's way of taking away the spoils is even simpler and more brutal than Shen Qinghan's. He directly killed the giant alien rat with one punch, and then used survival of the fittest to devour it, devouring all the life essence contained in the corpse, leaving nothing behind. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the giant alien rat. Giant alien rat album. 100% at the moment these 2 text messages appeared. A giant alien rat with 8 eyes gradually emerged in the void, digging a hole in an empty hard soil. In just a few seconds, this giant alien rat dug a bottomless cave. The digging speed was extremely terrifying. Soon, the picture in the void dissipated, and 2 new text messages emerged instead. You have successfully opened the giant rat atlas, and obtained the biological attribute Digging Instinct. Digging Instinct. Your ability to dig the ground is greatly enhanced. Lin Zichen took a look at the effect of the biological attribute Digging Instinct, and saw that it was just a skill for digging holes. He shook his head in disdain. The biological attribute Digging Instinct is the worst biological attribute he has ever obtained from the atlas, which is the biological attribute Survival of the Fittest from the system. Buzz! Suddenly, a sharp air explosion sounded suddenly in the sky. The sound was getting louder and louder. It was obvious that something was approaching at a very fast speed. Lin Zichen looked up at the sky when he heard the sound. The scene that came into view was a mechanical cyborg, whose body was mostly made of metal, flying at high speed in the sky. This mechanical cyborg turned on the power of the anti-airflow power device to the maximum, and in just a moment, it flew in front of Lin Zichen and fell, kicking up a large cloud of dust. When the dust dispersed, a female mechanical cyborg with long hair, a tall figure, and an energy core on her chest appeared in Lin Zichen's field of vision with a cold temperament. At just one glance, Lin Zichen recognized this female mechanical cyborg. It was none other than the mechanical genius girl he had watched growing up on TV since he was a child. Now he can't call her a girl. He has to call her a queen instead. Because the other party is nearly 1.7 meters tall, the semicircular curves covered with metal materials in front and behind are round and full, and the legs are slender and straight, which looks very sexy. There is a kind of punk cyber beauty. Excuse me? Lin Zichen looked at the mechanical genius girl, who suddenly landed in front of him, and asked with some doubts. He had never met the mechanical genius girl before, and they had no friendship, so he didn't understand what the mechanical genius girl was going to do. My name is LV Qingyu. I have always admired you. Can I meet you? LV Qingyu, also known as the mechanical genius girl, said with a slightly red face. What? Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, and didn't expect the other party to say such a sentence. LV Qingyu lifted the bangs on her forehead and explained with a slightly red face. I have been paying attention to you since the day you became the newcomer king of Shandong University. I think you are very powerful and handsome, so I became a fan. Every night now, I will fall asleep thinking about you. Is this admiration? Why does it sound more like admiration? Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows, feeling incredible. He never dreamed that the mechanical genius girl, who had been popular on the TV screen for so long, would become his little fan girl. Why don't we add each other on WeChat? I have a lot of questions I don't understand and want to ask you. LV Qingyu raised his alloy right arm and pressed on the back of his hand while speaking. Lin Zichen didn't really want to add it, so he declined. My phone is out of battery. I add you next time I have a chance. LV Qingyu, no need. I've added you on WeChat, and I can see your circle of friends. Lin Zichen was a little confused. Added? LV Qingyu smiled slightly with a pair of metal eyes full of technology. I just hacked into your phone, logged into your WeChat, and added me as a friend, and then I approved the application and added it. Lin Zichen was speechless for a while after hearing this. At this time, Shin Qinghan, who was hundreds of meters away, ran over, took Lin Zichen's arm affectionately, and asked curiously, What are you talking about? In fact, she heard all the conversations between Lin Zichen and the mechanical genius girl just now. She came here to declare her sovereignty in front of the mechanical genius girl. Nothing. LV Qingyu smiled awkwardly. She knew that Shin Qinghan must have heard everything just now. After all, they were not far away. My male god, I will talk to you after the rescue is over. After saying this, LV Qingyu, who felt a little guilty in front of the queen, immediately activated the anti-airflow power device and soared into the sky, trying to escape from this somewhat awkward atmosphere as quickly as possible. Buzz! Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded. Lu Qingyu rose to a high altitude and was about to fly far away when a stream of light shot from nowhere and flashed past her waist at high speed, instantly cutting her in half and falling from the sky. Chapter 225. What happened? Mechanical genius girl Lu Qingyu looked at her broken lower body with confusion in her eyes. She couldn't figure out who attacked her. The heat sensor on her body didn't respond at all, and she couldn't sense the source of the attack at all. Buzz! The piercing sound of breaking through the air sounded again. The next moment, a stream of light shot at her at high speed. It hit Lu Qingyu's chest accurately. It penetrated the energy core in the middle. It exploded into pieces all over the sky. It's over. I'm going to die. Lu Qingyu felt the breath of death, and her face was instantly filled with despair. At this time, a sound of breaking through the air came from below her. She thought it was the stream of light attacking again, trying to take her life. But when she looked desperately in the direction of the sound, what she saw was Lin Zichen's figure. Before she could react to what was going on, Lin Zichen had already rushed to her and hugged her upper body with a big hole in her chest. Then he released his chi and blood, adjusted his direction, and rushed to the back of a large shopping mall in front of him. During the falling process, he thought and dispersed his mental power, sucking a pair of long alloy legs that were also falling, that is, Lu Qingyu's lower body, into his arms through the air. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyu was extremely shocked. Flying in the air. This is a skill that only mechanical modified people equipped with anti-airflow power devices can master. Or, it is a skill that only gene fusion people with flying beast genes can master. In addition to the above two, only people with rare mental strength can achieve flying in the air by controlling objects through the air. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, is neither a mechanically modified person nor a gene fusion person, and his mental strength has not reached the rare level, but he can achieve a short period of flying in the air by releasing his chi and blood. How strong must the chi and blood be to be able to use it in this way? Is it so outrageous for pure-blooded humans? This is really shocking. The more Lu Qingyu thought about it, the more incredible it felt, and the more she admired Lin Zichen. After admiring him, there was a burst of envy from the bottom of her heart. Lu Qingyu didn't like mechanical transformation at all, and preferred a flesh and blood body. But she had no choice. When she was very young, she was taken by her parents to undergo mechanical transformation, and more than half of her body was made of alloy. She couldn't go the path of gene fusion, let alone the path of pure-blooded humans. She was destined to be a mechanically modified person in this life. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, 3 consecutive sounds of breaking through the air sounded. 3 streams of light containing majestic energy shot out from the rooftop of a tall building behind her at the same time. At lightning speed, it shot towards Lin Zichen in the air. Lin Zichen reacted very quickly. With the prompt of danger sense, he adjusted his landing direction in advance by releasing his chi and blood, and avoided the attack without any danger. The 3 streams of light that were avoided shot at the large shopping mall in front the next second. It went through the wall with a bang. It knocked down a large piece of rubble. 3 shocking large holes were left on the hard wall of the large shopping mall. Lin Zichen glanced at the holes on the wall, and was immediately scared. The destructive power of the stream of light was too strong. If she had been hit just now, she would have been torn into pieces. Only because the alloys on Lu Qingyu's body were strong enough, she was only cut in half and pierced through. If it were an ordinary mechanical modified person, it would probably disintegrate in the air and turn into debris on the ground. Soon, Lin Zichen held the 2 halves of the mechanical genius girl's body and landed safely on the back of the large shopping mall. As soon as she landed, Shen Qinghan, who was hiding there, walked over quickly and said with a worried look on his face, "Lin Zi, is she okay?" Without waiting for Lin Zichen to answer, Lu Qingyu, who was held at his arms, said, "I'm fine. Are you really okay? Don't be so stubborn." Shen Qinghan looked at Lu Qingyu's chest with a big hole in it, and didn't quite believe that the mechanical genius girl was really okay. Lu Qingyu smiled and said, "It's really okay. I won't die as long as my head is not crushed." "That's good." Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. She and LV Qingyu had no relationship at all. They were not familiar with each other at all. They were just strangers. However, she would still care about LV Qingyu. She didn't want to see this mechanical genius girl, who had been active on the TV screen since she was a child, die in front of her. Except for the enemy, she didn't want to see anyone die in front of her. Lin Zichen put LV Qingyu's 2 halves against the wall, then looked at Shen Qinghan and said, "Han Nin, you take care of her. I find the enemy hiding in the dark and kill him. Or don't go." Shen Qinghan was worried. "I feel it will be very dangerous." Lin Zichen looked calm. "If there is danger, I will run faster than anyone else, don't worry." After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk towards the tall building that had just shot out the stream of light. At this time, a huge roar sounded. It was the sound of the anti-airflow power device. A mechanical cyborg was coming. Lin Zichen immediately became alert when he heard the sound. When he looked up at the sky, the blood in his body was surging wildly. He was ready to attack at any time. He suspected that the enemy, who had just attacked Lu Qingyu in the dark, was the unknown mechanical cyborg, who was making a roar in the sky, and was about to fly over the large shopping mall. A mechanical cyborg, who defected to the divine plant religion and became a traitor. Seeing Lin Zichen's alert face, ready to attack at any time, Lu Qingyu, who was leaning against the wall, quickly said, "It's not an enemy, it's my master." "Your master?" "Yes, my master." Lu Qingyu explained. "When I was shot down in the sky just now, I immediately sent a distress signal to my master. My master is also participating in the rescue in the city center, not far from us. With the precise positioning of GPS, I will be found soon." After saying that, she looked up at the sky, and her vocal cords turned into a loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "Master, here!" As soon as the voice fell. The next second, a fully armed mechanical man appeared above the 3 people. Lin Zichen looked up. When he saw the face of the mechanical man in the sky, his expression on his face was stunned. It was her. Lin Zichen recognized Lu Qingyu's master. He had met her once in junior high school. It was a dark and windy night. At that time, he rode his bike with Shen Qinghan to buy ghost squid meat. On the way home after buying the meat, they met the security team who were dealing with a rat god cult member who was holding hostages. The hostage was a teacher in his kindergarten, Miss Strawberry. He threw stones to attack the rat god cult and rescue the hostage Miss Strawberry. Then, the rat god cult transformed into a rat man and killed everyone. When everyone was helpless, a female mechanical cyborg arrived in time, and a laser burst out from her chest, blasting the rat man into a charcoal, and then left in style. At this moment, Lu Qingyu's master, who appeared above the mall, was the female mechanical cyborg. Lin Zichen looked at Lu Qingyu's master. The equipment on his body was full of high-end feeling. His strength looked much stronger than that of the past. It is estimated that he can be compared with the advanced 5th level gene fusion. It can only be said that the strength of mechanical cyborgs is improved quickly. As long as technology advances, strength can be improved in a second, and there is no need to study hard. Buzz! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. The next second, Lu Qingyu's master was concentrated by a stream of light, and his body was separated on the spot, falling from the sky. Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he immediately released his mental power to control objects in the air, and steadily caught Lu Qingyu's master whose body was separated, and sent him to Lu Qingyu's side. Lu Qingyu was very worried and said, "Master, are you okay?" The female mechanical cyborg was confused. After hearing Lu Qingyu shout, she was stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses and responded, "I'm fine." The female mechanical cyborg, who was dozens or hundreds of times stronger than Lu Qingyu, didn't understand who attacked her just now and how she was attacked. Because when she was attacked just now, all the sensing devices on her body did not respond. In contrast, Lin Zichen's danger sense reacted. When he was attacked by 3 streams of light before, he sensed the danger and the source of the danger at the first time. The source of this danger is on the rooftop of the tall building opposite the large shopping mall. And then, stay here and don't run around. I get rid of the attacker and come back. After saying this, Lin Zichen exerted force on his feet, and with a bang, he kicked out a deep pit with spiderweb cracks on the edge of the ground, and the whole person instantly turned into a residual image and rushed out. Before Shen Qihan could react, he had already rushed into the tall building opposite the shopping mall. He could choose to release his blood and qi, and spray it on the rooftop of the tall building opposite. But he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to gallop on land. Enemies hiding on the rooftop of the tall building can attack from a distance. Going in the air is too conspicuous, and will be used as a target by the opponent. It is still safer to gallop on land. Buzz! Accompanied by a long sound of breaking through the air, Lin Zichen rushed to the rooftop of the high-rise building. Then, in a corner of the rooftop, he saw a huge figure. It was a humanoid creature with 3 eyes. It was nearly 4 meters tall. Every part of its body was filled with strong muscles and explosive power. The biological pressure it exuded was infinitely close to the advanced 7th level. It was the advanced 6th level of perfection. Lin Zichen, I was just about to go find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own initiative, which saved me a lot of effort. The 3-eyed giant looked at Lin Zichen and said with a smile, not taking Lin Zichen seriously at all. Can speak human language? Is this an alienated earthling? No, not an earthling. It's a creature from the origin. There is an extremely special energy body in the other person's body, the source force. I heard that your body is very strong. It just so happens that the 3-eyed demon clan I belong to is a race known for its strong body. Now, let me experience the strength of your body. As soon as the voice fell, the 3-eyed demon clan took a step forward and rushed to Lin Zichen in an instant. Immediately, the giant hand as thick as a bucket waved, with the momentum of opening up the world, and punched Lin Zichen's chest. Lin Zichen was not afraid at all, and chose to fight hard and raised his hand to punch, and rushed together with the fist of the 3-eyed giant. The next second, there was a bang. The bucket-like arm of the 3-eyed giant exploded, and the shoulder and the head above it also exploded. Turned into blood flowers all over the sky. Died on the spot. Plop! The body of the 3-eyed giant fell heavily. Until the moment before death, the 3-eyed giant couldn't figure out why he lost. When it just punched, it deliberately avoided Lin Zichen's head. It was afraid that it would blow his head with one punch. Let him die suddenly. As a result, it was unable to catch him back for the task. But the reality is that in the previous fist fight, it was killed by a punch without any ability to fight back, and it didn't even have the chance to use the strongest 3rd eye on its forehead. If I hadn't been suppressed by the boundary force on Earth, I would definitely not lose. This was the last thought that emerged in the mind of the 3-eyed giant before he died. This thought made it die with eyes wide open. Lin Zichen looked at the 3-eyed giant, who was dead as hell on the ground, and gave a very high evaluation. It is a race known for its strong physical body. My hand is a little painful from the bombardment. Then he didn't waste time, squatted down and touched the body of the 3-eyed giant, and inserted it into the position of its heart with a puff sound, and took out a dark blue crystal. The blue crystal was only as big as a ping-pong ball. However, it was filled with a huge amount of special energy. Is this the beast core? I don't know what resources it can be exchanged for. Lin Zichen looked at the blue crystal in his hand, and murmured in a low voice. His understanding of the beast core was limited to the fact that the beast core was filled with a large amount of source power, and that the beast core could be used to exchange for evolutionary resources in the city in the source. Apart from that, he knew nothing. He looked at it for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen had an idea and put the beast core in his hand into the storage space. He planned to take it out after entering the source to see what good things he could exchange. After collecting the beast core, Lin Zichen put his hand on the corpse of the three-eyed giant again and thought, "Devour. You have devoured a large amount of the life source of the Three-Eyed Demon Clan." Three-Eyed Demon Clan album, 100%. As soon as the text message appeared, a three-eyed giant with 3 eyes appeared in the void, using the third eye on its forehead to shoot streamers in the dark to sneak attack the target. In just a moment, the violent eagle, ghost squid, void eel, and other strange beasts in the void were shot to death one by one, turning into stiff corpses. Then, the picture in the void dissipated, and 2 new text messages appeared instead. You successfully opened the Three-Eyed Demon Clan album, and obtained the biological attribute of strong. Strong. Your strength has been greatly improved. Strong? Lin Zichen was very surprised after reading the content of the text message. He thought that opening the atlas of the Three-Eyed Demon Clan would give him a biological attribute related to the eyes. Unexpectedly, he gained an ordinary biological attribute of power. Just as Lin Zichen was surprised. Behind him, suddenly, a voice that was even more surprising than it sounded. You actually have the means to store things, and can devour the origin of life. Who are you? Chapter 226. When the voice suddenly sounded, Lin Zichen was shocked. The voice was familiar. It was the voice of the fox-eared girl. It was the fox-eared girl who appeared in the coastal forest during the special training of the military area at the beginning of the year. While thinking, Lin Zichen quickly looked back in the direction of the voice. But he found that there was no one behind him, and there was no figure of the fox-eared girl. The voice just now. It seemed to be an auditory hallucination. No, it was not an auditory hallucination. Lin Zichen keenly smelled a very familiar breath in the air around him. It was a faint floral scent. This was the unique smell of the fox-eared girl. There was a sound and a smell. The fox-eared girl must be on the rooftop. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen was extremely alert, and his 5 senses were fully open, and he radiated his mental power to perceive the surroundings. However, he could not sense the existence of the fox-eared girl at all. Little bed slave, looking for me. Just when Lin Zichen was concentrating on sensing the surrounding environment, a soft and intoxicating voice, like a beautiful string sound in the forest, sounded softly behind him. The moment he heard the voice, Lin Zichen quickly looked back. Then he saw a fox-eared girl in a purple long skirt, sitting on the fence of the rooftop in a charming posture, revealing a pair of slender and straight calves and a pair of small and exquisite bare jade feet, which looked extremely tempting and full of reverie. You are still alive. Lin Zichen looked at the fox-eared girl and said with a frown. At the beginning of the year in the coastal forest, he punched the fox-eared girl and left her with only a tail that had lost its vitality. At that time, he felt strange, and was not sure whether the fox-eared girl was dead or escaped. Now it can be confirmed that the fox-eared girl is indeed not dead. She either escaped with her tail cut off, or it was not her real body that was blown up. Little bed slave, you were really too much that day. The fox-eared girl looked at Lin Zichen in front of her with resentment, and said angrily, I just want you to be my bed slave, but you want to kill me. Men are really ruthless. Lin Zichen did not respond to this, but he thought about it, and silently turned on the effect of higher spirit to the maximum, staring at the fox-eared girl intently. He knew very well that the fox-eared girl in front of him was very good at illusion. Before taking action, he must make an accurate judgment first to determine whether the fox-eared girl who appeared in front of him at this moment was a clone, an illusion, or the real body. However, after looking at it for a long time, he could not see anything. He clearly felt the biological pressure of the other party. Very high. It is 1 level higher than the one we met in the coastal forest before. From the ordinary 9th level Great Perfection at that time to the advanced 9th level Great Perfection now. Lin Zichen frowned at this. When he faced the ordinary 9th level fox-eared girl, he had to use all his trump cards, and barely won with great efforts. Now, the difficulty has been directly increased to the advanced 9th level fox-eared girl, which is really despairing. Why don't you say anything or take action? The fox-eared girl seemed to be able to see through the hearts of others at a glance, and smiled playfully. Are you afraid of the powerful pressure emanating from me? Lin Zichen was puzzled. There are so many peerless geniuses in the Source Land. Why do you have to choose me, an earthling with no advantages, as your bed slave? The fox-eared girl smiled charmingly. Because I like men from Earth. After saying that, she lifted her hair in front of her forehead, looked directly into Lin Zichen's eyes, and said, Little bed slave, you haven't answered my question just now. Why do you have the means to store things, and can also devour the origin of life. The origin of life. After coming to this world for so many years, this is the first time that Lin Zichen has heard these 4 words from someone else. He did not answer the fox-eared girl's question, but asked back, "What is the origin of life?" The fox-eared girl couldn't help but complain with a surprised look on her face. The origin of life is the origin of life. What kind of stupid question is this? Lin Zichen's question sounded like asking why is my mother a woman and my father a man in her ears, which was very inexplicable. Little bed slave, 3 times is the limit. I have asked you twice. Why do you have the means to store things and can devour the source of life? This is the 3rd time. You should answer my question. The fox-eared girl put away the expression on her face and said seriously and solemnly, Lin Zichen, there is no reason. Having the means to store things and being able to devour the source of life are both my innate abilities. Innate? The fox-eared girl felt unbelievable and asked this question. Are you really from Earth? Lin Zichen, yes, I am from Earth. At this moment, he was very relaxed. It was not like the last time in the coastal forest, when he was nervous when facing the fox-eared girl, because he found that the fox-eared girl seemed to have no ill will towards him. She really just wanted to capture him back to the source as a bed slave. As long as it doesn't endanger life, everything is fine. Of course, the Shinji cult, a traitorous organization, is an exception. After hearing Lin Zichen's answer, the fox-eared girl raised her eyebrows. Then she smiled and said, Little bed slave, I suspect you are lying to me, but I have no evidence. So, I will be foolish for once and choose to believe you. I hope you don't live up to your future master's trust in you, otherwise, your future master will make things difficult for you in the future. As she said that, the fox-eared girl flashed her soul-stirring eyes and said charmingly, Little bed slave, I can sense that your strength has become much stronger than last time. I don't know. Can you resist my innate magical power charm? The moment the voice fell, the fox-eared girl slightly pouted her rosy and attractive lips, raised her slender white jade hand to her lips, and with a mua, she gave Lin Zichen a flying kiss with seductive eyes. The next second, a purple heart-shaped mist as big as a cherry appeared out of thin air from the lips and jade hands of the fox-eared girl. As soon as the purple heart was formed, it floated slowly towards Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen wanted to hide, but found that he couldn't move. He was suppressed by the fox-eared girl's spirit. His brain lost control of his body. He could only watch the heart slowly float over and be accurately imprinted on his lips. Then, a warm and wet feeling came from his lips. There was only this wet feeling. Apart from this, there was no other feeling. You have been charmed by me. From this moment on, you will slowly care about me, love me, and be obsessed with me, until you only have me in your eyes, and can no longer tolerate other women. The fox-eared girl walked up to Lin Zichen, stretched out her slender index finger, and pressed it against his lips, with a playful smile on her pretty face. She leaned forward a little, put her red lips against Lin Zichen's ear, and said softly, as if blowing, It won't be long before Shanghai City will be occupied by the divine plant cult, and the whole Shanghai City will be full of strange beasts. During this period, I will quietly be your audience and observe your performance in the beast tide. Little bed slave, I hope you can give me a satisfactory performance. After saying the last sentence, her figure began to blur and was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when she disappeared and only her face was left, she opened her red lips and added, By the way, your future master, the surname is Su, the name is Jiujio, remember it well. When this sentence fell, her figure had completely disappeared. Instead, the 3 words Su Jiujio slowly emerged at the place where she disappeared. At the same time, Lin Zichen found that he could move. He had no time to care about the fox-eared girl's name, but only cared about whether there were any bad changes in his body after being enchanted. Carefully, inside and outside. No part was left out. All checked. Finally came to a conclusion that there was nothing wrong with the body. Lin Zichen frowned. Although there was nothing strange about his body now, the words of the fox-eared girl Su Jiujio made him feel uneasy. What did she say? From now on, there will only be her in his eyes, and no other women will be tolerated. When the pavilion master comes back, I have to ask her to help check my body. Lin Zichen muttered to himself, and his frown relaxed a little. But soon, his brows were furrowed again. Before Su Jiujio disappeared, he said that Shanghai City would soon be occupied by the divine plant cult, and the whole Shanghai City would be full of strange beasts. If this is true, it would be terrible. You experienced a rat plague, and successfully survived the rat plague. Achievement: successfully survived 100 times in different, extremely harsh environments or disasters. Reward: obtain the biological attribute survival of the fittest. Cumulative number of survivals: 3 out of 100. Suddenly, for text prompts appeared in the void. Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, and was unable to react for a while. What a long-standing achievement task. I remember that it appeared in high school. But until now, only 3% of the progress has been completed. It is a long way from completion. I don't know what special effects the biological attribute survival of the fittest will have. None of the biological attributes from the system are weak. Like the biological attributes obtained by completing the previous achievement tasks, such as use it or lose it, heavenly wisdom, the strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest, social animals, and so on. All of them are extremely special. Their effects are much stronger than the biological attributes obtained by opening the atlas. Thinking. Lin Zichen's attention quickly fell on the first sentence in the prompt message. You experienced a rat plague and successfully survived the rat plague. The rat plague that the city's center is experiencing now is led by the divine plant cult. It is man-made, not a natural disaster. However, it meets the conditions for improving the progress of the achievement survival of the fittest. Since man-made rat plagues can also be used, then by the same token, can natural or unnatural animal plagues such as snake plagues, locust plagues, ant plagues, etc. also improve the progress of the achievement survival of the fittest. If it can really be improved, then this achievement survival of the fittest does not seem to be that difficult to complete. When I enter the source of giant beasts as numerous as dogs and demons everywhere, it is estimated that it will be completed soon, and then the biological attribute survival of the fittest will be obtained. After thinking about this, Lin Zichen retracted his thoughts and focused on the battlefield below. He stood on the fence of the rooftop of the shopping mall, and with the blessing of Eye of the Sky, he had a panoramic view of the battle situation in the entire city center. There are still many giant rats in the city center, but compared with the beginning, the number has dropped sharply. And no giant rats have emerged from the cave under the scarlet giant tree. With the continuous advancement of various routes, it is only a matter of time before the giant rats are eliminated. The rat plague that ravaged Yinghai country at the beginning could not cause any trouble in Yin country. Without thinking too much. Soon, Lin Zichen jumped down from the rooftop more than 100 meters high. Landed in a free fall. It was not until he was about to touch the ground that he released his chi and blood to slow down the speed of descent, and landed safely without splashing any dust. When Lin Zichen returned to the back of the shopping mall building, LV Qingyu, who was cut in half before, and LV Qingyu's master, whose body was separated, were assembling various parts on their bodies. The two had just sent a remote command to call 2 special repair boxes, and use the alloy parts inside to repair their damaged bodies. Seeing that the master and apprentice had nothing to do, Lin Zichen did not guard them, and took Shen Qinghan to leave. Wait a minute. LV Qingyu shouted to the 2 people who were about to leave. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both stopped. What do you want? Lin Zichen looked at Lu Qingyu and asked. Lu Qingyu, I want to add your Henin's WeChat. Then you can add her. Just hack into her WeChat, and add her yourself. After saying this, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan away, and walked deep into the city center. He did not ask Lu Qingyu why she wanted to add Shen Qinghan. Now, he just wanted to take Shen Qinghan to kill more giant alien rats, and collect more of these hard-earned evolutionary resources. Squeak! Only a sharp sound was heard, and Lin Zichen, who had only traveled less than 1,000 meters, encountered a giant alien rat with a body length of nearly 8 meters in a park in front. At this time, this giant alien rat was fighting with more than a dozen Shan University students. Among the dozen or so Shan University students, Lin Zichen saw a familiar figure. It was He, his high school classmate. At this time, He did not participate in the siege of the giant alien rat, but leaned against a tree with a pale face, looking very painful. His right arm was gone. When he was just besieging the giant alien rat, he was accidentally bitten off by the giant alien rat. Having lost his right arm, he is now receiving treatment from a field doctor with a painful face. Even worse than him is a corpse lying on the ground. The head was bitten off by the giant alien rat. It stayed on this battlefield forever. Lin Zichen looked at the scene in front of him and knew that this was the real battlefield. After all, there are very few students like himself and Shen Qinghan who can push all the way. The real situation is that most people who come to the city center to participate in the rescue work are at risk of being killed by the giant alien rat. Moreover, this risk is not small. He, why are you so badly injured? Shen Qinghan found the injured He and immediately ran over to show concern. Lin Zichen, who was beside her, raised his hand and pointed at the giant alien rat in front of him, shooting an arrow made of blood. Soon, there was a puff sound. The head of the giant alien rat was directly pierced by the blood arrow shot by Lin Zichen, and a rich blood flower burst out. After killing the giant alien rat instantly, Lin Zichen did not go forward to devour it. Although he killed this giant alien rat, it was essentially the prey of the dozen or so Shan University students. It was the prey they exchanged for 1 death and 1 injury. If Lin Zichen went forward to devour it, it would be a bit too much. With his strength, he didn't need this giant alien rat to devour it all, so there was no need to snatch it from others. Chapter 227. You guys can share this giant alien rat. I won't. Ah? This is the prey you killed. Are you going to share it all with us? Yes, I killed it, but it's not my prey. After saying this, Lin Zichen turned and walked towards Shen Qinghan to see how Yu's injury was. The injury has basically stabilized. It's just that the broken arm, I'm afraid it won't come back. In the future, he can only be a one-armed man. As for becoming a mechanically modified person, the risk is too high. The gene structure in the body of the gene fusion is very complex, and the rejection is extremely strong. The risk of mechanical modification is too high. It's basically not worth the loss. Zichen, I really envy you for being so strong. If I could be as strong as you, I wouldn't be afraid of being bitten by a mere ordinary giant alien rat. Weakness is the original sin. He looked at Lin Zichen in front of him and laughed at himself with a wry smile. When he was in high school, he often pretended to be cool in front of Lin Zichen, always thinking about how to show off his awesomeness inadvertently. Unexpectedly, only 4 years later, the gap between them is already very different. One is the #1 student in Shandong University. The biological level of the other has just reached the ordinary 5th level. It's really sad. Lin Zichen knew that he was making fun of himself, so he didn't agree with him. He just calmly said, "Don't think too much, take good care of your injuries, and after this is over, our group of 4 will have a meal together." Soon, Yu, who had treated his wounds urgently, was taken away by the field doctor. Lin Zichen didn't stay for long, turned around and left with Shen Qinghan to sweep the giant alien rats. As the two of them went deeper into the direction of the scarlet giant tree, the scenes they saw along the way became more and more bloody. There were many people lying on the ground. They were all incomplete bodies. There were many familiar faces among them. There was Gao Fei, an opponent he met in the 8th Schools League when he was in the 1st grade of junior high school. Gao Fei was a genius student in the junior high school of Shanghai #1 Middle School, who only needed 9 seconds to sprint 100 meters. He went to Shanghai University, and was a junior in the Evolution College. Now, his body was eaten by giant alien rats, and only the upper body was left, and his life was left on the battlefield forever. There was also Huang Jiamin, who had cheated on her boyfriend 9 times, a senior who liked to bully freshmen by relying on her status as an old student, and was then beaten by Lin Zichen to impose justice on her. This senior now only had a head on the ground, and her body was eaten by giant alien rats. Beside her head, her brother Huang Jiarwei knelt and cried bitterly, while her ex-boyfriend Yin Liang, who had been cheated on by her 9 times, stood silently, with mixed feelings for a while. In addition to these 2 people, there was also Lu Qiji, a freshman in the talent class, the strongest college entrance examination champion in the history of Yutian province, who also died tragically in the mouth of a giant alien rat. There was also Zhu Shishir from the Jishan group, a female mechanical cyborg, who had participated in the military special training with Lin Zichen, who also died on this battlefield. There was also Wu Tianqing, a mentor of the Evolution College of Shanghai University, who was the strongest person in the history of Shanghai Middle School. He also died at this moment, in the mouth of a giant alien rat with a body length of more than 10 meters. When he was cut out of the rat's belly, he had been corroded beyond recognition, and died in a very miserable state. Lin Zichen was very surprised to see Wu Tianqing's body. This mentor Wu is a high-level creature. He died in the belly of a giant alien rat. It was a bit unbelievable. On the other side, Shen Qinghan saw so many people die tragically, and the expression on her pretty face was not good. She thought there would be a large number of casualties. But when she saw it with her own eyes, the visual impact was still too great. Deep down in her heart, it was hard to accept it for a while. Lin Zi, so many people died. Shen Qinghan whispered, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. Lin Zichen also felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he still said calmly on the surface, "This is something that cannot be avoided, just get used to it." As soon as the voice fell, a familiar figure came over. It was the former student union president Zhou Xiang. At this time, his body was full of scars, some of which had healed, and some were still bleeding. It was obviously not long after the fierce battle. Lin Zichen, looking at the corpses all around. Can you understand why I want to make the school a prey on the weak environment? Zhou Xiahong panted, and looked at Lin Zichen sharply. Before Lin Zichen could answer, he continued, because the disaster is cruel, and the environment is extremely bad. If you don't take advantage of the 4 years of college to endure hardships, and cultivate a firm will, then going to the battlefield after graduation is almost equivalent to going to the execution ground, and you will almost certainly die. Zhou Xiahong continued, many people don't actually have to die in today's rat plague. It's because their psychological quality is too poor. When they see the dense swarm of rats, their legs are weak and they can't exert their due strength, which leads to their own death. And this is just a rat plague that happened on Earth. A trivial rat plague. If we were to go to the source, the beast tide we would face would be 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more cruel than now. You, who have never been to the source to resist the beast tide, know nothing. You only know how to be young and frivolous, and only know how to show off in front of your peers to satisfy your insignificant vanity. At the end, Zhou Xiahong's voice had become louder, full of accusations. Zhou Xiahong knew that his strength was not as good as Lin Zichen's. However, he would still insist on the ideas that should be insisted on. He wanted to take advantage of today's situation to make Lin Zichen unable to refute and prove that his approach was right. In the face of these aggressive words, Lin Zichen just said lightly, "Will is not tempered like you. Your approach will only push people into the arms of paganism." "Oh, you are so hard-mouthed," Zhou Xiahong sneered. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, there was a bang sound. Zhou Xiahong, who was still standing the moment before, fell heavily to the ground the next moment. He pressed his face tightly to the ground, unable to move. The sudden biological pressure pressed Zhou Xiahong to the ground from top to bottom. He was almost unable to breathe and his face flushed. "With your strength, how can you be so confident to jump up and down in front of me?" Lin Zichen looked down at Zhou Xiahong on the ground and said to him expressionlessly. Vice President Tan Wani was not far away. Seeing that the two of them had started fighting for some reason, she hurried over to persuade them. "Don't do this, the situation is special now. If there is any conflict, it will not be too late to solve it after the matter is over." Lin Zichen didn't even look at Tan Wani, but looked at Zhou Xiahong indifferently and said, "If it happens again, you should be prepared to stay in the hospital for half a year." Leaving behind this sentence, Lin Zichen retracted the biological pressure he released and continued to walk deeper with Shen Qinghan. He didn't know whether Zhou Xiahong was a bad person or not. He only knew that he didn't agree with the philosophy he held. As time passed by, about an hour later, the giant alien rats had been killed and defeated, and only a small number of them were left hiding in the surrounding ruins, and they didn't dare to come out at all. The human side, which had won a great victory, began to clean up the battlefield and count casualties. A small number of people escorted several alien plant scientists to the Scarlet Giant Tree to find out. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were also part of the escort team. In addition to this prospective couple with a high biological level, people with a slightly lower biological level such as Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were also there. "Sister Yin, is your hand wound okay?" Shen Qinghan looked at Song Yuyan's injured arm, and said with a worried voice. Song Yuyan waved her arm and said with a relaxed look, "It's okay, it's just a small injury, it will be healed in a few days." After that, she turned to Worry and said, "Wei Wei was seriously injured in this rat plague. Her waist and abdomen were bitten by a giant alien rat. The wound looks infected. I hope she is okay." While the two were talking, Lin Zichen on the side was silent all the way. At this moment, he was thinking about the three-eyed demon he had encountered before. It has been several hours since the Scarlet Giant Tree appeared. During this period, in addition to a large number of giant alien rats that gnawed on anything they saw, there was only one three-eyed demon. This was the second time he had seen a humanoid origin creature like this. The first time he had seen one was the fox-eared girl Su Jiuzhou. He was very interested in this kind of humanoid origin creature that could speak human language. Or rather, he was very wary. Whether it was Su Jiuzhou or the three-eyed demon clan, the strength they showed was far beyond the non-humanoid origin creatures, and they were a great threat. Not long after, the group came to the vicinity of the Scarlet Giant Tree. Looking at this towering plant that was over 1,000 meters high and stretched as far as the eye could see, everyone was very shocked. Such a tall plant was completely beyond their cognition. "You guys, be responsible for accompanying several professors to study the alien plant, and the rest of you, follow me to explore the cave," a male mechanical modified man covered in alloys said with a somewhat magnetic voice. He was a senior officer at the military headquarters. His personal strength was infinitely close to the rare level. It can be said that he was the strongest among all the people present, at least on the surface. Under his leadership, except for the dozen people who went to study the scarlet giant tree, the rest of the people followed to explore the cave. They said they were exploring, but in fact they just stayed around the cave and watched the mechanical transformation people release the exploration robot into the cave. Then, they stood still and stared at the shared screen projected by the mechanical transformation people. Male God, look at mine. Lu Qingyu took the initiative to walk to Lin Zichen and enthusiastically shared the exploration screen of the exploration robot he controlled with him. Hearing the word male God, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan on the side were very surprised. This mechanical genius girl, who looked so cold on the outside, actually called Lin Zichen a male god in public? Zichen is so charming. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan sighed in their hearts at the same time. As the object of the sigh, Lin Zichen was staring at the shared screen projected by Lu Qingyu attentively, afraid of missing any details. The cave is very large, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It is also very deep. The exploration robot has penetrated thousands of meters, and still has not reached the bottom. It's so deep. Shen Qinghan on the side couldn't help but sigh. Lu Qingyu also said, "It's so strange, it's obviously thousands of meters deep, but the temperature detected is the same as the normal temperature on the ground." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, staring at the shared screen, observing the cave in the picture. Focus on the cave wall. He found that the cave wall was very unnatural, and it was covered with plant roots that had the function of strengthening the cave. The roots grow in a very regular pattern, one after another, woven together like a net. In addition, there are a large number of dark blue crystals inlaid on the cave wall. These dark blue crystals hidden under the roots of plants emit wisps of mist that are invisible to the naked eye at all times. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be these dark blue crystals that keep the bottomless cave at a constant temperature. Such magical crystals can be used as air conditioners. I don't know if they are evolutionary resources. Lin Zichen murmured in his heart, and thought about the dark blue crystals deep in the cave. No, it's too deep. The depth of this cave is far beyond the detection range of the robot, and the detection cannot continue. Lu Qingyu frowned slightly and said, "The other mechanical modified people around were all the same. The caves that suddenly appeared on the ground were incredibly deep, and could not be explored at all. Professor Gao, how is your research going?" The senior officer of the military headquarters gave up exploring the caves, and turned to look at an old man, who was studying the scarlet giant tree in front, and asked. Professor Gao shook his head and sighed. "The research is not very good. This alien plant is too strange. I have never seen such a scarlet alien plant that can grow thousands of meters high, and I have never seen anything similar." Hearing this answer, everyone present was a little at a loss for a while. The caves could not be explored. The scarlet giant tree could not be studied. The rat plague was also dealt with. Suddenly, it seemed that there was nothing to do. In this regard, someone suggested, "Why don't we withdraw first? Anyway, the people here have been evacuated safely." Someone responded, "I also think it's better to withdraw first, temporarily close this place, and let the strongmen deal with it when they come back." Senior officer, "That's the only way." After some discussion, everyone present felt that it was better to withdraw first, and there was no need to stay and increase the risk. After all, everyone's strength was not high, and there was not even a rare strong man. There was nothing to do if they stayed. It's better to leave early. Wait for the strong men to come back and solve the problem here. However, just as everyone was about to leave, the calm ground suddenly made a huge noise. Boom! Accompanied by this sound. The next second, nearly 10,000 meters away from the towering tree, countless thick scarlet vines suddenly broke out of the ground and soared into the sky at a high speed. These thick scarlet vines entangled with each other, surrounding the scarlet giant tree with a radius of 10 miles, forming an airtight giant tree cage. Before everyone could react to what happened, suddenly, there was a violent vibration from the surrounding caves. Then, a large number of strange-looking source creatures rushed out from inside, as emotional as wild beasts just out of the cage, and immediately killed everyone. "Run!" the senior officer shouted very quickly. Then, without saying a word, he immediately activated the anti-airflow power device and flew hundreds of meters away with a buzz, instantly distanced himself from the others, and fled faster than a rabbit. Lin Zichen reacted faster than him. Before he shouted run, Lin Zichen had already held Shen Qinghan in his left hand, and Song Yuyan in his right hand. His body instantly turned into a residual image, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out a distance of thousands of meters. As for Lu Chuanwu, Lin Zichen felt that this old and strong Dean could definitely run away on his own, and there was no need for him to carry him along. Chapter 228. Hydra, Red Flame Ant, Demon-Eyed Giant Ape, Armored Earth Dragon, Shadow Night Cat, Bloodthirsty Demon Eagle. In an instant, a large number of high-level beasts emerged from the bottomless black cave in groups, rushing towards the people in the tree cage with violent eyes. The speed of the beasts was very fast, and they caught up with the fleeing people in an instant. Several people who were slower and behind were unfortunately drowned in the beasts. They only made a few unwilling screams, and then completely stopped moving, becoming food for the beasts. Lin Zichen, who was escaping in the front, felt that the people behind were constantly being torn apart by the beasts, and made a ruthless decision to stay behind and save people. Hanin, Sister Yin, you run, I go to the back of the team to save people, and I be back soon. After saying this, Lin Zichen let go of Shen Qinghan and Song Yuyan in his arms. Then he exerted force on his feet, and the whole person turned into a residual shadow and rushed to the back of the fleeing group. The students of Shan University, who were of low biological level and slow in escaping, were being knocked to the ground by the monsters that chased them, and then they were bitten madly, blood splattered all over the ground, and turned into a dead body on the spot. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me, please save me, don't leave me. This group of damn monsters. Fight. Kill one to protect the capital. Kill two to make a big profit. Some of the people at the back of the team cried and shouted for help from the people in front, and some knew that there was no hope of escape and chose to turn around and kill the beasts. Among them, Ma Shiwei, who was seriously injured in the waist and abdomen, knew that he could not escape, so he decisively turned around and rushed to the beasts that were constantly approaching behind him, wanting to die with more dignity. Sister Wei, what are you doing? Shiwei, come back. Seeing Ma Shiwei suddenly turn around and rush towards the beasts, Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian shouted anxiously. Ma Shiwei had no intention of stopping, and said firmly, my waist and abdomen are seriously injured, and I can't run for long. I will cover your rear. F*****KU. Li Mayu cursed loudly, turned around and chased after Ma Shiwei at a high speed, trying to stop her from rushing into the beasts and dying in vain. Luo Yongjian hesitated, but gritted his teeth and finally chased after her. Either live together or die together, never be a coward. Buzz. There was a sound of breaking through the air. A high-level shadow nightcat rushed to Ma Shiwei at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and raised its claws and swung at her throat. Ma Shiwei's speed was far less than that of the shadow nightcat, but she had a good understanding of the shadow nightcat, a strange beast, and made a prediction in advance. As early as when the shadow nightcat started, she had already taken a convenient dodging posture. At this moment, when the cat's claws attacked, she just retreated a little and successfully avoided the fatal blow. At the same time, she swung the two swords in her hands and stabbed the heart of the shadow nightcat with force. The attributes of the shadow nightcat are extremely fast, ordinary attack, and extremely low defense. Therefore, even if the biological level of the shadow nightcat in front of her is high, as long as she can accurately hit its vital points, she has a chance to injure it severely, or even kill it. Puff! Puff! Only two dull sounds were heard. The two swords in Ma Shiwei's hands accurately pierced the heart of the shadow nightcat. In an instant, the salty cat blood spurted out like a burst faucet, splashing all over Ma Shiwei's face. Ma Shiwei let the cat's blood splash on her face, and quickly pulled out the two swords and stabbed them again, not giving Shadow Nightcat a chance to breathe. However, just after stabbing twice, Shadow Nightcat swept her arm with a claw, and the skin and flesh were immediately torn, revealing the white bones. The two swords fell to the ground in pain. Advanced creatures are advanced creatures. Even if the defense attribute of the race is low, it is not something that an ordinary creature like Ma Shiwei can touch. Buzz. After the Shadow Nightcat succeeded in one strike, it immediately swung its claws again, aiming directly at Ma Shiwei's neck, and wanted to chop off her head with one claw. Ma Shiwei wanted to dodge, but she couldn't dodge at all because of the serious injuries in her waist and abdomen. Just when she was ready to die, a long sword burst out from behind, passed through her shoulder, and shot into Shadow Nightcat's head with a puff, piercing its entire head, splashing a large piece of blood. Ma Shiwei recognized the long sword, which was the one Luo Yongjian often carried on his back. Buzz! Another sound of breaking through the air sounded. Li Mayu's figure was like a residual image, rushing out from Ma Shiwei's side at a very fast speed, swinging the spiked mace in his hand, aiming at the seriously injured Shadow Nightcat, and smashing it hard. Bang! 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 Accompanied by this fierce smashing sound. The head of the high-level Shadow Knight cat was smashed directly, and it lost all its vitality and died. We actually killed a high-level beast. Li Mayu looked at the corpse of the high-level Shadow Knight cat on the ground, with a faint expression on his face, feeling very incredible. Luo Yongjian didn't have as many feelings as him. He stepped forward and pulled out the long sword from the corpse of the Shadow Knight cat, and turned around and ran without saying a word. Seeing this, Li Mayu did not dare to stay. He quickly took out the beast core from the corpse of the high-level Shadow Knight cat, and then ran away with Luo Yongjian. There were still a lot of strange beasts chasing behind. If they didn't run, they would be drowned in the beast herd and torn into pieces. Sister Wei, run! Seeing Ma Shiwei still standing there, Luo Yongjian shouted anxiously. Ma Shiwei shook her head with a pale face and said, "You guys run quickly, don't worry about me, I've lost too much blood and can't run away. Let's run together." Li Mayu ran back, and wanted to pick up Ma Shiwei and run with her. But before he ran to Ma Shiwei, a 10-meter-wide bloodthirsty demon eagle suddenly appeared in the sky, and its huge wings flicked, and shot out flying feathers all over the sky. Puff! 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 There was only a dull sound. Ma Shiwei, Li Mayu, and Luo Yongjian, all three of them were pierced by the feathers that shot out, and they were nailed to the ground and could not move. Blood kept pouring out of their bodies, soaking their clothes in an instant, and they were seriously injured. Especially Ma Shiwei, whose heart was pierced, and blood could not stop flowing out. Her pretty face was pale, and it looked like she would not live long. Buzz! The bloodthirsty devil eagle cut through the air, and swooped down at Ma Shiwei on the ground at the fastest speed, wanting to grab this human with delicate skin and flesh and devour her flesh and blood. Looking at the bloodthirsty devil eagle that was attacking at a high speed, Ma Shiwei closed her eyes resignedly, and waited quietly for death to come. Bang! 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 Just as Ma Shiwei closed her eyes, the sound of hard objects breaking through the ground came into her ears one after another. Then, a scream full of struggle sounded. It was not a human scream. It was an eagle scream. The bloodthirsty devil eagle. Ma Shiwei opened her eyes in confusion. Then, the scene that came into her eyes was that the 10-meter-wide bloodthirsty devil eagle was somehow tightly entangled by dozens of vines. Unable to move. It could only open its beak and cry desperately. Then, the vines suddenly tightened, strangling the huge bloodthirsty devil eagle to death, turning into a blood rain that dripped down from the sky. Looking at this scene in front of her, Ma Shiwei was stunned. The vines actually killed the bloodthirsty devil eagle. Aren't they in the same group? What's going on? Ma Shiwei's eyes were full of confusion, and she couldn't figure out what was going on in front of her. She just felt that her vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. She felt like she was going to lose consciousness. She knew that she was losing too much blood and was dying. Just as her eyelids were about to close, a bright red pill shot from the side and accurately shot into her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth and quickly turned into strands of warm currents that flowed into her internal organs, healing her injuries and replenishing her blood. Just a moment later, she, who was about to faint, regained consciousness. She cleared the feathers stuck in her body and stood up from the ground. Then she was shocked to find that wherever she looked, there were vines rising into the sky, strange beasts entangled by vines, and desperate roars of beasts. Huh? Why is he there? Ma Shiwei saw Lin Zichen's figure in the center of the vines in front. They also saw that the vines only attacked the strange beasts, and had no aggression towards Lin Zichen in the center, turning a blind eye. Ma Shiwei was puzzled by this. Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian, who were not far away, were also puzzled. No matter what, the three of them would not think that it was Lin Zichen who controlled the vines. Lin Zichen was a pure-blooded human, not a traitor of the divine plant cult, so how could he control the vines? In the cognition of the three people, this was obviously impossible. Seeing that the three people were still standing there, Lin Zichen said to them calmly, "What are you three still doing? Leave quickly, and don't hinder me." As soon as he finished speaking, he had an idea and suddenly tightened the vines wrapped around the strange beasts. The next second, all the strange beasts entangled by the vines exploded, turning into blood all over the sky, dyeing the entire land red. These vines are controlled by Zichen. At this moment, whether it was Li Mayu, Ma Shiwei, or Luo Yongjian, all of them had doubts on their faces, and they couldn't believe what they saw. How could Lin Zichen, a pure-blooded human, control vines like a divine plant to teach people to be treacherous? Is this a dream? Or is it an illusion? The three people's eyes were full of confusion, and their hearts were full of doubts. The cognition they had lived for nearly 20 years was ruthlessly shattered to the ground, and they couldn't understand the scene in front of them. Seeing that the three people were not leaving, Lin Zichen was too lazy to persuade them. He just had an idea and controlled 3 vines to wrap around the waists of the 3 people, and suddenly threw the 3 people out. Then he had another idea: devour. In an instant, a large number of text prompts flashed through the void. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the bloodthirsty demon eagle. You successfully opened the bloodthirsty demon eagle atlas, and obtained the biological attribute of flying feathers. Flying feathers, you can use the hair on your body as a weapon. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the armored earth dragon. You successfully opened the armored earth dragon atlas, and obtained the biological attribute of immovable as a mountain. Immovable as a mountain, your defense attribute has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the Shadow Night Cat. You successfully opened the Shadow Night Cat Atlas, and obtained the biological attribute of Advanced Swiftness. Advanced Swiftness, your speed attribute has been greatly improved. Is this murderous nature? Lin Zichen looked up and bathed in the blood of the strange beasts, while watching the text prompts flashing in the void, feeling a bit of inexplicable enjoyment. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Qi Qingmao would refine living beings at any time. Watching a large number of living beings die in front of him, he really felt like he was dominating the world. Kill gods if gods stand in his way. Kill Buddhas if Buddhas stand in his way. Lin Zichen did not continue to immerse himself in this inexplicable enjoyment. He quickly came to his senses, and took out the beast cores from the surrounding corpses through the air, and put them all into the storage space. Then he retreated while controlling the vines all over the sky to attack the beasts. On the premise of ensuring his own safety, he tried to delay as much time as possible, so that those who were slow could also have the possibility of escape. However, there were too many strange beasts. Among them, there were many huge creatures with a biological level as high as the advanced 9th level. Lin Zichen tried it, and found that he could not solve it at all. So he stopped trying to be brave, and decided to retreat, returning to the large group in front to join the escape. He had tried his best to block it, but he could only block the group of animals in front that were fast but had low defense. He could not stop the group of animals in the back that were slow but had high attack and defense. He could only delay them for a moment at most. If he delayed them for more, his life would be in danger. You guys are too slow, I carry you and run. After returning to the large group of escapees, Lin Zichen directly hugged Shen Qinghan, Song Yuyan, and Ma Shiwei in his arms and ran with them. He had a close relationship with these 3 people, so he took them as a priority. Strictly speaking, he was not close to Ma Shiwei. The reason why he took Ma Shiwei with him was because Ma Shiwei had changed to a pure-blooded human and was on his side. As for Lu Chuanwu, Lin Zichen also wanted to carry him at first. But after returning to the main force, he found that the old and strong Lu Chuanwu had been riding on a powerful female mechanical cyborg and was taken away. This female mechanical cyborg was the master of the mechanical genius girl Lu Qingyu. Lin Zichen was a little confused about this, and asked Song Yuyan in his arms, "Sister Yin, why is the dean riding on that female mechanical cyborg?" Song Yuyan replied, "That female mechanical cyborg is an old lover of the dean." "Is it the old lover of the dean? Lu Qingyu's master is almost made of alloy, and it looks like he is about to ascend to mechanical flight. Can he still have a sexual life?" Lin Zichen was very surprised. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound exploded. A few hundred meters in front of the fleeing army, a terrifying black shadow broke out of the ground, kicked up a large cloud of dust, and completely blocked the road ahead. When the dust cleared, a giant centipede that was 100 meters long appeared in front of everyone. The biological pressure emanating from it was infinitely close to the rare level. It was a high-level 9th order great perfection. "Run this way." Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, Lin Zichen commanded decisively. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force on his calves, turned around and ran quickly towards the relatively open road on the right. But before he ran far, several booms sounded in the next second. A giant centipede that was 100 meters long broke out of the ground in all directions, completely blocking all escape directions. Caught in a jar, they were about to be wiped out. "It's over, we're going to die, all of us are going to die here. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to rescue. I don't want to die yet." Faced with several 100-meter giant centipedes, many people broke down and shouted in despair. Lin Zichen also frowned, but he was able to maintain basic calmness, constantly observing the surrounding environment, looking for a way out. But after searching, he found that there was no good way out. The only way to break the deadlock was to kill the giant centipedes around. But the biological level of these giant centipedes in front of him was as high as the advanced 9th level, and he couldn't kill them all. Even if he killed even one of them, there might be little hope. This is a dead end. After analyzing the situation, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little desperate. At this moment, a charming girl suddenly appeared at a traffic light in front of her. She looked at Lin Zichen in the crowd charmingly and said with a smile, "Little bed slave, come with me. There is really no need to stay here and be buried in the belly of the beast with these ants." Chapter 229. When Su Jiuzhou's voice sounded, Lin Zichen immediately looked at the traffic light. Looking at Su Jiuzhou standing on the red light, he frowned and said, "Are you controlling the beasts?" "It has nothing to do with me. The beasts are controlled by the great elder of the divine plant religion." Su Jiuzhou smiled and said, "However, I can easily control these beasts and make them stand there motionless, just like now." After the words fell, a purple light flashed in her beautiful eyes that captivated people. The next second, all the giant centipedes around, as well as other strange beasts that followed one after another, all froze in place instantly, like a stone sculpture motionless. After witnessing this scene, everyone present had an unbelievable look on their faces. So strong. That fox girl with 9 tails is so strong. Is this the creature from the source? Compared to the Earthlings, this is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. When they thought of this, everyone present felt a deep sense of powerlessness and a growing sense of despair. The creatures on Earth and the creatures in the source are not at the same level at all. How can they resist in the future? Unlike others. At this moment, Lin Zichen did not feel powerless or desperate, but he calmly sensed the surroundings, looking for the possibility of breaking the situation. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find a possible breakthrough. The gap in strength is too big. It is so big that it cannot be solved by thinking of a way. Or the time of evolution is too short, and the resources for evolution are too few. If he had the same level of evolutionary resources as the source, or if he had a few more years of evolution and development, he would not be in a dead end at all. What giant centipede, what 9-tailed fox, all can be killed with one punch, Lin Zichen thought unwillingly. Little bed slave. Come with me and live. Don't come with me, half dead, and then I take you away. What do you want to choose? Su Jiuzhou's beautiful purple eyes looked straight at Lin Zichen below, full of desire for his explosive body. Shin Qinghan immediately held Lin Zichen's hand tightly when she saw this, her pretty face full of uneasiness. She didn't want Lin Zichen to leave. Lin Zichen was still thinking about whether there was a better choice than leaving with Su Jiuzhou. Su Jiuzhou didn't have the patience to wait for him to think. Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, he immediately thought of generating a teleportation array under Shin Qinghan's feet, teleporting her in front of him, and suppressing her with mental power, making her unable to move. Little bed slave, you don't want to go with me, is it because you can't bear to leave her? Su Jiuzhou asked casually while carefully looking at Shin Qinghan in front of her. She didn't pay much attention to Shin Qinghan before, but now she realized that this insignificant love rival was extremely beautiful, and was no less beautiful than herself as a 9-tailed fox. Don't hurt her, I can accept any request you make. Seeing Shin Qinghan being controlled by Su Jiuzhou, Lin Zichen immediately shouted at Su Jiuzhou. Su Jiuzhou stroked Shin Qinghan's pretty face, smiled and said, I won't hurt her, I just want to take you back to be a bed slave, not to make an enemy with you. I will take her with me, so that you won't be separated and suffer from lovesickness. Then you will be my bed slave, and she will be my maid, and you will serve me on the bed together. Su Jiuzhou was serious about what she said. She thought that when she and Lin Zichen were dying in bed, she would let Shin Qinghan help her. The 9-tailed fox was born to like snatching men from other women. When there was another woman in front of her, the main goal was to kill people and destroy their hearts. Seeing that Su Jiuzhou said that she would not hurt Shin Qinghan and would take her into the source together, Lin Zichen could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he said to Su Jiuzhou, she and I will go into the source with you. Given my cooperation, can you fulfill a small request of mine? Tell me, Su Jiuzhou said in a delicate voice. Lin Zichen, can we teleport all these people out of the tree cage? He knew very well that if he and Shin Qinghan went with Su Jiuzhou, the other people present would soon be overwhelmed by the herd and become food for the beasts. Su Jiuzhou was about to say yes. But before he could speak, an old voice came from the sky. No. Everyone looked up and saw a masked man quietly hovering in the sky, looking down at everything below. Lin Zichen looked at the mask the masked man was wearing for the first time. When he saw a 4-leaf clover logo engraved on the mask, his expression suddenly became solemn. 4-leaf clover mask. It is an epic strongman in the Shinji sect. Grand Elder, You won't even sell such a small favor? Su Jiujiu looked up at the Grand Elder of the Shinji sect in the sky, and said with some displeasure. The Grand Elder of the Shinji sect, who was leaning on a cane, smiled and said, Then why don't you sell my Shinji sect a favor? Hearing this, Su Jiujiu frowned slightly. In the past, the Great Elder of the Divine Plant sect was always respectful when he saw her, and he would respond to her every request, calling her fairy, fearing that he would neglect her. But now, his voice was cold and disrespectful. The difference between before and after was too big. Su Jiujiu realized that something was wrong, and his eyes turned cold and asked, Great Elder, what do you mean by this? Literally. The Great Elder said coldly, Sell me a favor for the Divine Plant sect, and hand over Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to me. The Divine Plant sect now not only has its eyes on Lin Zichen, but also on Shen Qinghan. After investigation and observation some time ago, the Divine Plant sect found that Shen Qinghan's physique was also very special, and his potential seemed to be no worse than Lin Zichen. It has great assimilation value. Grand Elder, I think you are old and confused. You even dare to snatch the man I like. Su Jiujiu's expression became extremely unfriendly, and there was a hint of threat in her words. Does your Shinji sect want to go against Qingqiu Ancient Mountain? The Grand Elder of the Shinji sect laughed and said, No, you misunderstood. The Shinji sect dares not go against Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. It is the Sun and Moon Holy Land behind the Shinji sect that wants to go against Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Su Jiujiu frowned after hearing this. The Grand Elder of the Shinji sect continued, Strictly speaking, it is not to go against your Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, but to go to war. What? Su Jiujiu opened her beautiful eyes wide, thinking that she had heard it wrong. The Grand Elder of the Shinji sect did not waste any more words. He directly controlled a large number of scarlet vines to shoot towards Su Jiujiu and attacked her. Su Jiujiu's face changed drastically. She did not expect that the Grand Elder of the Shinji sect would really dare to attack her. Without thinking too much, she immediately formed a magic circle under her feet to teleport away, and at the same time, she burst out her spirit and tried to control the Great Elder of the Divine Plant sect. However, she is now just a clone, and her biological level is only advanced 9th level. No matter how powerful her spiritual means are, they cannot be effective against the Great Elder of the Divine Plant sect, whose biological level is as high as epic level. When the mental attack is ineffective, and the physical strength is very different. In just half a minute, Su Jiujiu was entangled by dozens of scarlet vines all over her body, and the whole person was tied up and hung in the air, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately used higher spirit to strengthen his mental power, and then used Lord of the Forest to control the vines to untie Su Jiujiu. But because his mental strength is far inferior to that of the Great Elder of the Divine Plant sect, no matter how he burst out his mental control, the scarlet vines wrapped around Su Jiujiu did not loosen at all. No, the gap is too big. We have to think of other ways. Lin Zichen's brain was spinning at high speed, thinking about how to help Su Jiujiu. In this situation, only by helping Su Jiujiu out of trouble, and giving Su Jiujiu the opportunity to use the teleportation array to take people away, can he and Shen Qinghan successfully escape the clutches of the Great Elder of the Divine Plant sect. Unfortunately, the Great Elder of the Divine Plant sect did not give Lin Zichen a chance to think. Only a hoarse and old voice sounded, Fox Fairy, goodbye. The next second, the Great Elder of the Divine Plant sect suddenly tightened the vines, strangling the delicate Su Jiujiu on the spot, turning into white hair all over the sky and falling with the wind, leaving only a fox tail that had lost its vitality, lying quietly on the traffic light without any movement. Source: Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. In an ancient and quaint room. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Su Jiujiu's mouth. Her pretty face was a little pale, her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and she looked very painful. The loss of a high-level 9th level clone had a big backlash. Swallowed a healing pill. Slowed down a little. Su Jiujiu thought, and a teleportation array was generated under her feet, teleporting herself to a magnificent palace. Jiujiu, you are so anxious. Is there something important? On the main seat of the palace, a beautiful woman in palace dress with 9 tails behind her asked softly with enchanting eyes. She is the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and also the elder sister of Su Jiujiu's mother. Auntie, the Sun and Moon Holy Land said that it wants to go to war with our Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Su Jiujiu said to the beautiful woman in palace dress without a word of nonsense. The beautiful lady in palace dress, the mountain master Su Qingge, looked serious after hearing what Su Jiujiu said, and asked, Where did you know this? Su Jiujiu organized her words a little, and then briefly told Su Qingge about what she had just experienced on Earth. After hearing this, Su Qingda's eyebrows were furrowed, unable to relax. Auntie, how dare the Sun and Moon Holy Land go to war with our Qingqiu ancient mountain? Where do they get their confidence? Su Jiujiu was puzzled. The strength of Qingqiu ancient mountain is not strong, but there are many connections behind it, and it has a close relationship with many major forces in the source land. Many high-level officials of major forces are lovers of the fox girls of Qingqiu ancient mountain, and they will come to Qingqiu ancient mountain regularly to find their lovers for dual cultivation. It can be said that Qingqiu ancient mountain is the daughter country in the source land. Or to be more precise, it is the top luxury club in the source land, the gentle land of every male creature in the source land. For such a place, it is reasonable that no force should dare to attack it. Because once it attacks, it will inevitably be opposed by other forces. Su Jiujiu was puzzled by this. On the other hand, Su Qingda, who has lived for thousands of years and has seen a lot, fell into a period of thought. She thought a lot, and thought of a very bad possibility in her mind. The ancestor of the Sun and Moon Holy Land may have revived. Otherwise, the Sun and Moon Holy Land would not dare to attack Qingqiu ancient mountain. The purpose of the attack is probably to monopolize the entire Qingqiu fox clan and train all the fox girls into exclusive bed slaves, which are only used by the creatures of the Sun and Moon Holy Land for dual cultivation. Many forces in the source land have thought about doing this. But because they are not strong enough to overwhelm the heroes, they have never taken action. If the ancient ancestors of the Sun and Moon Holy Land really revived, then the Sun and Moon Holy Land would have the strength to overpower all the heroes, and it would not be difficult to capture the Qingqiu ancient mountain. The more Su Qingda thought about it, the worse it felt. She quickly called the extremely beautiful fox girls in the mountain and asked them to contact their lovers and spread the news that the Sun and Moon Holy Land was going to attack Qingqiu. Mountain Master, something big has happened. Suddenly, a maid ran into the palace and shouted to Su Qingda. Su Qingda frowned. Why are you so anxious? She felt uneasy, worried that the people from the Sun and Moon Holy Land were coming. The maid excitedly reported. The beasts that attacked the Earth stronghold in the south region were all refined by a mysterious woman in a Taoist robe. Refined it? Su Qingda was a little confused. The maid slowed down, her voice was much calmer, and explained, I don't know who that Taoist woman is, but she is extremely powerful. She can instantly kill a large group of epic beasts with one move, and then refine the corpses of the beasts into elixirs. Su Qingda was puzzled after hearing this. Instantly kill a large group of epic beasts? Refine the corpses of the beasts into elixirs? Is there such a person in the source? The maid continued. Now all the major forces in the south region have urgently sent legendary strongmen to encircle and suppress that Taoist woman, and the momentum is extremely huge. How is the encirclement and suppression going? Su Qingda asked quickly, eager to know the answer. The maid said, Master, you may not believe it, but the woman in Taoist robes escaped easily under the siege of dozens of legendary masters. Su Qingda, escaped easily? Yes, she escaped easily. The maid added, the woman in Taoist robes was very strange. When she was escaping, she never tried to delay the pursuit. She just ran away. It was very unreasonable. After hearing what the maid said, Su Qingda didn't understand. Normally, when escaping, you will attack the pursuer to increase your chance of escaping. It is very unreasonable to escape like this, where you only care about running away and don't attack the pursuer. Earth. The center of Shanghai City. In the tree cage. After killing Su Jiujiu's clone, the great elder of the divine plant sect turned his gaze to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and said in a hoarse voice, Both of you follow me. As soon as the words fell, 2 scarlet vines shot towards Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, binding them tightly. The great elder of the divine plant sect wanted to take the childhood sweethearts into the source, and send them to the Sun and Moon Holy Land. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan did not struggle at all. Because they knew that struggling was useless, they were ready to be taken away by the divine plant sect, and endure hardships for many years in the divine plant sect. Great Elder, can you release those people down there? Before being taken away, Lin Zichen made such a request to the great elder of the divine plant sect. Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyan, Ma Shiwei, and others were down there, and he didn't want these acquaintances to die down there. The great elder of the divine plant sect originally wanted to take the 2 into the source, and send those people down there to the beasts as food. Hearing what Lin Zichen said, he changed his mind. The thought came to him. He let go of the vines on Lin Zichen's body. He said to him indifferently, Lin Zichen, show your determination to join the Shinji sect, kill the people below, or I will kill her. The she he was talking about was Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen's face changed slightly after hearing this. He didn't expect that this would be the result after he made a request. The people below changed their faces drastically, and their faces were full of fear. Kill or not? The great elder of the Shinji sect tightened the vines on Shen Qinghan while speaking, and his tone was full of threats. If you don't kill those people below, then I will kill your fiancé now. Shen Qinghan wanted to speak to stop Lin Zichen from killing the people below, but the vines on her body were too tight, so tight that she felt that she could already see the call of death. Seeing that Shen Qinghan's face had turned purple, Lin Zichen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand why the great elder of the divine plant sect did this. This thing obviously did no good, it would only offend people and create enemies for himself. What's the purpose of doing this? Are you still not going to do it? The great elder of the divine plant sect said, your fiancé is going to die. After saying that, he thought about it, and tightened the scarlet vines on Shen Qinghan's body, making Shen Qinghan's face full of pain, and he would rather die than live. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was dying, Song Yuyan below shouted anxiously, Zichen, don't hesitate, kill us. Lu Chuanwu also shouted, we are going to die anyway, it's better to die in your hands than to die in the mouth of a strange beast. Ma Shiwei, Li Mayu, Lu Yongjian and other familiar people were also shouting, Brother Chen, do it. Zichen, hurry up. Give us a quick death. More and more people urged Lin Zichen to act quickly. Lin Zichen listened to the shouts below and watched Shen Qinghan, whose vitality was beginning to drain from his body. He was forced to make a decision to kill everyone below with his own hands. Anyway, they will die anyway. Even if they don't die in my hands, they will die in the beasts. In this case, why not let me give you a quick death? One day, I will definitely kill the great elder of the divine plant sect for you to worship. With these self-comforting thoughts, Lin Zichen turned around and rushed to the people below. At this moment, a figure in a Taoist robe stained with blood suddenly appeared in the air, quietly hovering between Lin Zichen and the great elder of the divine plant sect. Chapter 230. It's Qi who was supposed to be in the source land, suddenly appeared in the tree cage for some reason. The Taoist robe on her body was stained with blood, the blood of the beasts in the source land, which made her whole body exude a strong evil spirit, which made every living being present have difficulty breathing and tremble with fear. Out of biological instinct, Lin Zichen was also trembling with fear, but more of a sigh of relief. The pavilion master is here. Everyone is saved. He and the little dirty girl don't have to be taken away by the great elder of the god planting sect. Everything is stable and getting better. On the contrary, the great elder of the god planting sect opposite said with fear, why are you here? He had communicated with the leader of the god planting sect in the source land, and knew that there was a mysterious Taoist woman in the source land who was killing people and constantly refining the beasts that attacked the human stronghold. Gods stand in the way and kill gods. Buddhas stand in the way and kill Buddhas. Anyone who dared to stop her was basically refined into pills by her. When he learned about this, the great elder of the divine plant sect was still wondering who the Taoist woman was, and why she suddenly appeared in the source land and started killing people. He suspected that it was some ancient existence that had just revived in the source land. Now, this murderous female devil suddenly appeared on the earth out of thin air, and she happened to appear in a tree cage. This made the great elder of the divine plant sect feel unbelievable and filled with fear in an instant. After all, the Taoist woman had been refining beasts in the source land, and now she suddenly appeared in a tree cage full of beasts. It is conceivable what she will do next. Why do the creatures in the source land appear on the earth in large numbers? Qi Qingmao looked at the great elder of the divine plant sect with emotionless beautiful eyes and asked coldly. As she spoke, she crushed the scarlet vines on Shen Qinghan into nothingness, untying the restraints on Shen Qinghan. After being freed, Shen Qinghan fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately released his blood and energy, stretched out his hands to hug Shen Qinghan, and slowly fell to the ground with her. Seeing Qi Qingmao actually rescue Shen Qinghan, the great elder of the Shinji sect was a little confused for a while. What's going on? Why did this mysterious Taoist woman in front of him save Shen Qinghan? What is the relationship between the two? Are you deaf? Qi Qingmao said expressionlessly, let me ask again, why do the creatures in the source appear in large numbers on earth? The great elder of the divine plant sect came back to his senses immediately after hearing the voice, and answered with awe, the force I belong to, called the divine plant sect, has opened up a new biological channel between the source and the earth. Through this biological channel, we spend a lot of time transporting a large number of creatures from the source to the tunnels dug in advance. When the time is right, release these creatures from the source to capture Shanghai City. The biological channel I mentioned, and the tunnel that was completed in advance, are all under the scarlet giant tree over there. The great elder of the divine plant sect did not want to die. In order to please Qi Qingmao, who was unfathomable in strength, he told everything he knew. Life is far more important than loyalty. One's own life is far more important than the family members who were held hostage in the old nest of the divine plant sect. Li Xuehua, you betrayed the Holy Land. The Holy Land will not let you go. A huge human face appeared on the trunk of the huge scarlet tree in the distance, and shouted angrily at the great elder of the divine planting sect. Qi Qingmao looked at the scarlet giant tree when she heard the voice. The scarlet giant tree was instantly shrouded in fear. It didn't dare to hesitate for a second and quickly hid its face and pretended to be dead. The scarlet giant tree could feel Qi Qingmao's power. The moment Qi Qingmao cast his eyes on it, it seemed to have seen death and was so scared that it dared not move. Where is the Holy Land? Qi Qingmao turned his eyes back to the great elder of the Shinji sect and asked slowly. Before the great elder of the Shinji sect answered, the scarlet giant tree in the distance showed a human face again and warned angrily, Li Xuehua, if you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful of the people living in the Holy Land. Bang! Before the scarlet giant tree finished speaking, its huge body, which was thousands of meters high, suddenly exploded. Like a plump and juicy watermelon, it suddenly exploded with bright red juice all over the sky. It turned into bean-sized raindrops and fell down with a crackling sound. The vine nets that surrounded the city center also exploded, along with the scarlet giant tree, turning into scarlet raindrops that fell to the ground. For a moment, the entire city center was filled with a strong smell of blood. Being in it was like being in a purgatory, and everything you saw was scarlet. It made people feel creepy and cold. Soon, these bright red raindrops suddenly changed direction and flew over Qi Qingmao's head, condensed into a ball at a speed visible to the naked eye, transformed into a red pill with a trace of blood. It fell accurately into Qi Qingmao's raised jade hand. She put it into her sleeve. At this moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. The scene in front of them shocked them so much that they froze in place, dumbfounded. Among them, the great elder of the divine plant cult was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he was sweating profusely. He couldn't believe that the scarlet giant tree, which was of epic biological level, was killed in the blink of an eye. After a moment of recovery, the great elder of the divine plant cult quickly organized his words and replied respectfully, Fairy, the Holy Land refers to the Sun and Moon Holy Land, which is a major force in the source land composed of alien plants as the main members. And the divine plant cult is an organization under the Sun and Moon Holy Land, which is responsible for building a biological channel connecting the Earth and the source land. After saying that, he said with a flattering face, Fairy, is there anything else you want to know? Qi Qingmao didn't have anything to know, and said in a calm voice, Now summon all the alien beasts you can summon. Fairy, if I summon the beasts, can you let me go? The great elder of the divine plant cult asked boldly. Until now, he was very uneasy. He was afraid that Qi Qingmao would kill him and refine him into pills after asking questions. The cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked, this is an eternal truth. Okay, if you summon the beasts, I will spare your life. Qi Qingmao said lightly. Hearing this, the uneasiness in the heart of the great elder of the divine plant sect disappeared immediately. The strong are all committed to promises. With Qi Qingmao's words, the great elder of the divine plant sect knew that his life was saved. Fairy, I will now summon all the source creatures in the tunnel for you to refine. After saying that, the great elder of the divine plant sect quickly took out a charming black flower from his arms, hovered it in the air, and exuded a faint fragrance. Once the fragrance spread, it quickly spread to the dark caves and went deep into the caves. After a moment, there was a violent movement in the caves. It was like a dragon turning over, shaking the surrounding ruins to collapse. Not long after, a large number of unnamed beasts rushed out of the caves, like sharks smelling blood, and rushed towards the black flower at the fastest speed. Seeing these terrifying beasts swarming in, everyone present, except Qi Qingmao and the great elder of the Shinji sect, showed fear on their faces and felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Shanghai City, which has been peaceful for so many years, actually has so many strange beasts hidden underneath. This is too shocking. If the powerful woman in Taoist robes had not appeared today, Shanghai City would definitely be occupied by the Shinji sect. All the people would be buried in the beast's belly without a chance of survival. Have they all been summoned? Qi Qingmao asked calmly, his eyes fixed on the beasts below. The great elder of the Shinji sect. Fairy, they have all been summoned. Qi Qingmao, Very good. The great elder of the Shinji sect. Fairy, can I leave now? Yes, you can leave. Chi-Ching-Ma said, raising his jade hand to the great elder of the Shinji sect. The great elder of the Shinji sect saw this, and his face changed drastically. He immediately turned around and fled with his blood bursting out. However, just as he turned around, his epic body exploded into a ball of blood mist with a bang, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. He never dreamed that a strong man of Chi-Ching-Ma's level would go back on his word. Die with eyes wide open. After getting rid of the great elder of the divine plant sect, Chi-Ching-Ma didn't waste time, and immediately aimed his hand at the beasts below and squeezed it gently. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a crisp explosion. The beasts below exploded into a group of fishy and salty blood mist like fireworks, dyeing the entire land red. The scene was extremely shocking. At this moment, almost everyone was stunned. Everyone had never seen such a shocking scene. One by one, they all opened their eyes wide to witness the blood feast in front of them, not wanting to miss any details. Some people with weaker strength felt a psychological discomfort, which then turned into physical discomfort, nausea and vomiting, and were very uncomfortable. Shin Chi-Han was one of them. But in order to exercise her ability to bear, she endured the physical and psychological discomfort and opened her eyes as wide as possible to witness this blood feast. After a few seconds, all the beasts exploded into blood mist. Under a mysterious gravitational force, all the blood mist floated towards Chi-Ching-Ma in the sky, condensing into a top-grade blood-soaked pill surrounded by blood. Lin Zichen quietly looked at Chi-Ching-Ma hovering in the sky, and had a new understanding of this great love fairy master. Not only did he kill people like crazy, but he also broke his promises, which was an absolute villain style. However, such a female villain was a female fairy master with great love in the records of the ruins. This is outrageous. I'm afraid that the owners of those ruins were threatened by Chi-Ching-Ma with a sword on their necks when they built their own ruins. Let's go back and give me a blood transfusion. Chi-Ching-Ma looked at Lin Zichen below and said. After saying that, he had a thought and created a teleportation array under his feet and Lin Zichen's feet respectively. Su Jiujiu knew the teleportation array, and as the head of Tianren Pavilion, she also knew it. Moreover, it was more advanced than Su Jiujiu's teleportation array. Head, take Hanan with you. Seeing that there was no teleportation array under Shin Qinghan's feet, Lin Zichen hurriedly shouted to Chi-Ching-Ma. Chi-Ching-Ma had a thought when he heard it, and also created a teleportation array under Shin Qinghan's feet. At the moment when the teleportation array was about to take effect, Lin Zichen had a thought, and sucked the fox tail that fell on the traffic light into his hand through the air. Then he had another thought, devour. You devoured a trace of the life source of the nine-tailed fox. Nine-tailed fox picture book, 20%. Zhongyuan Building 8. Dormitory 603. Lin Zichen, who was in the city center the moment before, appeared out of thin air in the living room of the dormitory the next moment. He stood beside the bronze ancient coffin with Chi-Ching-Ma and Shin Qinghan. These blood-soaked pills are divided between you two. Chi-Ching-Ma took out all the blood-soaked pills that he had refined these days, and threw them to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen took the medicine bottle full of blood-soaked pills and thanked him politely. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Shin Qinghan also said. Lin Zichen looked at the blood-soaked pills in the bottle and felt slightly excited. Although the somewhat villainous Pavilion Master of Tianren Pavilion treated his enemies extremely cruelly, he was really good to his own people, and was a rare backer. Apart from anything else, at least he was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times better than that Deputy Governor Yi, who was unfaithful to his own people. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely settle accounts with that Yi. Lin Zichen silently remembered his grudge in his heart. While he was thinking about these things, Chi-Ching-Ma had already laid down on the bronze coffin and said calmly, Come and give me a blood transfusion. Okay, Pavilion Master, wait a moment. After saying that, Lin Zichen opened the medicine bottle in his hand, poured out a blood-soaked pill with blood on the surface, and swallowed it. Less than a second after swallowing it, the blood in the body was generated like crazy, filling the whole body in an instant, and it was almost overflowing. Lin Zichen felt that his body was about to burst, and quickly put his right hand into Chi-Ching-Ma's Taoist robe, pressing against her chest to deliver blood to her. The blood-soaked pills in the bottle were too effective. Compared to the blood-soaked pills I had eaten before, the effect was more than 100 times stronger. It can only be said that the blood-soaked pills made by refining a large group of beasts are of high quality. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 10 hours have passed. The sky outside the window is already a little dark. It was not until then that Lin Zichen pulled his hand out of Qi Qingmo's Taoist robe and ended the blood transfusion. You go and rest. I will continue to suck blood at the party. Qi Qingmo sat up from the bronze coffin and said to Lin Zichen in a calm tone. Lin Zichen nodded to show that he knew, and then asked curiously, By the way, Pavilion Master, you have only been in the source for a few days. How come you came out so soon? Qi Qingmo took out the beast cores harvested in the source and said, I fought too frequently in the source, and the blood in my body was almost exhausted, so I had to come back here early to suck blood from you. Lin Zichen, is the spiritual energy in that pearl shell bracelet also used up? Qi Qingmo, no, I will not use the spiritual energy in that bracelet unless it is necessary. That is my trump card. After explaining these, Qi Qingmo stopped wasting time talking and lowered her head to concentrate on studying the beast core in her hand. As long as she could find a way to absorb the source power in the beast core for her own use, she would no longer have to rely on sucking Lin Zichen's blood, and could be self-sufficient and always in peak condition. Chapter 231. Seeing Qi Qingmo studying the beast core, Lin Zichen curiously sat aside and watched for a while. As he watched, he also took out the three-eyed demon beast core he had harvested from the storage space and studied it like Qi Qingmo. Give me this beast core. It won't work if you keep it. Qi Qingmo took a fancy to the beast core in Lin Zichen's hand and said it as a matter of course. How could it not work? It can be exchanged for evolutionary resources in the source. Lin Zichen thought so at his heart, and silently handed the beast core to Qi Qingmo. Qi Qingmo is his sponsor mother and his adoptive mother, so he must be filial to her. In this way, if you encounter danger in the future, you can shout out loudly, Mom, save me. Qi Qingmo took the beast core and said lightly, I am studying the special power contained in the beast core to see if it can be used instead of spiritual energy. If it can, I can return to the peak, set up a defensive array with a thought, occupy the land and become the king, and establish a sect. When you have the protection of the array, you don't have to worry about being attacked on Earth. Qi Qingmo accepted Lin Zichen's beast core, and did not forget to paint a big picture for him. No, to be more precise, it was to imagine the future. Defense array? Hearing these 4 words, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up. Now he really needs such a shelter, as Qi Qingmo said. Not for himself, but for the safety of himself and Shen Qinghan's parents. The parents of both families are ordinary people. When facing the power of evolution, they basically have no power to fight back. Lin Zichen is very worried that one day his existence will bring disaster to his parents. For example, an enemy holds parents hostage. Or worse, the enemy kills parents to vent their anger. These are all very likely to happen. Now Qi Qingmo said that when she recovers her peak strength, she can open a sect and open up a shelter, which makes Lin Zichen full of hope. Master, the special energy bodies in the beast core are called source power. Many powerful people on Earth have studied source power, and left many research documents. I will find the relevant research documents for you now, which should be helpful. As Lin Zichen said, he took out his mobile phone, opened a special website, and entered the word source power in the search box to search. Soon, a large number of research document titles appeared on the mobile phone screen. Lin Zichen clicked on one of the research documents, handed the phone to Qi Qingmo, and said, Master, see if it helps you. Yes, let me see. Qi Qingmo took the phone and carefully browsed the contents of the research document. After reading the content for a while, Qi Qingmo nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the content here is very helpful to me, and it can help me better understand the special energy body of source power. Lin Zichen, that's good. Qi Qingmo clicked on the next research document and said to Lin Zichen, Go and rest quickly, I will suck your blood again at the party. Okay, then I will go to the room to rest. Lin Zichen walked towards the room after saying that, so as not to disturb Qi Qingmo's research on the beast core. Shen Qinghan saw this, and quickly followed him. After entering the room, Lin Zichen did not lie down on the bed to rest directly, but took 2 sets of clean clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Whenever you come back from going out, you must take a shower before going to bed, otherwise you will be too dirty. Unless you can clean up the dirt on your body with just a thought like Qi Qingmo. It took a few minutes to take a cold shower. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan returned to the room to rest. Shen Qinghan lay naked on the bed, and fell asleep comfortably after a while, under the care of Lin Zichen's warm feet. When she was in the city center before, she was too tired and her brain needed a rest. Lin Zichen didn't sleep, lying quietly beside her and reading his phone. He was reading the news. He wanted to see the follow-up of the city center. After reading for a while, he couldn't see any valuable information, so he turned off the news and opened WeChat. WeChat was full of red dots, and there were many messages to be checked. It was time to open it and take a look. Clicking it, almost all group chats were chat messages 99+. There were also messages from many individuals, such as Lu Qingyu, Li Chuxin, Zhang Kai, etc. Lin Zichen opened the small group of 5 people he joined when he participated in the military special training half a year ago, and saw more than 10 messages at ING himself. Li Mayu, Liu Yongjian and Ma Shiwei, all 3 of them at him. He was puzzled that he could control the vines like the traders of the divine plant cult in the city center at that time, and asked him what was going on. Lin Zichen replied briefly, "The reason why I can control the vines to attack the beasts is because my characteristics are very special, and it is not convenient to say more about other things." After replying this sentence, he no longer paid attention to the information in this group, and instead opened the chat box with the mechanical genius girl Lu Qingyu. When he opened it, he saw that Lu Qingyu sent him a lot of videos and photos. They are all videos and photos from the city center. To be more precise, they are photos of the caves in the city center. LV Qingyu stayed in the city center to explore the caves with her master, and took a lot of videos and photos along the way, and sent them to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was very interested in the caves, and clicked on the videos one by one to watch. In the video, LV Qingyu was going deep into the caves, filming the surrounding environment, while talking to Lin Zichen about her feelings in the caves. She said that there was air in the caves, the humidity was suitable, and the temperature was suitable, which was no different from the ground, which was particularly magical. She said that there were many traces of excavation by giant alien rats in the caves, and it has been confirmed that these caves were dug by giant alien rats. She said that the deepest cave reached 20,000 meters, which was very shocking. She said that there was an underground palace deep in the caves, and there was a biological passage that had just been opened not long ago. She said that the top leaders were planning to establish a military district in the city center and join forces with the Mecha group to suppress this new biological passage. It is said that the city center of Shanghai City will be moved to another place in the future, and the prices of houses around it will plummet. People who bought houses in the city center in recent years are in trouble. After listening to Lu Qingyu's words, Lin Zichen figured out something that has puzzled him for many years. In recent years, earthquakes have occurred frequently in Shanghai City. Now it seems that the earthquakes in the past should have been caused by giant alien rats digging caves. Source: in a huge forest castle. The leader of the Shinji cult knelt on the ground, lowered his head in fear, and dared not make any sound. In front of him, there was a green halo covered with runes engraved on the ground. As the green light on the rune became more and more dazzling, the next second, a giant flower bud with a radius of at least 1 meter suddenly broke out of the ground from the center of the green light circle. Once the flower bud appeared, it immediately blossomed into a giant carnivorous plant with fangs. There was a sticky hissing sound. The carnivorous plant opened its bloody mouth, revealing a woman sitting cross-legged in the flower core. The woman had long red hair on her head, and her arms were wrapped with a several-meter-long thorn. Her body was covered with only a few palm-sized petals, revealing all the skin except for the private parts. "Master, the mission to establish a base on Earth has failed." The woman held her chin with one hand, smiled and looked at the leader of the Shinji sect and said, her voice was soft and pleasant, as beautiful as the sound of birds singing in the forest. However, the leader of the Shinji sect felt a chill in his heart when he heard this voice. Soon, she explained with a look of horror, "Fairy, the plan was originally executed very smoothly, but suddenly a powerful mysterious woman in Taoist robes appeared and turned the beast herd and the divine plant sect upside down, which led to the failure of the mission. The woman in the man-eating flower is the thorn flower fairy in the sun and moon holy land. She looks delicate on the surface, but in fact she is extremely violent inside. She often kills for fun and is a terrifying female devil. Even the leader of the divine plant sect, whose biological level is as high as the first level of legend, has to tremble in fear when facing this thorn flower fairy, for fear of being killed." The mysterious woman in Taoist robes. "Well, this is indeed a force majeure factor," the thorn flower fairy murmured. She knew about Qi Qingmo's existence because she had participated in the pursuit of Qi Qingmo before, and knew how strong Qi Qingmo was. But she only knew the general idea, and she didn't know how strong he was. But she was sure that Qi Qingmo was at least stronger than her. Because when she was chasing Qi Qingmo, she couldn't catch up with him at all. It's really strange to think about it. Why didn't the Taoist woman delay our pursuit when she was running away? This is too unreasonable. The thorn flower fairy muttered to herself. But soon, she took her thoughts back from Qi Qingma and fell back on the leader of the Shinji sect, who was kneeling on the ground in front of her. She looked down at the leader of the Shinji sect from a high position. Her voice was still gentle. Master, although the appearance of the Taoist woman was the main reason for the failure of the mission, it does not mean that you don't need to be punished. As a punishment, you need to sacrifice a close relative to me. Tell me, which of your 9 children living in the Holy Land do you want to sacrifice? The voice was gentle, but the content was vicious. The leader of the divine plant cult was filled with fear and fell into a painful decision. After a few seconds, he reluctantly said, Fairy, if you really have to sacrifice one, then sacrifice the 8th child. His 8th child was the one with the worst talent. Since one had to be sacrificed anyway, he could only sacrifice the worst one. Minimize the loss as much as possible. After hearing this, the Thornflower Fairy licked her tongue and recalled with a half smile, I knew you would choose him, so before I came to you, I had already eaten him. The taste was quite good, and the aftertaste was endless. The leader of the divine plant cult was angry but dared not speak, so he could only lower his head as much as possible, and not show his anger under the eyes of the Thornflower Fairy. The Thornflower Fairy sensed his anger, but didn't care. She just said tenderly as always, Master, from now on, the focus of the divine plant cult will be on expanding the scale of the earth, and will no longer be responsible for opening up new biological channels. When the boundary force on the earth is weakened to a critical point, then we will follow other forces to attack the earth in one fell swoop. Then, choose a pre-selected territory to establish a base. After the voice fell, the Thornflower Fairy controlled the man-eating plant to close its bloody mouth and instantly disappeared into the green light circle. Only the gloomy face of the divine plant cult leader was left. On the other side, the battlefield in front of various human cities. The strange beasts that were originally attacking human cities in groups suddenly retreated at a high speed and stopped attacking the cities. Many human warriors who were ready to fight to the death with the beasts were all a little confused after seeing this scene. I can't figure out what happened, so that the beasts that have the upper hand suddenly gave up attacking the human city. Lord, what's going on? On the battlefield in front of city number 1, a man covered in beast armor looked at Yi Yongsheng with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Yongsheng frowned slightly and didn't answer, obviously not knowing what was going on. Until a birdman in the city flew over at high speed and reported, Lord, the Taoist woman, who was madly attacking the beasts before suddenly appeared on the other side of the earth for some reason and killed all the Shinji sect and the beasts occupying the center of Shanghai City. After listening to the birdman's report, Yi Yongsheng's brows relaxed, and he roughly knew what was going on. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the woman in Taoist robes who eliminated the beasts on the earth side, destroying the plan of the Sun-Moon Holy Land to establish a base on the earth. The Sun-Moon Holy Land, which failed to make the plan, could only be forced to control the beasts to leave and give up attacking the city. The reason why the Sun-Moon Holy Land controlled the beasts to attack the city was to cooperate with the Shinji sect to establish a base on the earth. Now that the action on the earth side has failed, there is no need to continue the action on the source side. Who is that Taoist woman? Yi Yongsheng murmured in his heart, full of doubts and curiosity. City number 36. In a separate small compartment. Yuan Dongji, who survived the disaster, bathed in a bucket of special medicine to adjust his blood and qi in his body, with a look of relief on his face. So dangerous. Really so dangerous. Fortunately, a mysterious woman in Taoist robes suddenly appeared to save the situation, otherwise, I would have died under the lightning and thunder of the Thunder Dragon. If the woman in the Taoist robe showed up a little later, I would have to leave her there. It was really a narrow escape. Just when Yuan Dongji was rejoicing in her heart, a woman came over and shouted to the compartment where she was, Principal Yuan, your apprentice is here to see you. Hearing this voice, Yuan Dongji was stunned for a moment, and then her whole face was excited. She hadn't seen her eldest apprentice Luo Qianxue for many years, and she missed this eldest apprentice, who lived in the source land very much. Soon, Yuan Dongji got up and left the wooden barrel, and with a thought, she flicked off all the medicine on her body. Then she quickly put on her clothes and rushed to the central hall of the city. About 10 seconds later, Yuan Dongji arrived at the central hall. In front of a load-bearing column, he saw his long-cherished disciple Luo Qianxue. Qianxue. Yuan Dongji shouted excitedly and walked quickly towards Luo Qianxue. When Luo Qianxue heard her voice, her eyes lit up, and she ran over like a fly, threw herself into Yuan Dongji's arms, and said in a voice full of dependence, Master, there are many people here. Let's go to the compartment and have a good chat. We haven't seen each other for several years. Yes. Luo Qianxue responded sparingly. After entering the compartment, the master and disciple who had not seen each other for several years soon started chatting with smiles, talking about how each other had been doing over the years, and whether there was any good news to share. Master, I haven't slept on your legs for a long time. Can I talk to you on your legs now? Luo Qianxue asked in a somewhat cold voice. But it was just the cold voice, and the content of the words was not cold at all. Yuan Dongji smiled gently, sat sideways on the bed, and put her plump legs in place, letting Luo Qianxue rest on them as she wished. After Luo Qianxue lay down, Yuan Dongji looked at her body carefully. You don't know until you see it, and you find that your eldest disciple has a much plumper figure. It seems that she has grown a lot in the past few years. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. Yuan Dongji sighed in his heart, and his hand soon unconsciously reached out to Luo Qianxue's chest. Master? Seeing Yuan Dongji suddenly stretched out his hand and rubbed it restlessly, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but show a hint of doubt on her pretty face. Yuan Dongji smiled. Master, let me see if you have grown up. Luo Qianxue said stupidly. Master, it's been several years, you must have grown up. Yuan Dongji didn't talk much about this topic, and quickly jumped to another topic. By the way, Master found a junior sister for you on Earth. Luo Qianxue tilted her head. Junior sister? Yes, junior sister, the same age as you. After speaking, Yuan Dongji said, this junior sister has successfully entered the list of extraordinary geniuses. I guess you will meet soon, probably in the next few months. Luo Qianxue nodded. That's it. By the way, this junior sister is called Shinqinghan. She has seen your portrait and said that you look very similar to a classmate of hers in the 2nd grade of elementary school. That classmate is called Bai Shui, and her hair is as white as yours. Yuan Dongji continued, Master thinks this is a coincidence, but from the side, you two are also quite predestined. Now you are both 19 years old, you will definitely become sisters, who can talk about anything. After listening to Yuan Dongji's words, Luo Qianxue frowned slightly, and a vague figure gradually emerged in her mind. Shinqinghan. Such a familiar name. I seem to know her. At this moment, the dead memory is attacking Luo Qianxue, making her eyes gradually become confused. Chapter 232. Master, the name Shinqinghan sounds so familiar, I seem to know her. Luo Qianxue came back to her senses from her memory, and said in confusion. Yuan Dongji's expression changed slightly when he heard it, and he looked incredible. What's the situation? Is everything your junior sister said true? I don't know. Luo Qianxue shook her head. She had lost too much of her memory before being taken in by Yuan Dongji. She only had vague memories of most things. But the 3 words Shinqinghan sounded very familiar to her. Yuan Dongji thought for a while and asked, Does the name Lin Zichen sound familiar to you? She thought that Lin Zichen and Shinqinghan, a pair of childhood sweethearts, had been inseparable since childhood. If Luo Qianxue knew Shinqinghan, then she must know Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen. Luo Qianxue murmured, and a vague figure gradually emerged in her mind. Just like when Shinqinghan was mentioned just now, the figure that emerged at this time also had an unclear face, only a basic outline. However, the name sounded really familiar, more familiar than Shinqinghan. Luo Qianxue looked at Yuan Dongji and said with certainty, Master, the name Lin Zichen also sounds familiar, a little more familiar than Shinqinghan. Yuan Dongji was surprised after hearing this. More familiar than the impression of the little disciple? What is the relationship between the eldest disciple and Lin Zichen? The eldest disciple liked Lin Zichen when he was a child. It should be. After all, Lin Zichen, this little boy, is indeed good enough. He has been both civil and military since he was a child, and he is also good-looking. He is an absolute celebrity in the school. It's normal to be liked by young girls. Yuan Dongji has read Lin Zichen's personal profile, and knows how outstanding he has been since he was a child. It's not surprising that he can become the Prince Charming in the eyes of girls of the same age. She even asked herself that if she were the same age as Lin Zichen, she would definitely be fascinated by Lin Zichen, and become his most loyal little fangirl. It's only now that the age gap is too big, almost 80 years apart, she can be Lin Zichen's grandmother, that she has no feelings for Lin Zichen. If there is only a difference of 10 years, she should experience the taste of an old cow eating young grass. After all, a 30-year-old woman with unsatisfied desires, and an energetic 18-year-old boy are really a good match in some ways. I thought about these things for a while. Yuan Dongji rubbed Luo Qianxue's mature body, and said puzzledly, You are obviously a native of the source. How could you have attended elementary school on Earth? I don't even remember. Luo Qianxue's eyes became more and more confused. Yuan Dongji gently smoothed Luo Qianxue's snow-white hair, and said in a gentle voice, "After a while, when the two of them enter the source and join the alien-level genius team, you can get in touch with them more and talk to them about the things in elementary school. Maybe you can recover some of your memories." "Yeah," Luo Qianxue responded softly. It was a perfunctory response. Except Yuan Dongji, she didn't want to have any contact with anyone else, just wanted to be alone. On the earth. After Lin Zichen finished reading his phone, he closed his eyes and took a nap. He woke up after sleeping for about 10 minutes. After waking up, he felt good, so he got out of bed and walked to the living room to get Qi Qingmo a blood transfusion. If it were the past, he would only do it if Qi Qingmo asked him to. But it was different now. Now, he just wanted Qi Qingmo to return to the peak as soon as possible, set up a defensive array, and occupy the land as the king. So he became very proactive. As long as he was not feeling unwell, he would like to stand in front of Qi Qingmo 24 hours a day, so that the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion could suck all the time. "Pavilion master, I'm rested." Lin Zichen came to the bronze ancient coffin, and said to Qi Qingmo, who was sitting on it studying the beast core. Qi Qingmo put away the beast core after hearing this, raised his slender jade legs, and put them on the bronze ancient coffin, and then leaned back and lay flat on it with an attractive body. "Come on." Qi Qingmo slowly closed his beautiful eyes, and said in a fairy-like voice. Lin Zichen did not waste time, and immediately took out a bloodbath pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Then, he took a small step forward and sat down on the edge of the bronze coffin. After adjusting to a comfortable sitting position, Lin Zichen put his hand into Qi Qingmo's loose Taoist robe and skillfully pressed against her chest to deliver blood and qi to her. "One hand is too inefficient, use both hands together," Qi Qingmo said calmly. Her cognition was truly beyond the mundane world. She felt that the essence of living beings was spirit, and the body was just an insignificant shell used to carry the spirit, so Lin Zichen could take advantage of her. Seeing that she didn't care about being taken advantage of, Lin Zichen did not hesitate to put his other hand into the Taoist robe, and press one hand against each other to deliver blood and qi. With both hands, the efficiency was greatly increased. Qi Qingmo felt the huge amount of blood and qi that continued to flow into her body, and a look of enjoyment unconsciously appeared on her beautiful oval face. It was like a long drought, and then met with sweet dew, and there was a feeling of ecstasy. Seeing the enjoyment on Qi Qingmo's face, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He always thought that Qi Qingmo had seen through the world, and cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Not happy with things, not sad with oneself. He only wanted to evolve continuously. But from now on, it seems not to be the case. In addition to evolution, Qi Qingmo still has other desires. At least the body will feel happy. Not just spiritual satisfaction. By the way, I don't know if a powerful woman like the Pavilion Master has ever had sex with a man. If so, how powerful a man must be to be worthy of her. If not, that's amazing. She has lived for so many years, and is still a virgin. She can really endure loneliness. While Lin Zichen was supplying Qi Qingmo with blood, he was thinking about these things in his heart. Time passed by like this. Not long. Shen Qinghan, who was sleeping in the room, came out. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, wearing a thin dress, and walked weakly towards the living room, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. But soon, she woke up. She saw Lin Zichen's 2 hands reaching into Qi Qingmo's Taoist robe, and her watery eyes suddenly widened, and a sour feeling rose in her heart. But it wasn't very sour, just a little jealous. "Awake?" Seeing Shen Qinghan coming out of the room, Lin Zichen said to her with a faint smile. Shen Qinghan walked to the sofa next to the bronze ancient coffin and sat down, and said in a lazy voice, "Well, I woke up." After saying that, she raised her legs and put them on Lin Zichen's legs, shaking her white and tender feet like a child, and smiled sweetly. "Lin Zi, what do you want to eat tonight? I make it for you." Lin Zichen thought for a while, and said, "Fry some violent eagle meat, and a plate of spiritual fruit salad." The status of violent eagle in exotic meat is equivalent to chicken in ordinary meat. Basically, you have to eat it every 2.5 days. Are there any other things you want to eat? It seems that there is nothing. Do you want some exotic milk? Then let's get some exotic milk to drink. After a few simple exchanges, the two quickly decided what to eat tonight. During the period, Qi Qingmo's opinion was never asked from beginning to end. Qi Qingmo is a strong man who has practiced fasting. He does not need to replenish energy by eating like the two of them. He basically lies in the coffin to sleep after sucking blood. It is meaningless to ask her what she wants to eat. More than half an hour later, Shin Qinghan fried the violent big eagle meat, cut the spiritual fruit plate, and brought it to Lin Zichen and sat down. She fed him a bite first, and then ate a bite herself, showing great affection. She didn't mean to show affection in front of Qi Qingmo, but because Lin Zichen couldn't free his hands, and couldn't use his mental power casually, she chose to feed Lin Zichen. They finished a simple dinner beautifully. Shin Qinghan took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them, then returned and sat cross-legged on the sofa beside her to attack the acupoints and try to improve her strength. She attacked for 3 hours in a row. Shin Qinghan was tired and had to stop to rest. She glanced at Lin Zichen next to her, her hands still tightly pressed on Qi Qingmo's chest, constantly supplying qi and blood to Qi Qingmo. This transfusion will take at least 10 hours. It's really too torturous. Shin Qinghan didn't know whether Lin Zichen would feel tortured. But Shin Qinghan knew that she felt tortured. In the past, Lin Zichen would have been intimate with her in the room at this time. But because Lin Zichen had to complete the blood transfusion, she could only sit aside and entertain herself, or bury her head in hard practice, which was a bit unbearable. Master, can I also try to transfuse blood to you? Shin Qinghan watched Lin Zichen transfuse blood for a while, and suddenly asked Qi Qingmo. It was not to share the burden for Lin Zichen, but simply wanted to touch Qi Qingmo's body, to see what it felt like. Qi Qingmo didn't think much of the blood power in Shin Qinghan's body, but seeing that she really wanted to try it, she opened her red lips and said, "Since you want to try it, then come and try it." Shin Qinghan was ready to be rejected. When she heard that Qi Qingmo actually agreed, her pretty face was full of surprise. After coming to her senses for a moment, Shin Qinghan immediately stood up and walked towards the ancient bronze coffin, sat down on the edge opposite Lin Zichen, and raised her right hand eagerly. Seeing this, Lin Zichen silently pulled his left hand out of his Taoist robe, making room for Shin Qinghan to experience the touch of Qi Qingmo's body. I don't know what it will feel like. With some anticipation, Shin Qinghan excitedly put her hand into the loose Taoist robe, and followed Lin Zichen's example to press her hand against Qi Qingmo's chest. The next second, a touch that made people love it instantly surged into her palm, making her secretly marvel in her heart that Qi Qingmo's capital was really strong, and it would definitely make every man in the world fascinated by him. Release the blood and qi quickly. Seeing that Shin Qinghan had put her hand on him for such a long time without any movement, Qi Qingmo urged him. Hearing this urging, Shin Qinghan hurriedly began to release the blood and qi with a little unfamiliarity. At the moment when the blood and qi surged out, Shin Qinghan immediately felt that the blood and qi in her body were rapidly draining away, as if a catheter was inserted into her body, and blood was flowing out. After only a few seconds, she began to feel a little overwhelmed. She felt that her body was hollowed out, her legs were weak, and her eyes were black. She was shaky, and about to fall off the bronze coffin. If you can't do it, don't be stubborn, and pull your hand out quickly, Qi Qingmo said in a cold voice. Shin Qinghan's blood and qi were so weak that she began to faint after being sucked for a few seconds. Qi Qingmo was worried that if he continued to suck, this delicate little girl would die on the spot. Of course, the most important thing is that the quality of Shin Qinghan's blood power is too low, which makes her feel like she didn't absorb anything even though she has a strong body. She really can't get interested in continuing to absorb it. Now, she just wants to switch back to Lin Zichen to operate with both hands and absorb Lin Zichen's blood power. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master, my blood strength is too weak. Shin Qinghan pulled her hand out and said weakly. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head in a timid manner, afraid of being scolded by her parents. Qi Qingmo said lightly, your advantage lies in your mental strength. There is no need to be discouraged because of your weak blood. Lin Zichen also comforted her. Pavilion Master is right, your advantage lies in your mental strength. Just strengthen it well, and don't force your blood power too much. As he said this, he reached his hands into Qi Qingmo's robe again, and used both hands to transfer qi and blood to Qi Qingmo again. Shin Qinghan was not discouraged. The reason why she lowered her head timidly was purely because she didn't do it well just now, and was afraid of being scolded by Qi Qingmo. Fortunately, Qi Qingmo's temper was much better than she thought. He didn't kill people at the slightest disagreement, and directly refined a large group of beasts. Time flew. In a blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Until then, Lin Zichen finally finished the blood transfusion work, and went into the room with Shin Qinghan to lie on the bed to rest. As for Qi Qingmo, he lay in the bronze ancient coffin to sleep, thinking that he would continue to suck Lin Zichen's blood when he got up tomorrow morning, and prepare for entering the source land to kill in a while. In the room, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both took off their clothes and slept naked in the bed. Since experiencing sleeping naked once, both of them have been completely fascinated by this free and easy way of sleeping. It is both comfortable and healthy, the best of both worlds. Lin Zi, I feel that this world is becoming more and more dangerous, not as safe as when I was a child. Shen Qinghan said worriedly, while rubbing Lin Zichen's body with her soft little hands. Lin Zichen was also rubbing her body, and said in a gentle voice, the current environment is indeed not as safe as when I was a child. But correspondingly, our biological level has also improved a lot, so there is no need to worry too much. The most important thing is that we have the Pavilion Master as our backer, who can protect us. Lin Zichen believes in Qi Qingmo's strength and feels that as long as she is there, the safety of himself and Shen Qinghan can be guaranteed. Shen Qinghan was not as optimistic as Lin Zichen. She pursed her lips and said, I still think it's too dangerous. You might die suddenly one day. Lin Zichen comforted her, don't worry about it. We are both very lucky. What if? Shen Qinghan stared into Lin Zichen's eyes and asked. Lin Zichen said seriously, no if. Shen Qinghan didn't listen to this. She slowly pulled her hand out of the quilt, put it on Lin Zichen's face, and stroked it gently, saying, Lin Zi, I want to do everything I should do before I die. What do you mean? Lin Zichen asked knowingly. In fact, he more or less guessed what Shen Qinghan meant by what I should do, but he was a little unsure. I want to do things with you that can make us become real adults. After Shen Qinghan finished speaking, she felt that it might not be straightforward enough, and then she added with a slightly blushing face, I want to do things that husband and wife should do with you. Chapter 233. Do what a couple should do. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's usually calm state of mind could not help but be disturbed. Then he felt his body getting a little hot. The blood in his body kept surging. He had imagined countless times in his mind about having fun with Shen Qinghan in bed. But he never took action. He thought about leaving it until the day of marriage and getting the marriage certificate. Now, Shen Qinghan took the initiative to bring it up, which made him suppress the lust deep in his heart, and he could no longer suppress it. Whether mentally or physically, he couldn't wait. Do it? Shen Qinghan's peach blossom eyes were full of spring water, and the affection in her eyes became more and more intense. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, waiting for Lin Zichen to take the initiative. Unfortunately, after waiting for the whole freshman year, Lin Zichen had not taken any action. In desperation, as a girl, she had to take the initiative. Although as a girl, it would be unreserved to take the initiative to do this. But Shen Qinghan really couldn't wait any longer. Sleeping in the same bed every day. Taking a bath together every day. In this tempting environment, the lust deep in Shen Qinghan's heart had already been aroused to the highest point, and she was very eager to take Lin Zichen one step further. Lin Zichen looked down at Shen Qinghan in front of him, and his eyes carefully examined her naked body. Her skin was delicate and white, smooth and tender, and her upper and lower body had all the curves that should be there, and it was far beyond the average line, entering the sexy gradient, and it was so tempting no matter how you looked at it. With such a nearly perfect childhood sweetheart by my side, I don't know how I have resisted eating all these years. Lin Zichen thought so at his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he admired himself. Shen Qinghan saw that Lin Zichen didn't say anything, and thought he didn't want to do it, and her mood suddenly became low. After a long while, she said, Lin Zi, don't you want to? Who said I don't want to? Lin Zichen hugged Shen Qinghan into his arms, and almost kissed her mouth, and said, originally, I wanted to wait until we got married and got the marriage certificate before taking the last step with you. But tonight, you took the initiative to bring it up, and I decided to take the last step with you tonight. Not waiting for the marriage certificate. After saying that, Lin Zichen kissed Shen Qinghan's cherry lips, immersing himself in the warmth of her cherry lips. Shen Qinghan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her jade feet tightened uncontrollably. After a moment of adaptation, she reached out and hugged Lin Zichen's neck, and took the initiative to ask for a kiss in response. They hugged and kissed for about 10 minutes. The two reluctantly let go. Lin Zichen raised his hand to the bedside table, opened the drawer in the air, and sucked out a box of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms that had been stored for almost a year. This was bought by Zhang Wanqing for the two of them on the day of university registration last year. Unfortunately, although the two had a deep relationship, they had never taken the last step of love between men and women. This made the box of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms intact until now, and none of the condoms inside were missing. Sizzle. Lin Zichen tore open the package and took out a small package that looked like milk tea powder from it. Just as he was about to tear open the small package, Shin Chi-hun pursed her rosy thin lips and said weakly, "Tonight is our first time, I don't want to use this." Hearing this, Lin Zichen stopped tearing open the small package. He stared into Shin Chi-hun's eyes and asked, "What if you get pregnant?" "It's not that easy to get pregnant." "What if?" "If you get pregnant, just give birth," Shin Chi-hun said without hesitation. When she said this, the expression on her pretty face was extremely serious, without any joke. Lin Zichen was silent for a while after hearing this. After thinking about it, he finally chose to put the small package back into the box, and said in a calm voice, "Listen to you, don't use this for the first time." Seeing him put the small package back into the box, Shin Chi-hun said softly, "You come and guide me, I don't know how to do this." She has watched countless movies, and actually knows how to do this. However, she doesn't want to take the initiative, and wants Lin Zichen to take the initiative. She has already taken the initiative to do this, and it's Lin Zichen's turn to take the initiative next. Lin Zichen said him, and soon began to take the initiative to take the last step with Shin Chi-hun, who had been with him for 19 years, and achieve a happy ending. The next morning. It was just dawn. Lin Zichen had only slept for less than 4 hours, but when he felt the faint light coming from the window, he opened his eyes, and woke up automatically. After waking up, he did not close his eyes, and continue to sleep. Instead, he got out of bed quietly, and put on his clothes, and went to the living room, to give Chi-Ching-mo a blood transfusion. Before going to the living room, Lin Zichen glanced at Shin Chi-hun, who was still curled up in bed and sleeping, and a doting smile appeared in his eyes. Before last night, he liked Shin Chi-hun very much. After last night, he liked Shin Chi-hun even more. He often heard a saying that after completely possessing your object, you will love your object more. He didn't understand what she said before, but after experiencing the possession of Shin Chi-hun last night, he finally understood this statement. "I hope you don't get too excited at once. It's too early to have a child now," Lin Zichen murmured in a low voice. Then he covered Shin Chi-hun with a blanket, and turned up the air conditioner a few degrees. After doing all this, he turned around and left the room quietly. In the living room, Chi-Ching-mo sat on the bronze coffin, studying the bee's core in his hand carefully. Seeing Lin Zichen coming out, she raised her beautiful eyes as calm as water and looked over, and asked in a slightly slower voice, "You've been tossing around for so long last night. Do you still have the energy to give me a blood transfusion now?" What Lin Zichen and Shin Chi-hun did in the room last night, she knew everything clearly. It wasn't that she went to peek on purpose, it was just that the noise made by the two of them last night was a bit too loud, and she couldn't help but pay attention. Lin Zichen walked to the edge of the bronze coffin and sat down, saying, "It's just that I didn't sleep for a while, it won't affect the blood transfusion. As a biological level as high as the 5th level, he doesn't need much sleep. As long as he can close his eyes and sleep for a while, he can be energetic for the whole day. Since it doesn't affect it, start transfusing me now," Chi-Ching-mo said, and he put away the bee's core in his hand, and then lay back, lying flat on the bronze coffin in an attractive posture. When Lin Zichen saw Chi-Ching-mo lying down, he skillfully put both hands into his Taoist robe, pressed against Chi-Ching-mo's chest, and began to release the power of blood and Qi. If it were in the past, he would be very calm when transfusing blood to Chi-Ching-mo, without a trace of dirty thoughts. But after tasting it last night, his mind is still filled with all kinds of exciting images. Now, when he has too close physical contact with Chi-Ching-mo, the heroines in those images in his mind are replaced by Chi-Ching-mo uncontrollably. "No, my heart is so confused, my mind is full of the pavilion master's body." Lin Zichen's heart is very difficult to think about, and his whole breath has become a little disordered, which in turn affects the efficiency of blood transfusion. Chi-Ching-mo noticed his abnormality and asked directly without any tact, "Are you greedy for my body?" Lin Zichen shook his head and denied, "No." Chi-Ching-mo, little guy, many times, it is better to admit it generously than to deny it stubbornly. She has lived for so long, and has seen too many men who are greedy for her body. She can tell at a glance whether Lin Zichen is greedy for her body, and it is useless to deny it. However, Lin Zichen denied it, and refuted it with reason. "Master, I was thinking about your body in my mind just now, but that was force majeure and was due to biological instinct. In fact, I dare not have any improper thoughts about you." Hearing what Lin Zichen said, Chi-Ching-mo also laughed rarely. "You are thinking about my body in your mind. Isn't that greedy for my body?" Lin Zichen, it is essentially different. Chi-Ching-mo did not dwell on this issue, and instead educated Lin Zichen. The body is just an insignificant shell. No matter how happy it is, it will not be happy. Only spiritual happiness is the real happiness. When your mental strength is strong in the future, You will naturally understand what I mean by this sentence. Spiritual pleasure is the real pleasure? Lin Zichen didn't understand, and couldn't imagine how pleasant it could be. He felt that it was enough to enhance his relationship with Shen Qinghan in bed, and he didn't dare to hope for anything else. By the way, Pavilion Master, I have a question for you. Lin Zichen suddenly remembered that he had something to ask Qi Qingma. Qi Qingma, what is it? Lin Zichen, when the divine plant cult controlled the beasts to attack the city center, a nine-tailed fox cast a charm on me, saying that I would slowly become obsessed with her and no longer be able to tolerate other women. I am a little worried about this. Let me see. Qi Qingma said, as he opened his eyes, carefully looked at Lin Zichen's body, and peeked into his body to see if there was any problem. After a peek, Qi Qingma said, there is a problem. A love seal has been planted in your consciousness, but I have helped you deal with it. It's okay now. There is really something wrong with your body. Su Jojo really didn't scare me. Lin Zichen felt a little scared. Fortunately, he took it seriously, and knew to ask Qi Qingma, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. In the following time, the two chatted with each other. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Shen Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly in the room, had woken up at this time. She walked out of the room with sleepy eyes, came to the living room and said morning to the two, and then went to the sofa next to the bronze ancient coffin and sat down. As she walked along, her steps were not awkward at all. It was impossible to tell that she had been tossed by Lin Zichen in the room for most of the night last night. After all, she was not an ordinary person, but a high-level creature with a strong body, especially with the genes of the living dead slug imprisoned in her body. The small wound in her lower body was not worth looking at. After closing and opening his eyes, he was almost fine. Lin Zi, have you had breakfast? Shen Qinghan leaned on the armrest of the sofa with his right hand, looked at Lin Zichen with one hand on his chin and asked. Lin Zichen, not yet. Shen Qinghan rubbed his eyes, and his voice sounded a little lazy. What do you want to eat? I make it for you now. Lin Zichen, I'm fine. I eat whatever you cook. Shen Qinghan thought for a while and asked, then cook some live and dead slug porridge? Lin Zichen, okay. After deciding what to eat for breakfast. Soon, Shen Qinghan went to the bathroom to wash up, then walked to the refrigerator, took out the ingredients for cooking live and dead slug porridge, and walked slowly into the kitchen. About half an hour later, the porridge was cooked. Shen Qinghan, as always, took a bowl of porridge out to the living room, fed Lin Zichen a sip first, and then drank a sip herself, looking very loving. Qi Qingma, who was lying on the bronze coffin, was as quiet as ever, with no inner fluctuations, and did not feel like being fed dog food at all. In a blink of an eye, it was afternoon. After completing the blood transfusion, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went back to the room to rest. As soon as she lay on the bed, Shen Qinghan could not help but stick to Lin Zichen, and said in a soft voice, Lin Zi, do you want to continue like last night? Lin Zichen, we just finished last night. Don't you feel any pain? Shen Qinghan shook her head. It doesn't hurt much, just a little numb, it's okay. Hearing her say this, Lin Zichen no longer pitied her, and began to further enhance their relationship. This enhancement lasted for 3 hours in a blink of an eye, and the sky outside the window was dim. After Lin Zichen finished, he took a nap on the bed for more than 10 minutes to recharge his energy. When he woke up, he got up and walked to the living room to give Qi Qingma a blood transfusion. But when he came to the living room, he found that Qi Qingma was not there at all. He was not lying in the bronze coffin to sleep, nor was he sitting in the bronze coffin to study the beast core. Strange, where did the pavilion master go? Seeing that Qi Qingma was not there, Lin Zichen was a little confused. Shen Qinghan guessed. The pavilion master may feel that staying in the dormitory is too boring, so he went out to relax. Lin Zichen thought it was unlikely, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Qi Qingma is so powerful that it is normal for him to come and go without a trace. Just treat it with a normal mind. At the same time, in the sky above Shanghai City, a man and a woman were separated by a distance of 100 meters, hovering face to face in the sky full of clouds. The man was Deputy Governor Yi Yongsheng. The woman was Qi Qingma, the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion. While looking at Qi Qingma, Yi Yongsheng asked calmly, Did you solve the beast groups in the source land and the beast groups on the earth? Qi Qingma said expressionlessly, So what if it is? So what if it is not? May I ask what is your identity, fellow Taoist? Seeing Qi Qingma wearing a Taoist robe, Yi Yongsheng called her fellow Taoist. Qi Qingma said lightly, The pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion. The pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion? Yi Yongsheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Qi-Qing-Ma in front of him was the founder of the blood-quenching technique. No, it was the founder's grandmother. Soon, Yi Yongsheng invited Qi-Qing-Ma. I wonder if the pavilion master would be convenient to go to Kyoto with me, drink a cup of spiritual tea, and talk about the doubts in everyone's hearts? The doubts he mentioned referred to as doubts about Qi-Qing-Ma. He wanted to understand what kind of existence Qi-Qing-Ma was, and why he was so powerful. Qi-Qing-Ma didn't rush to answer, but asked a question. How much do you know about the source power? You mean the source power in the beast core? Yes. In this world, there are no more than a handful of people who know more about the source power than me, Yi Yongsheng said confidently. Qi-Qing-Ma liked this answer and said, then let's talk. Chapter 234. Since the pavilion master is not here, let's go back to the room and continue doing it, and wait for the pavilion master to come back while we do it. In the living room, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, and her pretty face flushed as she suggested. Lin Zichen was also surprised when he heard this suggestion. A little dirty girl is a little dirty girl, and this name is really not wrong. She has just tasted it, and has become addicted, and her mind is full of this matter. Is it okay? Seeing that Lin Zichen did not answer immediately, Shen Qinghan took his arm and shook it, and said softly and coquettishly, Lin Zichen, will it be bad for the body if we do it too frequently? Shen Qinghan disagreed. We are all advanced creatures, and our bodies are invulnerable to swords and guns. How can it be bad for the body if it is just a little friction? Lin Zichen thought it made sense when he heard it. Yes, they are all advanced creatures with invulnerable bodies, and they also have the living dead slug gene that can infinitely repair body damage. Just a little friction will not hurt the body at all. Not to mention frequent. Even if it is rubbed for several days and nights, it is estimated that there will be no harm. This is one of the benefits of evolution. The saying that excessive indulgence is harmful to the body is a false proposition when applied to evolvers. Let's go back to the room to continue. Regardless of whether Lin Zichen wanted to do it or not, Shen Qinghan pulled him to the room. She thought that she had served him in bed for so long before, and now it was time for him to pay back his debt. Married life, it is healthy to reciprocate. In the room. On the bed. The two had just improved their relationship and lay flat on the bed, panting slightly. Panting, Shen Qinghan suddenly thought of a question and said with some worry, Lin Zi, you said that the pavilion master is so powerful, will she see everything we do in the room in the future? For creatures with strong enough mental power, the five senses can perceive through any obstacles. Shen Qinghan thought that Qi-Qing-Ma's strength was so unfathomable, and his mental power must be very strong. Whatever he and Lin Zichen did in the room, it was estimated that Qi-Qing-Ma's five senses could not escape his perception. This kind of life, under the eyes of others, felt so uncomfortable. Lin Zichen said lightly, if the pavilion master wants to, he can definitely do it, but the pavilion master is not that bored. He felt that Qi-Qing-Ma's emotional indifference made him too lazy to spy on the process of others improving their feelings. For the pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion, it would be better to lie in the bronze ancient coffin to sleep or study the source power in the beast core instead of spying. Just as he was thinking about Qi-Qing-Ma, Qi-Qing-Ma's voice suddenly came from the living room. Sorry, I'm really that bored. Hearing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in the room were stunned. After a moment of reaction, Lin Zichen was speechless, while Shen Qinghan beside him blushed. A dignified pavilion master of Tianren Pavilion actually likes to peek at others in the room to enhance their relationship? Is it really that outrageous? After calming down a little, Lin Zichen got out of bed and left the room, walking towards the living room, and saw Qi-Qing-Ma sitting on the ancient bronze coffin, lowering his head and studying the beast core in his hand carefully. Shen Qinghan did not follow him out. Qi-Qing-Ma's words just now directly embarrassed Shen Qinghan, making her very embarrassed, and she could not face Qi-Qing-Ma, the peeping maniac, for a while. Pavilion Master, when did you come back? Lin Zichen asked. Qi-Qing-Ma did not even raise his head, his eyes were always on the beast core, and he said lightly, I have been back for a while, and I saw you two tossing in the room, so I didn't disturb you. After that, she put away the beast core in her hand, looked up at Lin Zichen, and said, give me a blood transfusion. Okay. Lin Zichen responded. Soon, Qi-Qing-Ma lay flat on the bronze coffin, and Lin Zichen then put his hands into her Taoist robe and gave her a blood transfusion close to her chest. By the way, Pavilion Master, where did you go just now? Lin Zichen asked curiously. After so many close contact and blood transfusions, he felt that he and Qi-Qing-Ma were much more familiar. No need to be as distant as before. If you have any questions to ask, you can ask them at any time. While Qi Qingmo absorbed his blood, he replied, "A deputy governor named Yi Yongsheng came to me and said he wanted to talk to me. I just happened to have some questions to ask, so I went to talk to him." Yi Yongsheng. Hearing this name, Lin Zichen's mood fluctuated. Yi Yongsheng said before that he would guarantee the safety of him and his family, but it turned out to be just a verbal promise, and there was no actual arrangement. He still remembered this incident, and he would settle accounts with Yi Yongsheng sooner or later. It was not that he was petty and had to take revenge, but Yi Yongsheng's actions directly put him and his family in danger, which was something that could not be magnanimous. Whoever was magnanimous would be struck by lightning. Lin Zichen asked again, "Master, what did you talk about with that deputy state lord Yi?" Qi Qingmo replied, "Nothing, he just wanted to know my identity, and I wanted to know his source of power and source of land." So, Lin Zichen nodded, and did not ask any more questions, concentrating on giving Qi Qingmo blood transfusion. In the following days, Lin Zichen basically stayed in the dormitory to get Qi Qingmo blood transfusions. Blood transfusions twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, to prepare for Qi Qingmo to enter the source. During this period, Shen Qinghan wanted to improve her relationship with Lin Zichen many times, but because Qi Qingmo was in the room, she was afraid of being peeped by Qi Qingmo, so she could only endure it. The days passed one by one. Half a month later, Qi Qingmo felt that his blood and qi were almost accumulated. After a simple farewell to the two, he left the dormitory and went to the source to continue looking for a way out. Before entering the source, Qi Qingmo went to the Pure Human Research Institute and gave some lower-quality blood soap pills to Lu Chuanwu. He said that it would be regarded as the resources of the pavilion, and asked Lu Chuanwu to make a good reward system and distribute them well. Although Lu Chuanwu and others could not provide help to Qi Qingmo like Lin Zichen. But Qi Qingmo felt that since these people were from his lineage, he still needed to give them some resources appropriately. In the dormitory, as soon as Qi Qingmo left, Shen Qinghan smiled and took Lin Zichen's arm and said, "Lin Zi, the pavilion master finally went into the source, and he will be gone for at least several days. In the next few days, we can do it wherever we want, however we want, and as many times as we want. No need to worry about being peeped." After saying that, Shen Qinghan pulled Lin Zichen into the room, eager to improve his relationship with him. In the past half-month, Shen Qinghan had not dared to improve his relationship with Lin Zichen because he was worried about being peeped by Qi Qingmo. He was almost suffocated, and he had to release it as soon as possible. In response, Lin Zichen also smiled bitterly. "Why are you so addicted?" "Of course, it's because it's comfortable," Shen Qinghan said without hiding anything, and then immediately asked, "Aren't you uncomfortable?" Lin Zichen also said honestly, "Of course it's comfortable." Shen Qinghan, "That's it, I feel comfortable, you feel comfortable, and it doesn't hurt your body. Isn't it normal to have a strong addiction?" Lin Zichen nodded in agreement. "That's true, it's abnormal not to have an addiction." "Okay, don't say so much, take off your clothes and go to bed. I've been holding it in for half a month, I feel like I'm going to die," Shen Qinghan urged. Lin Zichen said with a smile while taking off his clothes, "Actually, you don't have to hold back. You can do it anytime you want. There's no need to wait until the pavilion master is away." "No, the pavilion master will peek." "Not really. I think the pavilion master was probably just teasing us that day. What if what the pavilion master said is true? Even if it's true, it won't matter if the pavilion master peeks at her. We've touched her before anyway. No, it's too uncomfortable to be peeped at while doing that." Shen Qinghan just couldn't accept being peeped at. In fact, Lin Zichen couldn't accept it either. But if the person peeping was Qi Qingmo, he would think it was okay. There are 3 reasons. First, Qi Qingmo is a woman. Second, Qi Qingmo doesn't have physical feelings for men and women, and feels that being peeped at by her is no different from being peeped at by a mosquito. The third one was that he touched Qi Qingmo's body almost every day, sometimes for several hours at a time. Since he had taken advantage of Qi Qingmo first, he felt that it would not be a big loss to let her peek at him. "Lin Zi, stop talking about the pavilion master, let's get down to business," Shen Qinghan urged in a soft voice. Hearing her seductive voice, Lin Zichen couldn't hold back at all, and soon became entangled with her. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Qi Qingmo hadn't come back yet, and was still refining the exotic beasts and collecting beast cores in the source. During her absence, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan worked from morning to night, and basically tried all kinds of new things. This morning, after Lin Zichen finished breakfast and finished with Shen Qinghan, who had tasted the taste, at the dining table, the mobile phone on the table vibrated. He picked it up, and saw that it was Song Yuyin, who sent a message on WeChat. Sister Yin, Brother Zichen, your sister Yin finally succeeded in opening up, and the biological level has reached the advanced level 1. Zichen, congratulations Sister Yin. Sister Yin, you and Henin haven't been to the institute for a few days. When will you come over and give me, the dean, and Wei Wei guidance? Zichen, come over after lunch. Sister Yin, then Sister Yin is waiting for you two top geniuses to come. Zichen, definitely. After replying this message, Lin Zichen closed the chat box with Song Yuyin. Shin Qinghan, who was standing by, had just wiped herself clean and thrown the tissue into the trash can. Seeing that Lin Zichen had just chatted with someone on WeChat, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is it, Lin Z?" Lin Zichen said lightly, "Sister Yin just shared with me on WeChat that she had successfully opened her mind and her biological level had evolved to the advanced first level, and then asked us two to go over and give her, the dean, and Ma Shiwei guidance." Shin Qinghan pouted after hearing this. "Sister Yin actually came to you instead of me, it's too much." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "We are inseparable every day, it doesn't matter who we go to. Sister Yin doesn't think as much as you do." The two chatted for a few words, and soon stopped talking. She turned to sit cross-legged on the balcony, quietly concentrating on attacking the acupoints. More than 3 hours later. After lunch, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan went out together to the Pure Human Research Institute. As soon as he stepped into the door of the institute, he heard Lu Chuanwu's excited shout, "Ha ha, old man, I have also successfully opened my acupoints, and I am a high-level creature." Walking a little further, he saw Lu Chuanwu standing by the window, panting slightly with a sweaty body, his face full of excitement. "Little Don Sure, I used to make you want to stop when I was an ordinary 9th level, but now I have evolved directly to the advanced 2nd level, I will make you beg for mercy." Lu Chuanwu put his hands on his waist, looking very proud. Shin Qinghan, who came in, couldn't help but blush when she heard this. Ma Shiwei inside had no change in her expression. Song Yuyan inside, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at Lu Chuanwu speechlessly and complained, "Dean, can you be more careful with your words? There are many girls in the institute." Lu Chuanwu smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I got carried away by mistake. I will definitely be careful in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan coming in, and his face was full of bright smiles. "The peerless duo is here, come on, come and share your experience with the three of us." His words were not sarcastic, but were a compliment from the heart. Hearing this, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan also went over to share their experiences. Neither Lu Chuanwu nor Song Yuyan listened seriously. The two had just evolved into advanced creatures, and now their minds were filled with joy, and they could not listen to anything. Ma Shiwei, who had not yet begun to understand, listened very seriously. Lin Zichen glanced at Ma Shiwei, and used danger sense to peek at her body. Compared with when she first joined Tianren Pavilion, she had made great progress. The progress of the first body tempering had reached the first skin tempering, and the first flesh tempering, and reached the last bone tempering stage, and the biological level had also evolved to the ordinary 8th level. "Shiwei, you have made great progress, it's good." Lin Zichen smiled and praised Ma Shiwei. Ma Shiwei was filled with joy when she heard this, but she said calmly, "Thank you." After that, she added, "It is also thanks to the blood soap pill given by the pavilion master that I can make such rapid progress, otherwise I would probably still be tempering my skin again." Lin Zichen, the pavilion master is really good to us. After staying in the institute for an afternoon, feeling that the time was almost up, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan said goodbye to the three of them, and left the institute soon. After leaving the institute, they did not return to the dormitory, but went to the family building in the outer campus to meet their parents. When the two arrived, Shin Jianya and Su Ming had to attend evening classes, and were not at home at the moment. So Shin Qinghan followed Lin Zichen home. "Hanin, your little face looks a lot rosier, and you are getting more and more beautiful." As soon as Shin Qinghan entered the house, Zhang Wanqin greeted her with a smile and praised her. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Wanqin suddenly cried out in pain and covered her stomach. Seeing this, Lin Zichen hurried forward to support Zhang Wanqin and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, it's just that the little sister in your belly was naughty and kicked me hard." "Sister?" Lin Zichen was puzzled. Zhang Wanqin smiled and said, "Yes, sister, Mom and your father went to the pregnancy checkup this morning and asked about the gender with some connections." After that, she took Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan's hands respectively and said in a gentle voice, "Come, you two touch my belly and feel the vitality of your little sister." The doctor said that a baby who is so energetic at only 7 months old is definitely a genius. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan curiously touched Zhang Wanqing's high belly, and found that the little sister in her belly was really strong and kept kicking her legs. Shen Qinghan was surprised. Aunt Xian, my sister is so amazing. Zhang Wanqing smiled and said, of course, my sister must be a genius like my brother. Shen Qinghan's beautiful peach blossom eyes asked softly, Aunt Xian, has my sister decided on a name? Zhang Wanqing smiled and said, I just decided this morning, and I will follow my brother's name, Lin Ziying. Lin Zichen listened to the name, and felt his sister's legs kicking non-stop. He couldn't help but wonder, this sister he had never met before, wouldn't she also be a jerk? Chapter 235. Since I suspected that my sister might be a cheater. Lin Zichen stayed at home with his parents for the next few days, wanting to study the sister in Zhang Wanqing's belly. Once Zhang Wanqing cried out in pain, he would immediately disperse his mental power to sense the sister in Zhang Wanqing's belly to see if she was kicking her legs. He observed for several days in a row. He found that his sister was not always kicking her legs. Sometimes she would wave her hands. Sometimes she would pinch her feet. Sometimes she would eat her fingers. There was basically no regularity in her behavior. It didn't look like she had awakened the system and had any achievements in kicking her legs. Instead, she looked like a precocious fetus. Your sister is moving around again. She's too lively. On the sofa, Zhang Wanqing stroked her belly with her hand and smiled gently. She is already in her early 40s this year and really wants a baby, especially a girl. The 7-month-old daughter in her belly is the best gift she has received in these years, no one else. Seeing his sister moving around again, Lin Zichen immediately used his mental power to observe. Then, he saw his sister posing like a crow sitting on an airplane in her mother's belly, holding her feet with both hands, which looked quite funny. I hope my sister is not a time traveler or a reborn person, but a new life conceived from my mother's belly. Lin Zichen hoped silently in his heart. If his sister was a time traveler or a reborn person, he would find it very strange and would not know how to get along with her. Lin Zi, the master is back and is now at the research institute. He asked us to go over. Shen Qinghan ran over from the next room to inform. Principal Yuan is back? Lin Zichen thought and said, okay, let's go now. Zhang Wanqing glanced at her phone and said to the two people who were going to the institute, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. Will you come back for dinner in the evening? I probably won't be able to come back for dinner, Mom. You don't have to wait for us. After saying this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went out to the institute. Yuan Dongji has been in the source for so long, she must have experienced a lot. Lin Zichen is very interested in her experience, and can't wait to learn about it. Pure Human Institute. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan came in, only Song Yuyan and Ma Shiwei were in the living and leisure area, and Lu Chuanwu and Yuan Dongji were nowhere to be seen. Seeing that the two people were gone, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but ask curiously, where are the master and the dean? Song Yuyan said unhappily, not long after Principal Yuan came here, he was dragged into a room upstairs by that old man, saying that he wanted to show off his prowess and impress Principal Yuan. Is that so? Shen Qinghan nodded, her pretty face flushed a little. Ever since she had a deep and superficial physical relationship with Lin Zichen some time ago, she has been very sensitive to this matter between men and women. As long as she hears related words, all kinds of exciting pictures will appear in her mind. About 10 minutes later, Lu Chuanwu and Yuan Dongji came down from the room upstairs. Yuan Dongji's face was full of spring. Lu Chuanwu staggered, looking like he was squeezed dry. It seems that Yuan Dongji, whose biological level is as high as rare level, is better. Even if Lu Chuanwu's biological level has evolved to the advanced second level, he is still a younger brother in front of Yuan Dongji, who has a higher biological level. Master, long time no see. When Shen Qinghan saw the familiar Yuan Dongji, a sweet smile suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Yuan Dongji also smiled at her, walked to the sofa in front and sat down, and said in a gentle voice, come here and sit with master. Okay. Shen Qinghan sat down obediently. Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen. Zichen, you also come here and sit, I have something to talk to you and Henin about. Lin Zichen walked to Shen Qinghan and sat down, and asked, is it something important? Yuan Dongji didn't rush to say it, but took a sip of warm flower tea. After that, she slowly said, I met with my eldest disciple Luo Qinxue in the source land. During the period, I mentioned your two names to her while reminiscing about the past. Guess what? She said your two names sounded very familiar. My eldest disciple, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the transfer student you two had in elementary school, A little girl with white hair named Bai Shui. That Luo Qianxue, was it really Bai Shui? Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were a little surprised. The two had always felt that Luo Qianxue looked very similar to Bai Shui, and it was very likely that she was Bai Shui. But when they learned that this was true, they still felt a little surprised and incredible in their hearts, and felt that this world was really a coincidence. Master, does senior sister only think that my name and Lin Zi's name sound very familiar? Does she not remember the things when she was a child? Shen Qinghan asked. Yuan Dongji said lightly. She has lost a lot of memories, and has basically forgotten all the memories about Bai Shui. Ah, how could this happen? Shen Qinghan felt very disappointed. The three of them had a great time at the beginning. How could they forget everything? Yuan Dongji took another sip of the flower tea and said slowly, when you two go down to the source, you can go and talk to her in person. Maybe when she sees you two, she will remember everything. After saying this, she put down the teacup and stopped talking about Luo Qianxue. She jumped directly to another topic and said, when I was resisting the beasts in the source, the situation was very serious, and I almost got into trouble several times. If there was no mysterious woman in Taoist robes, who suddenly appeared and killed the beasts by herself, I guess I would not be able to come back now. I heard that the mysterious woman in Taoist robes is the head of Tianren Pavilion. Is this true? When saying this last sentence, Yuan Dongji's eyes moved to Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu nodded. It's true. Yuan Dongji was extremely confused. What is going on? This is what happened. Lu Chuanwu patiently explained to Yuan Dongji. First, he introduced Qi Qingmo's origin. Then he introduced how she was resurrected. Finally, he introduced her personality, strength, and position. The introduction was not much, and it was very superficial. At most, it could only give Yuan Dongji a general understanding. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Lu Chuanwu himself was not very familiar with Qi Qingmo. He only knew that the other party was very powerful, and was on his side. Other than that, he didn't know much about the others, and was not sure. After briefly introducing Qi Qingmo, Lu Chuanwu said to Yuan Dongji, in fact, when it comes to understanding the Pavilion Master, Zichen and Qinghan should know more than me, because the Pavilion Master basically lives with them whenever he is on Earth. Hearing this, Yuan Dongji immediately turned his head to look at the two and asked, how much do you two know about the Pavilion Master of Tianren Pavilion? Can you tell me? Lin Zichen took a sip of flower tea and said, Hanin, and I know the Pavilion Master as well as the Dean, and there is nothing else to add. Yuan Dongji, then this Pavilion Master of Tianren Pavilion is really mysterious. Lu Chuanwu stroked his beard and said, normal, after all, strong people are mysterious, and it is impossible for them to tell us everything. We just need to know that this strong person is one of us, and there is no need to know more. Yuan Dongji agreed with this. That's true. After she finished speaking, she looked at Shen Qinghan and said, come with me to the office of the Academic Affairs Office. I have exchanged a daffodil gene in the source for you to enslave, which will further enhance your mental strength. Thank you, Master. Shen Qinghan didn't know how to respond, so he could only say thank you. Soon, the two left the institute and walked towards the administrative building. Lin Zichen did not follow them, but chose to stay in the research institute to attack the acupoints. One of the heart acupoints and brain acupoints had already been opened. Now, the body acupoint had to be opened. Time flies. In a blink of an eye. More than half a month had passed. The semester was over. Lin Zichen welcomed the summer vacation of his freshman year. At this time, he had opened a total of 4 acupoints. 2 heart acupoints. 1 brain acupoint. 1 body acupoint. At the same time, the biological level had evolved to the advanced 6th level, only 1 step away from the advanced high level. After a rigorous strength test, Lin Zichen felt that under certain circumstances, he should be able to match the strong man of the rare 1st level. Compared to the previous period, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. And Shen Qinghan, who is inseparable from Lin Zichen, has also opened 4 acupoints. 1 heart acupoint. 2 brain acupoints. 1 body acupoint. The biological level has evolved to the advanced 5th level. He is following closely behind Lin Zichen. He is not far behind Lin Zichen. It's strange, why hasn't the Pavilion Master come back after so long? On the bed, Lin Zichen moved his waist and abdomen, frowning and muttering. He was worried that Qi Qingmo would get into trouble in the source land, and that he would lose a great backer because of this. Under him, Shen Qinghan's forehead was covered with fine sweat, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, the Pavilion Master is so strong, nothing will happen to her. The Pavilion Master must have made some discovery in the source land, and found a way to return to the peak, so she stayed in the source land for so long. Maybe when we see the Pavilion Master again next time, the Pavilion Master will have returned to the peak. In fact, Shen Qinghan was also worried that Qi Qingmo had an accident in the source land, but when she saw Lin Zichen was so sad, she had to restrain her worries, and said some nice words to comfort Lin Zichen. However, no matter how many nice words she said, Lin Zichen was still worried. After finishing in bed, Lin Zichen picked up the mobile phone beside him, clicked on Yuan Dongji's WeChat avatar, and contacted this Miss Yuan, who had a wide range of interpersonal relationships, to see if she knew the situation in the source land. It took about half an hour. Yuan Dongji asked on his behalf in the relevant group of strong men, asking those strong men who had gone to the source in recent days whether they had seen Qi Qingmo or heard any news about Qi Qingmo. Then, nothing was gained. For this, Lin Zichen could only pray in his heart, praying that Qi Qingmo was fine in the source. Soon, a week passed. On July 8th, Shanghai University, which was in summer vacation, suddenly became lively. It was Tianren Pavilion that was recruiting new members. From the students who were admitted to Shanghai University this year, a group of geniuses with strong physical talents were recruited. In the past, Tianren Pavilion's recruitment was deserted, and Lu Chuanwu had to leave the school and visit students one by one, begging them to join Tianren Pavilion. But now everything has changed. Because of Lin Zichen's living signboard, a large number of geniuses with strong physical talents took the initiative to come to Shanghai University on this day, clearly stating that they wanted to join Tianren Pavilion and follow the path of pure-blooded humans. Where is God Lin? Isn't he here? I flew all the way here just to see God Lin, but God Lin isn't here. This is too painful. Why are you in such a hurry? Once you join the Tianren Pavilion, you will have plenty of opportunities to see God Lin in the future. In front of the Pure Human Research Institute, hundreds of geniuses with extremely strong physical talents gathered in a bustling crowd. The God Lin they were talking about was Lin Zichen, a representative of pure-blooded humans. Because they worshipped Lin Zichen, they deified him. Everyone, be quiet and line up in order. Each team can only have 30 people. After we line up, we will go to the gymnasium for a physical strength test. Lu Chuanwu shouted loudly in front of everyone. As soon as the voice came out, the geniuses immediately lined up in an orderly manner, waiting to go to the gymnasium for the test. Seeing that the geniuses were all lined up, Lu Chuanwu did not waste everyone's time and quickly took several teachers from the Martial Arts Academy to the gymnasium for testing. Inside the research institute, Song Yuyan stood in front of the window, looking at the hundreds of geniuses below, and couldn't help asking Lin Zichen, who was sitting on the sofa behind her, "Zichen, these geniuses below are all your fans. Don't you go down and show your face?" "Forget about showing your face. When they successfully join the Tianren Pavilion, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future," Lin Zichen said casually while attacking the acupoints. Song Yuyan said with regret, "I see there are many beautiful girls below. If I were you, I would definitely go down and show my face." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, "But your Henin is so beautiful, you must not look down on other girls." Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing. Shen Qinghan was beside him, and he didn't want to talk about these topics in front of Shen Qinghan. Many people say that once a man has eaten a woman completely, his love for her will fade, until he is tired of her. Lin Zichen has no such feeling at all. As for Shen Qinghan, he will only love her more and more. Time flies. It was from morning to night in a flash. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were still tempering their bodies, not wasting any time for cultivation. After a whole day, I finally finished this year's recruitment work. I am so tired. Lu Chuanwu came back from the gymnasium, shouting that he was tired, but his face was full of smiles. Song Yuyan stepped forward and asked, "Dean, how many people did you recruit?" "Guess?" Lu Chuanwu said with a smile. Song Yuyan, "Guess or not?" Seeing that this older single woman did not guess, Lu Chuanwu did not keep her in suspense and said with a smile, "You may not believe it when I tell you, I directly recruited 166 people." "So many?" Song Yuyan was shocked. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan didn't feel anything, their faces were calm. Lu Chuanwu looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, "The goal set by Lord Yezhou was to recruit 100 people. Now I have directly recruited 166 people. The task has been successfully completed. You two will be able to enter the source soon. Finally, I can enter the source." Lin Zichen's heart moved slightly. He has been looking forward to the source for a long time, and wants to see the world called the high-end version of the Earth. At the same time, he also wants to see how strong the so-called alien genius is. I hope that the Pavilion Master who I haven't seen for a long time, is not in trouble in the source, but is too busy to come back in the source, so that he can continue to be my backer. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. Chapter 236. Source, City Number 1. All 28 members of the Inhuman Genius team gathered in a large training room. Everyone was breathing heavily, sweating and exhausted. They had obviously just finished high-intensity training. In front of this group of Inhuman Geniuses stood a bald man with a sharp look. The bald man was a rare high-level expert in City Number 1, responsible for special training for the 28 members of the Inhuman team to further improve their strength. At this moment, the bald man looked around at the alien-level geniuses in front of him and said in a loud voice, "Today's test results are both surprising and disappointing to me. The surprise is that Qianxua's progress is so great that it shocks me. Before participating in the special training, her strength ranked only 13th in this team of 28, barely ranking in the middle. But after a month of special training, her current strength ranking in the team has risen to 9th, successfully ranking in the top 10. You know, she is only 19 years old now, and the oldest among you is already 29 years old. The youngest captain of this team of alien-level geniuses is 25 years old. I am very optimistic that she can break this record." The bald man praised Luo Qianxua and placed high hopes on her. Listening to the bald man's words, the other 27 geniuses, except Luo Qianxua, were all filled with a sense of urgency and huge pressure. Every one of them is a genius among geniuses. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been an incredible existence that other people of the same age can only dream of. But even though they were so dazzling, they were somewhat eclipsed in front of Luo Qianxua. There is really no harm without comparison. TSK, she is not from Earth. What's the point of comparing her with us? It's meaningless. A female genius in her early 20s muttered in a low voice. The bald man frowned when he heard this. He looked at the female genius and said in a very serious voice, "Zhao Zixuan, what are you talking about? What do you mean by there is no point in comparing with aliens? Do you know that the biggest enemy of our Earth has never been alien beasts or alien plants, but aliens who are very similar to us? If we are not as good as aliens, how can we fight against them? The reason why the higher-ups are willing to provide you with so many rare evolutionary resources is to allow you to surpass aliens. Zhao Zixuan, if you dare to say such stupid things next time, I will apply to the higher-ups to reduce your evolutionary resources and distribute them to the people who deserve them." Zhao Zixuan was nervous when she heard what the bald man said. "Instructor Lan, I was wrong. I will never say such things again." Lan Tianbai ignored Zhao Zixuan and turned to look at Luo Qianxua and said, "Qianxua, work hard and strive to become the youngest captain in the history of the team." "Yeah." Luo Qianxua responded sparingly. She didn't like Lan Tianbai. Lan Tianbai often uses her alien identity to provoke others in the team, which makes her, who is already unpopular with others, even more unpopular. As an instructor, Lan Tianbai knew that Luo Qianxua had something against him. But he didn't care at all. His mission was to make these extraordinary talents in the team stronger, not to make these geniuses like him. Besides, the reason why the people above were willing to accept Luo Qianxua, an extraordinary person, was to stimulate the young geniuses on Earth and make them roll up, playing a silver carp effect. Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chutao, Nangong Luyuan, Huang Xing, Qian Yifei, Bai Jie, the 7 of you stay to practice more. The rest of you can leave. Those who need to go out of the city to practice, don't stay in the city and waste your time." Lan Tianbai said to the geniuses in front of him. After hearing this, everyone except the 7 people who were named to stay walked out of the training room. Among them, Luo Qianxua walked the fastest. She didn't want to stay for a moment, just wanted to be alone. As she walked, the 2 young men in the team followed her and chatted. Luo Qianxua has evolved too fast. She just reached the advanced level 6 some time ago, but after only 1 month of special training, she has evolved to the advanced level 7. It's terrible. The tall young man Zhao Qingxian looked at Luo Qianxua's back, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. The short young man Zhang Tao beside him said calmly, "It's terrible, but the 2 of us are not necessarily worse than her. We have advantages that she doesn't have as an alien." Zhao Qingxian, "Indeed, as Earthlings, our bodies are very tolerant, and can undergo gene fusion, but as an alien, she can't do this." Zhang Tao said calmly, "Don't think that we are not as fast as her now. When our biological level evolves to the rare level, and confuse the genes of higher level beasts, our strength will advance by leaps and bounds, and directly leave her behind." Zhao Qingxian, "This is inevitable." The big and small kings in the team chatted with each other, and they all believed that they would not lose to Luo Qianxue with their biological level as high as the advanced 9th level. Not long. Except for the 7 people who were left behind, the others all left the training room. Lan Tianbai said to the 7 people, "You 7 performed too poorly. After a whole month of training, there is almost no progress. From today on, you all have to stay in the training room for extra training. When you are qualified, you can leave. Do you understand?" "Understood," the 7 people said almost in unison. Lan Tianbai nodded. "I understand. Although the 7 of you have high evolutionary talents, your current strength is too weak to support you to go out of the city for individual training. You must know that the monsters outside will not wait for you to grow slowly. If they see that you are not strong, they will tear you apart on the spot. Before your strength is improved, you must practice hard in the training room. A genius who has not grown up is not a genius. Do you understand?" "Understood," the 7 people said in unison again. Lan Tianbai nodded again with satisfaction, and then said in a loud voice, "I will test you again in a month, and I hope everyone will pass by then." More than half a month later. Earth. Shanghai University. Pure Human Research Institute. Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the rooftop of the institute, bathing in the breeze and impacting the acupoints. In the past period of time, he was diligent and successfully opened 1 brain acupoint and 1 body acupoint. To date, a total of 6 acupoints have been opened. 2 heart acupoints, 2 brain acupoints, and 2 body acupoints have been opened. The biological level has therefore evolved to the advanced 6th level of perfection, and it is estimated that it will not take long to evolve to the advanced 7th level. More than half an hour later, Lin Zichen finished impacting the acupoints and stopped to rest for a while. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and planned to read the news and learn about the latest current affairs while resting. When he opened the news app, someone just sent a message on WeChat. He opened WeChat and found that it was a message from the Secretary of Deputy Governor Yi Yongsheng. The content of the message was roughly that he and Shen Qinghan had now met the requirements to enter the source area. At 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days later, a special plane would come to Shanghai University to pick up the 2 of them to Kyoto, and then enter the number 1 city through the number 1 biological channel to join the alien-level team. "Lin Zi, what are you looking at?" Shen Qinghan, who was standing next to him, had just finished impacting the acupoints. Seeing Lin Zichen looking at his phone, she couldn't help but curiously approached and asked. Without waiting for Lin Zichen to answer, she finished reading the content on the phone and immediately said with a look of surprise, "Ah! We will enter the source area in 3 days? Why so suddenly?" She was both looking forward to and nervous about entering the source area. Looking forward to the new environment inside. Nervous about the possible dangers inside. It was quite sudden. Lin Zichen put away his phone and said calmly, "After entering the source this time, I don't know when I can return to Earth. In the next 3 days, let's go home and spend time with my parents." Shen Qinghan, "Yes, spend time with my parents." In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed, with their parents reluctantly watching them go. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan each carried a large luggage bag and walked quickly to the administrative building of the inner campus. The 2 were going to the rooftop of the administrative building to board the plane. "My parents can't see me anymore. Take down the luggage bag. I put it in the storage space." When they reached a corner where no one was, Lin Zichen stopped and said to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan did not take down the luggage bag, but shook her head and said, "Forget it. I think it's better to carry it myself. Otherwise, after boarding the plane, we will definitely be asked why we didn't bring anything, and it will be troublesome to explain it." "That's right." Lin Zichen nodded in agreement, thinking that he didn't think enough. Soon, the 2 came to the rooftop of the administrative building. Yuan Dongji, Lu Chuanwu, and Song Yiyan were all there, all to see them off. "Zichen, Hanin, you 2 must pay attention to safety after entering the source. Don't take risks for a little evolutionary resources. It's not worth it." Song Yiyan, as an older sister, told the 2 with concern. After she finished speaking, Yuan Dongji also said, "Luo Qianxue is a little autistic now, and basically doesn't communicate with others. When you 2 meet her, try not to be too enthusiastic right away." "Well, I understand, master." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. Lu Chuanwu looked at Lin Zichen and reminded him, "Zichen, after you get familiar with the source, remember to find out the news of the Pavilion Master, and see what the situation is with the Pavilion Master, and why he hasn't come back for so long." "Don't worry, Dean, I remember this," Lin Zichen replied. "In this world, he cares about Qi Qingmo's situation more than anyone else. Qi Qingmo, who is extremely powerful, is a thigh that he finally hugged and a stepmother, who can often bring him evolutionary resources. After entering the source, he will look for news about Qi Qingmon no matter what. Not long after, there was a roar in the sky. The special plane to pick up Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to Kyoto arrived. It was a 10-seater helicopter. After saying goodbye to Yuan Dongji and others, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan quickly boarded the helicopter and flew to Kyoto thousands of miles away at high speed. On the way, Lin Zichen asked He Yongqing's secretary, "Secretary Zhang, is Lord Yi not here?" Secretary Zhang said calmly, "The Lord is very busy, and you can't see him most of the time. The last time you saw him, it was just because he was free, which is rare in 10 years. Is that so?" Lin Zichen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In less than half an hour, the helicopter brought Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to Kyoto. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. The helicopter landed directly in the military area guarding the number 1 biological channel. As soon as Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan came out, they were taken to the entrance of the channel. The whole journey was tight, and there were no extra stops. When they arrived at the entrance of the passage, the person who led the way turned around and handed a simple instruction manual to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, asking them to carefully read the precautions inside. Lin Zichen took the instruction manual and glanced at it, and soon memorized all the contents. None of them were new. The main thing was that there would be boundary force repulsion in the source land. You might not be used to it for the first time, and you would feel dizzy and want to vomit. It would take a few days to adapt. In addition, there were some rules that needed to be followed in the city of the source land, and how to adapt to life in the city. After all, the environment in the source land is very different from that on Earth. In the source land, many chemical reactions and physical reactions cannot be carried out, which means that it is basically a primitive environment without any technological equipment. It is not easy for geniuses like Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan who grew up on Earth to fully adapt to it after entering it. I have been guarding biological channel number 1 for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen geniuses like you two who entered the list of alien-level geniuses after adulthood. A guard at the entrance of the channel said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with a smile. Normally, geniuses who could enter the list of alien-level geniuses have already shown their talents when they were young and were brought into the source for training in advance. But entering after adulthood is unreasonable and incredible. After all, the growth of evolutionary geniuses is traceable, and it is rare for them to suddenly soar into the sky after adulthood. Is that so? Lin Zichen said perfunctorily without talking to the guard. After that, he closed the manual in his hand and said to the door in front of him, "Hello, we have finished reading the manual. Can we enter the source?" Of course. The guard opened the biological passage behind him and smiled. "The future of the Earthlings depends on you. I hope you can evolve into legendary strongmen as soon as possible and become the mainstay of protecting the Earth." "Definitely," Lin Zichen responded lightly. Then, he and Shen Qinghan walked to the entrance of the passage in front to enter the source. Looking at the dark biological passage in front, Shen Qinghan held Lin Zichen's hand tightly with some anxiety, full of tension, anxiety, and fear about the source that was about to enter. Lin Zichen felt her uneasiness, and gently rubbed her palm with his thumb to help her calm down. Chapter 237. It was pitch black inside the biological channel. No light. No sound. Walking inside, it was like being in a void and dark universe, dead silent, cold, and terrifying. I don't know how long it took. Lin Zichen saw a little light in front of him. He knew that they were about to reach the exit, so he immediately pulled Shen Qinghan forward quickly. About half a minute later, the two of them passed through the biological channel and entered the legendary source. The moment they stepped out of the channel, Lin Zichen could clearly feel that there was an invisible pressure coming from all directions. It was as if the whole body was wrapped in a sponge. The whole person was squeezed and had difficulty breathing and felt uncomfortable. Is this the repulsion of the boundary force? Lin Zichen thought, while carefully feeling this invisible pressure. Beside him, Shen Qinghan covered her cherry lips with her hands, and the expression on her pretty face looked a little uncomfortable, as if she wanted to vomit. "Do you feel okay?" Lin Zichen noticed Shen Qinghan's abnormality, and asked with concern in a gentle voice. Shen Qinghan slowed down and said weakly, "It's a bit uncomfortable. Maybe I need to adapt." After that, she asked, "Lin Z, how about you? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Lin Zichen, "I feel a bit uncomfortable too, but it's okay." As soon as the voice fell, a guard in charge of guarding the entrance of the passage walked up quickly and asked, "Excuse me, are you Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan?" Lin Zichen nodded, "Yes, it's us." While saying this, he dispersed his mental power to peek at the biological information of the guard. Very strong, a high-level strongman. If he were on Earth, he would be the dean of the Evolution Academy in the 2 major schools. Just a guard, but his biological level is as high as advanced and high-level. The saying that the strong are all in the source is indeed true. The guard pointed to an office on the side. Please go over there to register your basic information, and someone will take you to the dormitory later. Okay. Lin Zichen responded, and then he and Shen Qihan followed the guard's direction. In just a moment, the two walked into the office. There were several women working in the office. As soon as Lin Zichen came in, he dispersed his mental power, and instinctively peeked at the biological information of these women. The biological level was all high level and low level, lower than that of him and Shen Qihan. The office was full of clerks, so it was normal for the biological level to be low. Is it Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan? The woman leaning against the door saw the two people coming in, and immediately stood up with a warm smile on her face, and said, Come here to register your personal information. Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan went up to register their information. There is not much information to register, just basic information such as age, height, weight, and biological level. After filling it out in a few seconds, Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan found a place to sit in the office, and waited for the relevant person in charge of the alien level team to come and pick them up. While waiting, the women in the office frequently talked to the two of them, trying to get close to them. The two are alien level geniuses, and their future prospects are immeasurable. Now that they are familiar with each other, they may benefit a lot in the future if they are remembered by the two. About 10 minutes later, a heroic woman walked in. The first moment she came in, the woman walked towards the direction of Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan, and asked them in a cold voice, Excuse me, are you Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan? Yes, Lin Zichen replied. At the same time, he peeked at the woman's biological information and learned that the woman's biological level was as high as the advanced middle level. From entering the source until now, everyone I met was a high-level strongman. The source is indeed a world of strong people. You two follow me. The woman turned and left the office after saying that. Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan got up and followed her out. Along the way, Lin Zichen kept looking around the surrounding environment. The #1 city he is in now is the first stronghold established by the Earthlings in the source, and it is also the largest stronghold today. It is understood that the #1 city covers an area of about 100 square kilometers. It is equivalent to a small county town with a smaller area. Surrounding the city is a 100-meter-high wall made of unknown, or to isolate the outside world. There is a layer of light blue halo above the city, covering the city like a big wrist and sealing the city. Inside the city, there are forests, lakes, fields, and various natural landscapes. It is a small ecosystem that can circulate independently. Lin Z, do you still feel uncomfortable being repelled by the boundary force? Shen Qihan asked as they walked. Lin Zichen felt it, and found that his body was very relaxed. He no longer had the discomfort of breathing difficulties. So he said, I have completely adapted to it. I don't feel uncomfortable at the beginning. Me too. Shen Qihan said, I feel much better now, just a little dizzy, and I don't feel nauseous anymore. The woman walking in front couldn't help laughing when she heard the conversation between the two. The boundary force in the city has been weakened. It's normal to adapt quickly. When you encounter the real repulsive strength of the boundary force outside, you still have to adapt. Not long after she finished speaking, the woman brought Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan to a building and stopped. It was a wooden building. It was built with various special wooden materials. It looked simple, but in fact it was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the reinforced concrete houses on Earth. This building is the dormitory building for you extraordinary geniuses. The dormitories inside are all very basic small compartments, basically used for sleeping. As the woman spoke, she took out 2 keys from her pocket and handed them to Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan, and then said, Your dormitories are 309 and 310 at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. You can go up and take a look now and simply decorate them. Well, I know, thank you. Lin Zichen took the key and thanked him. Shen Qihan also thanked him and said softly, Thank you, sister. This sister made the woman, who was nearly 50 years old, so beautiful that her icy face was suddenly full of smiles. Soon, the woman put away her smile, pointed to a gymnasium-like building not far away, and said to the two, After you two have seen the dormitory, go to the special training building by yourself, and someone will arrange for you to join the extraordinary genius team. After leaving this sentence, the woman turned around and left without saying a word. In terms of enthusiasm, she was completely different from the women in the office before. Except for the time when Shin Chi-han called her sister, she was very cold at other times, and had no intention of getting close to Lin Zichen and Shin Chi-han. After the woman left, Lin Zichen and Shin Chi-han walked into the dormitory building together. I went into dormitory 309 and dormitory 310 and walked around inside. It was about 50 square meters. There was a living room, bathroom, toilet, and balcony. But they were all small and simple. As for furniture, there was only a bed, a table, a few chairs, a wardrobe, and a relatively large locker. There was nothing else. Lindsay, the dormitories here are so simple, Shin Chi-han said after walking around the dormitory. Lin Zichen said calmly, "It is indeed shabby, but it doesn't matter. We are here to improve ourselves, and having a place to stay overnight is enough." Shin Chi-han nodded in agreement. "That's right." After that, she continued, "Lin Z, I want to live with you. Do you think we can apply to connect the two dormitories, and make our two small dormitories into one big dormitories?" Lin Zichen, "That should be no problem, but it's best not to make requests right away. It's best to wait until you have shown enough potential before making requests to the people above you. This way you will be more confident. As for making requests to the people above you, he has done a lot of things since he was a genius since he was a child. When Shin Chi-han was in junior high and high school, he was able to go to the same school and class with him because he made requests to the school leaders based on his genius status. Lin Z, I will make this request to the people above me this time." Shin Chi-han said with full motivation, "I am no longer the rookie I was back then. I have grown into a genius who can stand on my own. I will definitely amaze everyone here in the future." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "That's for sure." This is not encouragement, but a fact. Lin Zichen believed that with Shin Chi-han's talent, she would be able to surprise everyone here sooner or later, just as he believed it in his heart. Shin Chi-han on the side quietly closed the doors and windows of the dormitory and pulled down the curtains. After doing all this, she turned around and walked back, with her hands behind her back, smiling. "Lin Z, I sense that there is no one in this dormitory building now. Do we want to improve our relationship here?" Hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. This little dirty girl is really addicted. In such a strange place, she actually wants to do that. Is this still the timid Hanin who dared not speak loudly when seeing people? This has completely evolved into Shin Wuhan. "Lin Z, come on." Shin Chi-han took Lin Zichen's arm and said coquettishly. Lin Zichen listened to her delicate voice. How could he hold back? Immediately, his five senses were open, and he kept an eye on the movements of anyone within a kilometer radius, and then he carefully did it with Shin Chi-han in the dormitory. He was a man. And men are true to themselves. Under Shin Chi-han's seduction, it was normal for him to lose control. Because of the special situation and the excitement, the two of them finished hastily in just a few minutes. It was not like in the dormitory of Shandong University, where they did it for at least 3 or 4 hours. "Lin Z, it feels so exciting. We can try to play like this more in the future and experience the improvement of feelings in different environments." Shin Chi-han sat on the bed, her white and tender legs swaying, like an innocent little girl, but at this moment, her small cherry lips were speaking extremely dirty words, and the contrast was extremely strong. Lin Zichen raised his hand and pinched her lips, and said unhappily, "It's okay to be dirty, but you've gone too far." Shin Chi-han corrected, "This is not dirty, this is fun." Lin Zichen, "Oh okay, it's fun, you're right." Shin Chi-han saw that he was a little weird, and immediately became unhappy, pouting and said dissatisfiedly, "You were so excited when we were improving our relationship just now, and now you're acting like a saint, you're such a dog." "Haha, it's really a dog." Lin Zichen admitted it directly and openly, playing the role of shameless. Shin Chi-han rolled her eyes at him unhappily, and decided not to do it with him for the next few days, to suffocate him to death. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen and Shin Chi-han cleaned themselves up, tidied their clothes, and went out together to the special training building not far away. The woman said that after the two of them have finished looking at the dormitories, they can report to the special training building, and someone will arrange for them to join the extraordinary genius team. At the same time, on the first floor of the special training building, La Tianyun, the instructor of the current extraordinary genius team. At this moment, he is arranging the 7 geniuses who did not perform well in the last special training to test the effect of the special training in the past month. The 7 geniuses who did not perform well are Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chutao, Nangong Luyun, Huang Xing, Qian Yifei, and Bai Jie. Today, it is time to test the results of your special training in the past month. I hope that all 7 of you can pass it smoothly, and don't let me down again, Lan Tianyun said, while looking at the 7 people in front of him. The 7 people shouted in unison, I understand, I will not let Instructor Lan down. Lan Tianyun nodded, and then briefly introduced the test levels to the 7 people. Today's test has 3 levels. The first level is the alien plant level, and you have to deal with a large number of alien plants. After passing the alien plant level, you can enter the second level, the alien beast level. As for the third level, which is the final level, it is kept secret. You should pay attention to that before entering the final level. You must move forward separately, and you cannot move forward in a team. Once you move forward in a team, you will be directly regarded as a failure. That's all I have to say. The rest you can explore by yourself, and find a way to pass the level by yourself. At this point, Lan Tianyun stretched out his hand, and pressed a stone pillar in front of him, activating the rune engraved on it. As the rune on the stone pillar lit up, the next second, a hole opened in the wall in front of a large forest. Seeing this, the 7 extraordinary geniuses rushed in immediately, all thinking about racing against time to be the first to pass the level. Not long after the 7 people rushed in, a strong man over 2 meters tall walked in with a pair of extremely good-looking boys and girls. Instructor Lan, these are the 2 geniuses that Lord Yi personally named to join the extraordinary genius team. Now they are handed over to you. I have something to do, so I will leave first. After leaving this sentence, the strong man turned around and left without staying for long. Lan Tianyun looked at the extremely good-looking boy and girl, and after a few glances, he asked, Are you the pair of Shandong University geniuses, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan? Yes. Lin Zichen nodded. Shen Qinghan did not answer, and Lin Zichen's answer was her answer. After confirming the identity, Lan Tianyun didn't talk to the 2 of them for long. He raised his finger, and pointed to the opening on the wall in front of him. He said calmly, It just so happens that I am now doing a strength test for the 7 extraordinary geniuses in the team. The 7 of them just entered not long ago. You 2 should also go in and take the test together. Let me see your strength. Chapter 238. The Edge of the Forest. Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chu Tao, Nangong Luyuan, Huang Xing, Qian Yifei, Bai Jie. These 7 alien-level geniuses, who participated in the test, were chatting casually. What do you think the final level will be? Asked Zhao Zixuan, who had a bun on her head. He Chu Tao, who was also a girl, said, The first level is alien plants, the second level is alien beasts, and the third level is definitely aliens. Aliens are the biggest enemy of the Earthlings. The strong men in the city captured many aliens, and imprisoned them in special detention rooms for research. Occasionally, these aliens would be used as touchstones for the younger generation to train the younger generation. No matter what the third level is, I will defeat them all, and be the first to pass it. The young man named Nangong Liyun said this in a cold tone. Then he flashed and rushed into the forest first. Oh, you still want to take first place when I'm here? The young man named Huang Xing sneered and rushed into the forest. The remaining 5 people saw this, and rushed into the forest one after another. I go in the middle. I go this way. Then I go this way. As the voices fell, the remaining 5 extraordinary geniuses rushed into the forest from different directions and disappeared. The other side. The entrance by the wall. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were a little surprised to hear that they had to go in to take the test. But the 2 didn't think too much and walked in. But before they took 2 steps, Lan Tianbai behind them stopped them. Don't be impatient, you 2, I explained the rules of the test to you first. Lan Tianbai continued, This test has 3 levels. The first level is the alien plant level. The second level is the alien beast level. The third level is the confidential level. Before entering the third level, everyone must move forward independently, and not form a team. Okay, these are the rules, go in. After speaking, Lan Tianbai waved his hand, and asked the 2 to go in quickly. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan did not waste time, and immediately walked into the entrance on the wall. After watching the 2 go in, Lan Tianbai turned and walked upstairs, going to the rooftop to use a special telescope to overlook the forest and observe the performance of the 9 people in the test. There is no monitoring equipment on the source side, so it can only be observed with human eyes. Soon, Lan Tianbai went up to the rooftop. Just as he picked up the telescope and prepared to observe the performance of the 9 people in the forest below, several figures with extremely strong pressure passed by from high in the sky. Lan Tianbai looked up and found that it was the city lord Qin Chuan and a group of high-ranking officials in the city. When Lan Tianbai looked up, Qin Chuan in the sky was also looking down. Qin Chuan saw several extraordinary geniuses who were undergoing tests in the forest, and couldn't help but say to the two behind him, "Old Qian, old Bai, I heard that your grandson didn't perform well last time and was left behind for special training. Now your grandson is undergoing tests in the forest below. It just so happens that we don't have anything to do now. Do you want to go down and take a look? Let's go and take a look. That kid says every day that he has made great progress in special training for a month. I'm going to see how much progress he has made." What a coincidence, my little grandson also said that he has made great progress and will definitely be the first. How about a competition? Okay, then I bet you 10 grams of source crystal. 10 grams is too little. How about 100 grams? Come on. After a few simple conversations. Soon, Qin Chuan and others in the sky quickly landed on the rooftop of the special training building below. Lan Tianbai didn't expect these leaders to suddenly land, and thought something was wrong, so he suddenly became nervous. He felt very uncomfortable. After a moment of recovery, Lan Tianbai hurried forward and shouted to each leader in a very respectful tone, City Lord Bai, City Lord Shengwan, Chief Teacher Chen, Captain Zhang." The City Lord was called the City Lord, and the Deputy City Lord added a surname in front of the City Lord, focusing on a high emotional intelligence. The leaders didn't say anything, but simply nodded in response. Qin Chuan walked to the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the forest below from a high position, watching the test situation inside. In order to make it easier for others to see, he thought and dispersed his mental power, using mental projection to present the test screen in the forest in front of him. "Old Bai, your Baijia is not good enough. The progress is too slow. It's almost countdown." A leader named Qian looked at the forest test screen in front of him, and said to the Deputy City Lord named Bai with a smile. The grandson of this leader named Qian Yifei, is the fastest among all the people at present. Moreover, it is a discontinuous speed. He is likely to be the first person to pass the level. The Deputy City Lord named Bai said lightly, "Fast in the front does not mean fast in the back. Old Qian, you are too happy too early." As the City Lord, Qin Chuan agreed with the Deputy City Lord's words and smiled. Old Bai is right. Some people are good at dealing with alien plants, and some are good at dealing with alien beasts. Old Qian, it's easy to overturn if you open champagne in the first half. Failure? Not likely. The leader surnamed Qian stroked his beard and said with a confident smile, "To be honest, my little boy just merged a rare beast gene last week, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Now he is definitely the best among the following people." The Deputy City Lord surnamed Bai raised his eyebrows. "Oh? What beast gene did he merge?" The leader surnamed Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will know when you see it later." The Deputy City Lord surnamed Bai also smiled and said, "It's quite mysterious. I want to see how much progress your grandson has made. Don't be embarrassed later." At this time, a female leader next to him, the Deputy City Lord surnamed Shengwan, said calmly, "Don't look down on others. My little grandson Nengong Liyun is no worse than your grandsons." When the leader surnamed Qian heard this, he smiled and asked, "Then would the City Lord Shengwan also make a bet?" The Deputy City Lord surnamed Shengwan smiled and said, "Since I've said it, then of course we have to bet. I can't afford to give more source crystals, but if it's only 100 grams, I can still give it." When the leader surnamed Qian, the Deputy City Lord surnamed Bai, and the Deputy City Lord surnamed Shengwan were betting, Qin Chuan, the City Lord, suddenly noticed two unfamiliar faces in the forest. He looked at Lan Tianyun and asked, "Why are there two young people in the forest that I don't know? Who are they?" Others followed Qin Chuan's gaze, and saw a pair of young men and women who looked very good on the projection screen. They were also confused. Who are these two people? Why do they look so unfamiliar? Facing the leader's doubts, Lan Tianyun respectfully replied to the City Lord, "These two are the two geniuses that Lord Yi Zhou had previously named to join the extraordinary genius team." "The two geniuses mentioned by Lord Yi?" Qin Chuan murmured in a low voice, and then asked, "Are they the two geniuses from Shanghai University?" Lan Tianyun, "Yes." Qin Chuan nodded without saying anything. His eyes fell on Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in the picture. He was very interested in the two geniuses that Yi Yongsheng named to join the extraordinary genius team, and was curious about what was so outstanding about these two geniuses that made Yi Yongsheng pay so much attention to them. Unlike his interest, other leaders were contemptuous. Especially the leader surnamed Qian and the Deputy City Lord surnamed Bai. The two were full of prejudice against the geniuses who grew up on Earth, and at this moment, they were talking about Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with contempt. The leader surnamed Qian said calmly, "Geniuses like this who have grown up steadily on Earth are all flowers in a greenhouse, the product of the monkeys becoming kings in the mountains without tigers. This time, they will definitely be frustrated when they come to the source. I hope these two people will not be so frustrated that they doubt their lives and never recover from the blow, but will learn from their shame and then be brave, turn shame into strength, and work hard to improve themselves. The deputy city lord surnamed by smiled and said, "It's not that they will never recover from the blow. Geniuses who can be favored by Lord Yi must be qualified in terms of character, and they will definitely learn from their shame and then be brave after being hit. However, they have been the kings of the earth and have won countless awards. After seeing the strength of the geniuses, who have been tempered and grown in the source since childhood, I am afraid they will be hit hard. If nothing else, they will have to be at the bottom of the team for at least 1 or 2 years before they can slowly adapt and recognize their position." When talking about Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, except for Qin Chuan, the city lord, all other leaders looked down on these two geniuses who grew up on Earth. It was not a look down on for no reason. It was a look down on with reason and evidence. First of all, normally, the top geniuses have shown amazing talent since childhood, and then, they are selected by the human high level and sent to the source to train early. Those who were not selected were not outstanding enough in evolutionary talent. From this point of view, the geniuses on Earth have already lost at the starting line. Secondly, the source is a high-end version of the Earth, and both opportunities and risks are far superior to those on Earth, which further widens the gap between the geniuses who grew up in the source and the geniuses who grew up on Earth. Simply put, the geniuses who grew up on Earth are the top students in ordinary classes. The geniuses who grew up in the source are the top students in the Tsinghua and Peking University classes. The gap between the two is as big as the sky and the earth, and there is no comparison. The other side, the edge of the forest. Lin Zichen looked at some traces ahead and determined which directions people had walked. He immediately said to Shen Qinghan beside him, "No one has walked here. You go this way into the forest, I go next to you." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. "Yes, I understand." Lin Zichen, "Then let's go in now." Shen Qinghan, "Okay." The two did not chat too much, and soon separated into the forest and began to join the test. After entering, Lin Zichen immediately radiated his mental power to sense the situation in the forest. Every flower, grass, and tree, including Shen Qinghan, who was not far away, and the 7 extraordinary geniuses who entered the forest earlier, were all within his perception range. 4,396 meters. 3,348 meters. 2,800 meters. 2,209 meters. 2,200 meters. 1,557 meters. 1024 meters. Lin Zichen murmured, reading out the distance between the 7 extraordinary geniuses in front of him and himself. The value was accurate to every meter. Suddenly Lin Zichen frowned. He found that he was being spied on. The source of the peeping was on the rooftop of the special training building behind him. It's not the instructor just now who is peeping. The peeper is very powerful. It's someone else who is peeping. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen looked back at the rooftop of the special training building behind him, focused his mental power there, and then quickly sensed the peeper Qin Chuan. The first time he sensed the peeper, Lin Zichen immediately used danger sense to peek at Qin Chuan's biological information. But after peeking for a while, he couldn't see anything. The biological level gap between the two was too big. Lin Zichen's danger sense couldn't work on Qin Chuan. At the same time, Qin Chuan, who was far away on the rooftop of the special training building, was deeply shocked. As the lord of the number 1 city, he was extremely powerful, and could block most of the perception methods. But just now, the mental power he radiated was actually sensed by Lin Zichen. This made him feel a little unbelievable. A genius in the mental system? Interesting. As expected of the genius that Yi Yongsheng saw, he really has some skills. Qin Chuan thought to himself, and quickly turned his attention to Shen Qinghan on the other side. After seeing Lin Zichen's extremely strong spiritual perception ability, he now wants to see Shen Qinghan's ability. He observed for about a few minutes. Qin Chuan thought to himself, is that little girl also a spiritual genius? But her spiritual strength doesn't seem to be particularly strong, not enough to be selected into the alien-level genius team. There should be other special features. Observe more and see. In the forest, Lin Zichen retracted his spiritual power that fell on the rooftop of the special training building and began to focus on breaking through the levels. The first level is the alien plant level. Wherever you look, there are all kinds of strange plants. There are towering alien trees covered with vines. There are alien flowers with bloody mouths. There are alien grasses covered with poisonous thorns. These aggressive alien plants are like roadblocks at this moment, growing crazily on every inch of land, blocking the way forward. Facing these difficult alien plants, Lin Zichen had an idea and used the two biological attributes of Higher Spirit and Forest Lord at the same time, instantly controlling all the alien plants within a radius of 100 meters. Then, he turned on the speed pass mode and rushed into the depths of the forest at a high speed in the shortest straight line. As Lin Zichen continued to approach, the alien plants that originally acted as obstacles uprooted and made way for Lin Zichen to pass smoothly. For 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. While sprinting at high speed, Lin Zichen silently counted the distance between himself and the first place in his heart. In just less than a minute, the distance between him and the first place was shortened from 4,396 meters at the beginning to 1,000 meters now. At this speed of closing the distance, in just 20 seconds, he would be able to overtake the first person in the front and enter the second level first. Chapter 239. 20 seconds passed in a flash. Lin Zichen passed the alien plant level without any injury, and came to the second level of the alien beast level. On the other side, Special Training Building. On the rooftop, Qin Chuan and other leaders in City 1 were shocked to see that Lin Zichen passed the alien plant level without any injury in just over a minute. What's going on? Why didn't the alien plants in the forest attack him? They even uprooted themselves to make way. Could it be that he, like the pagans of the Divine Plant Church, has merged the genes of the wood spirit? No, he is a pure-blooded human who has tempered his body. He has not merged the genes of the alien beast, and cannot have the ability of the wood spirit. So what is going on? Just when everyone was puzzled, Qin Chuan, the city lord, frowned slightly and gave his own opinion. It's mental power. That little guy named Lin Zichen has extremely strong mental power. He should have used mental power to suppress the alien plants around him, and then use mental power to move the alien plants that blocked the way away, thus creating an incredible scene where the alien plants actively moved away to make way. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. If it was really as Qin Chuan said, how strong would Lin Zichen's mental strength be? Advanced? Close to the rare level? But how is this possible? Many spiritual gene fusions cannot have such strong mental power when their own biological level is still at an advanced stage. And Lin Zichen is just a pure-blooded human who has taken the path of body tempering. No matter how strong his mental power is, it is impossible for him to surpass the spiritual gene fusion. Could it be that he has a special physique? Shangwan Yuehua, one of the deputy city lords, muttered after thinking for a while. After hearing this, several leaders around him also felt that it should be because Lin Zichen's physique was special, so his mental power was ridiculously strong. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the scene in front of him. In the forest, Lin Zichen, who had already entered the alien beast level, did not know that the leaders on the rooftop regarded the effect of his forest lord as a simple strong mental power. He did not care at all how the leaders analyzed him. Now, he just wanted to show his strength well, so as to obtain a lot of evolutionary resource support. For this reason, whether it was the ultimate physical body, or the ability to devour alien beasts to obtain biological attributes, he no longer hid them. He chose to show them all without reservation. As for being attacked by rapists for being too outrageous, this matter was no longer within his consideration. Because now, he has long been targeted by rapists. No matter how low-key you are in the future, you will still be attacked if you are supposed to be attacked. In this case, you might as well show off yourself crazily, so that at least you can win more evolutionary resources for yourself. Crystal Demon Bear, Advanced Level 5. Iron Eagle, Advanced Level 4. Unknown Alien Beast, Advanced Level 3. Unknown Alien Beast, Advanced Level 2. Death Silk Alien Spider, Advanced Level 1. Lin Zichen dispersed his mental power and carefully sensed the alien beasts in the second level, peeking at their biological levels. He found that there were a lot of them, and they were all advanced creatures. The overall strength was very strong. If the difficulty of the first level is 3 stars, then the difficulty of this second level is 4 stars. The difficulty was directly raised by 1 level. With so many high-level beasts, I don't know how many beast atlases I can open and how many precious beast cores I can get if I devour them all. Lin Zichen was excited just thinking about it. He then took a step forward and rushed towards the beasts in the attack range at the fastest speed. No matter what kind of beast it was, he punched it hard and instantly turned it into a ball of blood mist. Then he sucked the flying beast cores into his hand and put them into the storage space in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he thought about it and devoured its life source. You devoured a large amount of the life source of Death Silk Spider. You successfully opened the Death Silk Spider Atlas and obtained the biological attribute Death Coil. Death Coil. Your mouth can shoot out ultra-high strength fiber silk threads to wrap around prey. You devoured a large amount of the life source of Black Poison Weird Bee. You successfully opened the Black Poison Weird Bee Atlas and obtained the biological attribute Deadly Venom. Deadly Venom. The hard objects on your body, such as hair, nails, teeth, etc., can release a large amount of deadly venom. You devoured a large amount of the life source of Crystal Demon Bear. You successfully opened the Crystal Demon Bear Atlas and obtained the biological attribute Extreme Hardening. Extreme Hardening. Your body can enter a state of extremely high hardness state. This biological attribute is interesting, just in time to deal with a little dirty girl. Lin Zichen smiled, and then continued to kill other beasts. In this second level of the beast level, he did not pursue speed in clearing the levels, but rushed to where there were many exotic beasts, killing one with one punch, frantically collecting beast cores, and devouring the genes of the exotic beasts. It only took a few minutes. The second level, which was originally full of beasts, was killed by him and became dead silent, with almost no beast roars. Special Training Building. On the rooftop. Seeing Lin Zichen killing all the beasts in the second level, all the beasts were vulnerable in front of him, and the leaders were all stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Zichen's body could be so strong. No matter what kind of beast it was, he would blow it up with one punch. Leader Qian was incredulous. Even a high-level 4th-level beast was blown up with one punch. Is this pure-blooded human really that powerful? Deputy City Lord Bai took a breath. Judging from his performance at this moment, if he outputs at full strength, he must be at least at the high-level 5th level, or even close to the high-level 6th level. Shang Wenhua was puzzled. As far as I know, this little guy is only 19 years old. At the age of 19, he can have a strength close to the high-level 6th level. Even if he is placed in the team of alien-level geniuses, it is also quite exaggerated. I can't understand how the Earth, with scarce evolutionary resources, can breed such a genius. A female leader next door smiled and said, Old Qian, Old Bai, City Lord Shangwan, you just bet on who will win, but according to the current trend, the little guy named Lin Zichen is destined to be the first, and all your grandchildren have lost. As the city lord, Qin Chuan did not speak. At this moment, he stared at Lin Zichen in the picture, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. He thought that Lin Zichen would be very strong, and would probably be the strongest among the 9 people who took the test. But he never expected that Lin Zichen would be so greedy. In order to collect the beast core, he didn't even break through the levels, but just focused on killing the beasts everywhere. What kind of talk is this? A genius of the alien level. Is he so short-sighted? Alas, it seems that the resources on Earth are too scarce. This little guy probably hasn't seen such rich evolutionary resources, so it's normal that he can't control himself for a while. I can understand. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan took out a conch engraved with mysterious runes and took it in his hand. With a thought, he injected a trace of mental power into the conch. After the runes on the conch lit up, Qin Chuan said lightly, Okay, that's enough. Don't stare at the beasts anymore. If you have the ability to pass quickly, then pass quickly and enter the 3rd level quickly. He was transmitting his voice to Lin Zichen. Under the effect of the conch, he could accurately transmit his voice into Lin Zichen's brain. In the forest, Lin Zichen had just swallowed a ball of blood mist of the alien beast, and the next second Qin Chuan's voice sounded in the depths of his mind. He felt very amazed by this. How did this voice get into my mind? What kind of magical trick is this? The sound transmission over thousands of miles in mythology. Just as he was thinking about this, Qin Chuan's voice rang out again in the depths of his mind. Don't stand there, I am Qin Chuan, the Lord of City Number 1. I now order you to enter the last level immediately and pass it quickly. You are not allowed to stay in the 2nd level to kill the beasts and collect the beast cores. This time, the sound transmission was no longer a suggestion, but an order. Hearing that the other party said that he was the city lord, Lin Zichen had no choice but to obey the order. He no longer stayed in the beast level to devour the life source and collect the beast cores, and quickly set off to enter the mysterious final level. In less than half a minute, Lin Zichen successfully entered the 3rd level and came to the center of the forest. It was very quiet here, without the sound of alien plants rubbing against each other, and without the violent roar of alien beasts. There was only a huge wooden cage with mysterious runes on each pillar. In the cage, there was a terrifying hell demon ape. Its huge body was estimated to be 7 meters high and 3 meters wide. At first glance, it stood in the cage like a small mountain, emitting waves of terrifying pressure, which was extremely oppressive. Lin Zichen withdrew his gaze from the hell demon ape in the cage and turned to a sign in front of the cage. There were some words written on the sign. Press the button in the center of the cage to release the hell demon ape imprisoned in the cage. This hell demon ape has an extremely violent personality, and its biological level is as high as the advanced 6th level Great Perfection. Its biological attributes are high attack, high defense, and high speed. It is recommended to team up to deal with it advanced 6th level Great Perfection. So, this hell demon ape is the final boss of this test? Lin Zichen looked at the hell demon ape in the cage with a calm face. Advanced 6th level Great Perfection is very strong. The biological level is a little higher than him. But he is not to be feared at all. The hell demon ape imprisoned in the cage will be considered a success if it can withstand his punch later. Speed through it. Lin Zichen murmured lightly. Then he raised his hand and flicked his finger, accurately hitting the button in the middle of the cage. Then, there were several click sounds, and the door of the cage opened. The hell demon ape sleeping inside slowly opened his eyes, revealing scarlet eyes full of violence. Special training building. On the rooftop. Seeing that Lin Zichen dared to fight the hell demon ape in the cage alone, the leaders all widened their eyes, their faces full of surprise. The biological level of that hell demon ape is as high as the advanced 6th level. This little guy dared to challenge it alone. Is he so confident? Really courageous. I don't know if he can succeed in the challenge. At this moment, all the leaders stared at Lin Zichen in the picture, curious about whether he could defeat the hell demon ape. Most people thought he shouldn't be able to do it. After all, the biological level of the hell demon ape is too high, and it has high attack, high defense, and high speed. If you don't have the advanced 7th level, you can't fight it. The leaders don't think that Lin Zichen, who is only 19 years old and has been growing up on Earth, can have the strength of the advanced 7th level. After all, Luo Qianxue, whose evolutionary talent is the best in the entire team of alien-level geniuses, has been honing her skills in the Source Land for so many years, and has only just evolved to the advanced 7th level. In the center of the forest, the cage opened, and the hell demon ape woke up. The first moment it woke up, it noticed Lin Zichen outside the cage. When it saw an earthling appear in front of it, in an instant, the tiredness on its face disappeared, replaced by endless anger and hatred. It has been imprisoned in the city for decades, and it hates earthlings to the bone, wishing to tear every earthling in front of it into pieces. Roar! The hell demon ape roared deafeningly. The next second, it rushed towards Lin Zichen outside the cage, like a bullfight seeing a red cloth. Every step he took, there was a deafening sound of landing, shaking the earth. Facing the huge monster, Lin Zichen did not move a step. His heart was calm. When the angry hell demon ape rushed in front of him, and swung his huge fist like a meteorite to hit him, he raised his fist and watched the weak punch hit him. Then, there was a loud bang. The creature level was advanced level 6, the biological attributes were high attack, high defense, and high speed. The hell demon ape's fist exploded, like a bursting watermelon, splashing a large amount of bloody juice. Then, the arms, shoulders, head, until the whole body exploded, turning into a bloody rain all over the sky. After killing the hell demon ape with one punch, Lin Zichen immediately sucked the beast core of the hell demon ape into his hand, and put it into the storage space. Immediately, with a thought, he devoured the life source contained in the blood rain around him. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the hell demon ape. You successfully opened the hell demon ape atlas, and obtained the biological attribute of the prime posture. Pure posture, your attack, defense, and speed are greatly improved. Lin Zichen glanced at the effect of this biological attribute, and his heart was not moved. Now there are too many biological attributes, and it is difficult to get excited just to get a small biological attribute. It is basically calm and not surprising. Unless you see a very special biological attribute, your heart will be slightly moved. I don't know how the little dirty girl is doing. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen dispersed his mental power to cover as much area as possible to see if he can find Shen Qinghan's figure. Special training building. On the rooftop. Witnessing the scene of Lin Zichen punching the hell demon ape, the leaders were all stunned at the source. For a moment, they thought they were hallucinating and couldn't believe this was a fact. The 6th level hell demon ape was blown up by a single punch. How is this possible? This is too outrageous. What kind of monster is this Lin Zichen? Among the stunned leaders, Qin Chuan, the city lord, quickly came to his senses and quickly injected spiritual power into the conch in his hand. Then, from a distance of more than 10 miles, he said to Lin Zichen, who was far away in the center of the forest, "Little guy, smash the signboard, then go into the cage and close the door. You will be the boss of the final level, and wait for others to come to team up and challenge. Chapter 240. Let me be the boss of the final level. When he heard Qin Chuan's request, Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows and felt quite surprised. Then he thought about it and felt that it seemed quite interesting, so he did it. The first step was to smash the signboard in front of the cage. The second step was to lock himself in the cage. Just 2 simple steps. Lin Zichen, who was still a challenger in the last moment, turned into the big boss of the final level in the next moment. After doing these, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged in the cage and used advanced spirit to strengthen his mental power. When the mental strength reached the peak, he immediately radiated his mental power and expanded the coverage of his mental power as much as possible to search for Qin Shihan's figure. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 5,876 meters. Lin Zichen continued to expand the coverage of his mental power. When the coverage area reaches 5,876 meters in radius, the spiritual power emitted can no longer spread. It has reached the limit of spreading. In this coverage area, Lin Zichen sensed the existence of the 7 alien-level geniuses. Only Qin Shihan, there was no trace at all, and she was nowhere to be seen. What happened? The biological level of the little dirty girl is as high as the advanced 5th level, and her strength is not inferior to those 7 alien-level geniuses. Logically speaking, her current progress should be similar to those 7 people. Why can't I see a single figure until now? Did something unexpected happen? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen suddenly became worried. But then he thought, the mayor of city number 1 has been paying attention to this test, and the little dirty girl, who is a contestant, should be fine. I still can't see the little dirty girl. Maybe it's just because she's slow. Well, I hope so. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. Outskirts of the forest. Alien plant level. At this time, Qin Shihan stood curiously by a stream, watching the water droplets constantly jumping out of the water surface and changing into various shapes, listening to the mysterious murmurs that kept coming from his ears. God. Source. God. The Great. God. Revive. All things. Revive. Welcome to the light. The murmurs were intermittent, lingering in the ears, like the whispers of a devil, making people feel uneasy. Qin Shihan was a little uneasy, and asked the stream in front of her softly, "What on earth are you? Why do you always hear inexplicable whispers in my ears? Is there something special about me? Can you tell me?" After several previous experiences, Qin Shihan could judge that the source of the voice had no ill will towards her, so she dared to squat by the stream and ask. Unfortunately, the source of the voice was like a brainless robot, which could only make fixed murmurs according to the program, and would not answer her questions. Can you understand what I am saying? Don't you understand? Forget it, I'm leaving. Qin Shihan tried to communicate a few words, and seeing that the source of the voice did not respond, she just left with this sentence and walked quickly to the 2nd level of the strange beast level. The moment she turned around and left, the water droplets floating on the stream immediately condensed into a variety of strange figures at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were fishmen with 3 heads and 6 arms, snake women with venomous snake hair, and blue dragons with crowns on their heads. At this moment, these powerful aquatic creatures with extremely high status all knelt down and worshipped Qin Shihan, who was leaving with awe. From a distance, this scene was extremely similar to the content of the murals that Lin Zichen had seen in the underwater ruins before. Deep in the forest, Xianifei, whose body was covered with scales and had sharp edges and corners, looked like the Cayman rider of Sakura Sea Country, crossed the border at the fastest speed and rushed into the alien beast level. In less than 2 seconds, Nandong Luyuan, who had 8 wings on his back, and Bai Jie, who had a single horn on his head, rushed into the alien beast level almost at the same time. Netizen Yuan, young lady Jie, you two are too slow. Xianifei looked back at the 2 people who were 2 seconds slower than him, and called their nicknames with a proud look on his face. Nandong Luyuan said calmly, "The real competition has just begun. You are too proud too early." Bai Jie did not speak. While the 2 were talking, he rushed forward, trying to pass the 2nd level and enter the 3rd level first. No martial ethics. Xianifei cursed, and hurriedly exerted force on his calf, rushing to the center of the forest at the fastest speed. Nandong Luyuan did the same. The 3 of them moved forward silently at a high speed. It didn't take long. The 3 found that something was wrong with the 2nd level. It was supposed to be a level for strange beasts, but there were not many strange beasts along the way. On the contrary, there was a bloody smell everywhere, full of murderous atmosphere. The 3 were full of doubts about this, but they didn't get too entangled. They rushed straight to the center of the forest, and soon entered the third level. They entered almost at the same time, with a difference of less than 3 seconds. Because they didn't encounter many strange beasts along the way, they were advancing at high speed without any obstacles. In this case, the 3 people with equal strength could not make a big difference. Such a strong smell of blood, even stronger than the second level. Nandong Luyun smelled the blood of the hell demon ape remaining in the air, frowned slightly, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Bai Jie, who was not far away, saw Lin Zichen in the cage in front of him and said calmly, "Sure enough, I knew that the boss of the final level would be an alien, and I guessed it right." Qian Yifei, who was next to him, looked at Lin Zichen with interest, raised his eyebrows and murmured, "This guy is quite handsome, and he can actually be on par with me." Nandong Liyun smiled. "Your face is not even as good as mine, and you have the nerve to compete with others?" Qian Yifei ignored this sentence. His eyes always fell on Lin Zichen, shook his head and said, "The guy in the cage looks only about 18 years old. Arrange such a young alien to be the boss of the final level. How much do you look down on us?" As an alien-level genius, he has fought with aliens many times in his adult years. In the case of the same age, he found that although there is a gap with the aliens, the gap is generally not that big, and if he is in good condition, he still has a good chance of winning. Bai Jie said solemnly, "Don't be too careless. Being young doesn't mean being weak. Luo Qianxue is only 19 years old this year, a few years younger than us, but her current strength has completely crushed us." Nandong Liyun said disapprovingly, "Luo Qianxue's evolutionary talent is a monster-level existence even among the aliens. It is not universal, so it is not appropriate to use her as an example." Qian Yifei laughed and said, "Young Lady Jie, you are too unambitious. They are just aliens. It's not like we haven't defeated them before. We can't beat that monster Luo Qianxue, so how can we not beat the one in the cage?" After he finished speaking, he used his mental power to suck up a stone from the ground and threw it at the cage in front of him with a little force. There was a pop sound. The stone hit the button of the cage accurately, opening the tightly closed cage. Seeing the door of the cage open, Lin Zichen slowly stood up and walked out, casually glancing at the 3 people, looking at their appearance, and peeking at their biological information. The biological level of the 3 people is all advanced level 5. They look to be in their early 20s, which means they are sophomores or juniors in school. To be able to have an advanced level 5 biological level at this age means that their evolutionary talent is exaggerated. If you pick any one of them and put them on Earth, they can strike down their peers. What a genius from Beijing University, Li Yijin. What mechanical genius girl Lu Qingyu. In front of the 3 alien-level geniuses in front of him, they are all ants that can be killed with a pinch. There is no comparison at all. The evolutionary talent of the alien-level genius is indeed as powerful as the legend, but I don't know how good it is in actual combat. Lin Zichen looked at the 3 people in front of him and said without any fluctuation in his voice, "You 3 come together, let me see the strength of the alien-level genius." Qian Yifei sneered, "Oh, come together. I am enough." The moment he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and the whole person turned into a lightning that was barely visible to the naked eye, and rushed towards Lin Zichen, who was standing in front of the cage at a high speed. Facing aliens older than him, he would be timid. Facing Luo Qianxue, who was a monster among the aliens, he would also be timid. But facing an alien who was younger than him, and whose evolutionary talent seemed not very good, he would only punch him hard and turn him into a stepping stone for his pretense. Damn, he got the upper hand. Nandong Luyun had a face full of regret, feeling that his limelight had been stolen. Bai Jie said calmly, "This alien must be extraordinary to be the boss of the final level. Ah Fei alone cannot do it." After hearing this, the regret on Nandong Luyun's face slowly eased. He felt that what Bai Jie said made sense. Qian Yifei alone could not deal with the alien, who was guarding the level. While the 2 were talking, Qian Yifei, who had rushed out earlier, had already flown into the air and punched Lin Zichen in front of him. His fist was covered with hard scales, and the scales were surrounded by the majestic blood and energy. A punch was thrown out, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, covering the sky and the sun, and shrouding Lin Zichen below in a shadow. It seemed that he was going to punch Lin Zichen into the center of the earth. Feeling the power of this punch, Nandong Luyun and Bai Jie behind him changed their faces slightly, and then they were full of disbelief. So strong, the power of this punch has far exceeded the scope of the 5th level high-level perfection, and entered the scope of the 6th level high-level. When did Ah Fei, this kid, improve his strength to this level? It's incredible. No wonder this kid dared to rush up alone to deal with the guard. It turned out that he had full confidence. Alas, the guard looked so thin, I'm afraid he would be knocked away by Ah Fei's punch. The first place in this test will be taken by Ah Fei. The two of them felt mixed emotions. Die! Just as they felt mixed emotions, Qian Yifei in front of them shouted loudly, and swung his fist towards Lin Zichen's head. Faced with this terrifying punch with the power of destroying the world, Lin Zichen's heart was not shaken at all. He just raised one arm calmly, and punched Qian Yifei softly. The next moment, there was a loud bang. A black shadow covered with scales flew backwards at a high speed, passing in front of Nandong Liyuan and Bai Jia like a meteor, and crashed heavily into a bush, splashing a large piece of dead branches and leaves. Ah Fei was killed instantly by a punch. Nandong Liyuan and Bai Jia opened their eyes wide, their mouths slightly opened, and their faces were full of shock. Lin Zichen looked at the two and said calmly, "Do you two want to attack one by one like the one just now, or both together?" Nandong Liyuan and Bai Jia looked at each other, and then burst out their blood and qi at the same time, and took a step forward and attacked Lin Zichen in front of them together. Too weak, not as strong as the little dirty girl. Lin Zichen felt the biological pressure burst out by the two, shook his head with some disappointment, and then threw a mediocre punch at the two attackers. Bang! Another loud noise came. Nandong Liyuan and Bai Jia flew backwards in an instant, and smashed into the bushes behind them, knocking Qian Yifei, who had just climbed up from the ground with difficulty, to the ground again, screaming in pain. At the same time, Zhao Zixuan, Yao Yiwen, He Chutao, and Huang Xing, for extraordinary geniuses, just entered the final level. Seeing Qian Yifei, Nandong Liyuan, and Bai Jia being beaten and screaming, they were stunned. What happened? Why were all three of them knocked to the ground? With doubts in their hearts, the four people's eyes quickly fell on Lin Zichen in front. When they felt the super strong pressure emanating from Lin Zichen, the four people with biological levels as high as advanced level 5 instinctively took a step back, full of fear in their hearts, and did not dare to get too close to Lin Zichen. Young woman Jia, what's the situation now? Huang Xing frowned slightly, and asked Bai Jia on the ground beside him. Bai Jia gasped in pain and replied, "That boy is an alien, the boss guarding the final level, and his strength is terrifying." The four people who came later were shocked when they heard it. This alien guarding the final level looked less than 20 years old, but he was so strong that he could be the boss guarding the final level and beat these three people to the ground and groan? Is it another monster of Luo Qianxiu's level? When several people were thinking about this, Lin Zichen frowned slightly, his heart full of doubts, puzzlement, and worry. Strange. Everyone has entered the third level. Why hasn't the little dirty girl come yet? What happened to her? Is there any danger? Forget it, make a quick decision and go back to find her. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen looked at the 7 people in front of him expressionlessly, and said indifferently, "Everyone is here, you 7 come together." As soon as these words came out, the 7 people who were originally a little afraid of him were suddenly filled with anger. They have been the pride of heaven since childhood, and they can't stand being despised by their peers. Arrogant! Huang Xing, who was full of muscles, shouted and said to the people around him, "Let's go together and press him to the ground and rub him to eat mud. Go! Fuck him!" The other people responded one after another, and they all burst out their blood and qi in an instant, sacrificing their blood and essence to the maximum extent to activate the alien beast genes in their bodies, and wanted to beat Lin Zichen in a group. Qian Yifei and the others, who were lying on the ground groaning in pain, also endured the pain, and got up and rushed towards Lin Zichen. As extraordinary geniuses, they have been favored by heaven since childhood, and this is the first time they have been looked down upon by others. This made them feel particularly angry, and they must make Lin Zichen regret it. Although Lin Zichen is strong, they don't think he is strong enough to deal with the 7 of them at the same time. Chapter 241. In an instant, 7 extraordinary geniuses rushed towards Lin Zichen at high speed. Nandong Liyuan, who had 8 wings on his back, soared into the sky, spread his huge wings several meters long, and instantly enveloped Lin Zichen below, shooting a large number of feather arrows full of blood and energy at him. Qian Yifei, whose body was covered with scales, and Bai Jia, who had a single horn on his head, turned into an armored bull and an armored rhinoceros respectively, and rushed towards Lin Zichen with a huge amount of blood and energy. Zhao Zixuan, who had a pair of white pupils, and He Chutao, who had deep blue skin, burst out their mental power together and launched a terrifying mental attack on Lin Zichen. Yao Yiwen, whose hair fluttered without wind, flashed a large number of arcs on his body, and released a dazzling electric column from a distance of hundreds of meters, which slammed towards Lin Zichen. Huang Xing, whose limbs were completely hardened, plunged into the ground under his feet, and fled towards Lin Zichen at high speed. 7 alien-level geniuses launched fierce attacks on Lin Zichen from 3 different dimensions: air, ground, and underground. Blocked all his retreat routes. Left him with nowhere to escape. Faced with this powerful attack, Lin Zichen did not move a step. When all the attacks were right in front of him, he calmly focused his eyes. The next second, his thin body suddenly burst out with a terrifying biological pressure, instantly crushing all the attacks into nothingness. Then, this terrifying biological pressure, like a spreading electric current, spread rapidly towards the 7 alien-level celestial beings in front. Bang! 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 Just a series of sounds were heard. 7 powerful alien-level geniuses were instantly suppressed to the ground by the terrifying biological pressure. All of them were lying face down on the ground. There were large and shocking spider web cracks all over their bodies. They couldn't move. At this moment, the 7 extraordinary geniuses were all stunned, and their faces were full of doubts about life. Impossible! This is impossible! He didn't even look 20 years old. How could he easily crush the 7 of us by himself? This is unreasonable. At the same time, Shen Qinghan, who had delayed the time to pass the level because she stayed by the stream for a while, just walked in from a forest. When she saw that the 7 extraordinary geniuses were suppressed by Lin Zichen, she was stunned. What happened? Why did Lin Zi fight with these extraordinary geniuses? With this doubt, Shen Qinghan quickly trotted over to Lin Zichen and asked curiously, Lin Zi, what happened? Why did you fight with these people? Nothing, I just passed the level too fast and beat the boss of the final level with one punch. The city lord who was watching outside the forest saw this, and let me be the boss of the final level. I see. Shen Qinghan nodded. Lin Zichen asked, by the way, with your strength, you should have entered the final level a long time ago. Why did it take so long to enter? Shen Qinghan replied, I heard that sound by a stream in the alien plant level. That sound? Is it the mysterious murmur heard in the sea before? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen lowered his voice. Let's talk about this when we get back. Now the whole forest is under surveillance by the mayor of city number 1. He doesn't want to talk about Shen Qinghan's secrets in front of outsiders, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Shen Qinghan understood what he meant and shut up and stopped talking. He turned to look at the 7 people who were suppressed in front of him. Seeing that the 7 people were completely sunken in the soil and were sinking deeper and deeper, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but look worried and said, Lin Zi, you should let them go quickly. If you suppress them for too long, they will all have problems. No problem. The 7 of them are all alien-level geniuses. They can crush the geniuses of Beijing University, and the mechanical genius girl. They are not as fragile as you think. Lin Zichen said this, but he still listened to Shen Qinghan in action. He thought about it, and took back the biological pressure that erupted from his body, and freed the 7 alien-level geniuses. As soon as they regained their freedom, the 7 alien-level geniuses immediately crawled out of the soil, lying on the ground with pale faces and breathing heavily. After a long while, Qian Yifei, who was the first to catch his breath, looked at Lin Zichen and asked, How old are you this year? He suspected that Lin Zichen was not as young as he looked on the surface. The actual age might be much older than 20 years old. Otherwise, his strength could not be so strong that he could instantly kill 7 alien-level geniuses. 19 years old. Lin Zichen replied indifferently. How much? 19 years old? This is impossible. The 7 alien-level geniuses on the scene were full of doubts about life again. So strong at the age of 19, this evolutionary talent is almost comparable to Luo Qianxue. How come such a heaven-defying alien has never been heard before? Until now, the 7 people still don't know that Lin Zichen is a participant in the test like them. They didn't hear a word of the conversation between Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan just now. The reason why they couldn't hear it was because the biological pressure released by Lin Zichen was too strong. They lost their 5 senses and couldn't hear the outside world. Alas, the top aliens are still too powerful for us Earthlings. There is no comparison in terms of evolutionary talent. Zhao Zixuan sighed and felt very discouraged. Others were also discouraged and said, I heard that some aliens are rare-level strongmen at birth, with all kinds of special physiques, such as the prehistoric holy body and the chaotic magic body. I really can't imagine what we mortals should do to catch up with these abnormal evolution speeds. Prehistoric holy body? Chaotic magic body? Born as a rare-level strongman? Hearing these key information, Lin Zichen felt confused. If the aliens are so abnormal, how did the Earthlings establish a base in the source area? Normally, shouldn't the Earthlings be crushed by the aliens, and can only rely on the protection of the boundary force to survive on the Earth? What is going on? Lin Zichen was puzzled and couldn't figure out the reason. Wait, could it be that there are actually many old antiques like the Pavilion Master on the Earth who are quietly protecting the Earth? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this possibility. If this is true, it can explain why the duel with such a huge difference in strength has continued until now, instead of the weaker party being destroyed by the stronger party. This girl is so beautiful, comparable to Luo Qianxue. Is she also an alien? He Chudown noticed Shen Qinghan and whispered to Zhao Zixuan beside her. When Zhao Zixuan heard this, she quickly set her sights on Shen Qinghan and looked at her carefully. When she found that Shen Qinghan's pretty face was so beautiful that it made people jealous, she was immediately puzzled. What's the matter with these female aliens? Why are their average looks so high? Are they all reincarnated fox spirits? It's disgusting. Zhao Zixuan was secretly complaining in her heart, and was full of hostility towards the good-looking female aliens. Others were not as jealous as her. They were still like eggplants hit by frost, and they all looked dejected and couldn't muster up any energy. The strength that Lin Zichen had just shown was so strong that it shattered their competitive spirit, and made them feel confused about their future. Thinking that the top aliens were so powerful, no matter how hard they tried, they could never catch up. What are you talking about? What are you sighing about? Come on, everyone! Just as several alien-level geniuses were sighing, a majestic lecture suddenly sounded above the forest. Hearing this familiar voice, the alien-level geniuses all looked up. Then, they saw the City Lord Qin Chuan, Deputy City Lord Shengwan Yuehua, Instructor Lan Tianbai and others hovering in the sky and looking down at them. These number 1 city leaders in the sky did not hover for long, and soon slowly landed on the ground, landing in the center of the crowd with a strong aura. Among them, Qin Chuan, the city lord, glanced sharply at the 7 alien-level geniuses who had been in the team for more than 10 years, and said in a very dissatisfied tone, "You 7, you sighed just when you encountered a little setback. No wonder you were at the bottom of the team. Do you know who this peer who just pinned you to the ground and made you unable to move is? He is not the alien you think he is, but the Earth genius Lin Zichen, who was named by Lord Yi to join the alien-level genius team." As soon as these words came out, Xian Yifei and others suddenly opened their eyes wide, with shock on their faces, and they couldn't believe that what they heard was true. What? The boy who just pinned us to the ground with his eyes fixed, turned out to be the genius from Earth. How is this possible? The evolutionary resources on Earth are so scarce that there is no possibility of nurturing such a genius. There must be something wrong. Xian Yifei and others were mentally broken at this moment. They couldn't accept that they had been tempered in the source for so many years, but in the end, they were not as good as a genius who grew up on Earth. This is a great insult. Seeing that the 7 people were stunned by the blow, Qin Chuan paused and said, "Do you 7 understand now? We Earthlings can compare with aliens. It is not true that aliens can definitely crush Earthlings. I don't want to hear sighs like Earthlings are not as good as aliens. Once you hear it again, whoever sighs will have their evolutionary resources reduced." After scolding them a few times, Qin Chuan turned to look at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan on the side, and said in a much softer tone, "You two come with me. I will personally take you to familiarize yourself with the environment here. Then trouble the city lord." Lin Zichen replied politely. He recognized Qin Chuan's voice, and knew that the burly middle-aged man in front of him was the city lord here. "Let's go! I show you around." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan waved his hand, and flew away from the forest with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Only the 7 extraordinary geniuses were left standing there with a look of doubt on their faces. Above the number 1 city, Qin Chuan pointed to the building below and patiently introduced it to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. This place is called the Weapon Hall, which is a place dedicated to making weapons. This place is called the Source Pool, which is a place for cultivation. This place is called the Central Hall, also called the Exchange Hall. In the future, when you two go out of the city to train and gain evolutionary resources, you can exchange them for contribution points here, and then use the contribution points to exchange for what you need. It took about 10 minutes to go around the entire city. Qin Chuan brought Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to a 100-meter-high wall, and began to introduce the territory outside the city to them. The desert facing the city gate is the main battlefield for our battle with the creatures of the source. The forest on the right side of the city has many poisonous plants and many strange beasts. It is an excellent training place for many young people in the city. The lake on the left side of the city has a large number of huge sea beasts, and is the main source of food for the city. The abyss behind the city is a life-restricted area. Ordinary creatures cannot approach it. Remember not to be too curious. Abyss? Hearing these 2 words, Lin Zichen immediately thought of the first atlas he activated that year, the Abyss Giant Butterfly Atlas. Would creatures like the Abyss Giant Butterfly be related to the abyss behind the city? Thinking about it, Lin Zichen asked, City Lord, have you ever heard of creatures like the Abyss Giant Butterfly? Abyss Giant Butterfly? Qin Chuan thought about it, and shook his head, no. Is that so? Lin Zichen nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. He didn't ask, but Qin Chuan asked, where did you hear about this creature? Lin Zichen said blindly, no, I saw someone on a special website saying that there is a creature called the Abyss Giant Butterfly in the source. I just heard you say that there is an abyss behind the city, so I asked out of curiosity. Qin Chuan didn't dwell on this question and asked, do you have any doubts about the city, or the alien-level genius team? City Lord, what is the level of the strongest alien-level genius in the team? Lin Zichen asked this question after thinking for a while. Qin Chuan replied, high-level 9th level perfection, only one step away from the rare level. Just high-level 9th level perfection? It feels like it should be not as good as me. Lin Zichen thought and said, I understand, thank you for the City Lord's explanation. Qin Chuan, I have something to do later, you two can move freely in the next period of time. As long as you don't enter the place marked with the words no passage, you can go anywhere. After leaving this sentence, Qin Chuan quickly flashed and disappeared without a trace. Seeing Qin Chuan leave, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan, who was silent all the time, and said, let's go down and walk around. Shen Qinghan took his arm and smiled sweetly. Let's go, I've wanted to walk around for a long time. After the City Lord Qin Chuan left, she, who was timid in front of outsiders, became active all of a sudden. But in a moment, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked down the city wall, and walked aimlessly all the way. As they walked, they ran into a muscular young man, with a machete on his back. When the young man saw the two, he quickly walked up to them and said, Lin Zichen, right? I advise you not to be too proud. The 7 weaklings, who took the test with you in the forest today were all at the bottom of the team. It's nothing to beat them. Chapter 242. Lin Zichen looked at the tall young man in front of him, who was over 1.9 meters tall. His hair was disheveled. His body was full of muscles. He had a Qin Long Yanwei sword on his back that was longer than a person. He gave people a sense of violent unruliness. Who are you? Lin Zichen asked the young man's identity. The young man looked up with his nose in the air, clasped his hands and pressed his finger bones, making a crackling sound, and introduced himself with a full face. My surname is Xia and my name is Lu, which sounds like vulgar, but I never do it. I am a member of the Extraordinary Genius team, and my strength is always in the top 3 of the team. Characteristics, I like to die, but I never die. This self-introduction is very distinctive, which made Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's eyes light up. The young man in front of him seemed to be an interesting and funny guy. Won't you two introduce yourselves? Xiao Lu still had his nose in the air, liked to talk without looking at people, and was a cool and awesome person. Lin Zichen said calmly, Lin Zichen, from Shanghai City, Nanjiang Province. The one next to me is my childhood sweetheart, Shen Qinghan, who grew up with me. She is now my fiancée. After hearing this, Xiao Lu glared and took a few steps back. He said, fuck, you despicable villain, you took advantage of my unpreparedness to stuff dog food into my mouth. Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly, thinking that this young man was a little crazy. After Xiao Lu finished spitting, he coughed a few times and regained his dignity, and said, in order to compete for evolutionary resources, the situation of the jungle is still quite serious. You two are newcomers, and it must be difficult to get along when you first come in. How about you two recognize me as your big brother, and I will protect you in the future. These two geniuses from Earth have such explosive evolutionary talents, and their future is bright. We should take advantage of the fact that they are new here and still look ignorant, and take them in as younger brothers and protect them, and hold their thighs in advance. Xiao Lu had such a wishful thinking in his mind. Lin Zichen didn't know what he was thinking in his heart, thinking that he simply liked to pretend in front of his juniors. Facing his proposal, he refused without thinking, no, we too like a challenging journey, and we don't need others to protect us for the time being. Okay, I have ambition. Xiao Lu said and then smiled. But don't refuse so early, maybe you will want to be protected, and then you can always recognize me as your big brother. After leaving such a sentence, he left without looking back, looking very free and easy. When his back completely disappeared, Shen Qinghan turned his head to look at Lin Zichen, frowning slightly and wondering, is this team of geniuses of the extraordinary level really so weak and weak? This is a team, so it will be very uncohesive, right? Indeed. Lin Zichen nodded in agreement. After speaking, he asked, "By the way, you said you heard that voice by the stream before. What exactly was it?" Shen Qinghan thought about it for a while, and said softly, "What is the source god, the revival of all things, and the welcome of light?" Original god? Yes, the source of water source, the source god. The source of water source? Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. The word source and water source is the same as the word source and source land, and the origin of life. So, the source god refers to the water god? The god in the source land? The god of the origin of life? In the forest on the right side of the city, a tall lady and a muscular young man with a buzz cut were fighting with their lower bodies naked behind a towering tree. They were not lovers, but that did not prevent them from becoming one at this moment. It was too boring in the source land. No mobile phones. No computers. No entertainment methods in modern society. In this primitive world, physical pleasure is the best entertainment method. Especially when you stay in the wild for a long time, you may go crazy if you don't have some entertainment methods to kill time. About half an hour later, the two were done. Among them, the buzz-cut young man named Lucini frowned and said, "It's strange. It's been so long, why hasn't Brother Lu come here yet? Did he fall into the cesspool? Maybe he was delayed by something." The lady named Gao Jianing guessed. Lucini put his arm around her waist and said frivolously, "Since Brother Lu didn't come, let's do it again, while we wait? We've done it 5 or 6 times, it's not enough, I don't want to do it anymore." Gao Jianing shook her head and refused. "Just one last time. Goodbye. Come on. I really don't want to come." Just as the two were tugging at each other, the Brother Lu they were talking about, Xiao Lu with disheveled hair, appeared out of thin air in front of them with a Qinglong Yinwei sword on his back. Brother Lu. Seeing Xiao Lu coming, the two immediately came out from behind the tree and shouted. These two were Xiao Lu's followers, and they had been since they joined the team more than 10 years ago. "You two were messing around again just now?" Xiao Lu smelled a hint of heather, and immediately showed contempt on his face, feeling a little unhappy. He was disgusted by the sex between men and women, and felt that it was a stumbling block on the road to evolution. It was fine for others to do it in a house, but if they did it in front of him and tried to ruin his Taoism, he would not be able to resist beating the sex. "Brother Lu, please understand. There are no mobile phones or computers in this wilderness. It's boring not to do this." Lucini smiled like a lackey. Gao Jianing on the side said nothing, silently combing her messy long hair. Xiao Lu did not talk about the two people's messy affair anymore, but talked to the two about Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, saying, "The reason why I arrived so late is that there were 2 newcomers in the team. As soon as they arrived, the 2 newcomers took the test with Qian Yifei and others. I was curious about the performance of the 2 newcomers, so I stayed and watched for a while." "Are they the 2 geniuses who grew up on Earth that Instructor Lan mentioned before?" Gao Jianing asked curiously. Lan Tianbai, the instructor, mentioned to the team members some time ago that Lord Yi recommended 2 geniuses who grew up on Earth to join the team. Therefore, everyone in the team basically knew about this. Xiao Lu nodded. "Yes, those 2 people." Lucini pulled his pants, pressed down the gun, and asked, "Brother Lu, how are the 2 newcomers?" Xiao Lu replied, "The girl named Shen Qinghan didn't have many shots in the test, so we can't see her specific performance and judge her strength. As for the boy named Lin Zichen, he is very strong, very strong. If nothing unexpected happens, his biological level is estimated to be advanced level 7. The most important thing is that he is only 19 years old this year, and his future prospects are immeasurable." After hearing what Xiao Lu said, Lucini and Gao Jianing were shocked and looked incredulous. 19 years old? Advanced level 7 strength? This must be a monster of Luo Qianshua's level? A genius who grew up on Earth can have this level? What is going on? Lucini and Gao Jianing were puzzled. Seeing the 2 people's faces full of disbelief, Xiao Lu also sighed. "Don't say you don't believe it. Even I still feel it's fake. I don't believe there can be such a level of genius on Earth. But I saw Lin Zichen's performance in the test with my own eyes." With just one punch, he blasted the Hell Demon Ape, whose biological level was as high as the advanced 6th level. With just a glance, he suppressed Qian Yifei and others to the ground and made them unable to move. From these 2 points of view, this guy named Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent is definitely at the level of Luo Qianxue. Xiao Lu had a very high opinion of Lin Zichen, the newcomer, and believed that he was the most promising person in this team of alien-level geniuses. Lucini was incredulous. Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent is so strong, but it has not been discovered for so many years. It's outrageous. Gao Jianying thought for a while and guessed. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength since he was a child? How is this possible? Lu Sini directly denied it. Think about your adolescence. Could you resist showing off? You definitely couldn't resist, right? I guess he should have slowly revealed his talent after growing up. I have seen many such people before. They were mediocre in the early stage, but they turned out to be cheating in the later stage. It was all because of their special bodies. And this special feature of the body can only be revealed after the body develops to a certain degree. Lu Sini gave his analysis. Gao Jianying nodded, thinking that this analysis was very reasonable and convincing. Xiao Lu didn't care why Lin Zichen was so strong. He only cared whether he could win over Lin Zichen. After thinking for a while, he said to Lu Sini and Gao Jianying, I plan to take Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan as my younger brothers, and I need you adulterous couple to cooperate. Adulterous couple. Lu Sini and Gao Jianying couldn't help but twitch their mouths slightly, thinking that Xiao Lu was really petty. Didn't he just do it a few times behind the tree, and leave a little smell of heather on his body? Why is he still brooding about it now? Brother Lu, what do we need to do? Lu Sini asked after calming down. Xiao Lu said calmly, it's very simple. You and Jianying will be the bad guys to target the two newcomers, and I will be the good guy to help them. Lu Xian nodded. Okay, Jianying and I know what to do. Xiao Lu, let's not worry about the two newcomers. The most urgent thing is to kill the ice giant python in the swamp in front. Have you two prepared the elixir to continue fighting? Already. Lu Sini and Gao Jianying said almost in unison. Seeing that the two were ready, Xiao Lu stopped talking nonsense and said directly, then let's set off and kill the high-level 9th-level ice giant python within a day. The moment the voice fell, the three of them rushed to the swamp several miles ahead, with weapons in hand. Among the three of them, Xiao Lu's biological level is advanced 9th level, Lu Sini and Gao Jianying are both advanced 8th level Great Perfection. If they team up to fight a high-level 9th level Great Perfection ice giant python, they have a good chance of success if they are well prepared and cooperate well. Dormitories for geniuses of different levels. Dormitory 310. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took a general tour of city number 1 and became more familiar with the environment in the city. After that, they had nothing to do, so they returned to the dormitory to tidy up the layout together. Only dormitory 310 was tidied up, and dormitory 309 next door was not tidied up. Because the two planned to live together, the other dormitory was left empty for the time being, thinking that when there was a chance in the future, they would ask the people above to connect the two dormitories. She. Suddenly, several crisp and pleasant bird calls sounded outside the window. Lin Zichen looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a big fat bird that looked like a basketball. This big fat bird is as big as a basketball, as round as a basketball, and looks incredible. Lin Zi, what kind of bird is this? It looks so silly. Shen Qinghan looked at the big fat bird outside the window curiously with watery eyes. Lin Zichen looked at it for a few times and said, I haven't seen this kind of bird either, but I guess it should be a strange bird similar to a carrier pigeon, specially used to deliver letters or things. The big fat bird outside the window, with a small package in its mouth, was obviously a courier bird. Soon, Lin Zichen had an idea and opened the bamboo fence of the window in the air, letting the big fat bird outside the window flap its wings and fly in. After the big fat bird came in and put down the small package, it turned around and flapped its wings and flew away, without staying for a moment. Lin Zichen picked up the package and looked at it. He saw a paragraph of text at the top. The content of the text said that the package contained a novice gift pack for him and Shen Qinghan, which contained rare evolutionary resources and a new member manual. Lin Zichen didn't think much about it, and quickly opened the package. Then he saw two strange spiritual fruits mixed with red and blue inside. What kind of fruit is this? Shen Qinghan looked at the spiritual fruit in the package with curiosity in his eyes. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but silently picked up a manual at the bottom of the package and got the information about the spiritual fruit on it. These two red and blue spiritual fruits are called Flame Dragon Ice Phoenix Fruit. They are rare spiritual fruits that can greatly improve blood and spirit after eating. Can improve blood and spirit at the same time. Why does it sound a bit like the twin light and dark fruit? Lin Zichen didn't think much about it. He picked up the two Flame Dragon Ice Phoenix fruits in the package and walked to the kitchen, washed them and ate them. After washing the fruit, he gave one of the Flame Dragon Ice Phoenix fruits in his hand to Shen Qinghan. After that, the two sat together to eat it, eager to experience the effect. After eating it, the two felt the long-lost stimulation of ice and fire, and they couldn't help but gasp a few times. As the stimulation gradually subsided, the two were surprised to find that their biological level had actually increased. Lin Zichen evolved to the advanced 7th level, and entered the advanced high-level stage. Shen Qinghan evolved to the advanced 6th level, only one step away from the advanced high level. Lin Zi, the evolutionary resources in this source are really good, much better than those on Earth. Just eating one will evolve, just like a dream. Shen Qinghan felt very magical. Lin Zichen said calmly, in addition to the good effect of the fruit, our own physique is also good, otherwise it is impossible to evolve after eating it. If it is really that easy to evolve, the people in the extraordinary genius team would have evolved to the rare level long ago. Shen Qinghan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said with a face of agreement, indeed, it is mainly because we too have good physiques. If it were someone else, the effect would definitely not be so significant. Chapter 243. The night gradually deepened. There was no wind or insect chirping outside the window, and it was dead silent. The day and night in the source land were two completely different environments. During the day, there was a lot of life. At night, there was a lot of life. Dormitory 310. On the bed, Lin Zichen sat with his back against the wall, quietly flipping through the newcomer manual in his hand. The content of the manual was mainly a brief introduction to the situation in the source land. At present, the location of City Number 1 is an absolutely safe area within the city, a relatively stable area within 50 miles outside the city, and a dangerous area within 50 miles outside the city. In the dangerous area, there are many alien plants, alien beasts everywhere, and even extremely dangerous beings such as orcs and aliens. Under normal circumstances, only epic level and above strong people dare to enter the dangerous area at will. Relatively speaking, the dangerous area is very dangerous, but the evolutionary resources inside are also very rich. Many rare-level strongmen, and even some young generations with only high biological levels, will venture into dangerous areas to look for evolutionary resources. If you can have a good harvest in a dangerous area, it is equivalent to struggling in a stable area for several years. Once you are familiar with most of the environment here, you can enter the dangerous area to obtain evolutionary resources. Lin Zichen murmured. Now he attaches the most importance to the speed of evolution. As for the previous steady and cautious approach, he feels that he is no longer suitable for this version. After all, no one knows when the next beast group will attack the city. Before the next war begins, you must improve your biological level as quickly as possible. Only when the biological level is high can you have enough self-protection power to protect your family. By the way, I haven't looked at my personal attribute panel for a long time. It's time to take a look. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen had an idea and called up the personal attribute panel to check. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 19 years old. Creature level, advanced, level 7. Creature attributes, use it or lose it, heavenly wisdom, the strong prey on the weak, the fortune of melting water, survival of the fittest, eye of the sky, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, rapid self-healing, invulnerable to all poisons, advanced spirit, lord of the forest, storage space, digging instinct, powerful, feathers flying all over the sky, unmovable as a mountain. Advanced swiftness, death coil, deadly venom, extreme hardening, heyday. Body tempering, skin tempering, 5, flesh tempering, 5, bone tempering, 5. Enlightenment, heart tempering, 2, brain tempering, 2, body tempering, 2. Lin Zichen glanced at the panel and saw as many as 23 biological attributes, which made him a little dazzled. Unconsciously, so many biological attributes have been accumulated. With the blessing of so many biological attributes, the current strength is probably comparable to that of a rare-level strongman. Lindsay, it's almost time. Do you want to do it once, then take a bath and go to bed? Wearing a nightgown, Shen Qinghan, who showed off a pair of slender legs, sat aside and stepped lightly on Lin Zichen's body with her white and tender jade feet, smiling and seducing him. Lin Zichen couldn't resist her seduction at all, and immediately put down the newcomer's manual in his hand, picked up the little dirty girl and walked to the bathroom, smiling. Let's go, let's do it while washing, saving time. Lindsay, do you want to have a baby soon? Shen Qinghan hugged Lin Zichen's neck and asked, looking into his eyes. Lin Zichen, how old are you? Why do you want to be a mother so early? It's better to be early. We can go shopping together, and be sisters in the future. Little naughty girl, it's a bit against the sky. What's against the sky? If I get pregnant now, I will be a mother at the age of 20. I think it's just right. Let's talk about it later. The two of them said a few words, and soon they deepened their feelings in the bathroom. Time passed bit by bit. A few days later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan became more familiar with the environment of City Number 1 and roughly understood how the city operated on a daily basis. It can be said that the entire city is a huge logistics department. Every day, people leave the city and go out to explore. While further understanding the source, they also search for various precious evolutionary resources. Lin Zichen used to think that the city was used to guard the biological channel. Now it seems that he thought too simply. The role of the city is to guard the biological channel. The most important role is still as a logistics department. Let the strong men who have explored the source have a base to rest. Unconsciously, several days have passed. During this period, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, under the leadership of instructor Lan Tianbai, are familiar with what they need to do in the team of extraordinary geniuses. It's very simple. Just be responsible for evolving yourself, constantly improving your strength, until you grow into the pillar of protecting the earth. In other words, on the premise of ensuring your own safety, go out of the city more often to hone your skills. Okay, a week has passed, and I think you two should have enough understanding of the source now. Later, I will take you out of the city to adapt to the strength of the boundary force repulsion outside the city. Lan Tianbai said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen nodded. Sorry to bother you, Instructor Lan. In the next few days, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were in the stable area outside the city to adapt to the repulsion of the boundary force. At the beginning, Lin Zichen felt a little uncomfortable, as if he had put his clothes on the wrong way, and felt a little difficult to breathe. Shen Qinghan, on the other hand, was much more serious than him. He vomited within 2 minutes of arriving outside the city, and his pretty face turned pale. It took a long time for him to recover. They stayed outside the city for a few days. The two gradually adapted to the true strength of the boundary force repulsion. The reason why they could adapt so quickly was that their biological levels were not low. One was advanced level 7. The other was advanced level 6. They were both above average in the entire team of alien-level geniuses. Since you two have fully adapted to the true strength of the repulsion of the lower world force, it is time to go out of the city for training. Lan Tianbai looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan and said lightly, This is your first time to go out of the city for training. I will arrange some old members of the team to lead you. After you go out of the city a few more times and become proficient, you can consider going out of the city alone. Lin Zichen, please arrange it for Instructor Lan. Lan Tianbai took out a map from his arms. There were many light blue spots on the map, which looked like the coordinates of some place. He glanced at the spots on the map and said to the two, It just so happens that several team members went out for training this morning and came back. I will take you to meet them, and see if anyone is willing to take you two out of the city for training. Okay, Lin Zichen said sparingly. Under a towering tree in front of the city gate, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Lan Tianbai stood under the tree, chatting and waiting for people. Just 5 minutes ago, Lan Tianbai notified the players in the city to gather here through the sound transmission conch. Now the three of them are waiting for the players in the city to come. Only half a minute passed. The geniuses of the extraordinary level notified by Lan Tianbai have all arrived. There are 5 people in total. They all just came back from outside the city today. Lin Zichen glanced and saw 2 familiar faces among the 5 people. One is Xiao Lu, who met a few days ago. The other is Luo Qianxue, a white-haired girl who had been seen in the portrait. Lin Zichen's eyes stayed on Luo Qianxue for a few more times, and the more he looked, the more he felt that Shen Qinghan's cheap senior sister looked like Bai Shui. Whether it was hair color or eyes, they were exactly the same as Bai Shui, the transfer student in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Shen Qinghan was also looking at Luo Qianxue. Seeing that she looked exactly like Bai Shui, she couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. At this moment, she was extremely sure that the cheap senior sister in front of her was Bai Shui back then. There must be no mistake. Come, let me introduce to you this pair of handsome boys and beautiful girls. They are the 2 newcomers who joined our extraordinary genius team a few days ago. His name is Lin Zichen, and her name is Shen Qinghan. They are both geniuses, who grew up on Earth since childhood. They are only 19 years old this year. On the day they entered the source place, they took the test with Qian Yifei and others. Among them, Zichen directly won the first place in the test with an overwhelming advantage. The strength he showed in the test was at least the 7th level of advanced level. He has a very high evolutionary talent and a bright future. When Lan Tianbai introduced Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, he praised Lin Zichen generously, fearing that the old team members in front of him didn't know how talented Lin Zichen was. The reason why he praised him like this was mainly to convey a message to the old team members. Earthlings' evolutionary talent is not inferior to that of aliens, and they can also produce geniuses comparable to top aliens. You can't compare to Luo Qianxue, but you are not good enough now, not that Earthlings can't. He conveyed this message to the old team members not to hit them, but to motivate them, so that when they face Luo Qianxue, they always sigh and think they are inferior, and lose the motivation for evolution. When they heard that Lin Zichen was only 19 years old this year, but his biological level was at least as high as the 7th advanced level. Among the 5 old team members, a young man named Fuzhou directly widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. A genius who grew up on Earth, 19 years old, at least advanced level 7. Are you sure you're not kidding? I'm 24 this year. I've been training in the Source Land for 16 years. The current biological level is barely at the advanced level 7. How can this Lin Zichen be at the same level as me? The more Fuzhou thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. He doubted his life, and thought he was dreaming. Across from him, Luo Qianxue, who had long white hair, was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Zichen, who was the same age as her, could reach the advanced level 7. How did he do that? In theory, the Earth, which is extremely short of evolutionary resources, could not breed such a powerful creature. What on earth is going on? Luo Qianxue was puzzled, but she didn't show it on her face, and she was still calm. The remaining 3 veterans, Lu Sini, Gao Jianing, and Xiao Lu, were all very calm at the moment, and were not shocked or surprised like Fuzhou and Luo Qianxue. Because these 3 people had known Lin Zichen a few days ago, and knew how perverted this newcomer was. If any of you 5 veterans are free, please help take care of these 2 newcomers, and take them out of the city for training. I have something to deal with outside the city, so I leave first. Lan Tianbai said this to the 5 veterans in front of him, and soon left in a flash. After he left, Shen Qinghan set his sights on Luo Qianxue, who was not far ahead. She opened her mouth and wanted to talk to Luo Qianxue, who was right in front of her. But when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them no matter how she opened her mouth. She had always been a timid person, and was embarrassed to talk to Bai Shui, whom she had not met for 11 years. She had no choice but to look at Lin Zichen, and cast a look of help to him, hoping that Lin Zichen would talk to this old friend. Lin Zichen noticed her look of help, and without thinking too much, he walked directly to Luo Qianxue. He stopped in front of Luo Qianxue and asked directly, "Hello, do you remember us too?" Luo Qianxue did not expect Lin Zichen to suddenly come forward to talk to her, and felt a little overwhelmed for a while, not knowing how to respond. She had no experience in communicating with people. After a long while, she said coldly with a blank expression, "I just feel that your names are very familiar, but I don't remember anything else." Hearing this answer, Shen Qinghan felt a little disappointed. "I really don't remember. How could this happen? We had a lot of fun in elementary school." Just as she was feeling disappointed, Shen Qinghan suddenly thought of something very important. She immediately took off the fong from her neck and handed it to Luo Qianxue carefully, saying softly, "Bye. Senior sister, this fong was given to Xiaochen and me by you. Do you still remember it?" She thought a lot before she said this. She originally wanted to call Bai Shui, but in the end, she changed to a more respectful senior sister. She originally wanted to call Lin Zichen Lin Zi, but in order to make Luo Qianxue more memorable, she finally changed to Xiaochen, who she used to call before. Facing the fong handed over by Shen Qinghan, Luo Qianxue did not reach out to take it, but just took a look at it quietly, then shook her head and said, "I don't remember it." "Is that so?" Shen Qinghan felt a little embarrassed, but more sad. At this moment, Xiao Lu, who was not far away, made a look at the 2 younger brothers beside him. Seeing Xiao Lu's look, Lu Sini and Gao Jianing immediately understood, and walked towards Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. The 2 wanted to find trouble with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, giving Xiao Lu an opportunity to help them. "Hey, what's wrong with you 2 newcomers? You didn't even ask the seniors how to address you, but just chatted about this and that. Are you so tactless and ignorant?" Lu Sini took the lead and shouted at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in a very aggressive tone. Lin Zichen frowned when he heard the voice, and turned his head to look at the young man with a short haircut. At this time, he didn't quite understand what the young man meant by suddenly coming up to find trouble for no reason. "Are you bored? Or do you like to put on airs in front of your juniors to make yourself feel important?" Beside him, Shen Qinghan became nervous and instinctively took a small step back, shrinking behind Lin Zichen. She remembered what Xiao Lu had said to her and Lin Zichen before, saying that the situation of the weak being eaten by the strong was very serious in this team of geniuses. She was worried that the young man, with a short haircut in front of her, was going to eat her and Lin Zichen. Chapter 244. Are you deaf? Still don't understand me. Can't you even say hello to me, senior? Seeing that Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan didn't say anything, Lucini kept yelling, and his voice got louder. Gao Jianying on the side also yelled. This year's newcomers are really ignorant and have no sense. The two were like brainless villains, constantly finding faults with Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan, giving Xiao Lu the opportunity to stand up for the newcomers. Fu Zhou, who was not far away, knew that Lucini, Gao Jianying, and Xiao Lu were in the same group. But he felt that there was no need for him to offend Xiao Lu for two unrelated newcomers. So he just watched silently from the side, and didn't mind his own business. On the other side, Luo Qianxue didn't know that the three were in the same group, she only knew that the three were good friends. She never thought that Xiao Lu was instructing Lucini and Gao Jianying to do this. At this moment, she saw Lucini and Gao Jianying picking on Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan, and after a moment of hesitation, she stopped them and said, "Don't go too far, you two." If it was someone else being bullied, she would never meddle in other people's business, and would just turn around and leave, so as not to affect herself. But Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan were different. She knew that she knew these two people, but she just lost the relevant memories now. Even if she didn't know them, Shen Qihan was Yuan Dongji's new apprentice and her junior sister, so she had to take the lead today. Why, you want to meddle in other people's business? Gao Jianying looked at Luo Qianxue with a bad look. Nearly half of her family died at the hands of aliens, and she hated aliens to the bone. And Luo Qianxue was an alien, and she had never liked Luo Qianxue. I know them, I'm not meddling in their affairs, Luo Qianxue said in a cold tone. As she said this, a trace of cold air emanated from her body, freezing the ground within a 3-meter radius around her into a layer of frost. The surrounding air also dropped by at least 10 degrees. The originally stuffy air instantly became cool. Lin Zichen looked at Luo Qianxue quietly, looking at the ice pattern spreading from her feet, and a wave of thoughts came to his mind. There was obviously no breath of any strange beast in her body, but she could use extraordinary power. Moreover, when using her ability, there was no fluctuation in her blood and spirit. Is this an alien? Lin Zichen felt very incredible. Gao Jianying, who was standing in front of him, was furious when she saw Luo Qianxue was about to fight. She said, Luo Qianxue, your current biological level is only advanced level 7. How can you be so confident that you dare to fight me head-on? Her current biological level is advanced level 8. She felt particularly humiliated and looked down upon by Luo Qianxue, who was only advanced level 7. Compared with her fury, Luo Qianxue was calm and said lightly, you can fight. You look down on people. Gao Jianying shouted angrily. The moment the voice fell, her figure turned into a residual image and rushed towards Luo Qianxue at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Faced with the sudden attack of this royal sister, with an advanced level of 8, Luo Qianxue's face remained calm without any change. The next second, there was a sound of snap of an object being frozen quickly. Less than 1 meter in front of Luo Qianxue, a human-shaped ice sculpture suddenly condensed out of thin air. Looking closely, it was Gao Jianying, whose figure had just turned into a residual shadow, who was frozen on the ground, and the whole person was frozen in place and unable to move. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Lin Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Luo Qianxue, who was at the 7th level, didn't move her body at all, and instantly defeated Gao Jianying, who was at the 8th level. This is the power of aliens? Could it be that when Qian Yifei and others thought I was an alien and lost to me during the test a few days ago, they were so discouraged and felt inferior? It turns out that aliens are really powerful, so powerful that Gao Jianying, a genius at the alien level, was instantly killed and had no power to fight back even though he was 1 level ahead in biological level. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking this. Crack! The sound of the ice surface breaking suddenly sounded. Then, Gao Jianying, who was frozen on the ground and unable to move, broke out of the ice instantly, and a terrifying snake soul appeared behind him, opening a bloody mouth and biting towards Luo Qianxue. The snake soul's bloody mouth was as huge as the sea, and the moment it attacked was as if the sky had fallen down, directly shrouding Luo Qianxue in a shadow. Facing this attack filled with the breath of death, Luo Qianxue moved. She clenched the red tassel spear in her hand, took a quick step, and then her figure disappeared in an instant, completely escaping into the void. When she appeared the next moment, a red tassel spear covered with white frost had already pierced through the 7 inches of the snake soul, and also pierced through Gao Jianying in front of the snake soul, nailing her to the tree, and her blood soaked most of her clothes. So strong, at this moment, everyone present, including Lin Zichen, was deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Luo Qianxue. This is an alien. This is a monster. Killing someone above his level is as easy as drinking water. It's terrifying. Bang! A sound of pressure exploded. Gao Jianying sacrificed a large amount of blood essence, and temporarily raised his strength to the advanced 8th level. With just a thought, he shook the red tassel spear stuck in his chest away. Cinny, come with me. She knew that her advanced 8th level strength would not last long, so she decisively chose to call for help and deal with Luo Qianxue together with Lu Cinny, who was equally powerful. When Lu Cinny heard it, he immediately sacrificed blood essence without any hesitation, and also temporarily raised his strength to the advanced 8th level, and killed Luo Qianxue with Gao Jianying. These two not only bully the weak, but also bully the few with their numbers. This is unfair. Seeing Gao Jianying and Lu Cinny actually teamed up to deal with Luo Qianxue, Shen Qinghan felt very angry, and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. She wanted to complain loudly, but she didn't dare to, for fear of being heard. She was just so cowardly. Lin Zichen disagreed and said, "It is right to talk about fairness in a society ruled by law, but in this evolutionary world where the strong prey on the weak, especially in the most cruel source of evolutionary competition, never talk about fairness with your opponent. If you can bully the weak with your big, you must bully the weak with your big. If you can bully the few with your numbers, you must bully the few with your numbers. As long as you can win, it doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. Do you understand?" At this point, Lin Zichen slightly turned his head to look at Shen Qinghan beside him, looking directly into her watery peach blossom eyes. He was instilling in Shen Qinghan the truth of how to survive well in this world. He knew that he certainly could not guarantee that he would stay by Shen Qinghan's side all the time. Shen Qinghan would always be alone. He was really worried that Shen Qinghan's character would suffer because of her saintly behavior when she was alone, and would suffer because of being too rule-abiding. "Well, I understand." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. No matter what Lin Zichen said, whether it was reasonable or not, she would force herself to agree and believe unconditionally. She had full trust in Lin Zichen. While the two were talking about this, Luo Qianxue in front had already started fighting with Lu Cinny and Gao Jianying. The soil and stones flew, the grass and trees flew, and the battle was very fierce. Gao Jianying manifested a more terrifying 9-headed snake soul, bursting out a huge amount of blood and energy, splitting the snake soul's bloody mouth and biting Luo Qianxue madly. Lu Cinny manifested a 3-headed, 6-armed, nameless humanoid beast soul, waving a fist covered with spikes, and fiercely smashing at Luo Qianxue. Under the fierce attack of the two, Luo Qianxue soon couldn't hold on. She was beaten back again and again. The cloth on her arm broke into pieces, evaporated into nothingness by the burning blood power. A trace of overdrawn blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. As a top-level alien, she is very strong, but she is far from being strong enough to deal with two high-level 8th-level opponents at the same time. It is only a matter of time before she loses. Lin Zi, Bai Shui can't hold on anymore, you help her quickly. Shen Qinghan tugged at Lin Zichen's sleeve, her pretty face full of worry. Lin Zichen said calmly, "Don't worry, she should be able to hold on for a while, let's see first." It's not that he doesn't want to take action, but he wants to see more of the abilities of aliens. It's a rare thing to be able to see aliens take action quietly in a stable city. We must make good use of this opportunity to get to know the aliens better. After all, in this dangerous source, the real enemy of the Earthlings has never been alien plants and beasts, but aliens who have many similarities with Earthlings. Only by deeply understanding the aliens can we develop better in this source. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart, but Fu Zhou, who was not far away, didn't know that he was thinking so. Not only Fu Zhou, but also Xiao Lu didn't know that he was thinking so. Both of them felt that Lin Zichen was scared, and felt that Lin Zichen saw the gods fighting, and he doubted his life for a while. Soon, more than half a minute passed. Luo Qianxue gradually couldn't resist. The long hair that was originally white and smooth was now messy and stained with blood. She overestimated her strength. "I didn't expect that I, whose biological level has evolved to a high level, would not be able to deal with two people of a higher level. It's time to take action." When Luo Qianxue was blocked by Lu Cinny and was about to be hit hard on the ground, Lin Zichen said this calmly. Then, before he finished speaking, he rushed out in an instant, and his figure disappeared without a trace. When his figure appeared again, he had already raised his fist with a huge amount of blood and energy, and punched Lu Cinny in the face. There was a loud bang. Lu Cinny, who was controlling the three-headed and six-armed humanoid beast soul to attack Luo Qianxue frantically, flew into the air the next moment and flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string. Before the others could react, Luo had already smashed into a towering tree with a bang, and his body, which was as strong as the 8th level high-level great perfection, was completely embedded in the trunk. Then, another bang sounded. Gao Jianying followed Luo's footsteps, and the whole person flew backwards in an instant, and smashed heavily on the trunk of another towering tree, and his body sank into it and disappeared. What happened? Except for Lin Zichen, who punched, and Luo and Gao Jianying, who were completely fainted after being punched, the remaining 4 people were all stunned. Shen Qinghan was stunned. She knew that Lin Zichen was terribly strong, but she didn't expect that he was so strong that he could instantly kill 2 high-level 8th level great perfection strongmen. Fu Zhou and Xiao Lu were both shocked. Not long ago, they laughed at Lin Zichen in their hearts for being cowardly and not daring to take action. And it was less than 2 minutes later. Lin Zichen suddenly attacked and instantly killed Luo and Gao Jianying, and their faces were swollen. The worst thing was that Fu Zhou and Xiao Lu didn't see how Lin Zichen attacked. They only heard the sound of Luo and Gao Jianying being attacked, and then saw Luo and Gao Jianying flying backwards. How can he be so strong? Is he really an earthling? I can't understand. Luo Qianxue, who had been expressionless for thousands of years, looked at Lin Zichen, who suddenly appeared in front of her with a slightly dazed look, her cold and beautiful eyes full of doubts and confusion. It was the first time she saw someone with evolutionary talent far beyond her peers. Her evolutionary talent has always been the strongest among those around her, and she is often recognized by various strong people. Are you in the same group with them? Just when everyone was shocked, Lin Zichen looked at Xiao Lu in front of him and said in a calm voice. He didn't understand why Luo and Gao Jianying suddenly picked a fight, and what their purpose was, but he saw Xiao Lu winking at them. This was enough to show that the 2 peoples picking a fight must be related to Xiao Lu. I don't understand what you are talking about. Xiao Lu pretended to be stupid and didn't admit that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Lin Zichen's strength was too terrifying, so terrifying that there was no truth at all, only outrageousness. He didn't want to offend such a genius, who was destined to have a bright future. It's okay, you will understand soon. The moment the words fell, Lin Zichen's blood and qi, as vast as the ocean, suddenly burst out, and his figure flashed into the void, rushing towards Xiao Lu at a speed close to the rare level. Bang! There was only a fierce collision. Xiao Lu, who was still standing there, and had no time to take a defensive posture, felt an unbearable pain in his lower abdomen, and then his body flew up into the air, and flew backwards with a burst of air. Until a bang sound came, and the whole person fell on a towering tree, and sank deeply into the trunk. Xiao Lu never dreamed that Lin Zichen had such a strong character, and attacked without listening to any explanation. He regretted it. He regretted plotting against Lin Zichen. Just as he struggled to climb out of the tree trunk and wanted to apologize to Lin Zichen, buzz! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded from the front. The next moment, Lin Zichen's figure appeared out of thin air in front of the towering tree, and kicked out fiercely, kicking Xiao Lu, who had just climbed out of the tree trunk, into the sky. Then, bang! 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 A series of continuous collisions sounded. Lin Zichen kicked fiercely with his feet full of blood and energy, hitting Xiao Lu, who was still flying backwards in the air at a very fast speed, kicking out countless shocking dents on his sturdy body. When Xiao Lu fell heavily to the ground with a thump, he was already spitting blood and groaning in pain with a blurred consciousness. Tell me, why did you order the 2 of them to pick a fight with me? Lin Zichen stood beside Xiao Lu, looking down at him, and said in a cold and expressionless voice. He had already shown mercy, otherwise Xiao Lu on the ground would have been a corpse by now. Chapter 245. Xiao Lu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, his body was cramping in pain, and his mentality was shattered. He had lived for more than 20 years, and he had always been a child of other people's families, since he was a child. He was the object of everyone's envy. He was the one who was adored by everyone. However, at this moment, he was beaten to a pulp by a newcomer who had just joined the team. He was looked down upon and questioned by the newcomer. And this newcomer was only 19 years old this year. Moreover, he grew up on Earth and had never enjoyed the resources of the source. This made his self-esteem trample to the bottom. But even so, he did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. He could only endure the severe pain and said in a trembling voice, I have no ill will towards you. I asked those two to pick a fight with you, but I just wanted to play a role of helping others when seeing injustice, so that you two would recognize me as your big brother. That's all. After saying this, Xiao Lu added, the reason why I designed to take you two as my younger brothers is that I saw your evolutionary talent and wanted to have your support in the future. He confessed everything. Xiao Lu, who was ranked third in the team in terms of strength, confessed all his motives for committing the crime under Lin Zichen's emotionless gaze. If he didn't confess his motives honestly, he was afraid that Lin Zichen would think badly, and he would be targeted by Lin Zichen from then on. After listening to his explanation, Lin Zichen didn't say much. He just kicked him out casually. After the kick, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to beat Xiao Lu in front of Luo Qianxue and Fu Zhou, and in front of the guards on the high wall. He kept hitting Xiao Lu's body, beating him beyond recognition. After beating Xiao Lu, he also dragged out Lu Sini and Gao Jianying, who were embedded in the tree trunk, and beat them. The three people in this group were beaten until they wailed and begged for mercy. But no matter how the three begged for mercy, Lin Zichen did not stop. He was not sure whether the truth was as Xiao Lu said. The only thing he was sure of was that he would have to target these three people to death in the future. He wanted to show his vengeful side in front of everyone who was watching this side. Let people know the consequences of plotting against him. Only by killing the chicken to scare the monkey can we avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles to the greatest extent. On the other side, the guards on the city wall and the powerful Earth high-level officials in the city center noticed the situation on Lin Zichen's side. They clearly saw the scene of Lin Zichen easily crushing Xiao Lu, Lu Sini, and Gao Jianying. Everyone was shocked beyond words. It was hard to believe this fact. Before they were shocked for long, they soon saw Lin Zichen beating Xiao Lu and the other two. He hit them hard. He basically beat them to death. But he was very measured, not really killing them. At most he just made the three of them lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. This boy is not very tolerant. In an office in the center of the city, Shangguan Yuehua, the deputy city lord, shook her head, dissatisfied with Lin Zichen's vindictive character, and felt a little pity. Another deputy city lord surnamed Bai Wubian, nodded and agreed. He is indeed a little tolerant. In the future, we need to focus on cultivating his temperament in this aspect, otherwise it will be difficult for him to partner with others. As the city lord, Qin Chuan did not say a word from beginning to end, but just quietly looked at Lin Zichen in the mental picture and fell into a period of contemplation. He didn't care whether Lin Zichen was tolerant or not. As long as he was strong enough, there would be people who would adapt to his tolerance. What he really cared about was the strength that Lin Zichen showed. He was only 19 years old, grew up on Earth, and had never enjoyed the resources of the source. He had never merged with the genes of alien beasts, and had always been a pure-blooded human. Logically speaking, people who met these 2 points should be people with low evolutionary talents. How could a monster like Lin Zichen be born? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure it out at all. Qin Chuan was puzzled and looked at a secretary in front of him and said, Li Juan, show me Lin Zichen's personal file. I want to know his personal information in detail. There were no computers available in the source. If you want to find a person's file, you could only ask someone to look for it in the archives room. Soon, the secretary left the office and walked towards the archives room. Then less than half a minute later, the secretary took a file bag made of special plant fiber and handed it to Qin Chuan respectfully. Qin Chuan took the file bag, took out a yellow-white paper from it, and read it carefully word by word. At the same time, he dispersed his mental power and formed a mental projection in front of him, allowing other people in the office to read it together. What's going on? Lin Zichen's parents are actually a pair of ordinary people? This doesn't conform to genetics at all. I'm afraid there is something wrong with his personal file. After reading Lin Zichen's personal file, a wave of doubts immediately sounded in the office. Every leader present thought that there was something wrong with Lin Zichen's personal file. They didn't believe that an ordinary couple could give birth to a genius of Lin Zichen's level. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son can dig holes, which is in line with the law of biological inheritance. In front of the city gate, Lin Zichen has stopped beating. It's not that he has beaten enough. But Xiao Lu, Lu Sini, and Gao Jianying have all fainted. If he continues to beat them, it will probably kill someone. This Lin Zichen is really cruel. Fu Zhou looked at the three people lying on the ground half dead, thinking that he must not offend Lin Zichen in the future. It's better to suffer a little loss than to make Lin Zichen unhappy. Stay away from such a ruthless person, who will take revenge for every grievance. On the other side, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to step forward and care for Luo Qianxue. Looking at her arm, he asked, is your hand okay? In the previous fierce fight with Lu Sini and Gao Jianying, Luo Qianxue's arms were beaten to pieces by the two men, and she looked seriously injured. Shen Qinghan felt pain just looking at it. Facing Shen Qinghan's concern, Luo Qianxue just said in a cold voice, "It's okay, it will be healed soon." As soon as the voice fell, a mysterious white substance quickly secreted from the surface of Luo Qianxue's injured arms. It looked like fresh milk. But it didn't smell good. At the moment, these white substances appeared. The injuries on Luo Qianxue's arms were instantly healed and restored to their original state. There was no sign of injury at all. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes wide when she saw this, and was shocked. She and Lin Zichen both have the ability to heal quickly like a living dead slug. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is enough energy support, it can quickly repair itself. Recover to the state before the injury. However, the speed of self-healing is completely incomparable to the self-healing speed of Luo Qianxue in front of him. They are not at the same level at all. What exactly are those white substances secreted from Bai Shue's hands? Shen Qinghan stared at the white substance on Luo Qianxue's hands, full of curiosity. She remembered it very clearly. The reason why Luo Qianxue was excluded in school in the past was not only because she had extremely conspicuous white hair, but also because her body secreted this mysterious white substance with a very bad smell. Opposite. Seeing Shen Qinghan staring at the white substance secreted from her hands, Luo Qianxue's slender and long eyebrows could not help but frown slightly, feeling a little unhappy. She thought Shen Qinghan was staring at the white substance because he smelled a bad smell. In response, she quickly turned around and left without staying there for long. She didn't like being looked at with strange eyes. Shen Qinghan wanted to call her, but didn't know how to call her, so he could only watch her leave. At the same time, Lin Zichen ignored the completely unconscious Xiao Lu and the other two, and turned around and walked slowly towards Fu Zhou, who was not far away. Fu Zhou was immediately panicked when he saw this. He had never spoken a word from beginning to end, and had never offended Lin Zichen. Logically speaking, there was no reason to be afraid of Lin Zichen. However, when Lin Zichen walked towards him, he could not help but feel scared. It was not that he was cowardly. It was that Lin Zichen was too brutal when he beat Xiao Lu and the other two. And brutal people usually have poor brains. They are easy to get angry. They are easy to vent their anger on others. It is very likely that they will hurt innocent people. Seeing Lin Zichen approaching, Fu Zhou was so nervous that he was sweating all over, and his legs were weakening uncontrollably. After calming down a little, he quickly spoke to distance himself from Xiao Lu and the other two and said, "I am not in the same group with them." "I know," Lin Zichen said lightly. "You know? You knew that they were still walking towards me? Are you planning to not let passers-by go? Beast." Fu Zhou was so angry that he cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he was sweating profusely, afraid of being beaten. "I just want to ask, when you go out of the city to train in the future, can you take the two of us with you?" Lin Zichen walked to Fu Zhou and stopped, asking in a very kind tone. Fu Zhou was stunned after hearing this. "What? So you want me to be a mentor for newcomers? Shock me." Fu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a smile on his face, "Of course, it's my honor." He didn't flatter, he really felt it was an honor to take Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan out for training. You know, Lin Zichen is only 19 years old, and has just joined the team of extraordinary geniuses. And he has never enjoyed the resources of the source. In this way, Lin Zichen can press Xiao Lu, who ranks third in the team, to the ground and rub him hard. What does this mean? This means that Lin Zichen is destined to be the strongest earthling on Earth in the future. He will definitely evolve into a legendary creature in the future. And it is a legendary creature in the first echelon. Now I have the opportunity to take him out for training, and get along with him. This is simply a great thing that I can't ask for. I can wake up laughing in the middle of the night, when I go back to sleep. I don't know what to call you. Seeing that the other party agreed readily, Lin Zichen also asked, with a faint smile. He still doesn't know Fu Zhou's name. Because Fu Zhou didn't introduce himself, Lan Tianbai didn't introduce him. "My name is Fu Zhou, Fu in driver's name, Zhou in Jiuzhou. I'm only 5 years older than you. Just call me Fu Zhou." Fu Zhou introduced himself with a smile. He rarely smiles, and always shows a relatively cold attitude. After all, he has been a genius since he was a child, and it is normal to be a little cold. But at this moment, facing Lin Zichen, whose evolutionary talent is unprecedented, he can't be cold at all, and just wants to be a little brother and smile. "So it's Brother Zhou." Lin Zichen smiled back. If Brother Zhou wants to go out of the city for training one day, please take us with you. Although the other party said that he could call him by his name, he still politely called him brother, which was very kind. Hearing the two words Brother Zhou, Fu Zhou was also surprised. Just now, he saw Lin Zichen beating Xiao Lu and the other two, and his attack was very heavy. He subconsciously thought that Lin Zichen's personality should not be easy to get along with. But now it seems that he found that he seemed to have misunderstood. Lin Zichen's personality does not seem to be difficult to get along with. He is quite polite. He is not as arrogant as imagined. Thinking of this, in order to please Lin Zichen, Fu Zhou smiled and flattered him. Speaking of Zichen, you are so handsome, so beautiful that you can make the whole country fall in love with you, and you can make people feel ashamed of themselves when they see you. Beautiful enough to make the whole country fall in love with you, sinking fish and falling geese, beauty enough to make the moon hide and the flowers blush. These three idioms are used in this way. Lin Zichen was surprised and felt a little confused. He didn't understand what kind of mental state Fu Zhou was in when he said this. Shen Qinghan, who had just stepped forward, was also confused and suspected that Fu Zhou was being sarcastic. You two seem to have a good relationship. I heard from Lord Yi that a couple will join the team in a while. I guess you are the couple, right? Fu Zhou asked with a smile. Lin Zichen nodded. Yes, it's us. After getting a positive reply, Fu Zhou also let go and directly brought Shen Qinghan to praise. Your girlfriend is as beautiful as you. She is handsome, elegant, and suave. You two are really a perfect match. Handsome? Handsome? Suave? Using these three idioms to praise a girl? Was it intentional or accidental? Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were really confused. They couldn't tell whether Fu Zhou didn't understand the meaning of these idioms, or was being sarcastic. Finally, Shen Qinghan couldn't help it, and said weakly, Brother Zhou, you seem to have used the idioms the wrong way. The beauty of a country, the beauty of a city, the beauty of a fish, the beauty of a wild goose, the beauty of a moon, these are used to praise women. The beauty of a jade tree, the beauty of a handsome man, the beauty of a man, these are used to praise men. Hey, they all mean the same thing. They all praise people for their good looks. Don't pay attention to these details. Fu Zhou finished speaking and added, I was sent to the source place to be tempered before I was old enough to go to kindergarten. I didn't read much, so I only have a superficial understanding of many idioms. It's normal to use them incorrectly. Don't pay too much attention to them. I can understand. Lin Zichen smiled. He really understood, not just saying it. In a desolate place like the source place, there are no mobile phones or computers, so it is difficult to get in touch with knowledge. Growing up in such a place, if you don't have time to learn cultural knowledge, it's normal to become illiterate when you grow up. The westernmost side of the source. In the dark palace. A man with black hair lingering around him, supporting his head with one hand, sitting on the throne in a casual posture. Below him, a slim woman in palace dress, also surrounded by black hair, was kneeling on one knee. Sire, after the previous attempts, we can now be sure that the boundary force on the earth is already very weak. The woman reported, and asked respectfully, do we need to cooperate with the Sun and Moon Holy Land and let them build a biological channel here? The man opened his mouth like a black hole, and said with a bit of desolation, the newly built channel needs a long time to stabilize before it can accommodate powerful creatures to enter. There is no need to wait so long. Then what the monarch means is. The woman raised her exquisite oval face that was white and scary, and said in a feminine voice. The man opened his deep dark eyes, and his voice was dead silent. Spread the news of the abyss ruins to attract all the powerful people from Earth who are guarding the city. Then we will directly capture the city, and enter the Earth through the ancient biological passages under the city. Chapter 246. More than 10 days later. The extraordinary geniuses, who had gone out of the city for training some time ago, have returned to the city one after another. Lan Tianbai saw that it was rare for everyone to gather together, so he gathered all the team members together, and held a simple morning meeting. In a spacious clearing in the forest. Including Lan Tianbai, there were a total of 28 people roughly gathered in a circle. Everyone was standing on the tree trunks in a scattered manner, or simply sitting on the trees, looking very casual. Who are those two people? They are so beautiful, they feel more beautiful than the stars on Earth. Is it the couple that Lord Yi mentioned last time, who said they would join the team in a while? Many team members, who had just returned from training, had never seen Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Seeing that these two people were so beautiful, they were immediately attracted to their attention, and looked at them curiously. Lan Tianbai listened to the voices around him, walked to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and introduced them to the old team members. This handsome boy and beautiful girl are the pair of Earth geniuses mentioned by Lord Yi before. His name is Lin Zichen, and her name is Shen Qinghan. They just joined the team last month. Everyone should get to know each other, so that you don't fail to recognize each other when you meet them outside for training. After just a few simple introductions, Lan Tianbai didn't talk about Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan anymore. He turned to look at the two young men in front of him, Zhao Qinxian and Zhang Tao, with a smile on his face. Ah Xian, Taozi, how did you two evolve into rare creatures? Why don't you come out and share with everyone? Lan Tianbai keenly sensed that the pressure on Zhao Qinxian and Zhang Tao had become much stronger. This pair of kings in the team of extraordinary geniuses, both of them were at the advanced 9th level before going out of the city for training, and were only one step away from the rare level. But this one step away, but it stuck for 2.5 years, and they could not break through. Unexpectedly, after returning from this training, they both evolved into rare creatures, which really gave Lan Tianbai, the instructor, a surprise. It's nothing, it's just that we were a little lucky. We found a blood spirit fruit tree in the Blood Evil Valley. There happened to be 2 ripe blood spirit fruits on the tree. We ate one each and evolved to the rare level, Zhao Qixian said with a relaxed look. When the others heard this, they were all envious. The blood spirit fruit is a rare spirit fruit that even epic creatures would be jealous of. They were able to find it. This luck is really against the sky. Seeing the others looking regretful for not going to the Blood Demon Valley for training, and thus missing out on the blood spirit fruit, Lan Tianbai said, how could there be such a good thing in the world to find a mature blood spirit fruit tree? These two guys chose to go to the Blood Demon Valley for training, just for the blood spirit fruit tree. Do you really think they were lucky enough to get a chance? Also, the Blood Demon Valley is full of rare creatures. Only the two of them have many means, and enough self-protection power to train there. If it were anyone else in the team, even Xiao Lu, who is second only to them, would have difficulty moving in the Blood Demon Valley, and would be buried there if he was not careful. You guys, don't imagine success to be so easy. If someone tells you calmly that he succeeded easily, he is probably pretending. As he spoke, Lan Tianbai suddenly burst out with blood and qi, and released blood and qi from a distance of more than 10 meters, blasting the clothes on Zhao Qinxian and Zhang Tao, exposing their wounded upper bodies to everyone. All of them were fresh wounds. Some of the wounds were directly missing a piece of flesh, and the bones inside could be clearly seen, which was shocking. Did you see it? Lan Tianbai looked around and said, any success is hard-won, don't take it for granted. Everyone looked at the wounds on Zhao Qinxian and Zhang Tao's upper bodies, and their faces were very solemn. They were just envious of these two people, but now they can't envy them anymore, all they admire. If it were them, they would never dare to take risks like these two people, but would choose a more secure way to obtain evolutionary resources. These two people were able to evolve to the rare level before the age of 30, and they fought for their lives. Of course, the evolutionary talents of the two are top-notch, otherwise they would definitely not be able to prove the rare level before the age of 30. Lin Zi, the boy named Zhang Tao on the left, is so strong. His abdomen is about to be torn into a hole, but he is still standing like nothing happened. If it were me, I would have died of pain. Shen Qinghan leaned close to Lin Zichen's ear and whispered. Lin Zichen nodded. He is indeed strong. The flesh of rare creatures is extraordinary. While saying this, his eyes were always on the wound on Zhang Tao's abdomen, staring at the blood hole that could not heal. He saw that the edge of the blood hole was constantly oozing purple liquid to prevent the flesh from remolding. Is it poison? How did you get it? Alien beast? Or alien plant? I don't know if my invulnerable to all poisons can prevent it. Lin Zichen was thinking about it, and was very concerned about the poison that could work on the flesh of rare creatures. Zhang Tao, the hole in your lower abdomen cannot be self-healed. Do you want to go to the medical department to treat it now? Zhao Qinxian looked at Zhang Tao and asked. Zhang Tao said calmly, it's just a small hole. There is no need to treat it specially. After a few hours, when the toxins on it are all decomposed, it can be healed. Okay, this is very tough. Zhao Qinxian smiled and praised, but in fact, he cursed him as an idiot in his heart. In order to show off in front of everyone, deliberately not treating the wound, what else is stupid? By the way, are Xiao Lu and the other 3 still training outside the city? Why didn't I see them? Zhang Tao looked at Zhao Qinxian and asked. Zhao Qinxian was speechless. You ask me? Who should I ask? I just came back from training with you. Both of them had just returned to the city after training, and then came to attend the morning meeting. They didn't know that Xiao Lu and the other 3 were beaten half to death by Lin Zichen, and they couldn't get out of bed until now. Xiao Lu, Lu Sini, Gao Jianying and the other 3 are still recovering from their injuries, and can't get out of bed for the time being. Fu Zhou, one of the witnesses, said calmly. Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao listened with full of doubts. Among them, Zhao Qingxian said, "What happened to the 3 of them? Did they go to kill the ice python, but were killed by the ice python?" He had heard Xiao Lu say before that the 3 of them were going to hunt the ice python in the forest on the right side of the city. It was a high-level 9th-level ice python, and its biological level was not low. But because it was pregnant, its strength decreased a lot. Logically speaking, as long as Xiao Lu and his 3 companions were well prepared, they would surely be able to hunt successfully. But the fact is that Xiao Lu and his 3 companions not only failed in the hunt, but were also unable to get out of bed. This is really hard to understand. Just when Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao were puzzled, Lan Tianbai, the instructor, spoke up and said with a smile, "You may not believe it, but Xiao Lu and his companions were not killed by the ice python, but by this newcomer named Lin Zichen." What? Including Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao, nearly 10 people at the scene were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were full of astonishment. Xiao Lu and his companions were defeated by a newcomer? How is this possible? Xiao Lu's biological level is advanced 9th level. The remaining Lu Sini and Gao Jianying are also advanced 8th level. If the 3 of them work together well, they have a chance to defeat a powerful person who has reached the advanced 9th level. If he was still defeated by a newcomer, what level must this newcomer be? Rare level? But is this possible? This is obviously impossible. Brother Bai, are you serious? Are you kidding? Zhao Qingxian doubted. He had a good relationship with Lan Tianbai. When he first joined the team, Lan Tianbai was the captain of the team. Lan Tianbai said seriously, "Although this sounds fake, it is indeed true. Many people saw it that day. I have confirmed it from the city lord." After hearing this answer, those who were stunned on the scene suddenly became shocked, their eyes full of disbelief. A newcomer, who is only 19 years old and has been growing up on the earth with scarce evolutionary resources since birth until joining the team, can actually have the strength comparable to the rare level? What on earth is going on? Everyone present felt incomprehensible and unreal. "Your name is Lin Zichen, right? Are you interested in fighting me?" A young man named Gao Zilong stood up and challenged Lin Zichen. He didn't believe that Lin Zichen really had the strength of a rare level, and wanted to verify it himself. Lin Zichen glanced at Gao Zilong, and with the blessing of danger sense, he instantly obtained the other party's biological information. Advanced level 9. Integrated 7 kinds of exotic beast genes. Cultivated both spirit and blood. Well, very strong. But it's not enough in front of me. Thinking, Lin Zichen said calmly, "You are too weak, and it's meaningless to fight with you." "You?" Gao Zilong almost vomited blood because of anger. This newcomer was too arrogant. He didn't give any face at all. He was simply disrespectful to his elders, and deserved a beating. Lin Zichen really wanted to be arrogant. This is not the earth, but the source of danger. There is no point in hiding one's weakness. If you have strength, then show it as much as possible to exchange for better evolutionary resources. I want to see if you are really as strong as Instructor Lan said. Before Gao Zilong finished speaking, his strong body began to undergo large-scale changes. His pupils turned scarlet. His body was covered with dark scales. Sharp bone knives grew out of the outside of his arms. In just a blink of an eye, he transformed from a somewhat ugly young man into a warrior with a strong aura all over his body. Buzz! There was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Gao Zilong's figure was like a shadow, rushing towards Lin Zichen at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, bringing up a large piece of dead branches and leaves behind him, splashing dust all over the sky. So strong, the explosive power of this speed is at least at the level of advanced 9th level. Gao Zilong has actually evolved. The old team members present all looked surprised. They didn't expect that Gao Zilong could evolve to advanced 9th level after his training. You know, Gao Zilong is less than 22 years old this year. At the age of 22, he has already reached advanced 9th level. This evolutionary talent seems to be catching up with Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao. Just when everyone was amazed by Gao Zilong. Bang! Accompanied by such a sound, a figure flew backwards at a high speed. It was Gao Zilong. Under the gaze of everyone, Gao Zilong fell heavily on a towering tree, and the whole person sank into the trunk, completely motionless. What happened? Almost everyone was shocked, and they didn't see clearly how Gao Zilong was knocked away. Only Lan Tianbai, Zhao Qingxian, and Zhang Tao, who were at the rare level, could barely see that it was Lin Zichen who punched out in an instant, knocking Gao Zilong away. The whole process was over in just a few milliseconds, so fast that it was difficult for people to react. "You are indeed incredibly strong. Let me spar with you." As this voice sounded, the next second, Zhang Tao, who was still injured in his lower abdomen, jumped out of the crowd at a very fast speed. When he fell from the air to the ground, the muscles on his body had expanded like a balloon, making his original height of only 1.9 meters rise to more than 3 meters in an instant. So big is this a rare level strongman. Seeing Zhang Tao transformed into a giant, many people present were deeply shocked. How could the newcomer Lin Zichen resist such a strong Zhang Tao? He would definitely not dare to fight head-on, and would definitely avoid his sharp edge, and choose to rely on his flexibility advantage to deal with Zhang Tao, whose body has become bulky, and fight a protracted war. Almost everyone thought so. Bang! 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 Zhang Tao moved, and rushed to Lin Zichen in front of him with heavy steps, and the ground under his feet trembled with every step he took. Facing Zhang Tao, who was rushing like a tank, Lin Zichen stood in place without a trace of panic, and was calm as water throughout the whole process, without any fluctuations. "Step back," Lin Zichen reminded Shen Qinghan beside him. Shen Qinghan did not say anything, and quickly stepped back a few steps to avoid hindering Lin Zichen's attack. Bang! The heaviest landing sound was heard. Zhang Tao, who was just 100 meters away, had already rushed to Lin Zichen, raised a fist thicker than a bucket, and slammed it into Lin Zichen's face. At this critical moment, Lin Zichen raised his elbow, carrying a terrifying blood and chi force, and slammed it into Zhang Tao's iron fist. When Zhang Tao punched, he was extremely confident. He firmly believed that with this heavy punch, Lin Zichen would definitely lose, and would have to lie in bed for at least 3 months. But at the moment when Lin Zichen elbowed, a huge death word instantly appeared in front of him, blocking all his vision, making his face change drastically, and he immediately exerted force on his feet to stay away from Lin Zichen in front of him. However, it was too late. Lin Zichen's elbow was as fast as lightning, and at the moment when Zhang Tao wanted to retreat, it had already slammed into Zhang Tao's iron fist. Soon, there was a bang sound. The terrifying aftermath of the bombardment spread like a nuclear bomb explosion, uprooting the surrounding grass and trees in an instant, and sending them flying far away. Even geniuses with lower biological levels, such as Shen Qinghan, Qian Yifei, and Zhao Zixuan, were blown into the air by the aftermath and flew backwards. Then, the aftermath of the bombardment disappeared in an instant. Instead, a one-way shock wave burst out with a tall figure that covered the sky and the sun, blowing away all objects along the way. Before everyone could react to what was happening, Zhang Tao, who was over 3 meters tall, was already embedded in the trunk of a towering tree. The phalanges on the fist that had just hit Lin Zichen were all comminuted fractured, and the entire arm shriveled and drooped like a rotten banana, losing any vitality. Zhang Tao, who was highly expected by everyone, was defeated. Chapter 247. Zhang Tao actually lost? Everyone present was stunned, looking at the huge gully in front of them that was blasted out by the shock wave, and then looking up at Zhang Tao, who was deeply sunken in the tree trunk at the end of the gully. Zhang Tao, a rare strongman, he was actually killed by a newcomer who just came from Earth to join the team. What a joke on evolution. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Qixian, who had always won more than lost with Zhang Tao, was the first to recover from the shock, and said with a face full of doubt, "Monster. This Lin Zichen is a fucking monster. I don't believe he is from Earth." As the first person in the team, Zhao Qixian could not accept the fact that Lin Zichen could kill Zhang Tao in one shot. Because Zhang Tao was killed in an instant, it meant that he, who was almost the same in strength, would also be killed in an instant. He could not accept the fact that he would be killed in an instant by a newcomer. This seriously hurt his evolutionary dignity. We are all top talents. How can you, at the age of 19, kill us in 1 second? This is not evolutionary at all, when Zhao Qixian's mentality exploded. As an alien, Luo Qianxue was also full of doubts about life. She has always believed that she is the most talented one in the team, no one else. As long as she continues to grow step by step, she will become the first person in the team sooner or later. And she will be the first person who absolutely crushes everyone. Because of this, she has always had a sense of arrogance in her heart that looks down on everything in the world. She thought that it didn't matter even if her interpersonal relationships were bad. As long as she became stronger in the future, she could have a good relationship with anyone. At least on the surface. No more gossips. But Lin Zichen's performance today directly destroyed the pride in her heart, and she could no longer be proud. She deeply understood that there are always people who are better than you. But what she couldn't understand was why Lin Zichen was so strong. Why? Could it be that he was not from Earth either? Luo Qianxue suddenly thought of this, and her heart was slightly touched, with a sense of intimacy like meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign country. On the other side, in the meeting room in the city center, Qin Chuan was discussing an extremely important message with many leaders in the city. It was a message that was brought back at the cost of sacrificing 2 epic masters. What do you think about the news that ancient ruins appeared in the extreme ice abyss? Qin Chuan looked around at the leaders and asked. Shang Wenhuahua, who was sitting next to him, thought for a moment and said, "The abyss is too dangerous. I think we should ignore this news and keep things stable." Shangwan City Lord, I don't think you are right. A leader with a goatee, stroking his graying goatee, objected. This news was obtained at the cost of the sacrifice of 2 generals. If we don't try to enter, wouldn't the 2 generals have sacrificed their lives in vain? Also, the ruins in the abyss have evolutionary resources that we can't imagine. Many mythical masters were born from the ruins of the abyss. Now that we are at a disadvantage in the source, we must take this risk in order to produce more mythical masters. At this point, the leader with a goatee asked the others present, "Do you think we should take this risk?" No one expressed their opinions at the first time, but looked at each other to see how others would express their opinions. Soon, Bai Wubian, who was the deputy city lord like Shangwan Yuehua, was the first to express his opinions. I think what Master Chen said makes sense. Our situation is not clear now. The so-called stability is a slow death. If you want to turn the tables, you have to embrace the risks. Once one person stood up to express his opinions, the second, third, and fourth people would immediately follow suit. I support Master Chen and Lord Bai. Our current situation is too difficult. We must find a breakthrough to change this situation, otherwise destruction is just a countdown. There are too few mythical masters on our side of the earth. They are all ancient immortal masters, who will be lost if one is sacrificed. We urgently need to give birth to new mythical masters, to give everyone a shot in the arm. To be honest, although the ruins in the abyss are extremely dangerous, even legendary masters have to risk their lives to enter, but there is still a chance of survival in the midst of death. If you are cautious, there's really no hope of survival, but just a little more lingering breath. 2/3 of the leaders expressed their views in succession, all of which chose to take risks. Qin Chuan, the city lord, saw this and decided, since most people think it is necessary to take this risk, then let's take this risk. During the period when the ruins are about to be opened, let's all discuss and formulate a specific plan. He has been stuck in the legendary realm for hundreds of years, and he is almost crazy about proving the mythical realm. If the result of his previous statement is no support, he will also find a way to make the result become support. City Lord, something bad has happened. Suddenly, a heroic female general rushed in a hurry. Qin Chuan thought something bad had happened, and frowned slightly. What happened? The female general said excitedly. The newcomer named Lin Zichen in the alien-level genius team actually killed Zhang Tao, who had evolved to the rare level, and it was a one-shot kill. What? After hearing what the female general said, all the leaders in the conference room were stunned for a moment, thinking that they had heard it wrong. The newcomer who just joined the alien-level genius team killed Zhang Tao, who had evolved to the rare level, in a second? How is this possible? Did something go wrong? The leaders didn't believe it was true, and they all had a skeptical attitude. Let's go to the scene and take a look. Qin Chuan stood up and said this, and the next second his whole figure flashed and disappeared in the conference room in an instant. Seeing this, the other leaders followed him one after another. A spacious clearing in the forest. Everyone gradually recovered from their shock and looked at Lin Zichen at the same time, looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Until now, they still felt it was very unreal. It was hard to believe that there was such a heaven-defying fellow earthling like Lin Zichen in this world. They had lived for so long, but this was the first time they had seen an earthling with an evolutionary talent more exaggerated than that of an alien. It was like a dream. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded. The towering tree at the end of the gully exploded. Zhang Tao, who was stuck in the trunk, jumped out from the wood chips like the Monkey King, and landed in front of everyone with a thud. He turned into a 3-meter giant, but only one arm was broken. He had not completely lost his fighting power, and could still fight. Can he still stand up? Lin Zichen looked at Zhang Tao not far in front of him, and felt a little surprised. In the elbow strike just now, he exerted at least 50% of his strength, thinking that he could hit Zhang Tao, a newly promoted rare-level strongman, so hard that he could never stand up again. But now it seems that he has overestimated himself a little. Or in other words, he underestimated the strength of the newly promoted rare-level strongman. I underestimated the enemy just now, come again. Zhang Tao looked at Lin Zichen with bloodshot eyes and shouted. Then, he was ruthless and sacrificed a large amount of blood to feed the alien gene in his body, so that his huge body would be further alienated. Puff! 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 Accompanied by a sound of hard objects breaking flesh. Zhang Tao's body has grown bigger, and his height is close to 4 meters. At the same time, a row of bone spurs emitting the breath of death have grown on his back, and he has become a humanoid monster. Such a strong aura, this is almost reaching the rare first-order perfection. Feeling the strong aura emanating from Zhang Tao, Lan Tianbai, the instructor, was full of surprise. He never dreamed that Zhang Tao, who had just evolved into a rare creature, could actually burst out with the strength of the rare first-order perfection. This evolutionary talent was really exaggerated. Zhao Qinxian was also surprised. At this time, his face was full of doubts about life. He always thought that his strength was a few points stronger than Zhang Tao. But from now on, he found that he was wrong. He knew very well that he, who had just evolved into a rare creature, could not burst out with the strength of the rare first-order perfection. But Zhang Tao in front of him could do this. This hit him hard, and was a little hard to accept. Buzz! A sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Zhang Tao, who turned into a monster, rushed towards Lin Zichen at a high speed, like a demon in hell, with a terrifying breath of death. Lin Zi, be careful! Shen Qihan shouted worriedly. Seeing Zhang Tao with such a terrifying breath, she couldn't help but feel worried even if she had confidence in Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but silently mobilized 80% of the blood and qi in his body, all of which were gathered on his right fist ready to go. The next second, there was a bang. A figure almost 4 meters tall flew backwards at a high speed, and crashed into a hill more than 10 meters high with a bang, shaking out dust all over the sky to form a mushroom cloud. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths and eyes wide, and was completely dumbfounded. Rare first-level great perfection can also be achieved in seconds? No, what kind of monster is this Lin Zichen? How can he do this? Boom! The hill more than 10 meters high exploded. Zhang Tao, who turned into a monster, jumped out again, like a cockroach with tenacious life, and landed in front of everyone with a thud. But this time, he was not as simple as losing an arm. Instead, half of his body collapsed, and the whole person gasped for breath, and was seriously injured. Although the injury was extremely serious, the cells at the wound were repairing themselves very quickly, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it would not take long for it to recover as good as before. Even if you use 80% of your qi and blood power, you can't hurt him so badly that he can't stand up? This alien-level genius named Zhang Tao has an outstanding physical talent. Lin Zichen spoke highly of Zhang Tao in his heart. In his 19 years as a human, this is the first time he has encountered an opponent with such a strong physical body. Lin Zichen, I admit defeat. I really can't beat you. Zhang Tao panted and admitted defeat unwillingly. He can fight and lose. If you are not as good as others, you are not as good as others. There is nothing to be stubborn about. Seeing Zhang Tao admit defeat, the faces of the other alien-level geniuses around him were all dazed. In just one day, the whole team of alien-level geniuses changed. This was too sudden. No one was mentally prepared for this. At this moment, Lan Tianbai, the instructor, looked at Zhao Qinxian, who was still doubting his life not far away, and shouted to him, Ah Xian, you and Zhang Tao come together, 2 against 1 to test how strong each can be. Ah? Zhao Qinxian was stunned when he heard the voice. I have been so strong that I have no friends since I was a child, but now I have fallen to the point of being a test tool for a newcomer who just joined the team. Should I trample on the dignity of the former number 1 in the team? That's what I thought in my heart. But soon, Zhao Qinxian had an idea to sacrifice a lot of blood and feed the genes of the alien beast in his body. The next moment, his body was covered with golden hair, and his dark eyes glowed with a golden light. The strength of his blood and spirit in his body were both raised to a level close to the rare first-level great perfection. It's just close, not completely reached. Compared with Zhang Tao, his strength is still a little bit worse. Ah Xian, let's go! Seeing that Zhao Qinxian had fully activated the alien gene in his body, Zhang Tao immediately shouted at him. He didn't believe that he and Zhao Qinxian could lose to Lin Zichen together. Zhao Qinxian didn't hesitate for a moment when he heard it. He immediately exerted force on his feet, and followed Zhang Tao's footsteps to kill Lin Zichen. Facing the two people rushing over, Lin Zichen rarely raised the corner of his mouth and showed a faint smile. I have always been showing my physical strength. It's time to do something different. The moment he finished speaking, he thought about it, and turned the effect of higher spirit to the maximum. Then the next second, he thought about it again, and used Forest Lord to awaken all plants within a kilometer radius. Boom! Under the effect of Forest Lord, countless towering trees that covered the sky, and the sun rose up from the ground and rushed to the open space, where everyone was at a very fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, a huge tree cage was formed around the open space, trapping everyone present. At the same time, countless thick scarlet vines broke out of the ground, soaring into the sky in an instant to weave a large net, sealing the top of the tree cage, making it impossible for everyone in the tree cage to escape. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, a burst of air-breaking sound was heard. The next second, Xiao Qinxian and Zhang Tao, who were rushing towards Lin Zichen, were instantly entangled by dozens of thick scarlet vines before they could react, and were pulled into the air and hung, unable to move. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone in the tree cage was stunned. Lan Tianbai was the first to react, and he shouted out loudly, "Enemy attack! The divine plant cult has infiltrated the city, and suddenly launched an attack. Everyone, be prepared for a fight to the death." How is it possible? This is the most important city number 1. How could the divine plant cult infiltrate here? At this moment, the people who didn't know the truth shouted out in fear when they saw the scarlet vines covering the ground. They thought that the divine plant cult, which had been lurking in the city for a long time, suddenly launched an attack on them. Chapter 248. What's going on? What happened in the forest? The divine plant cult attacks? In the city, many people noticed the huge tree cage that Lin Zichen had created in a flash. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, and felt unbelievable for a moment, as well as a trace of fear of death. City number 1 was heavily guarded, and not even a fly could fly in. And the divine plant cult could actually launch such a large-scale attack in the city. This shows that there must be high-level people in the city who are doing the inside work, and the situation is very serious. A war is bound to break out today. A war with countless casualties. Quick, the generals of the emergency department quickly organized people to check the situation. As the voice sounded, a large number of strong men in the city instantly soared into the sky and flew towards the tree cage at a high speed in the air. Everyone looked solemn and prepared for a fight to the death. On the other side, Qin Chuan and other city leaders have already arrived above the tree cage, all with incredible faces, unable to believe that the scene before their eyes is real. They have already arrived above Lin Zichen and others before the tree cage is formed. They saw Lin Zichen burst out his spirit, manipulate the towering trees to form a tree cage, and summon scarlet and thick vines to weave a vine net that covers the sky. This scene made them all stunned. What's going on? Why can this newcomer control plants and summon vines? Is he a pagan of the divine plant religion? No, now it's not a question of whether he is a pagan or not, but he is a pure-blooded human, and there is no alien gene in his body. How can he control plants and summon vines? Could it be that his mental power is too strong, and he can directly control plants by telekinesis? Impossible. No matter how strong his mental power is, can it be as strong as ours? Even we can't do this. How can he do it? So what is going on? The leaders were talking one after another, and almost none of them could figure out what was going on. Only Qin Chuan, the city lord, fell into deep thought. Lin Zichen is not a gene fusionist, but he can control plants and summon vines, like the pagans of the divine plant religion. There are 2 possible explanations for this situation. The first possibility is that Lin Zichen is a fairy master who has survived from the age of gods to the present, or a descendant of a fairy master. The second possibility is that Lin Zichen is not an earthling. Either possibility is shocking and unbelievable. Inside the tree cage, under the leadership of Lan Tianbai, the alien-level geniuses in the team quickly set up their positions in a well-trained manner and prepared for a fight to the death. Seeing this, Shen Qinghong wanted to remind everyone that this was not an attack by the divine plant cult, but the work of Lin Zichen. But before he could say anything, he saw Lin Zichen shaking his head, signaling not to say it. Lin Zichen wanted to try if he could beat the entire team of geniuses of the inhuman level by himself. It was a bit crazy to do so. But he really wanted to try. He wanted to see what level he was at when he was at full output. A hacker should have the combat power of a hacker, and should completely crush his peers. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of the identity of a hacker. Buzz! 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 There was only a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Under Lin Zichen's spiritual control, countless scarlet and thick vines fell from the vine net on the top of the tree cage, and shot towards Lan Tianbai and others below like poisonous snakes. Facing the fierce attack of the vines, Lan Tianbai's blood burst out instantly, and he used all his strength to swing the long sword in his hand, slashing out a sword with the momentum of thousands of troops. As soon as this sword energy came out, the surrounding air suddenly surged like a huge wave on the sea, stirring up a circle of terrifying shock waves. Soon, there was a sound of tough objects breaking. The scarlet vines that covered the sky were instantly chopped into large pieces of wood chips by the sword energy, and slowly fell like snowflakes in winter. Bang! 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 A dull sound came. Under Lan Tianbai's feet, a large number of scarlet vines suddenly broke out of the ground. As soon as these vines appeared, they immediately entangled Lan Tianbai's body, wrapping him up like an airtight cicada pupa, and dragged him up to the air, dangling precariously. At the same time, except for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, all the other geniuses in the team were also entangled by the scarlet vines like cicada pupae, dragged up to the air, and dangling with Lan Tianbai. At a glance, it looked like countless bodies of people who had committed suicide by hanging were hanging there. It made people feel cold in their hearts. Chilled backs. They were all beaten without any ability to fight back. Shen Qinghan stared at the creepy scene above her head, and a feeling of powerlessness instantly surged from her heart. She had always thought that she had caught up with Lin Zichen's pace. But from now on, the gap is still so big that it makes people despair. Lin Zichen's current biological level is only advanced level 7, but he can wipe out an entire team of alien-level geniuses in just a few seconds. The strength displayed was so strong that people could not even think of chasing after him. I don't want to be the peerless duo anymore. It's good to be the little woman beside Lin Zi. Shen Qinghan thought a little discouragedly, and gave up chasing after Lin Zichen. It's not that she didn't want to persist, it's just that Lin Zichen was too exaggerated, so she couldn't see the hope of persisting. Sizzle! There was a crisp cracking sound. Lan Tianbai, who was entangled by vines like a cicada pupa, struggled to break the vines on his body, and turned into a huge birdman to break free from the restraints. Rare third-level strongmen are really powerful, Lin Zichen thought, and the next second he had an idea and summoned a large number of thick scarlet vines to rush towards Lan Tianbai. This scene was very similar to the scene when the ninth elder of the divine plant sect captured him in the coastal forest. In front, Lan Tianbai felt the danger. Immediately, his blood burst out, and he flapped his wings behind him fiercely, shooting out the sharp feathers on them. Shwa! Shwa! Swish! A crisp cutting sound was heard. All the vines that shot towards Lan Tianbai were cut into pieces by the feathers, carrying a large amount of blood and energy in an instant, dissipating in the air and fading away. Buzz! 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 Lin Zichen wanted to try to take down Lan Tianbai, and once again controlled a large number of scarlet vines to rush towards him. Lan Tianbai, who was in midair, did not look down at all during the whole process. After feeling that another vine was rising from below, he instantly lost his fighting spirit and chose to rush to the top of the tree cage at a high speed. He knew that with his own strength alone, he could not get rid of all those thick scarlet vines, and it would be useless to stay. It's better to escape from the tree cage and ask for support outside. Shwa! Accompanied by a chaotic and dull sound of branches and leaves breaking, Lan Tianbai, who was bursting with blood and qi, successfully broke through the solid vine net and escaped from the suffocating tree cage. Then the next moment, he was stunned. He saw that most of the leaders in the city were hovering above the tree cage at this moment, discussing Lin Zichen, who had just joined the team not long ago. His appearance made several leaders stop talking and look at him. But they only looked at him, and soon looked away, and continued to discuss Lin Zichen. Lan Tianbai was a little confused. The leaders clearly saw the tree cage and knew that the Shinji cult launched an attack in the city, so why did they all turn a blind eye? What is going on? In this confused state, Lan Tianbai listened to the leaders' discussion, and soon his eyes widened, suspecting that he was hallucinating. What the hell? Is this tree cage made by Lin Zichen controlling plants? Even those fierce scarlet vines just now were summoned by him? What on earth is going on? Lan Tianbai was completely confused, and couldn't understand the discussions he heard. At this moment, a violent earth-shaking sound was heard. Boom! Lan Tianbai looked down, and found that the tree cage below was actually disintegrating. Countless towering trees, as high as 100 meters, were uprooted, and returned to their original positions at a very fast speed to take root again. A large number of scarlet and thick vines instantly drilled into the ground like poisonous snakes returning to their caves and disappeared. This huge process lasted less than 10 seconds. The huge tree cage and the fierce scarlet vines all disappeared without a trace, as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. The next second, Lan Tianbai saw the leaders hovering in the sky, landing one after another in the open space below, and couldn't wait to come to Lin Zichen. Could everything just now really be Zichen's work? But how is this possible? With confusion in his heart, Lan Tianbai quickly followed the leaders and landed in front of Lin Zichen. On the ground. Seeing so many big shots appear in front of her, Shen Qinghan suddenly felt a little weak in her legs, and shrank behind Lin Zichen nervously. Compared with her, Lin Zichen looked calm and not timid at all. From the moment he chose to expose his full strength, he had expected this scene to happen. This is exactly the purpose of showing his strength. Lin Zichen, how did you manage to control so many plants to form a 100-meter tree cage? Also, why were you able to summon those thick scarlet vines just now? This method is exclusive to the pagans of the divine plant religion. Qin Chuan looked at Lin Zichen in front of him, and his resolute square face was full of confusion. Lin Zichen did not fully explain, but simply said, "My physique is a bit special, and I can obtain the abilities of other creatures. As for how I obtained it, it involves my privacy, and it is not convenient to tell." It is indeed inconvenient. Qin Chuan nodded to show his understanding. In the Source Land, many strong people have their own evolutionary secrets. As long as you don't say it, others will not take the initiative to ask, and will not investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, it would be a naked provocation, and a conflict that would lead to death or injury would break out. Secretary Guan. Qin Chuan called out indifferently. Soon, a short-haired woman with a heroic appearance walked out of the crowd and said respectfully, "City Lord, I'm here. Take him to the warehouse to receive the reward, and you can choose 3 rare-level exotic fruits at will." Qin Chuan said calmly. He knew that the purpose of Lin Zichen's sudden display of his strength was nothing more than to obtain more evolutionary resources. This is something that can be figured out without thinking. If he can't even figure out this problem, then he doesn't need to be the City Lord. Okay, I understand, City Lord. After saying this, Secretary Guan quickly walked to Lin Zichen and took him to the warehouse. Before leaving, Secretary Guan asked, "Can you fly in the air?" "Yes." Lin Zichen was very frugal with his words. As early as the day, when he felt that he had reached the rare level, he tried to use his spiritual power to fly in the air with the blessing of High Spirit. The result was very successful, and he could fly in the air at will. It was just that his flying skills were not very proficient, so his spiritual power had to be consumed more accordingly, and he could not fly far. "Since you can fly, then follow me." The moment he finished speaking, Secretary Guan used his spiritual power to fly high in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Zichen also used his spiritual power to fly up, and at the same time said to Shen Qinghan below, "Go back to the dormitory and wait for me, I will be back soon." He only mastered the skills of pre-control flight some time ago. It's okay to fly alone, but it would be a bit difficult to bring someone else with you. There is no need for this. Shortly after Lin Zichen left, all the extraordinary geniuses who escaped from the vines looked at each other, with doubts about life on their faces. Until this moment, they were still unwilling to believe that Lin Zichen could have such a strong strength, and preferred to believe that they were dreaming. For this reason, there was also an extraordinary genius who slapped himself wildly, hoping that he could wake up from this outrageous dream. Unfortunately, in the end, reality would only tell him that all this was in vain. Facts are facts, not dreams. The warehouse of City Number 1. This is a separate building, the walls are made of special ore, and there are a lot of blue crystals on it, which exude a bone-chilling chill. The entire warehouse is like a huge low-temperature cold storage, used to store all kinds of fresh food. Secretary Guan walked in silently with Lin Zichen in a brisk pace, and stopped in front of a wall that sealed and stored a large number of exotic flowers and fruits. She turned her head to look at Lin Zichen beside her, and said in an intelligent voice, "The exotic fruits in this wall are all rare quality. You can pick 3 at will." "Okay, I got it." Lin Zichen responded, his eyes all on the exotic flowers and fruits in the wall. Star grass emitting starlight. Blood dragon grass surrounded by blood mist. Black phoenix flower burning with black flames. 3 immortals Qilin fruit with bright red color like blood. 9 turn soul een fruit spreading ice flowers. Lin Zichen looked at these exotic fruits in the wall curiously. While observing their strange appearance, he was also browsing their descriptions. After looking at them for a few minutes, Lin Zichen looked at Secretary Guan beside him and asked, "Can I only pick exotic fruits? Can I pick exotic flowers or exotic herbs?" Of course. Secretary Guan gave a positive answer. After hearing this, Lin Zichen hesitated for a while, and finally chose a black phoenix flower, a 3 immortal Qilin fruit, and a 9-turn soul fruit. These 3 natural treasures, the black phoenix flower can enhance self-healing ability, the 3 immortal Qilin fruit can improve blood, and the 9-turn soul fruit can improve spirit. They were all chosen at random. There was no specific choice. The main thing was to treat them equally, and choose one of each without repeating. Soon, Secretary Guan took out the 3 natural treasures, put them in a specially made wooden box, and said to Lin Zichen, "Eat them as soon as possible, otherwise improper storage will weaken the effect." "Well, I know. Thank you, Secretary Guan, for reminding me." Lin Zichen nodded. After speaking, he did not stay in the warehouse for long, and soon left and returned to the dormitory. Before he left, Secretary Guan said to him, "If you are free tonight, remember to go to the City Lord's office at 12 o'clock on time. The City Lord wants to talk to you about something." "Okay, I got it." Lin Zichen nodded, and then he flew away at high speed. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the 3 natural treasures in the wooden box were losing energy. "I had to take them back to the dormitory as soon as possible to share with Shen Qinghan, and it would be best if I didn't waste a second." Chapter 249. Leaving the warehouse, Lin Zichen flew straight to the dormitory. He flew very fast. There was a buzzing sound in the air. Many people saw him flying in the air, and they all doubted their lives. Their understanding of evolution was shattered. Lin Zichen is a pure-blooded human, not a mechanical modified person, nor a gene fusion. He can fly in the air, which means that his mental strength is at least rare. A 19-year-old Earthling can have such a high mental strength, which is simply outrageous. About 10 seconds later, Lin Zichen slowly landed on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building and floated in from the side window. When he entered, Shen Qinghan was sitting cross-legged on the bed and impacting the acupoints. The pain when impacting the acupoints made her frown the whole time, and she groaned from time to time, which looked very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Lin Zichen did not disturb her. He chose to sit down aside, opened the wooden box in his hand, and curiously studied the 3 natural treasures inside. His eyes fell on the black phoenix flower. Looking at the black flames burning on the petals, and feeling the slight burning heat from the black flames, he couldn't help but wonder. This black phoenix flower is like a ball of fire. It feels hot even from a distance. Can it really be stuffed directly into the mouth and eaten? It always feels like it will burn my mouth. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen's eyes moved to the 9-turn Inhun fruit beside him. Looking at the ice flowers formed underneath, he came up with a solution in his mind. Perhaps he could mix the black phoenix flower and the 9-turn Inhun fruit together to make a world of ice and fire that is neither cold nor hot. The premise is that eating the 2 together will not affect each other's efficacy, otherwise it will be in vain. At this time, "Huh?" A heavy exhalation sounded. Shen Qinghan had finished attacking the acupoints, slowly opened her crystal-clear peach eyes, and exhaled a deep breath. After a little slowing down, she looked at Lin Zichen beside her, and said with joy, Lin Zi, I have successfully opened another brain acupoint. I feel that my brain is instantly full of wisdom." "Hey, what's in the box?" Shen Qinghan said, noticing the wooden box in Lin Zichen's hand, and seeing the 3 natural treasures in the box, she immediately asked with curiosity. Lin Zichen patiently introduced them to her one by one. "This is the black phoenix flower, which can enhance healing ability. This is the 3 immortals Kirin fruit, which can improve blood and chi, and this is the 9-turn Inhun fruit, which can improve spirit." Shen Qinghan looked at the natural treasures in the box and smiled sweetly. The names of these 3 treasures sound extraordinary, and their appearance is even more extraordinary. The improvement after eating them must be great. Whether it is great or not, you will know after trying it. Lin Zichen said, taking out the 3 blood Kirin fruit with blood mist on the surface from the box, and easily split it into 2, and gave half to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan didn't bother to be polite. She took half of the 3 blood Qilin fruit and said after feeling it, "Lin Zi, this fruit feels warm. It feels like putting your hand on the pavilion master's chest. You can clearly feel the surging chi and blood inside. Eat it quickly. The energy of the 3 blood Qilin fruit will be lost very quickly after it is broken open," Lin Zichen urged, and then he put the half of the fruit in his hand into his mouth and ate it. He finished it in a few bites and swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan also quickly stuffed the fruit into her mouth and ate it in small bites like a lady. Soon after eating the fruit, both of them felt hot, and could clearly feel that the strength of their blood and chi in their bodies had been greatly improved. The effect of this 3 blood Qilin fruit is really good. I feel that the strength of my blood and chi in my body seems to have broken through, Shen Qinghan said after feeling it carefully. Lin Zichen also felt it, and said lightly, my blood and chi strength has also broken through and reached the advanced 8th level. As long as the mental power is raised a little bit, the biological level should be able to evolve to the advanced 8th level. After speaking, he took out the black phoenix flower and the 9-turn ghost fruit in the wooden box, divided them into 2 halves, and handed them to Shen Qinghan, saying, mix them together and eat them. It should be able to neutralize the temperature, and it will not be so uncomfortable to eat. Yeah. Shen Qinghan nodded in response. Soon, the two mixed the black phoenix flower and the 9-turn ghost fruit together and ate them. At the moment of eating, a sense of alternating hot and cold stimulation instantly rushed to the top of the head of the two people, making them tremble involuntarily, with an inexplicable pleasure. Your biological level has been successfully upgraded from advanced level 7 to advanced level 8. Is it advanced level 8? Lin Zichen glanced at the prompt information and murmured with a smile, feeling that the evolution was a bit too simple. In comparison, Shen Qinghan on the side seemed a little disappointed and said, Lin Zi, I failed to evolve. Lin Zichen comforted him gently. It's okay, it's already advanced level 6, it won't take long to evolve to advanced level 7, just a matter of a few days. Yes, I am a little eager for quick success. Shen Qinghan said, very restlessly stretched her white and tender feet to Lin Zichen's legs, skillfully lifted his clothes, and said, it's dark now, do we want to improve our relationship? Lin Zichen held her little feet and smiled, you have stretched your feet over me, so you must want to improve your relationship. After that, the two of them soon entangled in bed, skillfully improving their feelings for each other. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 11:52 p.m. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had 10 consecutive shots, pushing the threshold of the behavior of improving feelings to a high point, making each other a little bored. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Zichen got up and put on his clothes, and said to Shen Qinghan, when I went to the warehouse to collect the reward during the day, the city lord's secretary told me that around 12 o'clock in the evening, the city lord wanted to talk to me about something, and asked me to go to the city lord's office. I go there now. If you don't come back too late, you can go to bed first. Shen Qinghan nodded and said, okay, I know you go. Lin Zichen kissed her, and then did not stay in the dormitory for long, turned around and flew out the window. It only took a moment. Lin Zichen arrived at the city lord's office. The office was brightly lit, but Qin Chuan was not seen, nor could his presence be sensed. There were only piles of documents neatly placed on the desk. Why was there no one? Lin Zichen looked at the empty office and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a trace of vigilance suddenly arose in his heart. It was not the city lord who told me to come here to find the city lord at 12 o'clock, but the city lord's secretary. Logically speaking, the city lord was at the scene at the time, and he could have told me about it in person. Why did he have to ask the secretary to inform me? It seems a little wrong. Thinking of these doubts, Lin Zichen did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately turned around and walked out. At this moment, duh! A crisp snap of fingers sounded. The moment the sound sounded, the entire office suddenly became dark, and it was almost pitch dark. Then the next moment, countless mysterious runes flashed in the air, emitting a deep blue light. These blue lights became brighter and brighter as time went by, reflecting a tall and heroic figure in a corner of the office. It was the city lord's secretary during the day, Secretary Guan. Lin Zichen recognized the figure in the corner of the office at a glance, and instantly tensed his nerves, mobilized all the blood and energy in his body, and was ready to take action at any time. Then, he tried to pretend nothing had happened and asked calmly, Secretary Guan, is the city lord not here? No. Secretary Guan walked out from the corner, manipulating the runes in the air, making them intertwined and brighter, and said, the city lord never stays in the office at night. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, but he still tried to be calm and said, Secretary Guan, you told me during the day that the city lord asked me to come to the office at 12 o'clock in the evening to discuss things. Secretary Guan, the city lord didn't ask you to come, I wanted you to come. Lin Zichen, Secretary Guan, is there anything you want to talk to me about? While saying this, he used danger sense to spy on Secretary Guan's biological information. But nothing was found. This shows that Secretary Guan's biological level is far higher than his biological level. This is bad. Lin Zichen's expression suddenly became solemn, and he could no longer remain calm. I don't have anything to talk to you about. Secretary Guan hit the runes in the air one by one into the ground, laying a huge mysterious magic circle on the ground, and continued, I just want to take you away from here, send you to the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and sacrifice you to the great flower god. Sun and Moon Holy Land? When Lin Zichen heard these 4 words, his brows furrowed. He realized something. The city lord secretary in front of him is a traitor. Originally, I had no interest in you. I just wanted to be an insider quietly, lurking in city number 1 waiting for the final war to break out, and help the Sun and Moon Holy Land capture this place. Secretary Guan said expressionlessly, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too dazzling during the day. You are obviously a pure-blooded human who practices the method of tempering the body, but you can control plants and summon divine vines. If I can successfully bring you back to the Holy Land to sacrifice you to the flower god, then the loss of my identity as an insider is worth it. After hearing these words, Lin Zichen wanted to die. Every time he wanted to obtain more evolutionary resources and chose to expose his strength, he would always be targeted by traitors and attacked by traitors afterwards. He felt that he had brought trouble upon himself. However, now was not the time to regret his own death. It was the time to find a way to escape. Lin Zichen, who had come to his senses, immediately burst out with all his blood and energy and rushed out of the office. However, when he rushed to the door, he found that he could not rush out. The door of the office was blocked by an invisible wall. Seeing that he could not escape, Lin Zichen immediately changed his mind, mobilized the blood and energy in his body to gather in his throat, and shouted to the outside of the office, the city lord secretary is a traitor. She wants to take me to the Sun and Moon Holy Land. Hurry up and help me. Although it was shameful for the genius to ask for help, this was the only way to escape at the moment. Unfortunately, just after he finished shouting, Secretary Guan said murderously, the entire office is sealed off. You can't get out, and your voice can't be heard. As soon as she finished speaking, she hit the last rune in front of her into the ground. Bang! There was a sound like a particle explosion. The next moment, the mysterious magic circle on the ground suddenly burst out with an extremely dazzling light. Then, a huge flower bud broke out of the ground, opened a bloody mouth and swallowed Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen did not sit there and wait for death. He immediately burst out his blood and chi with all his strength to avoid being swallowed by the flower bud's bloody mouth. At the same time, he thought about it and instantly used Higher Spirit and Lord of the Forest to reverse Tingdong's control of the attacking flower bud's bloody mouth. Unfortunately, the control failed. The flower bud with a bloody mouth opened. Its status was extremely high, and Lin Zichen, who was only at the advanced 8th level of creatures, was not worthy of controlling it at all. Just when Lin Zichen was about to be swallowed. Swish! Suddenly, a sound like a string of flames suddenly sounded. Then, Lin Zichen saw the flower bud in front of him, instantly ignited a large piece of purple flame. Under the burning of the purple flame, the flower bud with extremely high status turned into ashes scattered on the ground in the blink of an eye, completely losing its vitality. Lin Zichen, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, opened his eyes wide. What a powerful method! It can actually burn the flower bud just now into nothingness in an instant. Who did it? With this question, Lin Zichen immediately opened his 5 senses to search for the existence of the third person. However, no one noticed that he and Secretary Guan were the only ones in the huge office. However, he saw a trace of fear on Secretary Guan's face. Secretary Guan seemed to recognize the terrifying purple flame. Guan Min, I didn't expect you to be an insider planted by the Sun and Moon Holy Land. You grew up under my watch. A deep voice sounded from the office chair. Lin Zichen looked over quickly, and saw the city lord Qin Chuan sitting in the office chair and drinking tea leisurely. When did you come in? Guan Min looked at Qin Chuan in the office chair, and said in confusion with horror on his face. Qin Chuan said calmly, I have been in the office all the time and never left. It's just that you two can't sense my presence. Guan Min said with a pale face, Uncle Chuan, can you let me go for the sake of our past friendship? Qin Chuan said without emotion, I want to, but my hatred for rape is greater than my feelings for you. Uncle Chuan, I am pregnant with your child. Please spare my life for the sake of the child. Guan Min knelt down and begged for mercy. Qin Chuan looked at her belly and said without a trace of emotion, a child born is called a child, and a child not born is called a dead baby. As soon as the voice fell, there was a swoosh sound. A large piece of purple flame suddenly ignited on Guan Min's body. Before she could even make a sound, she turned into ashes on the ground, deader than dead. Lin Zichen looked at the ashes on the ground, and was slightly stunned. At this moment, he understood a truth. Big shots are all ruthless. Or, it is difficult for someone who is not ruthless to become a big shot. Whether it is Qi Qingma or Qin Chuan in front of him, they all fit this statement. Chapter 250. You were raised by the people on Earth, but you chose to join the alien race. You have brought this upon yourself. Qin Chuan looked at the ashes on the ground and said without any emotion. He watched Secretary Guan grow up and got her pregnant, but he acted without hesitation and was very decisive. Not to harm the interests of the people on Earth is his bottom line. Otherwise, he would kill her, even her own mother. What's more, she is just a child lover. The evolutionary talent you showed during the day was so strong that it shocked me. Except for those old antiques, who have lived for who knows how many epochs, I have never seen an Earthling with more talent than you. Your future is bright. Qin Chuan looked at Lin Zichen on the side, with his eyes full of praise. Lin Zichen didn't care about the praise in the conversation, and listened to it without any fluctuation in his heart. What he cared about was the 3 words old antique. So, he asked, City Lord, those old antiques who have lived for who knows how many epochs, refer to? Qin Chuan said lightly, refers to the immortal gods, who have survived from the age of gods to the present, that is, ancient humans. After that, he added, the pavilion master of your Tianren pavilion is one of them. Lin Zichen knew more about Qi Qingma being an ancient human than anyone else. He was not surprised to hear Qin Chuan say this at this moment. Moreover, from Qin Chuan's words, he confirmed his previous guess. There are other ancient humans on the Earth. It is these powerful existences that have prevented the Earth from being breached by the Source. By the way, City Lord, do you have any news about our pavilion master? Lin Zichen thought of Qi Qingma, who had no news, and took this opportunity to ask Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan is the Lord of City Number 1, so he must be well informed about the news in the Source area. If anyone knows the whereabouts of Qi Qingma, Qin Chuan is probably one of them. Your pavilion master went into the southern wild beast realm alone some time ago, and refined a large number of exotic beasts, like a female devil, and finally forced his way into a ruin, and has not come out until now. Qin Chuan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then continued, I have been in the Source area for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant strong man like your pavilion master. The pavilion master is so powerful. After listening to what Qin Chuan said, Lin Zichen felt a little surprised, but more delighted. Having not heard from Qi Qingma for so long, he had prepared for the worst, worrying that Qi Qingma had had an accident. Now it seems that this worry is completely unnecessary. Qi Qingma is much stronger than he imagined. So what is the strength of the pavilion master? Mythical level? Or what realm? Anyway, it must be stronger than the legendary level. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. Qin Chuan picked up a teacup, poured a cup of hot tea and put it on the table, and said to Lin Zichen, who was still standing, sit down and drink while chatting. His voice was very calm, and you couldn't tell he had just killed someone. And the person he killed was his lover, who was pregnant with his own child. He had the ruthless indifference of an emperor. Lin Zichen pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite Qin Chuan to drink tea. He looked natural. He moved freely. He was not restrained at all. Qin Chuan took another sip of tea and asked, how much do you know about the pavilion master of your Tianren pavilion? Lin Zichen said without hesitation, except for knowing that she has lived for a long time, I don't know any other information. The pavilion master is very mysterious. This is not true. He still knows a lot about Qi Qingma. After all, when he gave Qi Qingma a blood transfusion, he chatted with Qi Qingma to pass the time. However, he would only keep his understanding of Qi Qingma to himself and tell no one. Qi Qingma is his own person, and is his adoptive mother, who often feeds him evolutionary resources, while the city lord Qin Chuan is just an insignificant outsider. Revealing the information of the adoptive mother in front of outsiders is a very stupid behavior. Even if this outsider is the lord of a city who protects the earth. Seeing that Lin Zichen said he didn't know, Qin Chuan didn't ask much, but just said lightly, your current strength is already enough. In the future, go out more to experience and get familiar with the environment of the source. Lin Zichen, the city lord is right. He had this plan himself, and had already agreed with Fuzhou before, asking Fuzhou to take him and Shen Qinghan with him when he went out of the city to experience. By the way, what's the matter with you and Shen Qinghan's parents? You two have such high evolutionary talents. Why are your parents ordinary people? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. Lin Zichen had no answer to this question. He was strong because he had a plug-in when he traveled through time. Shen Qinghan was strong, which is still an unsolved mystery, and no one knows the reason. I don't know, and I am also confused. Obviously, my parents are ordinary people. Why are Shen Qinghan and I so talented in evolution? Lin Zichen replied. Qin Chuan nodded and didn't ask the question to the bottom, because he knew that Lin Zichen himself didn't understand the reason, and it was meaningless to dig his roots. The conversation in the office lasted for more than half an hour. The content of the chat was very diverse. Basically, Lin Zichen kept asking questions, and Qin Chuan patiently answered. Asked about the power of the source. Asked about the ancient humans on the earth. He asked a lot of questions, but the answers he got were very shallow. The next morning, it was just dawn. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were waiting in front of the city gate early in the morning, going out of the city with Fuzhou for training. Lin Zi, why are there so many traitors? Even the city lord secretary is a traitor. This world is too insecure. Shen Qinghan complained in a low voice, trying not to let the guards on the city wall hear. Last night, as soon as Lin Zichen came back to the dormitory, he told her that he was attacked in the office, and the attacker was the city lord secretary. When she heard about it at the time, she felt unbelievable. It is still the same until now. From time to time, she couldn't help complaining, thinking that this matter was outrageous and felt very uneasy. Lin Zichen explained, the current situation on Earth is a bit hopeless. Many people think that the Earth will be invaded by the source sooner or later. In this case, there will naturally be more traitors. Lin Zi, if one day the Earth really can't resist the invasion of the source, then we will also be traitors. Shen Qinghan lowered her voice very low, almost only the shape of her mouth without sound. Lin Zichen turned his head to look at her. His expression was very solemn and said, as Earthlings, we must not have such thoughts, understand? I understand. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. I'm afraid that others will take it seriously. I know I was wrong, Shen Qinghan said weakly. Seeing that she understood, Lin Zichen stopped preaching to her. If the Earth is really breached by the source one day, Lin Zichen felt that it was normal and understandable to have the idea of being raped. After all, the instinct of living beings is to live. However, this idea can only rot in the heart, and must not be said or shown. Otherwise, it is to seek death. At this time, a voice came from the front. Zichen, didn't we agree to meet at 6 o'clock? Why did you two come so early? It was Fuzhou who came, and brought a queen with a high ponytail. This queen is also a member of the alien-level genius team. Lin Zichen had noticed it before, and knew that the other party was 25 years old this year, named Wuxia, and the biological level was advanced 6th level. I woke up early, and had nothing to do, so I came here to take a look, Lin Zichen said calmly. Fuzhou came over, holding Wuxia's hand all the way, and said with a smile, her name is Wuxia. She is also a member of the team, and we are a couple. He thought that Lin Zichen had just arrived and might not know Wuxia, so he introduced her. Sister Ya, you can just call me Zichen, and her name is Qinghan. Out of courtesy, Lin Zichen introduced himself and Shen Qinghan to Wuxia. In fact, it doesn't matter whether they are introduced or not. The reputation itself is big enough. Everyone in the city knows it. Wuxia didn't expect that such a genius like Lin Zichen would be so polite, and immediately smiled and said, then I will call you Zichen and Qinghan in the future. After a few simple exchanges, the four of them quickly went out of the city to train. The destination is all the places around the city. It's called training, but it's actually no different from traveling. Because Lin Zichen's strength is too strong, he is invincible in the stable area. Invincible to the point that no matter what strange plants or beasts they encounter, they will be killed in the blink of an eye. Fuzhou and Wuxia directly became tour guides. They were only responsible for leading the way. First, the desert opposite the city gate, then the forest on the right side of the city, and finally the lake on the left side of the city. Fuzhou and Wuxia spent nearly half a month taking Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan around these three areas, so that the two newcomers could be as familiar with the environment around the city as possible. We have basically visited the stable area. Zichen, are you planning to go back to the city to rest and enter the dangerous area later, or do you want to go in now? On the shore of the lake, Fuzhou looked at Lin Zichen and asked. Lin Zichen didn't answer in a hurry, but looked at Shen Qinghan beside him and asked, do you want to go back and rest, or do you want to go into the dangerous area? Shen Qinghan said indecisively, I listen to you. Lin Zichen said to Fuzhou, then let's go into the dangerous area and take a look at the edge. Fuzhou, okay, then I take you in for a look. If it were normal, he would not dare to enter the dangerous area at all, as his biological level was only advanced level 7. He only dared to go in for a look when he was in a team with a strong man. And in his eyes, Lin Zichen was a strong man with strong strength. With Lin Zichen, he felt that it would not be dangerous to go around the periphery of the dangerous area. Soon, the four of them entered the dangerous area with their eyes and ears. As soon as they entered, Lin Zichen found something obviously different. The energy in the dangerous area was more intense, and vitality was everywhere. At a glance, there are towering trees reaching into the sky everywhere, strange flowers and plants all over the ground, and many strange creatures. It's like entering a magical fantasy world. Lin Zi, there are dandelions here too. Shen Qinghan walked quickly to a plant that looked like a dandelion and stopped, looking at it with surprise. Lin Zichen looked over and saw a plant that looked exactly like a dandelion. The only difference is that dandelions on Earth are all white, while this ordinary plant in front of him is black, and it also emits a trace of black air, which looks very strange. Sure yeah, I remember that flying flower grass is not purple. Why is this flying flower grass black? Fu Zhou looked at the black dandelion in front of him, frowned slightly and asked in confusion. He has been in the source for so many years, and he is quite familiar with flying flower grass, a source plant. In his impression, flying flower grass is dull purple, not the black in front of him. Wu Xia stepped forward and took a look, her eyes full of doubts. Indeed, the flying flowers I have seen are all purple, and this is the first time I have seen a black one. Could it be a mutant plant? Fu Zhou suddenly thought of this, and when he said this, he could clearly see a hint of excitement on his face. Wu Xia thought for a while and said, "It doesn't look like it. I have seen many mutant plants, but I have never seen a black mutant plant. And you see, this flying flower grass exudes a trace of black air. It feels dead, and there is no vitality at all. It doesn't look like a mutant plant at all." After listening to Wu Xia's words, Fu Zhou also felt that it didn't look like a mutant plant. So he looked at Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen and said, "Zichen, Qinghan, that is not a dandelion. It may be a flying flower grass infected with some virus. We'd better not get too close, otherwise it will be dangerous." When Shen Qinghan heard this, he immediately stepped back a few steps away from the flying flower grass in front of him. Lin Zichen did not step back, but still looked at the flying flower grass very closely. His invulnerable to all poisons was not triggered, which meant that the black gas on the flying flower grass was not poisonous. After looking at it for a while, Lin Zichen ignored the flying flower grass on the ground and said to Fu Zhou and Wu Xia, "Let's continue to go deeper." "Okay." Fu Zhou nodded and continued to lead Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to get familiar with the periphery of the dangerous area. After walking a few steps, Lin Zichen reached his hand behind him, aimed at the flying flower grass with black gas lingering behind him, sucked it through the air, and put it into the storage space. He planned to study this strange source plant carefully after returning to the city. What's going on? Why are there so many plants with black air? As the group walked for about 2 miles, Fu Zhou, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and frowned. In a bush in front, he found a large number of plants covered with black air, which gave off a dead and extinguished feeling, making people feel extremely uneasy. "Let's go around it," Wu Xia suggested with a frown. "Places like the source are too dangerous. When you are weak, it is best not to be curious about unknown things, but to stay away from them." At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the bushes. "Since you are here, why don't you stay and kill some time?" As soon as the voice fell, a man with black hair all over his body walked out of the bushes. The moment the other party appeared, Lin Zichen's danger sense was instantly triggered. Jumping wildly, the creature is rare and has reached the 3rd level of perfection. The body contains a rich source of power. The man surrounded by black air is an alien.